Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto got PROGOOT Rose, Schnee, Belladonna, and Xiao? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Curious Kitsune 654 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. It was late at night as one Nora Valkyrie wandered the halls of Beacon Academy on a mission. Nora was a short girl with bright orange hair, curvy body that hid her well-developed and deceptively powerful muscles, and moderately large assets. She currently wore a black shirt with the word boob written across the chest area and bright pink short shorts covered in lightning bolt patterns that did nothing to cover her toned legs. This mission she was on was one of great importance, a matter of life and death. Nothing was of higher priority than her current task. Absolutely nothing would stop her from completing such an important task. What is this mission, you may wonder? Need pancakes. Nora was hungry. She was currently on her way to the kitchen to make herself a late-night snack, as she had already eaten her emergency pancakes, and Ren was asleep at the moment to make some for her. That was fine though, she could just go make some herself. It wasn't like she couldn't cook for herself. Mini flashback. It wasn't my fault. A slightly younger Nora pouted, now wearing her usual combat attire, as she and her closest bestest friend Lyran, a young man of Asian-looking descent with black hair that had a single pink stripe, pink eyes, and wearing a green, black, and gold tailcoat and white pants, stood in front of a blackened stove. I just asked you to boil some water, Ren said in a tired voice as he palmed his face. And mini flashback. She could totally cook just fine. Wandering along the darkened halls of Beacon all by herself was a bit boring though, as she had nobody to talk to though, so she livened it up a little. I'm queen of the castle, I'm queen of the castle, she sang to herself as she cartwheeled down the last stretch of hallway and finally reached her destination. Yay! Time for pancakes! She cheered happily while rushing over to the massive fridge at the back of the room. Pulling open the heavy door with ease, she started to reach inside only to freeze. Yo, what's used to make pancakes again? She asked herself while scratching her head. Oh, I know, I'll just look it up. Nora reached into her pocket for her scroll, only to end up finding it missing. Oops, must have left it on my nightstand, she thought sheepishly, then pouted. Ah, that means I'll have to use a cookbook, but books are so boring. Drooping her head, she slowly shuffled over to where non-perishables were stored. When she got close though, she paused when she noticed the door was partly open and she could hear soft crunching sounds coming from inside. Curious, she quietly peers inside the doorway to see. Are those tails? Nora asked herself in thought as she gazed at the fluffy appendages lazily swaying through the air. There were 9 of them total, all mostly dark red in color with light blonde ends, and if she had to guess, around 8 feet long and very dirty. Each individual one though had a slightly different color tint near the tips: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, light blue, white, and brown, that glowed ever so slightly. Following the tails to their source, Nora was further surprised to see them all connected to a single person. A young faunus boy, maybe 7 or 8 years old, with messy blonde hair with red tips, wearing a tattered black shirt that hung off his skinny frame and equally tattered shorts. She couldn't see his face due to him looking away from her, but she could see that he was clutching a glowing red crystal in his hand that she easily recognized as burned dust. Wondering what he was doing with it, Nora's curiosity quickly turned to shock and horror as the child popped the whole thing into his mouth and started chewing. Ah! Spit that out! Reacting without thinking, she burst into the room screaming, causing the boy to snap his head in her direction and freeze, revealing glowing red eyes filled with terror and puffed-up whiskered cheeks. In less than a second, Nora tackled the boy to the floor and was in the process of prying his mouth open. Limbs and tails flayed around wildly as he tried to squirm free, but thanks to Nora's impressive strength and his own lack of muscle didn't get far. Finally managing to get his mouth open, Nora was just able to see as the crunch-up crystals vanished down his throat, no doubt towards his stomach. To stop this, she tried to forcefully induce vomiting by sticking her fingers down his throat, but was stopped when she felt a strong shock run through her body. Not really affected thanks to her semblance, even stronger now because of it. Her reason for stopping was due to the fact the electricity was coming from the boy. His entire body was giving off bursts of static that shorted out the nearby electronics, burned various food items, and even caused a few small explosions when it hit some miscellaneous dust crystals. Nora was brought back to reality when one of the kid's legs kicked her right in the crotch. Yee! Collapsing on top of him, her hands instinctively shot down to cover the hurting area. Unfortunately for the boy, that still left him trapped under her, and now he was being smothered by her chest. It took him several seconds to squirm out and pull his tails free, but by then Nora had recovered from the blow enough to tackle him down again, this time from behind. Wrapping her arms around the squirming kid's arms and waist, she got herself into a sitting position with him held firmly into her lap. Feeling another shock run through her, she channeled the charge into her arms and held tightly as he squirmed and wriggled for several minutes until he finally tired himself out. She was surprised several times during this, but not enough to lose her grip this time, when he suddenly turned ice cold, then burning hot, shot both ice, fire, wind and even more electricity out of his mouth, and even seemed to get several times heavier before returning to normal. She was never gladder for Aura than during this, as if she didn't have it she would have been badly hurt long before. Turning the now trembling boy so that he was facing her, Nora looked him over with a critical eye. How is he still okay? That dust should be burning him alive from the inside out. Focusing back on his face, the terror etched all over it caused her to wince internally. Please don't hurt me, I just wanted something to eat, he said with a heavy stutter, as he looked towards the floor as his stomach growled loudly. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you, Nora said as she stood up and let him go, much to his surprise. That surprise quickly turned to embarrassment, as she then leaned in close and checked his forehead. Not finding anything unusual, she then checked his stomach where she found a large black sun-like tattoo across his belly, but other than that he was fine. What are you doing? He asked nervously, too tired and hungry at this point to run away and thus completely at the girl's mercy. Making sure you're okay, duh. You just ate an entire burned dust crystal for Aum's sake. Why you mean the spicy sea candy? Nora froze at these words. You thought it was candy? The boy nodded. Who told you that dust was candy? This nice man on a BB boat a long time ago. He even gave me some pea powdery kind that was super minty. Though he looked really shocked after I ate it, and then left. Nora stood there, shocked again, at what the boy told her. Someone tried to kill him by tricking him into eating ice dust. Oh, if I ever find that sick son of a bitch, I'ma break his everything real good. Nora thought darkly before focusing on the matter at hand, deciding to drop the matter for now, as if it hadn't hurt him so far, then it likely wasn't going to. Here, how about I get you some real food then? She offered while holding out her hand to him. Looking at her suspiciously for a few seconds, the boy's stomach roared once again, and he reluctantly took her hand. Smiling happily, Nora led him out of the destroyed storage room and into the kitchen, where she plunked him onto a nearby chair and started rifling through a nearby cupboard until she pulled out a box labeled Pumpkin Pete's Marshmallow Flakes with a picture of a red-headed girl with green eyes wearing a bronze ringlet and a nervous smile on her face. By the way, I'm Nora. Nora introduced herself with a smile as she grabbed a jug of milk from the fridge. Naruto, the boy said in return as she placed a filled bowl in front of him and handed him a spoon. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Nora sat down across from him with a bowl of her own. Has never used a spoon before, Nora idly noted as she saw him discreetly observe her use her spoon before sloppily mimicking. Another thing was that he again discreetly added chunks of wind dust into his cereal as he ate from a small pouch he had in his pocket. She watched with barely hidden fascination as he casually ate the volatile material with seemingly no negative effects. Sure, there were such things as dust-infused foods, hence why there was dust in the non-perishables in the first place, but those were comprised at most 3% worth raw dust and had to be extremely carefully measured. Feeling it was a bit too quiet for her tastes, she decided to start up some conversation. So you ever pull any good pranks? 20 minutes later. Click, 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 click. The sound of heels hitting the hard floor echoed loudly through the area as Glynda stalked through the halls of Beacon. It was her job to make sure no students were up to any late-night mischief. Standing at an impressive 6'5", she had bright blonde hair and emerald eyes set in a stern gaze. She wore a simple white shirt with keyhole neckline, a black skirt that reached to just below her chest with dull copper buttons, brown/black leggings and heels, and a short black cloak with purple underside that had the bottom cut into arrow and flame patterns. This would be entirely unnecessary if Ozpin would just approve of those security cameras for the halls and classrooms. But no, that would be an invasion of their privacy, he says. Not like I'm saying to put them in their rooms and showers. We don't have the budget for it, he says, but we somehow have enough lean to fill an entire forest with hundreds of cameras instead. Respect the man she may, but she couldn't help but question some of the decisions he's made for the security of the school. Not to mention the fact we have a comatose maiden hidden under the school that someone managed to steal half of her power from and is likely after the rest. So caught up in her thoughts on the poor security on the grounds, she was barely able to jump out of the way as an orange and red blur barreled down the hallways at high speeds. Sorry, Professor Goodwitch, the unmistakable voice of Nora yelled as the blur vanished around a corner. Knowing she was going to regret it, Glynda went into the room the orangette had just vacated to be the kitchen. She was pleasantly surprised to see nothing wrong other than a pair of used bowls and some spilled milk on the counter. Just as the stern blonde was about to move on, though, she noticed a puddle forming by the non-perishables room with the door partly ajar. Walking over to the door, she nudged it open with her riding crop. As soon as her gaze landed on the absolute disaster that lay inside, her eyebrows started twitching rapidly as a vein bulged on her forehead. That's it! We are getting those cameras if it's the last thing I do. I am tired of dealing with this shit. It was nighttime at Beacon, and all through the dorm. Not a student was stirring, because class left them worn. In one room specifically, rested the 3 members of Team JNPR, though not for much longer, that is for sure. Focusing on the bed to the far left, slept Lyran in his jammies, a simple green t-shirt with pink edging and black sweatpants. He was enjoying his rest, the beautiful peace and quiet that only happened during these late hours. Nora has been his friend for years now, something he wouldn't give up for anything, but dear could she be an energetic bundle of excitement. He still has nightmares about that one time she got her hands on an Atlasian mocha latte. All that property damage shiver. Unfortunately, his peaceful slumber was interrupted as his Nora Sense patent pending started blaring a DEFCON 3 alert. Leaning up on his bed, he looked around hoping it was a false alarm only to sigh deeply as he found her bed to be empty. Knowing Nora, I should be getting a new headache in 5, 4, 3, 2, and bang! 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 Run! 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 Open the door, I got to show you something right now and I forgot my scroll. Bang! Bang! There it is. Sighing again as he stood up, he nimbly moved through the small space towards the door as his other 2 teammates were woke up by the excessive yelling and banging. Yawn, what did Nora do this time? Pira, a red-headed girl with vibrant green eyes and lightly tanned skin, asked as she rubbed her eyes tiredly. Probably just another pancake that's spoiled and we have to have a funeral for. John, a teen boy with messy blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing an adult bunny onesie, said in a dull tone as he shoved his head under the pillow to block out the noise. Well, we're about to find out, Ren said as he grabbed the doorknob and turned it. He anticipated many things, what John suggested. Maybe she found something shiny, or perhaps she pulled a late-night prank on someone. The absolute last thing he expected was to see his oldest friend standing in the doorway, covered in bits of flour, with slightly singed pajamas, while holding a faunus child, covered in dirt with glowing red eyes and several long bushy tails wrapped around her haphazardly. Hi Ren! Look what I found! Can we keep him? Can we? Please! He's so cute and knows some awesome pranks. I'll make sure to feed him and take care of him. Promise! Nora rambled on at a rapid pace before calming down, muttering, though we are gonna need a lot of shampoo and conditioner, to herself while glancing at several patches of mud that were stuck to the tails. If they weren't paying attention before, Nora definitely had all 3 of her room/teammates' attention now as she zipped past Ren and set Naruto down on her bed. Nora, who's that? Pira asked cautiously as she discreetly reached for her scroll just in case. What? Her teammate of only 2 weeks just walked into their room in the middle of the night, carrying a child clearly not her own, and asked if she could keep him. If Nora just kidnapped a kid like she thought, then she was not gonna hesitate to call the cops on her ass. Oh, this it Naruto! I found him in the kitchen cupboard eating dust while I was trying to make pancakes. Ah, that reminds me, I never got any pancakes. Nora pouted as she sat down next to the dirty blonde. Scratch that, she was calling a mental ward. Did you JJ just say eating dust? John asked with a shocked face as Nora nodded happily. Yep, little guy thinks it's candy, watch. To everyone's horror, she pulled out a small burned crystal from somewhere and popped it into Naruto's mouth before they could react. Are you crazy? Pira yelled as she shoved Nora out of the way and forced the boy's mouth open only to see it empty. John! Call the nurse, we have to. The redhead trailed off as she realized Naruto wasn't showing any signs of pain or discomfort. That couldn't be right. Checking him over, then doing so again, Pira felt her jaw hit the floor as she realized he was perfectly fine. See? Like I said, eats it like candy. Nora said dramatically as she got up from the floor, dusted herself off, and plopped next to while draping her arm over the redhead's shoulders. But that's not should be. How? Was all Pira's short-circuited brain could manage to get out as it tried to process what she just saw. If you think that's mind-blowing, then watch this. Hey Naruto, I'll give you another treat if you breathe fire. To prove she meant it, Nora held out a large earth dust crystal for him to see. Nodding excitedly, Naruto turned towards the doorway since no one was there and inhaled deeply. Unfortunately, at that exact moment a certain short-stature, white-haired, blue-eyed ice queen that we all know and love decided to appear with an angry expression. Do you guys know what time it is? People are trying to SLE what the. One wise Schnee started to nag as she barged through the open doorway in her favorite nightie only to end up screaming at the top of her lungs when she was greeted with the sight of a blazing inferno heading straight for her. When the flames died down, Team JNPR was greeted to the sight of a smoking, blackened, and singed heiress now wearing the remains of her favorite nightie as she stood in the doorway with a gaping expression. Nora immediately fell to the floor laughing. Ren just sighed as he rubbed his forehead in a doomed attempt to stave off the rapidly approaching headache. John had fainted, and Pira was still sitting on the bed with an identical expression to Weiss's. Weiss, I thought you came over here too. What the hell happened to you? A smooth, feminine voice asked as three girls peeked through the doorway. The one who spoke had dark black hair, striking yellow cat-like eyes, and a simple black ribbon atop her head and wore a black yukata-style shirt and matching skirt. The book-loving Blake. The second girl had long blonde hair that reached to her thighs and lilac eyes, wearing a simple orange shirt with a burning heart in the middle and black shorts. The murderer of puns Yang. The final girl was a short, silver-eyed teen with black hair and red highlights, wearing white baggy pajama bottoms covered in roses and a black tank top with a heart-stylized Beowulf. Team RWBY's mascot/leader RWBY. Snapping out of her daze, Weiss gained a furious look on her face as she looked down at her clothes and looked up again ready to chew some heads off only to drift off back to La La Land from what she saw. Weiss? Hello? RWBY walked in front of the white-themed girl and snapped her fingers several times to no avail. Following the white-themed girl's gaze, the other three members of Team RWBY quickly joined Weiss as they saw Naruto sitting on the bed with a happy expression as he sat on Nora's lap, gnawing on the dust crystal she gave him once she stopped laughing. Noticing all the eyes on her, Nora scratched the back of her head with a big grin. Okay, I can so totally explain. Insert comical Batman transition with Nora's face, and that's what happened. Nora finished as she gently stroked the now sleeping Fox Faunus's head as he lay curled up on her lap. She couldn't do much else as his tails had wrapped themselves around them both tightly while she talked, leaving only one of her arms free and making them look like fluffy red mummies. I'm pretty sure the whole fighting through a horde of Beowulf's part was complete bull, but everything else does sound legit, I guess, Yang said from her spot next to RWBY and Pira, getting nods all around as Nora pouted. I'm still wondering how he got in Beacon by himself, and do it without being noticed. Those tails aren't exactly inconspicuous, Weiss stated as she stood by the doorway with her arms crossed, now wearing her backup nightie while sending occasional glares at Nora. Naruto may have been the one to almost roast her alive, but it was Nora's fault for it. He was just an innocent, impressionable child. And because she found him just too adorable to stay mad at, except for the eyes, those actually unnerved her a little, not that she would ever admit it. So she focused that anger on the orange jet. Oh, he told me that he had fallen asleep inside a storage crate after eating all the dust in it yesterday, and when he woke up he was here at Beacon. Nora said, only for Weiss to interject. That's not possible, the next dust delivery isn't for another week, and even then, all containers are always inspected thoroughly before and after they are delivered. She explained. Silence followed her statement, causing her to look around and see all the weird looks she was getting. What? I get that you're a Schnee and all, but why exactly do you know the school's dust delivery schedule? Blake was the one to ask what everyone was thinking. Weiss scoffed while sticking her nose into the air. Because I get my personal supply of dust delivered in the same shipments, obviously. Yeah, we get it, Ice Queen, stop calling me that. Weiss yelled, you're rich with a lot of cool stuff, can we get back to the matter at hand? Yang drawled out, cutting Weiss off before she could fall into one of her rants. Maybe they changed the shipment days cause of all the robberies lately, and they forgot to examine it due to the different times for shipping, Ruby suggested, before shrinking in on herself slightly as everyone turned to her. It's possible, Weiss admitted, almost reluctantly, after thinking it over for a minute. Great, that's all solved, now on to our next objective. Naruto Valkyrie needs a bath, Nora said dramatically as she pointed to the bathroom with her free hand. Sigh, Nora, you can't just adopt someone like that. Ren told her bluntly as he rubbed his forehead. I don't care, he is Naruto Valkyrie now, Nora said adamantly, wrapping her arm around the sleeping boy to reaffirm this. Nora, Ren is right, we have to take him to the proper, and she's gone. Pira said as Nora ran into the bathroom, the sound of the door locking and several things being moved in front of it echoing through the room. This is gonna be a long night. With Glynda, the stern blonde teacher tapped her foot impatiently as she rode the elevator up. She was currently headed towards Ozpin's office, since he wasn't to be found in his room. As soon as the doors opened, she marched right into the room ready to demand those damn security cameras, only to stay quiet as she found herself facing not only the familiar gray-haired, green suit-wearing headmaster of Beacon, but also a certain drunkard huntsman she had the pleasure to deal with. Ah, Glynda, perfect timing, I was just about to call for you, Ozpin said calmly as he sat behind his desk and sipped at a cup of hot cocoa. Ozpin. Qrow, is something wrong? Did something happen? Glynda asked neutrally as she walked up to them. Qrow may get on her nerves with his constant drinking and flippant attitude, but he wouldn't be here unless it was important. Her cameras would have to wait for now. Nothing too bad, Sugartits. Qrow, a man with graying black spiky hair and dull red eyes, wearing a simple gray dress shirt, black dress pants, and a tattered red cloak, said as he drank from a flask. Glynda barely restrained a growl as she glared at the man, her eyebrow already twitching slightly as she tightened her grip on her riding crop. Our little visitor from the Vale has finally arrived. And just like that, all the anger on her face vanished, replaced with a serious/curious look faster than most could blink. He's here? Where? Ozpin sighed as he rubbed his temple. That's actually why we needed to call you, we lost him. Creak. Both Ozpin and Qrow shivered slightly as Glynda's face went completely blank, her riding crop almost bent in half from the pressure of her grip. Excuse me? Team JNPR bathroom. That should keep them out, Nora said happily as she finished barricading the door with everything she could find, which wasn't easy considering she was still wrapped up in Naruto's tails as he clung to her side. The bathroom itself was moderately sized, with a large tub/shower that had a variety of shampoos, conditioners, soaps, and body washes. The toilet sat to the left with a fluffy pink seat cover, a sink on the right with a large mirror and multiple toothbrushes, and the cabinet for towels and such which had been moved in front of the door. The barricade was quickly put to the test as the doors shook from heavy knocking. Nora! Come out here so we can talk about this like reasonable adults. Pira's voice rang through the door. No! If we take Naruto to the cops, they'll put him in an orphanage. And you know what's been happening to the faunus and those. Nora said adamantly. Hey! That was put to a stop. Weiss's voice called back, though it didn't hold her usual sass and conviction in it. 6 months ago, a board member of the Schnee Dust Company had been caught and arrested for smuggling faunus children out of orphanages and into dust mines to act as cheap labor. It had been a huge blow to the company's image, with dozens of news sources spreading the debacle across the Four Kingdoms. Not to mention it sent the White Fang into a frenzy as many members of the now terrorist organization retaliated almost immediately. Nearly 100 suicide bombings had been committed on SDC property, with almost 24 managing to hit the Schnee manor itself. Jock Schnee, the current president of the SDC, managed to spin himself off as a victim, claiming to have no clue to what his subordinate had been doing, even allowing the police to thoroughly investigate the matter, but still left much bad publicity for the company to deal with. Okay, I get your reluctance, Nora. But we still have to notify the authorities. You'll be sent to jail if you try to keep Naruto without doing so. Ren's voice spoke this time as he tried to reason with his oldest friend. Ren, I trust your opinion on a lot of things, but I'm sticking with my decision with this. When she finished speaking, Nora gently shook Naruto, causing him to stir. Zzz, wah. Groggily waking up, his tails quickly unwound themselves as he moved to rub his eyes, only not falling to the floor thanks to Nora grabbing onto him as he started to slide down. Orange lady? It's too yawn too early, 5 more minutes. He started to drift back to sleep, but Nora gave him another shake, causing him to give her a cute glare as his cheeks puffed out. Sorry, little foxy, but you need a bath, Nora told him, causing him to drop his glare in favor of a pout. Setting him onto the toilet with the seat down, she giggled softly as he continued to pout before tapping his nose with her finger. Boop! She giggled much louder at the boy's baffled expression, before going over to the tub and turning on the faucet. Running the water over her hand until it was at the right temperature, she popped the plug in and let the tub start filling as she dropped in a lavender bath bomb, which quickly filled it with purple-tinged bubbles. Bang, 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 come on, Nora! You really need to open this door right now. This time it was John who spoke. We have Panka. John! I will break both your legs if you don't shut up right now. Why, yes, ma'am. You do not use her favorite food against her like that, ever. Seeing the confused expression on Naruto's face, Nora simply said, My friends are being stupid. Before turning the tap off since the tub was full and going back to the boy. Now come on, time to get you out of those dirty clothes. Grabbing the bottom of his shirt, it was an easy matter of pulling it over his head and off, revealing the large black sun-like tattoo that covered the majority of his stomach. The pants, on the other hand, were a much bigger issue. Turns out that almost the entirety of the upper half of the back of his shorts were gone so that his tails could fit through without issue. This also meant she had to go through the tedious process of pulling each tail out one at a time, though it was interesting for her to see how all his tails were seemingly compacted together at their base into a single mass, about 5 inches or so wide, that connected them to his backside. When she did, she pulled his shorts and boxers off, cringing slightly as the horrible odor from built-up sweat and dried crap wafted into her nose, and dropping them into a pile with his shirt. Lifting the now naked child off the toilet, she brought him over to the tub and slowly set him into the water, noting how his expression changed from dread to surprise, then into confusion before settling on relaxed. By his reaction, he was probably expecting it to be freezing cold, she thought with a small frown as she grabbed a small wash rag, lathered it up, and started scrubbing. The more she learned about this kid, the more pity she felt for him. Psychologist she may not be, but to be an effective fighter, one had to be able to get a read on a person quickly, and Naruto was practically an open book for her. He was clearly an orphan, likely starved for attention based on the way he trusted her so fast despite just meeting, and judging by the faint lines of discolored skin she was finding all over his body as she washed the dirt off and his barely suppressed flinching, abused. Scrubbing his cheeks clean, her frown grew deeper as she found more tattoos underneath all the dirt and grime. 3 thin parallel lines were situated on each cheek, giving him the appearance of having whiskers. She had no idea what the sun tattoo was for, but she could guess the whiskers were there as a kind of taunt towards the boy to make him feel even less human. Shaking off the dark thoughts for now, Nora smiled as she intentionally tickled his belly while washing it, getting Naruto to giggle loudly as he squirmed. Ha 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 ha. Stop it, ha ha, that tickles. Never. Dropping the rag, she started tickling him with a renewed fury, getting loud squeals of laughter from him. So focused on tickling the blonde, Nora forgot about his 9 extra appendages until one wrapped itself around her waist, causing her to pause. Oh! Splash! The tail yanked her into the tub, splashing water all over the room as she went under. Resurfacing a few seconds later, she spat out the soapy water caught in her mouth before getting tackled by the fox boy. Revenge! This time, Nora was the one laughing like crazy as Naruto managed to get his small hands under her armpits and start wiggling his fingers against the ticklish areas. Flailing around wildly, Nora just managed to grasp Naruto by the waist and pull him off of her. Okay, that's enough goofing around for now, gotta finish getting you cleaned up, Nora said as she placed the boy down on the opposite side of the tub, facing him away from her. Nora grabbed a pink bottle of shampoo in one hand while gently grasping one of the multiple tails with the other, noting to herself how the boy stiffened up slightly from the contact. She made sure the entire tail was soaked with water before squeezing a decent amount of shampoo onto the fluffy limb, and started lathering it up. Repeating the process with the other 8 tails and his hair, Nora tossed the now empty bottle into the trash as she stood up and pulled the plug, allowing the water to drain from the tub as she switched on the shower. Grabbing the shower head, she pulled it off the wall, revealing the long, retractable hose as she quickly rinsed herself off before kneeling down to Naruto's height. After making sure to thoroughly wash off all of the shampoo, she reattached the shower head to the wall, switched it off, and grabbed a bottle of conditioner. This will have to sit for a little bit, so try not to move too much, okay? She explained while rubbing the oily substance onto his head, getting a slow nod. Wonder why the other haven't tried anything yet. Nora thought as she waited for the conditioner to work, occasionally glancing at the blocked door. She had honestly expected them to try and knock the door down by now, and yet it had been completely crash. What the hell? Nora and Naruto nearly jumped out of their skin as the sound of breaking glass and yelling echoed in from the other room. Team JNPR bedroom. 15 minutes earlier, John banged on the bathroom door as everyone else minus Yang and RWBY stood behind him. Come on, Nora! We really need you to open this door right now! He yelled, only to be met with silence. We have Panka Dash. John! I will break both of your legs if you do not shut up right now. Why yes ma'am. John stuttered out, backing away from the door so fast that he bumped into one of the beds and fell over. I told you that would not work, Ren said with a dull look as he watched Pira help the floundering blonde to his feet. Well, it was the only idea I had left. Now what do we do? John asked. We could break the door down, Jan suggested while walking in the room, Ember Celica now on her wrists, RWBY right behind her with Crescent Rose in its compact state. No, we can't, Weiss said. All the doors are reinforced for safety and privacy. You'd risk hurting the child to do so. Yang and RWBY deflated at this. Aw, sorry Cressy, no fun for you tonight, RWBY told her weapon with a pout as she down on Nora's bed and started rocking it like a baby, not noticing the odd looks she was getting from everyone except Yang. Maybe we should say we have Pan. Already tried that, didn't end well. John cut the bodacious blonde off, getting her to snap her fingers. Everyone paused as they heard laughter and splashing coming from the bathroom. For a minute or so, they just stood there in silence as they heard the happy squeals. Pira was the first one to snap back to reality, sighing to herself as she walked over to her bed and grabbed her scroll. This action snapped the rest of the group out of their trance, and made them all look to her as she started rifling through her contacts. Pira, what are you doing? RWBY asked. What we should have done from the start. I'm calling Professor Goodwitch and reporting this. At 3 o'clock in the morning? Blake asked in her normal casually sarcastic tone while glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. I'm sure she'll understand once I explain the situation. Pira said firmly as she found the teacher's number and hit the call button. Rying. Everyone found themselves watching with bated breath as the scroll rang. Seconds crawled by as each ring sounded out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, there was a soft clicking as the scroll connected and Glynda's face appeared on screen. Hello, Glynda. Goodwitch is currently unable to answer at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep message box is full. Damn it, Pira grumbled as she closed the scroll and plopped onto her bed. Well, Professor Goodwitch is a very busy person. She's probably just enjoying a good night's rest as we speak. With Glynda, of all the bonehead, dumbass, idiotic things you could have done. You lost him. Glynda yelled as she towered over the cowering Qrow and Ozpin. And now, Glynda, there is a perfectly reasonable explanation. Ozpin stuttered with his hands held up in surrender as he tried to pacify his raging subordinate. Don't you reasonable explanation this. You will get off your lazy, hot cocoa drinking ass, get out there, and fix this mess right now. Without giving either of them a chance to speak again, Glynda flicked her riding crop at them and the two men were sent flying out of the nearest window with a scream. Taking a few deep breaths, the busted blonde teacher heard a slight beeping coming from her pocket, and pulled out her scroll to see she had missed a call. What in Alm's name does Ms. Nikos need at 3 o'clock in the morning? She asked herself before shaking her head and refocusing on the current situation. Back to the others. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, I guess the only thing left is to just wait it out, Yang said while clapping her hands together, and started walking to the door. I'm going to call it a night for now, not like the solution to this is going to just come waltzing in the door. And she was right, the answer did not come in through the door. Crash, what the hell? It came in through the window. Everyone was baffled as they stared at the two men who had just crashed through Team JNPR's dorm window and onto the floor in a tangled mess of limbs. One everybody recognized immediately as the headmaster of Beacon Academy, Ozpin, while only two of the group knew who the second man was. Uncle Qrow! RWBY and Yang yelled in sync as the two men untangled themselves and stood up. Hey brats, how's it going? Qrow asked casually, like he didn't just come flying into the room via window, only to get glomped by the two girls as they started talking at the same time. What are you doing here? Did you miss me? When did you get here? Are you gonna teach me a new move? You wouldn't believe what happened in the last hour. We gotta show you some dash. Qrow covered both of their mouths with his hands, effectively muting them. Sorry, would love to stay and chat but me and Ozzy here have a job to do. He told them bluntly before pulling his hands back. He is correct, Ozpin said as he dusted himself off and accepted his cane from Pira with a nod of thanks. We have to get going, but may I ask what you all are doing up at this hour? And why is Ms. Valkyrie not present? She's barricaded in the bathroom, giving a bath to a faunus kid she found on campus and now wants to adopt. Blake told them bluntly, getting blinks of surprise. He wouldn't happen to be about this tall, blonde, 9 red tails, and love to eat dust, would he? Qrow asked while holding his hand at hip height, getting baffled looks from all the teens. Last time, we gotta show you some dash. Qrow covered both of their mouths with his hands, effectively muting them. Sorry, would love to stay and chat but me and Ozzy here have a job to do. He told them bluntly before pulling his hands back. He is correct, Ozpin said as he dusted himself off and accepted his cane from Pira with a nod of thanks. We have to get going, but may I ask what you all are doing up at this hour? And why is Ms. Valkyrie not present? She's barricaded in the bathroom, giving a bath to a faunus kid she found on campus and now wants to adopt. Blake told them bluntly, getting blinks of surprise. He wouldn't happen to be about this tall, blonde, 9 red tails, and love to eat dust, would he? Qrow asked while holding his hand at hip height, getting baffled looks from all the teens. And now, yeah, how'd you guess? Yang asked, being the first one to snap from her surprise, making Qrow laugh as he took out a flask and took a long draught. Because it wasn't a guess, I was the one who brought that little brat here. Which was a major pain in the ass, by the way. Swear jar. Qrow just stuck his tongue out childishly at RWBY as he took another drink. While on the outside he was the perfect picture of calm and collected, internally Ozpin was palming his face with a sigh. Why couldn't he have a single hunter or huntress that didn't have some odd quirk or unusual personality? Just one. Finished with his mental plea, the headmaster of Beacon Academy walked over to the bathroom door and rapped on it a few times with the top of his cane. Miss Valkyrie, would you please come out here so we can talk? Straining his hearing slightly, he could just make out a soft, muffled gasp from the other side, followed by light footsteps as something got closer to the door. PP Professor Ozpin? Nora's voice called through the door nervously, making the man nod slightly despite her being unable to see it. Yes, it is. Now I just want to talk about the boy. No! I'm not coming out. You aren't taking him. She cut him off, surprising the gray-haired man at the sudden change from nervous to determined, though given her personality he really shouldn't have been. Please open the door, Miss Valkyrie, This is a very serious situation you are getting yourself into. Ozpin tried to reason with the orange jet, sighing after a minute or so when the only response he got was the sound of the shower turning on. I'll call Glynda, he said while rubbing his forehead and pulling out his scroll. Don't bother, I can handle this. Qrow said confidently as he approached the door, taking Crescent Rose from RWBY as he passed, much to her displeasure. Hey! Give Crescent Rose back, you jerk! She demanded while pounding her fists uselessly against his back. In a second, brat, just need to do this. As he was talking, Qrow activated the weapon, causing it to unfold into a massive red and black scythe with a curved gray blade, 2 smaller hook blades opposite of the main blade, scope, bolt lever, and cartridge slot in the middle of the handle, and a blade attached to the bottom of the handle. With an almost casual-looking motion, Qrow swung the blade twice at the door before deactivating the scythe and tossing it over his shoulder and into the waiting arms of RWBY. After a few seconds passed for a classic dramatic pause, the door fell to the ground with a solid thud, the hinges and lock cut clean through. Peering over the various items used to block the now doorless doorway, Qrow opened his mouth to talk only to duck down when he heard a cry of "Bad man," just being missed by the bolt of electricity that flew past where his head was. Unfortunately, this ended up leaving poor RWBY in the line of fire, as the charge quickly homed in on the large piece of metal in her arms. The short girl's shriek of surprise was turned into a garbled mess as her hair puffed out into a static afro and her weapon fell to the floor with a clatter, with her following a few seconds later. Yang was at her sister's side in a heartbeat, making sure she was alright while Qrow chuckled awkwardly. Right, kind of forgot to mention. That brat doesn't like me, at all. Oh really, what could possibly give you that idea? Blake asked sarcastically while rolling her eyes. Qrow didn't have a chance to give one of his usual quippy returns as another blast, this time a tiny fast-moving white cloud, shot through a small gap where he was hiding. Colliding with his hip, everything it came in contact with was suddenly flash-frozen, including his flask, which shattered to pieces from the sudden temperature change. Qrow stared silently at the spilled alcohol with a blank expression. Hit the deck! Yang screamed as she dragged RWBY's limp form behind Pira's bed, said Redhead, yelping as she was dragged down along with Blake a few seconds afterwards. Now you're asking for it, you little punk! Qrow roared as he bashed through the makeshift blockade with ease. Just as quickly as his anger came, though, it puttered back out and was replaced with fear at the scene before him. A soaked, but still clothed thankfully, Nora holding little Naruto, who was naked, protectively as he growled adorably at the intruder, all 9 of his tails pointing towards Qrow as the tips glowed brightly. Oh shit, was all he managed to say before absolute chaos broke out. Dozens of multicolored blasts shot from the tail tips, hitting Qrow all over and sending him flying right back out of the window he and Ozpin had arrived in with an effeminate scream. Even though he was gone, the blast continued, forcing everyone to duck for cover like Yang had, as everything in the room was frozen, burned, blown up, zapped, turned to stone, collapsed into itself, soaked in water, blown around, or roasted with hot air. The mayhem continued for several minutes, slowly dying down until it was finally safe for the teens and headmaster to come out of their cover. Long low whistled Deawayawam. That kid sure had the element of surprise against Qrow, huh? Yang punned as she, Blake, and Pira peeked out from under the remains of the redhead's bed to see the utterly destroyed room that was Team JNPR's dorm. God damn it, Yang, Weiss, who was cowering behind John's overturned bed with Ozpin and Ren, and Blake said simultaneously as they palmed their faces. Everyone else was focused on the equally destroyed bathroom, where they could see the unusual Faunus had passed out, his tails dangling limply next to him, and somehow only 4 feet long now and minus the colored tips. Nora just stood there awkwardly as she held the naked child. I'm ready to talk? She offered weakly. 20 minutes later. Isn't this a bit excessive? Nora asked with a dull look as she sat on a couch in Ozpin's office. Her question was towards the straitjacket, rope, and giant chains she was currently being restrained with. Naruto was right next to her, sleeping peacefully as his now half-sized tails had wrapped around every inch of his body minus his face, with bits of one of Nora's shirts peeking out here and there. Nope, I say it isn't enough, definitely not even close, not taking any chances here, sorry Nora, but it really isn't. These were the responses she got from her team and Team RWBY, who were standing nearby, making her pout slightly. She didn't know if she should be annoyed at that, or proud. Ozpin was sitting at his desk, Glynda standing slightly to the side of him with her usual stern expression replaced with tired aggravation as she rubbed her temple, while Qrow was at the far side of the room covered in bruises, burns, and water, both from Naruto's assault and him landing inside of a fountain during his second trip through a window, drinking from his backup flask. "Will you all be quiet and pay attention?" Glynda said snappily. She really just wanted to get this over with and catch some sleep. The students immediately clammed up with frightened faces. "You didn't mess with the cranky Glynda. The last poor sap to do so was in therapy for a week with TWLS or terrified of witch lady syndrome." Nodding thankfully to the busted blonde professor, Ozpin looked the group over carefully before locking his gaze on Nora. "Now then, Miss Valkyrie, I understand why you reacted as you had. Given recent events that have happened, anybody with even a half-decent conscience would be reluctant to turn young Naruto here over to the authorities. But that does not mean you can just blatantly refuse to report of such a thing altogether. You should consider yourself lucky that we already intended for the boy to stay here for the foreseeable future. Otherwise you would be punished severely for your actions tonight," Glynda said, throwing in her own 2 bits. Nora didn't even flinch though, her eyes holding steady against the headmaster's. What's going on?" RWBY asked her teammates quietly as the apparent staring contest dragged on. "How should I know? I've been right next to you the whole time, you dolt." Weiss whisper/yelled, making the silver-eyed girl squeak in fright and duck behind the mighty yellow fortress known as Yang. "No need to bite her head off, Ice Queen," Yang said while petting her younger sister on the head like she was a puppy. "I told you not to call me that. What you gonna do about it? Why, you little creak." Both girls froze as an ominous sound of something straining reached their ears. Turning their heads in sync slowly, their faces paled rapidly as they came upon the terrifying sight of Glynda bending her riding crop nearly in twine, a vein visible bulging on her forehead, the glare from the light reflecting off her glasses eerily, and a purple flame-like aura lazily emanating from her body. "Be silent." "Yes ma'am/yes ma'am," the 2 girls said with meek voices as they tried to make themselves look as small as possible. With the silence returned, everyone turned their attention back to Nora and Ozpin, who finally seemed to finish with their silent conversation. Nodding in apparent satisfaction, Ozpin pushed his glasses back up from the bridge of his nose with a small grin that caused Glynda's eyebrow to twitch. "Oh, damn it! He's got another cockamamie idea he's about to go through with," she mentally screamed. The last time he had that smirk was when he allowed RWBY to enroll in Beacon early. "As Glynda said, we are planning to keep Naruto here for an undetermined amount of time. And before you ask why, I have a question of my own. Have any of you ever heard of the Veil?" he asked with a sudden serious tone. All but 3 of the teens blinking in shock at the question. Duh, kinda hard not to hear about the place we're currently in and right next to," Yang asked back sarcastically while she pointed out the window towards the city of Vale, John and RWBY nodding in agreement. "Not Vale, you dolt, the Veil," Weiss said with annoyance, putting extra emphasis on the wording. "It's been the biggest news around for almost 2 years now. How could you not know about it?" "Well, I don't know about Noodle Boy over there, but Cookie and Temper here are from Patch if they haven't told you yet, and that place tends to be little behind on the news," Qrow said as he somehow popped up behind the 2 sisters, ruffling their hair while laughing off the embarrassed glares he got from his nieces from the nicknames before continuing. "What Ozzy and Snow White here are talking about is an odd barrier-like anomaly that was discovered several miles off the west coast of Mistral." "A barrier?" RWBY asked, her head tilted slightly in confusion. "In layman's terms, yes, a barrier," Ozpin confirmed as he gestured to Glynda. Sighing, the blonde professor pulled out her scroll and typed in a few things before placing it onto Ozpin's desk. A hologram popped into existence showing a recording taken from a small boat. "Holy crap, dude, can you believe this shit? I know, man, this is way past weird." 2 different voices yelled off screen as the image zoomed in on the background. A good distance away from the boat was what looked like a tall silvery wall of water floating in the air and glistening in the sunlight. Roughly half a mile long, this veil, as it was named, was discovered when a team of huntsmen were sent out to find the cause for the sudden increase in aquatic grim in the area. "This is what they found," Glynda explained as the 3, seeing this for the first time, stared in shock and awe. "Unfortunately, the teams sent were just 4th-year students of Haven Academy, so instead of just reporting what they found, the team leader recorded this and posted it online. Be warned, this gets brutal, she finished with a slight pause. RWBY was confused at what she meant but didn't have time to ask as something started to happen. The wall started rippling in an odd way for several seconds before something started coming out of it. Is that a boat? John asked as sure enough, an old-fashioned and slightly crude-looking sailing ship emerged fully. On the ship was an assortment of oddly dressed men and women, the only thing in common being shiny metal headbands that most of them wore with 4 small wiggle lines carved into a square shape. Everyone visible either had weapons such as swords and knives drawn, or were holding their hands in weird symbols. Not even 5 seconds after they appeared though, nearly half of them fell to the floor screaming in agony for seemingly no reason. What's happening to them? Yang asked, only to get her answer from the video itself. Tails, ears, horns, and other such animal-like features started bursting out of the screaming people in a gory and bloody spectacle that caused Yang and John to pale while RWBY was fighting down the urge to puke. A fight that she lost instantly when the unaffected passengers started outright murdering the newly turned faunus without hesitation. What the? Yang and one of the off-screen voices yelled at the same time as they watched massacre continue until every single faunus and more than a few humans were killed. With all that death and pain happening, it came as no surprise as several serpent-like grims started bursting out of the water in droves and quickly overwhelmed the unprepared survivors, tearing them and the ship itself to bits in only a few minutes. The image flickered out of existence after that as Glynda picked her scroll back up and put it away. After that first encounter, we had scientists study the veil and discovered it is in actuality a stable two-way bridge to another reality. The kingdoms then tried to make peaceful contact with those on the other side. It didn't work, Ozpin said, rubbing his head as it started to ache just thinking about the political debacle. The first big problem we had is that dust becomes inert when brought to the other side, so special equipment and ships had to be made just to traverse there. He explained. Yeah, father was pissed about that. Spent days ranting about how much a wasted opportunity it was. Weiss threw in, shuddering as she remembered her father's reaction when he had gotten that report. While Weiss was talking, Ozpin took another sip from his mug before continuing. Thankfully, the people on that side speak a language almost identical to our own, so communicating wasn't a problem. What was that the leaders of the other world, which they call the elemental nations, refused to believe us about the matter. Instead they insisted that we had been the ones killing their ninja, yes I said ninja, that were being sent through and even declared war against us. Whoa, hold on, we're at war? Yang asked/screamed with a shocked expression. Technically yes, but it's pretty much been the easiest war in history as every group of troops those ignorant dumbasses send at us end up just like those in that video. Qrow said with an uncaring shrug. Ozpin sighed heavily as everyone turned their attention back to him. That is true, despite being at war, we have yet to actually enter into conflict with the Elementials. They either end up killing themselves or the Grim take care of them. Any survivors we manage to rescue either kill themselves or attack everyone in sight relentlessly. Okay, this is all very informative and all, Nora interjected, but how has this got anything to do with right now? She asked. Instead of answering verbally, Qrow walked up to the tied-up girl and pulled a small black book out from the inside of his shirt. Flipping through the pages, he stopped about 2/3 of the way through and showed the orangeette with the others leaning in over her shoulder to see. What they saw was a page full of odd writing that was smudged up from water damage, and a small picture in the top right corner of the page. The picture was of a smiling young boy with pure blonde hair, lightly tanned skin, bright blue eyes, and a familiar pair of whisker-like tattoos on both cheeks. This is why it's relevant, Thunder Rod, Qrow said in a lazy drawl. RWBY, Yang, Weiss, and John were looking between Naruto and the picture as they were swiftly putting the pieces together while Ren, Nora, and Blake were suddenly showing large amount of anger. Why, you may ask? Because they could partially read some of the writing, Ren, and Nora, due to being from Mistral, the most culturally and artistically diverse of the kingdoms, and Blake because her not-so-secret favorite book Ninjas of Love was written in a very similar dialect. And they did not like what was written one little bit. T.E.T.N. Me, Uzumaki Naruto, bounty, 100 million Rio alive, 50 million Rio dead, D. Gur S. class, PR.ordy, SS close. SS. In 4 Ion, property of the H. Den F. Losh C. No, the nine-tailed fox demon, no known T. S. No known fighting style. Property. 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 He's considered property. Nora screamed in outrage as she struggled fiercely against her bindings, electricity literally jumping off of her in small arcs. Just as angry but knowing there was more to be said, Ren grabbed Nora by the shoulder, ignoring the multitude of small shocks that zapped him, and focused his semblance through her. Everyone but Ozpin showed surprise as Nora not only calmed down, but her entire body, clothes and all, suddenly became pale and dull-looking. Ren kept her like that for about a minute before removing his hand, causing all the color to return to the girl. Waiting a moment to see if there was another outburst from the now quietly seething girl, Ozpin continued. As I'm sure you've figured out by now, Naruto here is from across the veil. That book Qrow has was one of the few things that were salvaged from one of the newest attack parties. We aren't sure how he got here, our best guess being that he stowed away on one of the ships as they crossed over and somehow managed to get to shore. That was a lie. They knew exactly how he got here, or at least a good majority of it. But he also knew it would be a bad idea to reveal these details in front of a certain short-tempered blonde, because then he'd have to explain why the mother she was so desperately searching for was currently hunting down anyone that was from the elemental nations to get revenge for the slaughter of her precious tribe. And I'm sure you noticed his rather unusual appetite, Ozpin said, getting nods all around. These things have made the poor child a target for many people, and most of them aren't the kind of people you trust with the well-being of children. Which is why I had Qrow bring him here, to one of the safest places in the kingdoms. Which brings us to now on one important question. Intertwining his fingers and resting his chin on them, Ozpin once again looked Nora straight in the eye. How would you like to be made the boy's official caretaker? Yes/what? Intertwining his fingers and resting his chin on them, Ozpin once again looked Nora straight in the eye. How would you like to be made the boy's official caretaker? Yes/what? And now, Ozpin, this is without a doubt the stupidest thing you ever done. Glynda told her superior as they watched Team JNPR, with the now unbound Nora carrying a still sleeping Naruto, and Team RWBY pile into the elevator and head down to RWBY's dorm for the night. Is it, Glynda? You know that none of the staff could be spared to watch over him, and even if we could, they'd need to earn the boy's trust. Something Miss Valkyrie seems to have already done, Ozpin said back while raising his mug for another sip. And she also has classes to attend to, or have you forgotten about those? Glynda countered, drawing a sigh from the headmaster, or it could have been from the fact his cup was empty. I am well aware that this isn't perfect solution, Glynda, but it is the best I have to work with. Now it's late, and I know how much you want to go get some sleep, so how about we hear the rest of Qrow's report and be done with this night? About time. Was starting to think you two lovebirds had forgotten about me, Qrow quipped, drawing an annoyed groan from the tired blonde. Alright, then how about you explain how we got into this whole mess in the first place, Qrow? It wasn't my fault he wandered off. I put enough tranquilizer in that dust crate to knock him out for 3 days. Qrow said back, his damn primary semblance is much more powerful than I thought. Yes, he said, primary semblance. Somehow, the boy had 2 semblances. Something that should be impossible, as a semblance was the singular manifestation of one's aura and soul based on a key aspect of a person. The fact he had 2 was a phenomenon that only drew in more attention to the lad, and gave Ozpin a very good idea of what the kid really was based on the information that had been collected about the elemental nations. His semblance's adaptation. Of course you should have seen that sedatives wouldn't work long on him. Glynda scolded, jabbing the man in the chest with her riding crop for emphasis. Qrow shoved the blonde professor back with huff as he took a long swig from his flask. 3 days' worth. How was I supposed to know it'd only last 2 hours? Qrow demanded as he got right in the woman's face. Enough, you two, Qrow, back to the report. Ozpin said in a stern tone, getting the squabbling duo to break apart. What of the situation at the Vale? Qrow just sighed as he pulled out his scroll and hooked it up to Ozpin's desk. Mostly the same shit. 3 more attack vessels from the Mist, Stone, and Cloud respectively crossed and were almost immediately sunk. No survivors. Video of the aftermath of said ships played out? Negotiations with said villages is still going horribly, especially Mist since they are practically centimeters from breaking out into civil war. The Leaf has agreed to a ceasefire due to the Third being reinstated again, and the Sand has withdrawn but refuses to negotiate. Videos and photos taken high in the air by non-dust-powered aerial drones of the 5 great villages of the elemental nations, and reports played out as he talked. Their names seemed pretty accurate, Mist being shrouded in mist, stone built into mountains, clouds sitting high into the sky, Leaf surrounded by trees, and Sand was smack dab in the middle of a desert. Putting his scroll away, Qrow sighed as he rubbed his temple. I also had a run-in with Raven on the way here. Ozpin and Glynda stiffened up at that. Good news is she isn't trying to kill the annoying brat. Turns out, she didn't have any intention of killing him this whole time. Ozpin had a feeling he would regret it, but he asked anyway. And the bad news? She intends to, and I'm quoting her here, turn him into the perfect husband to help rebuild the tribe. The sickened/horrified looks on the 2 professors' faces would have been laughable if it had been in any other situation. Glynda was the first to recover from her shock as she asked in a disgusted tone. You don't mean she's seriously planning to? I'm not a religious man, but right now I'm praying to every deity I can think of that she meant that she plans to forcefully hook him up with temper, 'cause if not then my sister just became the creepiest person I know. Qrow said with a shiver. And given the number of sickos he met during his career that was saying a lot. When does she plan to act, and how long till she gets here? Ozpin asked seriously as his hands turned white from how tightly he was gripping his cane. Please, I'd stop drinking for a year if she wasn't already lurking around waiting for her opportunity. Rose said, his eyes flickered to one of the windows where he briefly caught sight of a small black mass zip past seconds after the 2 teams had left. Tree. Bright red eyes shimmered lightly through 4 slits of a terrifying grim-like mask, the wearer of said mask hidden by the branches of a tall tree that gave an unobstructed view into the dorm of Team RWBY. The person had a curvy figure that screamed woman with long spiky black hair that reached her lower back, wearing a low-cut black dress with red shoulders, red armored gauntlets. She had a red girdle belt around her waist, tall black leggings with red splatter patterns, and what looked like a collection of black feathers hanging from her hip. Hanging from her waist was a thick, bulky sheath with a sword handle sticking out the front. This was the ever-elusive mother of Yang, Raven Branwen. Her gaze was focused solely on the orange jet of Team JNPR, as she placed the faunus boy onto Ruby's bed getting permission from the young team leader. Such a small, weak, and vulnerable-looking one, aren't you? Raven thought as she watched Nora and Ruby climb up on the highly unstable-looking bunk bed with the boy and settled in for the night. But looks can be very deceiving, oh so very deceiving. Flashback, 1 year ago, Raven stood inside a small boat, her mask off revealing a rage-filled face almost identical to Yang's with pale skin and deep red eyes. She currently floated just outside of the veil, waiting in silence as memories of her destroyed tribe played through her mind. It had been 3 months after the veil's discovery. The tribe had decided to explore what lay beyond themselves. Acting smart, she had sent a small group of some of her best fighters through ahead to scout out the area. She would have used her semblance to see if it was safe, but ever since the veil had appeared her ability to see into the future had become distorted and inaccurate. When they'd gotten the all-clear a few hours later, she and the tribe had passed through only to find themselves caught in an ambush instantly by ninja wearing blank porcelain masks with an odd symbol on the forehead. She had spotted all but one of the members of her scouting party floating dead in the water. The sole survivor and the one who had radioed the foe all clear was on the enemy ship, clearly gone traitor given by the fact he was directing the enemies where to attack. Even caught off guard like that though, Raven had confidence her tribe would have won, until she made a very bad discovery. Not only did dust not work, which she had prepared for by having her fellow tribesmen and women switch to non-dust weapons and radios, but neither did aura or semblances. Before she even realized what was happening, most of the tribe members had already been killed and the few remaining quickly falling. The only reason she had gotten out of there alive herself was that her ability to turn into a raven had still worked, though she had managed to cut the head off the bastard who had betrayed her. Though she had noted that the moment she'd done so, one of the masked ninjas' heads had fallen off at the same time. Back to the now, she was back here because she had intercepted a report saying that one of the newly deployed spy drones had spotted a ship full of ninjas wearing the exact same masks were headed straight for the Veil. So she would wait for them, and make them pay for every drop of blood tenfold. Seeing the telltale distortion, Raven drew her weapon, an Odachi-like blade that was somehow double the length of its scabbard and currently shining a light blue. Swinging the blade at high speed twice, the ice dust-coated blade created a thick fog just as a large wooden ship pierced through the veil. Turning into her raven form, she stealthily landed upon the ship and silently observed as many of the masked bastards collapsed from pain and started turning into faunus, only to be swiftly and mercilessly executed. It actually slightly disturbed her of all people how casually and methodically these men had just killed their own. If it wasn't for the fact she could see the blood staining the deck, she would be convinced they were simply disguised Atlassian robot soldiers. Moving on from this, she was just about to descend upon them when she and the ninja tensed when loud screaming suddenly burst out from the middle of the deck. Whatever was causing it had to be important, since every one of the masked men rushed towards the source with her following. What she saw upon arriving, though, confused the transformed woman greatly. The screaming was coming from a small blonde child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, with blue eyes and whisker-like marks across his cheeks that was locked inside a large cage with several dozen slips of paper with more odd writing plastered all over it. The cause of his screaming came apparent as an explosion of blood and skin shot from his backside, revealing 9 blood-soaked tails that flung around erratically. "Get Danzo-sama! Tell him the weapon is attempting to escape and the seals aren't working!" One of the masked ninja yelled as he and several others kept slapping more of those papers onto the cage. "Don't bother, I'm already here," a cold, even voice said as an elderly man exited the main cabin. He was wearing a long white robe with red highlights and an odd hat with a similar color scheme. More than half of his face was covered in bandages that he was slowly removing as he approached the caged boy. Peeling back the last wrap, he opened his once-covered eyelid to reveal a charcoal black eye that he proceeded to stare at the child that looked back at him pitifully as he whimpered in pain. "Sir? Why are you not activating the Sharingan?" The same masked ninja from before asked when nothing seemed to happen after a minute or so. "What do you mean activate? It should be active," Danzo said in confused frustration as he backed away. Tired of just watching, and seeing the apparent leader of these men, Raven dove down at the man, changing back to her human form as she swiftly redrew her blade. She was surprised slightly when the elderly man was able to react swiftly enough to turn around and draw up a kunai to block her sword, but quickly switched to satisfaction as her sword cleaved straight through both the smaller blade and the man with ease. "Danzo-sama!" The men yelled as they watched their leader flop to the ground, split from left shoulder to right hip. Not wasting a second, a now masked Raven dashed between the men, not giving them any time to collect themselves. In less than a minute, every masked ninja above deck was laying on the ground in pieces. About to move on to the lower decks, Raven paused when she felt a small hand grab onto her ankle. "Please help." The boy was barely able to rasp out between whimpers, though not entirely from his hind end if the red glow coming from his stomach was anything to go by, as he stared straight into her partially hidden eyes. Normally, Raven would have ignored such a plea, due to her belief that the strong survive and the weak die. But she found herself mildly impressed. Most full-grown men would have either died, passed out, or be screaming their heads off from the pain of such an injury. And yet this kid was only barely whimpering. Deciding to give him one and only one chance, she sliced the front of the cage apart using a burned dust blade before walking off. "Thank you," she barely heard him say, but didn't acknowledge that she did as she marched down into the lower deck, killing everyone she came across. When she reappeared on the higher deck, she was greeted with the sight of 24 or so masked ninja with their hands already in motion. "Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu," they yelled in unison as Raven braced herself for the coming attack, only to show mild surprise when nothing happened at all. "So their abilities don't work on this side just like mine don't on theirs," Raven quickly deduced with a smirk, as she prepared to engage another bout. "Rah!" Both parties froze as the devastating roar shook the ship and a huge amount of pressure fell over them. Raven actually found herself breathing heavily as a feeling of dread and danger washed over her. Slowly turning her head towards the source, Raven had a moment in her life where she would truthfully admit she was completely flabbergasted at what she saw. The young boy she had released earlier was currently standing on all fours, a snarl set on his lips revealing elongated fangs, His whisker-like markings were thicker and more prominent, a deep crimson glow shining brightly from his stomach, his new tail standing at end behind him, and his eyes had turned a deep glowing scarlet with slit-like pupils that were just barely seeable past his eyes' bright glow. This wasn't what had her speechless. That was thanks to the 10-foot-tall, dark orangish-red transparent construct of a slightly blobby-looking fox with 9 tails currently tearing apart everything in sight the boy was situated inside of. Raven was jogged from her stupor as the ship shook again, this time from whatever the hell that thing was, tearing a chunk off the side of the boat, and using it to squish several ninjas into paste. Taking this as her key to leave, Raven turned into her raven form and took off into the air and watched the carnage from a safe distance. Whatever had happened to that boy, it made him entirely ruthless, as he literally tore that ship apart with minimal effort, killing every single living thing on board. Just as the ship was most of the way sunk though, the construct froze up as the boy started clutching at his stomach in sudden discomfort. Watching in silence, she released a caw of surprise when glowing golden chains phased out of his torso and wrapped themselves around him, construct and all. The aura fox struggled desperately to escape its bindings as it shrank at a rapid pace as the chains constricted it, before it howled in dismay as it dispersed into particles of red aura. The chains continued to constrict around the flailing child, tightening more and more until they seemed to be absorbed into the boy's skin. After that, the boy instantly stopped struggling and collapsed into a limp pile. The glow from his stomach finally stopped, and red highlights suddenly formed on the ends of his hair. Raven was pondering if she should check to see if he was still alive when the ship finally fell apart and sank, with the boys. And flashback. She had spent the several hours looking for him after that only to come up with nothing. She'd assumed he'd been eaten by some form of aquatic Grimm and left. Then a few months later, she heard of a supposed Grimm bringer child with an alarmingly similar description wandering around from village to village. Remembering the sheer amount of power that child had at his fingertips, Raven could think of no other better suited to help bring about the rebuilding of her tribe. Unfortunately, lacking the usual resources she was used to, it took her nearly 6 months to track the brat down, and by then Qrow, Salem, and Ironwood were all after him as well for a plethora of reasons. Ironwood wasn't much of an issue as he simply had a capture-on-sight order, and Naruto had very rarely gone near any place the general's soldiers were. Salem and her little posse were also irritating, but Naruto was luckily not too high of a priority to the witch, so they weren't that much of an issue. Qrow was the biggest annoyance. Until recently he'd been convinced she wanted to kill the boy and had spent a good deal of time diverting her away from him, while not letting her explain until recently. Though, given his reaction, she wasn't sure if that was much of an improvement. But none of that matters now. I will get what I want in the end, because only the strong survive. Raven thought as she finally broke her gaze away and turned away, vanishing into a black and red portal she had formed with a slash of her blade. Team RWBY's dorm. Glowing red eyes slowly flickered open as their owner yawned cutely. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Naruto glanced around with mild confusion as he found himself sandwiched between Norani-chan and the odd black/red-haired girl who smelled of burnt gunpowder and cookies. He didn't think too deeply about it though, being swiftly distracted by his tummy grumbling at him for food. Crawling out from between the two sleeping teens without disturbing either of them somehow, he reached the edge of the bed and climbed off, only to discover a second too late that the floor was much farther than he expected. Eek! Releasing a short yelp, he fell straight onto the bottom bed thanks to Nora's added weight having caused the bed to slant a bit during the night. Oof! Unfortunately for Weiss, she just happened to be laying on the exact section of bed that Naruto landed on, and ended up being his impromptu landing pad. Stunned from the sudden rude awakening and having the wind knocked out of her, she was unable to make a sound as her blurry vision cleared up to see the faunus boy from last night climb off of her with a quiet apology. Naruto, having assumed that Weiss hadn't woken up due to her not yelling or anything, finally stepped onto the floor while holding his growling stomach and started looking around the room. Yang and Blake were sharing the black-haired girl's bed, with almost half of Yang's body currently drooping off the side as she snored away without a care. Ren was on the bed beneath them, and John was splayed out on the floor beside it. Having recovered from her surprised wake-up call, Weiss had to admit that Naruto looked absolutely adorable. He was wearing a pink t-shirt that was slightly baggy and reached down to an inch or so below his knees, and a pair of black boxers backwards with his tails popping out the fly. Said tails were lazily waving around behind him, with one even gently brushing against Weiss's current bedmate Pira's cheek, making her giggle slightly in her sleep before rolling over. When Naruto turned around to find the source of the noise, Weiss reacted instinctually, and started feigning sleep without knowing why. Glancing over the sleeping pair and not noticing anything strange, Naruto focused back on his hunger and again looked around the room, this time trying to find food. As he looked around, Weiss's eyes widened in surprise as his eyes started glowing slightly brighter, and his pupils narrowed down to slits. That's not possible. Faunas only have one animal trait, she thought in shock, trying to come up with a logical reason for this impossibility. Must be because he's from the Vale, it has to be. While Weiss was busy trying to explain the supposed impossible, Naruto was focused on the closet door closest to Weiss and Ruby's beds. To him, everyone in the room now had a slight colored glow around them, and he could see several other similar glows through the walls all around him, but was more focused on the cluster of solid glowing dots he could see coming from the closet. Walking over to it, he pulled the door open to reveal 7 identical white/blue outfits, 7 identical female beacon uniforms neatly hung up and ready to go, and 6 also identical nightgowns. A few empty haphazardly stacked boxes and suitcases were sitting underneath them. A several-foot-tall messy pile of mostly red and black clothing had been sloppily stuffed into one corner, and several shiny silver cases with snowflake symbols on them that the glowing dots originated from sat in the other. Grabbing the case closest to him, Naruto tried to pry it open, his eyes turning back to normal as he's doing so. Weiss, who had finally gotten over her little mental debate about said eyes, was silently watching by the doorway with an intrigued expression. How did he know exactly where I was keeping my dust? He couldn't have seen it last night as he was asleep the entire time, so how? It couldn't have been him simply being curious cause he had went straight for it without paying any attention to anything else. She was torn from her thoughts by a light squealing noise as Naruto managed to rend the lock open and immediately snatched up the first bit of dust he could reach, a bottle of ice dust. Really need to remember to get better locks for those. The white-themed girl thought with a deadpan. Seriously, first RWBY manages to break one just by knocking it over when they first met, but now a kid just tore one apart with his bare hands. The designers and builders of these ones were so gonna be fired when she was through with them. Yanking the cork out with his teeth, the unusual fauna spat it out before latching his mouth around the top of the bottle and tilting his head up. The contents of the bottle quickly vanished down his gullet, completely emptied out after only a few seconds. As Naruto spat out the empty container and grabbed a full one, Weiss marveled at the sight of one of his tails rapidly growing back to its original 8-foot-long length, the tip regaining the light blue color from before. This process repeated itself for several minutes as the boy systematically devoured almost half of her entire dust supply before finally stopping. Bilch! Excuse me, Naruto mumbled as he sat amongst the ruined cases and piles of bottles with a content look, all of his tails having regrown to full size. So focused on the boy, Weiss missed as one of the tails drifted over to where she was until it rubbed against her bare arm, causing her to yelp in surprise. Naruto's head snapped towards her direction in fright, looking around for the source of the noise before he swiftly scrambled towards the nearest hiding spot, that being RWBY's pile of clothes. Weiss was flabbergasted when she saw how he dove into the heap and seemingly vanished into its depths, tails and all. Shaken off her shock, Weiss opened the door fully and walked inside. Approaching the pile he was hiding in and kneeling down, she mentally noted to scold RWBY for not doing her laundry, as her nose scrunched up from the mild smell of sweat. Weiss gingerly grabbed onto the topmost piece of fabric and slowly lifted it up, repressing a shiver as it unveiled those still unnerving and now quivering red eyes that stared at her. They reminded her way too much of a Grimm's eyes for her comfort whenever she looked at them. Hey, it's okay, I'm not gonna hurt you, she said in a soothing slightly musical tone, thank you natural singing voice. That visible eased the startled child's nerves as he stopped shaking and slowly poked his head back out. At the sight she was greeted with, an odd mixture between a muffled squeal and a giggle managed to slip past Weiss' lips. One of RWBY's training bras was currently situated atop Naruto's head at just the right angle to make it appear like he had a pair of ears. It took all of her lessons on proper etiquette to withstand the urge to glomp him right then and there into a hug, especially when he tilted his head cutely from confusion. That confusion then turned into mildly tense but cheery. "Hi, white lady," he said with a smile, getting Weiss's own smile to twitch slightly. "Seriously? White lady?" Taking a deep breath, she let it slide for now. He was just a kid after all. "Hello, Naruto, may I ask what you're doing in here?" she asked, feigning ignorance. "Was hungry, saw candy," he said bluntly, ducking back into cover slightly while pointing to the mess of destroyed crates and empty dust vials. "I see, well, how about we get you some real food then?" He re-emerged at these words with a look of interest. "You can't just eat candy and consider it a proper meal now," Weiss told him while brushing the underwear off of his head, and pulled his squirming form out of the pile of dirty laundry, again marveling how his tails flawlessly emerged from the pile despite the obvious size difference. "Just let me get changed real quick," she told him before closing the door. After about a minute or so, Weiss exited the closet, now wearing her beacon uniform, since it was Thursday and they did have class today anyway. Taping a note to the door and making sure to grab her scroll, Weiss took Naruto's hand and quietly led him out of the room. Having figured that there was no way they could simply hide the fact that Naruto was on campus, especially with Nora of all people being his now official caretaker, Weiss didn't bother trying to be discreet as she was headed towards the main cafeteria with Naruto in tow. Not that it really mattered, as it was only 6 o'clock in the morning and first classes weren't till 9, so only a small amount of other students were even up and about at this time. Those that were, though, froze in shock at the sight of the Schnee heiress walking around with an unknown faunus child. Either father is going to be really pissed at this, or somehow use it to make himself look better. Weiss thought in irritation as more than one random student managed to recover from their shock fast enough to pull out their scrolls to either film or photograph the two of them and started gossiping to their friends about it. More so when Naruto started to hide behind her when one student got a little too close for his comfort. It got a bit better when they reached their destination, as there was only 2 other people there eating at the moment. A pair of teen girls that were sitting together, wearing the exact same uniform as Weiss, and both had a different shade of brown hair. One was wearing a pair of black aviators that hid her eyes and a dark brown beret that leaned to the side, while the other had 2 tall brown bunny ears atop her head and dark brown, almost black eyes. Both of them were currently staring with dumbstruck expressions and half-full mouths as Weiss had Naruto sit down at the closest table to the serving stations, before she walked off to fix herself and Naruto up some plates. Focused on getting the food, Weiss completely missed as the 2 girls broke out of their shock and were now whispering to each other while stealing glances between her and Naruto. Said boy had noticed the glances and was slowly starting to move under the table, only to freeze as his eyes locked onto the bunny girl's fluffy ears. Noticing his staring, but not where he was staring, the beret-wearing girl nudged her friend with her shoulder and motioned over to the boy. The bunny girl shook her head and murmured something back, only for beret girl to shove her up to her feet and towards the boy's direction. Good amount of milk, plenty of healthy calories, just needs a bit more fruit, Weiss thought as she added a few grapes and apple sauce to Naruto's tray. While not severely so, Naruto was clearly had a decent case of malnutrition and would need plenty of high-calorie meals to help him recover. Luckily for him, Weiss had extensive knowledge on the subject of proper diet and nutrition due to being both a heiress and a huntress in training. Eep! Coco, help! The white-haired girl was knocked out of her thoughts by a loud feminine shriek coming from behind her. Weiss whirled around on her heel, ready for any possible trouble, only to stop cold at yet another shocking sight. Seriously, she was going to need a serious heart exam after this was over. Naruto was currently perched on the shoulders of the bunny girl with a happy face. His tails had wrapped around her entire body below said shoulders, effectively immobilizing her, and her head was held firmly in place by his small arms. The girl was panicking as she called for her friend for help to no avail, as the now named Coco was too busy laughing her ass off at the girl's current predicament, especially when he began nomming on the top of one of her rabbit ears while nuzzling against the top of her head. Eep! Coco, help! The white-haired girl was knocked out of her thoughts by a loud feminine shriek coming from behind her. Weiss whirled around on her heel, ready for any possible trouble, only to stop cold at yet another shocking sight. Seriously, she was going to need a serious heart exam after this was over. Naruto was currently perched on the shoulders of the bunny girl with a happy face. His tails had wrapped around her entire body below said shoulders, effectively immobilizing her, and her head was held firmly in place by his small arms. The girl was panicking as she called for her friend for help, to no avail, as the now named Coco was too busy laughing her ass off at the girl's current predicament, especially when he began nomming on the top of one of her rabbit ears while nuzzling against the top of her head. And now, click click Coco. Help me, click seriously Coco. Help, click 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 Coco, put your scroll down already and help me. The bunny girl screeched as she squirmed helplessly under her fluffy bindings as Naruto continued to nom away at her ear. Click Velvet, I'm sorry but click, there is no way I'm missing a single moment of this. Click Coco said as she took photo after photo with her scroll, a shit-eating grin stretched across her lips. Besides, it's not like he's actually hurting you, is he? No, Velvet said with a pout as she stopped squirming as much. It was true. The boy's grip was just tight enough to keep her from getting free without causing too much discomfort. Even him chewing on her ear was more embarrassing than it was painful. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Thankfully for the bunny-eared faunus, her salvation came in the form of a white-haired heiress with a stern expression on her face as she marched over to the trio with 2 trays of food. The left one was sparsely filled, only having some fruit, a medium-sized blueberry muffin, a small omelet, and a glass of orange juice. The right one, on the other hand, LOL, was practically filled to the brim with various types of food and a tall glass of milk. Naruto snapped out of his little daze with a start, his tails unfurling themselves from Velvet, and he stopped chewing on the girl's ear to look towards Weiss, much to Velvet's relief. White lady, is it time to eat now? He asked with a tilted head, drooling slightly at the large tray of food she was holding. Yes, it's time to eat, so please climb down from that poor girl's shoulders and get your food. Weiss told him while setting the meals down on the closest table. Do I have to? The child asked with an adorable pout as he snuggled deeper into Velvet's hair. He didn't know why, but he just loved how the bunny lady smelled. It was just so irresistible. Velvet's entire face turned bright red as Naruto repeatedly brushed against the bottom of her ears, which were extremely sensitive. Yeah, why does he have to? He looks perfectly fine up there to me. Coco cut in, getting a betrayed look from her blushing bunny-eared friend. I'm sure Velvet doesn't mind one bit. Velvet tried to say that she did mind, that it wasn't fine, but every word of complaint died in her throat as Naruto cheered happily, and nuzzled her head even more, sending relaxing and enjoyable jolts down her spine. Instead, she ended up just nodding slowly with her head bowed as she sat down at the table where Weiss had set the food. Said white-haired heiress sighed in defeat as she and Coco, who still had her cat that ate the canary smile, also sat down. Fine then, but don't complain to me when you're washing crumbs and such out of your hair all night. Don't worry, I won't be. Velvet thought as she shyly glared at Coco, who simply laughed it off. Naruto didn't respond at all as he was busy bringing food up to himself with his tails and wolfing it down. Name's Coco if you haven't heard, and Hug Bunny over here is Velvet. Coco properly introduced herself while offering a hand. Weiss Schnee, and that's Naruto, don't we have some classes together? Weiss asked Velvet as she shook both their hands. Yes. Dr. Oblek's history class, Velvet said shyly. Enough about that, you wouldn't happen to mind explaining that little bundle of joy now, would ya? Coco asked in a whisper while taking off her aviators, leaning extremely close to Weiss's face with a dead serious expression as she pointed a thumb towards the happily, and somewhat messily to Velvet's dismay, eating child as he demolished a bagel and chugged down the entire glass of milk. The whole scene was being recorded by her propped-up scroll while she talked. Weiss was caught off guard by the sudden change, sweating slightly as the slightly older girl's gaze bore into her. P. Professor Ozpin assigned me and a few others look after him, she stuttered out, her usual class and emotional control failing her for a brief moment before she managed to recollect herself. You can ask him yourself if you don't believe me. Coco said nothing. Instead, she stared straight into Weiss's eyes with a completely emotionless face. Weiss held the other girl's gaze solidly, but in her mind a chibi version of herself was sweating and shaking nervously under the scrutiny of the beret-wearing brunette. Now that she thought about it, she really should have seen this kind of reaction coming given the incident with the Faunus orphans. Eventually though, after what felt like hours, in reality only 2 minutes, Coco backed off with a nod as she reverted back to her previous attitude. I will be sure to do so, but for now I'll let you off the hook, she said while picking up her scroll and looking at the time with slightly widened eyes. Looks like I have to get going anyway, otherwise Fox and Yatsuhashi are probably going to sleep till noon, later Velvet. Wait, take me with you? Velvet started to say, only to drift off as Coco dashed out of the cafeteria and vanished amongst the throng of arriving students. What's wrong, Velvet Ni-chan? Naruto asked as he finished his last bite of food and went back to hugging her head. A frown crossed his face when she didn't answer, missing how the bunny girl's ears perked up. He's from Mistral as well? She wondered before being broken out of her thoughts as the blonde redhead suddenly climbed down her shoulders and onto her lap. From there he wrapped his arms around her waist and snuggled into her chest. Did I make you sad, Velvet Ni-chan? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, honest, Naruto said as he looked up at the brunette rabbit faunus with watering eyes and sniffling slightly. The rabbit faunus felt her heart clench in her chest, and before she even realized what she was doing, Velvet was hugging the child as she assured him he hadn't upset her. While this was going on, Weiss watched from the sidelines, her face twitching as she struggled to suppress her love of all things adorable. It was one of her biggest emotional weaknesses. Hell, one of the reasons she wasn't as bothered by Ruby's childish actions like when she first met her, because she had started to find them to be somewhat adorable, at times. Not that she would ever admit it aloud. She was broken from her thoughts when her scrolls started vibrating inside her pocket. Pulling it out and activating it, her eyebrows all but disappeared into her hair when she saw the caller ID. Winter. But why would she be calling me right now? There's no way she heard about Naruto already. She thought to herself, media may travel fast online, but her sister never used her scroll for anything other than business or family emergencies, and she was always working since she joined the Atlesian military. Figuring the only way to get answers was to, answer, Weiss set her scroll to phone mode and brought it up to her ear. Hello Winter, how can I? Weiss. Is he still with you? Weiss practically jumped out of her skin as Winter's voice rang inside her skull with a tone of urgency and desperation the heiress had never heard from her sister. What? Winter, who are you? Tal, do not play dumb with me, Weiss. Is the Faunus boy still with you? Winter cut in again, causing Weiss to freeze. How? Answer me. Yes, he's right and next to me, Weiss said in a shaky tone. She'd never heard her sister act like this before, and it was really starting to freak her out. Sigh, good, whatever you do not let him out of your sight. I don't care if you use up your entire damn dust supply to do so, just keep him there. I'm headed to Beacon as we speak. The line cut out, but Weiss made no move to lower her scroll as she tried to process what just happened. Her sister not only knew about Naruto, including his appetite for dust apparently, she was on her way to Beacon right now. But how? How did her sister somehow already know that he was here? Why would she even care that he was here? Naruto here is from across the veil. I'm sure you noticed his rather unusual appetite. These things have made the poor child a target for many people, and most of them aren't the kind of people you trust with the well-being of children. Ozpin's voice played inside her mind as the metaphorical light bulb lit up in her head. Of course. She must be coming to collect him for the military. If that were the case, then doing as her sister says would be dooming Naruto to be a lab rat for the RD department. As soon as the thought hit her, Weiss's face turned even paler than it normally was. I can't let that happen. Nora would pancake me. Mental images played through her mind of a chibi version of herself getting turned into a bloody smear by Chibi Nora and her hammer. But if I don't do it, Winter will have my head. Her imagination played out another scene, only this time it was Chibi Winter, whom looked almost identical to Chibi Weiss only with shorter hair, comically strangled Chibi Weiss while the word nag surrounded them in bold letters. YP. Ahaha. Weiss was broken from her thoughts again. Someone call the handyman, as a high-pitched yelp made her jump. Looking for the source, her eyes narrowed dangerously and a vein bulged on her forehead at what she found. Carden, a tall, muscular guy and leader of Team CRDL, with burnt orange hair and wearing the male Beacon student uniform, was harshly yanking on one of Naruto's tails while he and the rest of his team laughed. Velvet looked like she wanted to help, but couldn't, as Naruto's 8 other tails had reflexively wrapped back around both her and the blonde redhead, leaving only their heads exposed. Ha! Would you look at this? I didn't know it was bring your kid to work day. Oh wait, none of us have kids, 'cause we aren't slutty little animals, Carden said cruelly as he tugged on Naruto's tail again, him and his team laughing more as the child yelped in pain again. And look how old he is, you must have been a real slut to spread your legs that early. But I guess we shouldn't be surprised that you breathe like a rabbit. Weiss clenched her jaw as she got up to give Carden a thorough chewing out, while also wishing she had brought Murdermaster with her. She had barely gotten out of her seat though before pausing as she spotted a familiar pale blue glow emanating from the tip of the tail Carden was pulling on. Come on, slut bunny. Aren't you gonna say anything, or is your throat too sore from sucking on peach? Carden's teammates froze in shock as their leader was suddenly engulfed in what looked like a glowing pale blue cloud. When it cleared, all 3 of them jumped back with startled yells as Carden was revealed to be frozen solid from the mouth down in a large cube of ice. His eyes widened in shock and the top of his head wiggling around uselessly. Naruto's tail pulled itself free of the ice block without a sound, revealing the perfectly circular hole leading to the bully's hand as it clenched and unclenched. See Carden? One of his teammates, a gangly-looking guy with a green mohawk, asked in shock before he and his 2 teammates turned to Naruto, their expressions contorting to rage as the fox faunus gave them an eyelid-pull taunt. Why, you little cocky bastard! I'm going to tear you apasploosh. The Mohawk teen was cut off from his rant when Naruto's cheeks suddenly puffed up and he spat out a high-pressure jet of water at the 4 teens, blasting them and several other students that were standing behind them away. Ha! That's actually rather funny to see when it isn't happening to you, Weiss thought as she quietly laughed at the downed team of bullies. Velvet was just sitting there with a look of complete shock on her face as she switched her gaze from Naruto to the groaning and waterlogged team CRDL, plus excess casualties, and back again. He and they, but water, where, not possible. The rabbit fauna sputtered as she tried to make sense of what happened before she felt a hand grip her shoulder. Trust me, just don't bother thinking about it as it will just give you a headache, Weiss told her with a straight face. Now it's time for Naruto and I to get going before some other crazy thing happens. Crash, 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 crash. Crash. Naruto, I should have kept my mouth shut. Weiss deadpanned as she, Naruto, and Velvet stared at the gaping hole now in the cafeteria wall where the doors used to be. One pajama-clad and heavily breathing Nora Valkyrie stood in the middle of said hole as she scanned the room over before finally settling on the trio. The rest of Team JNPR and Team RWBY standing behind her with awkward or equally deadpan looks on their faces. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, Nora was right in front of Naruto, checking him over while asking if he was okay. While this was happening, Weiss slowly turned her blank stare towards her own team as they and Nora's teammates walked over at a much more sedate pace. Did she not get the note I left on the door? The Schnee asked, her expression not changing as she pointed towards the slightly calmed-down orange jet as Naruto introduced her to Velvet. Pyrrha shook her head as she held up the note Weiss was talking about. It read, "Took Naruto to cafeteria for breakfast, will be back soon." Weiss, she got it, but only got as far as took Naruto before she flipped out more than a chimpanzee on LSD. Yang cut Pyrrha off with a wide grin. This actually got most of the others to chuckle or giggle as they pictured such an image, while Ren made a mental addition to his nightmares of a hopped-up Nora file that would haunt him later. With Nora, Naruto, and Velvet, the rabbit faunus was shyly shaking hands with the enthusiastic pink-loving teen as they finished introducing themselves. It was nice actually talking to you, Velvet. We should hang out more sometime, Nora said with a big grin as she picked Naruto up and set him on her own shoulders, liking the idea of him sitting there after hearing about it from the boy. That would be nice, Velvet said quietly, slightly uncomfortable as she talked to the energetic girl. Great. We'll talk more about it later though, 'cause right now I gotta take Naruto here shopping for some new clothes. To the mall, with Coco. Coco was just about to open the door to her team's dorm when she stiffened up and her head snapped towards the direction of the cafeteria. My shopping senses are tingling. I just missed out on the perfect excuse to go to the mall, ah man. She groaned with a drooped head. Back with the others. After her loud declaration, Nora shot out of the cafeteria at NRS, near Ruby speed, through the hole she made while Naruto yelled, "By Velvet Ni-chan, she does remember that she still has class today, doesn't she?" Weiss asked, getting shrugs all around before the PA system gave a starting tone. "Attention students." Professor Ozpin's voice rang out, getting everybody's attention. Due to the discovery of mold, water damage, and recent structural damage, everyone glanced at Nora at that last one. All classes are now cancelled for the next few days until the affected areas are renovated. Thank you and have a nice day. Weiss's eyebrow twitched rapidly as she quickly started turning red in the face. What was it? Prove Weiss wrong every time she speaks day. Just as she was about to reach her bursting point though, she, her team, Velvet, the 3 remaining members of Team JNPR, and every other student in the area still conscious paled dramatically as a hauntingly familiar sound echoed behind them. Creakiak. Everybody slowly turned around to the sight of a very angry-looking Glynda Goodwitch, the same flaming purple aura from before surrounding her, as she stared at the teens through the same hole Nora and Naruto just left through. "Which of you is responsible for this mess?" she demanded in a deathly quiet voice that all of them heard clear as day as she gestured to the messed-up cafeteria and then behind her as she moved to the side, revealing dozens of large holes all lined up perfectly in a row leading to the dorm building. As one, every other student in the area moved to the sides of the room while pointing to the 8 petrified teens who all had the same thought running through their heads. "Oh shit. Well, I guess I didn't miss that shopping opportunity after all," Coco said in a deadpan voice as she laid on the floor of a bullhead headed for Vale, her clothes all ruffled up, her sunglasses smashed, and minor friction burns were rapidly healing away on her face. Standing next to her was a sheepish-looking Nora, now dressed in her usual attire with a shiny silver grenade launcher strapped to her back, with an equally as embarrassed Naruto still riding on her shoulders. Confused? Well, 15 minutes earlier, Nora. To the mall! Nora declared as she charged out of the cafeteria at NRS, heading straight for the bullhead docks. About halfway there though, she skid to a stop, which for some reason sounded just like a car stopping, in front of a large window to look at her reflection. "Whoops! Almost forgot to change first," she said with a laugh before turning around and rushing off in the opposite direction. Coco was still standing outside her dorm, debating whether or not she should still bother waking up her 2 male teammates after hearing the announcement when she was suddenly blown off her feet by a powerful gust of wind. "What the hell was that?" the coffee-haired girl asked as she looked around only to find nothing. Back to Nora. Arriving at her destroyed dorm, Nora zipped across the room to the beat-up but thankfully still intact dresser and started pulling out her clothes. Setting Naruto down, she quickly changed, not bothered at all with Naruto watching her as he was too young to even start having UAL thoughts yet. Once changed into her usual outfit, she pulled out a pair of black jean shorts with a button fly and had Naruto put them on backwards. Now fully dressed, Nora placed Naruto back onto her shoulders and rushed out of the room again. "Now to go get Manghiled and we are ready to go," she cheered as they flew down the halls again. Return of Coco. Coco had just finished dusting herself off from being bowled over and was a second from swiping her scroll into the door lock. Something zoomed past her and knocked her back to the ground. "Hey, watch where yo-wo." Before she could finish her complaint, Coco felt something fluffy tug at her arm and the next thing she knew, she was being dragged face down along with whatever knocked her over. She had only just had enough time to start using her aura before her face was too badly injured as she was intimately introduced to the floor, a few sets of stairs, and the occasional wall whenever whatever she was hooked on made a sharp turn. Back to the present. It hadn't been until Naruto and Nora had boarded the bullhead and were headed into Vale that they had discovered their unintended passenger. Turned out the beret-wearing girl's bracelet had snagged onto one of Naruto's tails as the duo passed. He. Sorry about that, Nora said with a nervous chuckle as she helped the second-year student back up to her feet and dusted her off. "It's fine, it wasn't intentional or something, so no grudge here. But you are getting me a new pair of sunglasses, and not the cheap kind either, got it?" she said, adding a solid glare at the last part directed straight at Nora, who nodded her head frantically, almost shaking Naruto off in the process. Good. The flight to Vale was short, only taking about 15 minutes. And when they landed, Coco suddenly took the lead. "Follow me. I know a place that makes specialized clothes for faunus," she said, grabbing Nora's hand and dragging the orange jet and her nine-tailed cargo down the street. As they walked down the long sidewalks of Vale, Nora and Coco did their best to ignore the dozens of people that stopped in order to gawk, glare, gap, or sneer at the boy still riding atop the grenade-wielding girl's shoulders, or more specifically the 9 long tails attached to his backside. While she wanted to punch the racist morons in their faces, Nora couldn't really blame the other civilians for staring, as it wasn't every day you saw a kid with multiple fluffy appendages that were at least twice as long as the boy was tall. Just like with Beacon, everybody was pulling out their scrolls and taking pictures or videos as they passed. Luckily, Naruto, completely oblivious to the huge amount of attention he was drawing to himself by simply being in there, more focused on all the other things around him. "Oh, what's that? And what is that? And that?" he asked while pointing at random buildings or places. Nora smiled gently as she looked up at Naruto, seeing the pure curiosity and excitement written all over his face as he kept pointing at things. "Well, in order, that is the police station." She gestures to a tall, yet dull-looking building with numerous police cars in front of it. "That is a bakery." She points to a single-story building with numerous glass windows displaying a plethora of baked goods. The orange jet's eyes narrowed as the owner practically slammed the doors shut while sneering at them. Shaking this off, she pointed to the last building. "And that over there is a dust shop." "Was a dust shop," Nora corrected herself sadly as they passed, revealing the front of the store was smashed apart and taped off with the owner standing out front giving a testimony to some officers. Her and Coco were quick to hurry along when they both noticed one of said officers turn towards them and give Naruto a dark look. Finally, after several more blocks of almost identical reactions, Coco stopped them in front of a small 2-story building that was painted an almost blindingly bright pink color with dark purple door and highlights. It had large glass windows displaying a variety of clothes displayed on mannequins specifically designed for faunus, such as a jacket that had holes in the back for with spines or spikes, a hoodie with flaps on the hood for ears/antlers/horns, and even a pair of pants designed with a hole in the back for a tail, though clearly not the right size for Naruto. Nora didn't notice any of this. Instead, she was entirely focused on the large, goofy-looking, neon sign that sat a few feet in front of the building. Donut and Doc's delightfully fabulous faunus fashion. "I like the sound of this place already," she said with a big smirk as she marched inside, having to set Naruto down first cause of the low ceiling while Coco had to wait for the boys' tails to get all the way in before she could enter. The inside of the store was a reverse of the outside, having dark purple walls with pink highlights. Several more mannequins were out on display with varied types of clothing on. The wall to their right was dedicated to types of accessories and makeups, and the left had a set of changing rooms and a set of large mirrors around a raised platform. Finally, at the far back was a pink counter with various flowers painted on, a computer that was turned off, a cash register, and an odd-looking brown helmet with an orange visor sitting in the middle. "Hola, bienvenido a Donut y Doc's deliciosamente fabuloso fauo, es el imitator, aquí robar más de mi estilo, yeah? Hello, welcome to Donut and Doc's delightfully fabulous fauo. It's the copycat, here to steal more of my style already?" A slightly synthetic-sounding voice called out in Spanish, which Nora knew the basics of, starting out in a dull tone before suddenly becoming more humid-sounding as Coco walked in. Nora and Naruto looked around the place in confusion looking for the owner of said voice, only to stop when they saw their coffee-themed companion walk right up to the helmet sitting next to the cash register. "Oh, come on, Lopez, I had this design way before we met. Besides, if anyone is a copycat it would be Velvet. Well, copy money in her case, but you get my point," she said, leaning against the counter with a smirk. "Cualquier cosa que te ayude a dormir por la noche, mi cosa. Ahora, ¿qué quieres? Whatever helps you sleep at night, you brat." "Now, what do you want?" the helmet called Lopez demanded, somehow lifting up slightly and turning to look at her. "I need Donut to hook my gal pal here up with some new threads for her kid. Is he in?" Coco explained/asked as she jabbed her thumb at the stunned orange jet, an excited-looking blonde. "Maldita sea, esa chica de behavior tenido quemaduras severas en la alfombra de hacer estallar eso mocoso. Damn, that girl must have gotten severe carpet burn from popping that brat out," Lopez said as he looked over at the duo, causing Coco to fall to the floor laughing her ass off, Nora's face to start glowing a nice scarlet color, and Naruto to just look confused as he didn't understand what was said. Why sí, Pinky está aquí, un segundo. Idiota. Usted tiene algunos clientes aquí. And yeah, Pinky is here, 1 second. Dumbass, you have some customers out here. The helmet yelled as it somehow spun around towards a door behind the counter. Coming a male but highly feminine-sounding voice called back, followed by rapid footsteps. After a few seconds the door burst open and out of it came a man of average height, with short glossy brown hair, lightly tanned skin, and wearing a bright pink tuxedo and pants. As soon as he saw Coco, a bright smile crossed the man's lips and he pulled the teen into a hug. Coco! Oh, it's good to see you again, cuz. And so soon too. You were here just last week with that utterly adorable teammate of yours. Yeah, Donut. And just like then I got another new customer for ya. Coco said as she pulled herself free and gestured behind her. Donut, meet Nora and Naruto. Guys, this is my cousin Franklin Delano Donut. Nora didn't even have time to blink before the pink-dressed man was standing in front of her and shaking her hand. Nice to meet you, my friends call me Donut, and any friend of my favorite cousin is a friend of mine. Donut told her boisterously, before turning his attention to the smallest person in the room, Lopez not included Pudrite. Shut up, Lopez, who was now hiding slightly behind Nora. Oh my goodness! Aren't you just darling? Donut gushed as he knelt down to get a better look at him. And those tails of yours are just gorgeous. But I can see why you brought him here, cuz those clothes look absolutely atrocious on him, he stated, his face scrunched up as he looked at the loose, baggy shirt and jean shorts that had the boxers sticking out the bottom. Don't worry though, I'll have that little issue rectified in no time at all. Could you please have him stand up on the stage? Donut asked while pointing to the raised platform with mirrors. Nodding, Nora guided the slightly reluctant child over while the pink, lightish red damn it Donut, not you two, wearing man walked back behind the counter and rifled around a bit until he pulled out a large tablet scroll and a measuring tape. Now, this might tickle a little, so I need you to hold still as best you can, okay? Donut said, his tone suddenly quiet and gently as he approached the nervous boy. Naruto responded with a slow nod, not speaking as Donut started getting his sizes, giggling or shivering whenever the tape brushed against the sensitive spot. I wonder how the others are doing? Nora thought as she and Coco watched Donut do his thing while jabbering about his past as a soldier in the Atlassian military, known as the infamous Red Team, with Team RWBY, Team JNPR, and Velvet. This certainly is a crappy job, huh? Yang punned as she scrubbed a white-tiled floor with a large soapy brush, earning a multitude of annoyed or exasperated groans from all around. As punishment for all the damage and chaos they, Red Nora, caused, Glynda had assigned all 8 of them to clean the public bathrooms from top to bottom, which was made worse due to yesterday having been chili dog night. Can't you stop with that foul humor of yours? I'm already in a bad enough mood as it is, Weiss said through gritted teeth as she and RWBY tried to unclog one of the toilets. She had to get this punishment done fast and then figure out what to do about her sister coming here for Naruto. She wasn't too worried at the moment though, as it would take a day or so for Winter to even get to Beacon from Atlas. Yang responded in a mature fashion, by sticking her tongue out at her snow-themed teammate. Not to interrupt or anything, but isn't that a high-class Atlas military transport? Ren asked as he pointed out a nearby window, head snapping towards the direction he pointed. Weiss felt her blood run cold as she easily spotted a small aircraft. It looked similar to a bullhead, only smaller, with 4 nacelles with long blue ribbons trailing on them. The vehicle was only in view for a sparse few seconds as it shot through the air and straight towards the bullhead docking bay. Well, whoever they are, they certainly are in a hurry. Wonder who it is. You have any idea, Weiss? Yang asked, not getting a response. Weiss? I asked if you had, and hey. Where'd she go? She cried out in surprise when she turned around and found the heiress suddenly missing. She can't be here yet. That's not possible. Even at top speed it should have taken at least a day to get here, so how? How? Weiss mentally demanded as she rushed down the halls of Beacon as quickly as she could. Using all of the grace that her fighting style required, Weiss navigated past anything that got in her way with ease. In less than 10 minutes, The white-haired teen had made it all the way to the docking bay with sweat pouring from her forehead and her breath coming in ragged gasps. I need to work on my stamina a lot, she thought, taking a moment to catch her breath as her eyes darted all over the place looking for her sister's ship. Finally spotting it, and seeing that her sister was already disembarking, Weiss hurried over to greet her. Winter! You're here already? How? Did I say greet? My bad, I meant interrogate. Winter was a tall woman, with short white hair set in a bun, wearing a long white jacket with slits on the arms going from her shoulders to elbows and mostly open in the front, a black corset, white pants, and black/gray garters. Her face was set in a stern expression that softened slightly when she saw Weiss before hardening again. Along her right arm was a long skinny scar that hadn't been there the last time Weiss had seen her sister, which was just before the whole Faunus abductions situation. It looked like a branching bolt of lightning or a crooked tree depending on the angle, being at its widest near her elbow where part of it was obscured by her jacket, and reaching all the way up to her shoulder. I was already nearby on important business, but that isn't what we need to discuss right now. Where is he? Winter asked bluntly, making Weiss freeze. He. Gulp about that. Finally spotting it, and seeing that her sister was already disembarking, Weiss hurried over to greet her. Winter! You're here already? How? Did I say greet? My bad, I meant interrogate. Winter was a tall woman, with short white hair set in a bun, wearing a long white jacket with slits arms going from her shoulders to elbows and mostly open in the front, a black corset, white pants, and black/gray garters. Her face was set in a stern expression that softened slightly when she saw Weiss before hardening again. Along her right arm was a long skinny scar that hadn't been there the last time Weiss had seen her sister, which was just before the whole Faunus abductions situation. It looked like a branching bolt of lightning or a crooked tree depending on the angle, being at its widest near her elbow where part of it was obscured by her jacket, and reaching all the way up to her shoulder. I was already nearby on important business, but that isn't what we need to discuss right now. Where is he? Winter asked bluntly, making Weiss freeze. He. Gulp about that. And now, I told you not to let him out of your sight, Winter said in a stern tone as she rubbed her forehead, while she and Weiss marched down the halls of Beacon. Weiss had just finished telling her elder sister all that had transpired in the last few hours, and already she could feel a headache starting to brew. Winter gave her condolences to whomever had to deal with all this before she arrived. Transition. On the other side of Beacon, Glynda sneezed in the middle of using her telekinesis to place several new mini-security cameras up, accidentally launching one straight into Professor Port's groin and back. It wasn't my fault, sister, there was nothing I could have done, Weiss said with a slight whine as she struggled slightly to keep up with the older Schnee's pace. There was no way in the Four Kingdoms she was going to argue against an angry Professor Goodwitch. No TWLS therapy for her, thank you very much. I am sure there was something, you just didn't see it, Winter stated. Not that it matters now if what you have told me is accurate. Why are you so interested in Naruto anyway? How do you even know about him? Did the military send you for him? Or Dad? Weiss asked, adding the last bit hesitantly, but got no response. Also, what happened to your arm? Winter actually stopped for a brief second, just long enough to glance down at the large blemish that now covered her arm. That is... Flashback. 5 months ago. Winter withheld a sigh as she tiredly patrolled her sections of the dust transport train she was on. Ever since the debacle with the Faunus children being turned into slave labor, the White Faun's attacks had become several times more frequent and severe. This in turn led to the Schnee Dust Company having Ironwood assign military personnel to the various shipments and factories for better protection. Being a specialist class, Winter herself was constantly placed with the highest priority, and thus most likely to be attacked, shipments for the last month. It was currently headed towards Vacuo from Vale with a mass dust shipment that is sent triannually, an estimated 35 billion leans worth of pure dust. KSHT. Winter tensed as her earpiece crackled to life. Officer Schnee, the motion sensors are detecting an anomaly inside Cargo Car 7. An emotionless robotic voice said. Should I send a squadron to investigate? No, hold off for now while I check it out, Winter said after checking her holomap and finding herself to be just 2 cars away. Stay on standby. but be prepared to send backup if I don't call in after 10 minutes. Understood, returning to standby. KSHT, drawing her weapon, a masterfully crafted single-edged dueling saber, Winter remained on full alert as she cautiously entered the next car. Who the hell keeps turning the lights off in these damn things? It's like they want the white fan to have the advantage. She thought in annoyance, straining her senses to the max as she crossed the darkened car. Reaching the other side, Winter pressed herself against the wall next to the door and slid it open an inch. Peering inside, her eyes narrowed as they saw the broken storage crates and softly glowing dust fragments scattered on the floor. Crrck, crackle, crunch. Winter snapped her gaze to the other side of the car and her eyes widened. Something was hunched over one of the destroyed crates, gnawing away at a large chunk of lightning dust. While most of its features were hidden away by the murky blackness of the car, the Schnee could clearly make out its glowing red eyes as it consumed the crystallized wrath of nature. A Grimm? A Grimm that eats dust. She thought in shock, before quickly shaking it off as her face hardened into a sneer. Not on my watch! Silently sliding the door open wide enough for her to slip inside, Winter kept herself pressed against the wall as she snuck around the monster and got to a control panel. 3. She placed her hand above the light controls. 2. She summoned a pair of small gravity glyphs under her feet. 1. In one smooth motion, she switched the lights on and dashed towards her target at blinding speed with sword poised to strike. Briefly blinded by the sudden light change, by the time her vision cleared up, Winter was right on top of her target ready to strike it down. Her expression swiftly turned to shock and horror though, as instead of seeing the familiar dark-bodied, bone-masked face of the enemy of humanity, Winter found herself looking down at the terrified face of a young boy. It was only thanks to her many years of training and experience that the elite soldier was able to stop herself in time, her blade halting mere centimeters from the child's neck. The room was completely silent except for the boy's ragged breath and Winter's own slightly heavy breathing. During this time, Winter got a full look at the stowaway. Young blonde and red hair, red eyes, tattooed whiskers on both cheek, and 9 long fluffy red tails with multicolored tips sticking straight out with the fur on end. Bits of dust were crumbling down his lips and his eyes staring straight into hers. Finally, after several seconds of eternity passed, Winter slowly withdrew her blade and sheathed it. Just as slowly, the Schnee dropped to one knee and proceeded to reach out towards the shaken child with one hand, pausing for a moment when the boy shied away slightly before gently placing it against his cheek. "Are you all right, little one?" she asked, her voice changing from its usual callousness to soft and caring, a tone less than a handful of people had ever heard from her, as she gently rubbed the boy's whisker-marked cheek. Despite how she may act, Winter did have a soft side, but one only her younger sister and mother had the pleasure of seeing on a somewhat regular basis. Not to mention she was smart enough to know that trying the usual brisk military approach to this situation would only make the boy more distrustful and or scared of her than he already was. Her action proved effective as the faunus child almost immediately relaxed from the contact, his tails gradually lowering to the floor, and his breathing evened out as he leaned into her touch slightly. Winter could even swear she heard a light purring echoing from the boy's throat. KSHT, Officer Schnee, your designated time limit has expired. Do you require assistance? KSHT. The boy snapped out of his little trance due to Winter's radio crackling. He immediately scrambled away from the white-haired woman until he bumped into the cart wall. Winter groaned quietly as she raised a hand to her ear. Negative, it's just a kid. Repeat, the anomaly is just a civilian child, she said, never moving her eyes away from the cowering boy. KSHT, understood, transferring back to regular patrol patterns. KSHT, dropping her hand, Winter stood up and took a step forward, which caused the child to tense up more. She responded by raising her arms in a placating way, trying to show that she meant no harm. Easy. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. You can talk, right? Why, yes, he uttered quietly while his eyes darted all around the room, most likely looking for possible escape routes. Good, can you tell me what you're doing here? Winter asked. She didn't bother asking about why he was by himself or where his parents were. Judging by his scrawny frame, ragged clothes, and not so pleasant smell, she could deduce that he was most likely homeless and or orphaned. W was hungry, SS saw food. the boy said while pointing to the broken crate he ransacked when she first showed up, currently sitting by her heel. Several chunks of lightning dust sat in an unstable pile that jostled slightly from the train's movement. Recalling how she saw him eating the volatile material while under the assumption he was a Grimm, the snow-haired soldier reached down and gingerly grabbed a piece about the size of her fist. Switching her gaze from the vibrant crystal and the young child several times, Winter mentally went through the possible consequences of what she was about to do. Walking up to the boy slowly so not to startle him, she stopped just a foot away and knelt back down until she was almost eye level with him and offered the dust to him. "Here then, have some," she said while casually waving it in front of his eyes. Looking at the offering with longing, the boy only hesitated for a few seconds before swiping it from her grasp and sticking the whole thing into his mouth. Fascinating. No hesitation, no negative effects, he legitimately just ate dust like nothing. Winter thought as she watched him chew the dust up for about a minute before swallowing. "Thank you, lady," the boy said, finally relaxing some as he smiled slightly. "It was nothing. And my name is Winter. Nice to meet you, Winter-chan." "I'm..." The boy trailed off suddenly before his eyes widened. Before Winter could ask him what was wrong, his mouth snapped open and a blast of electricity shot at her. End flashback. Classified. Weiss stifled a groan at that, instead just drooping her head slightly at the response her sister gave. "Of course it is," she grumbled with her cheeks puffed out as they arrived at an elevator, and Winter pushed the call button. "Pouting about it isn't going to do anything but make you look like a child, Weiss," Winter said before a barely noticeable smirk crossed her lips as she glanced down at her sister. "If that's the case, I could always give you a spanking." Weiss choked on air while her hands instinctually dove down to cover her rear end. Her sister may act kinder around her than others, but that did not exempt her from being disciplined whenever Winter caught her doing something she wasn't supposed to do. After a few seconds, however, she spotted the teasing grin on the elder Schnee's face, and her cheeks turned crimson. "That wasn't funny," she said with an embarrassed blush, turning away from her sister with a huff as the elevator doors opened. Winter didn't say anything back, just continuing to grin as the white-haired duo stepped inside before hitting the topmost button. Neither of them spoke again, allowing a semi-comfortable silence to settle between them that was only broken by the relaxing music playing through the elevator speakers. Finally, the doors opened to reveal the ever-odd-looking office of the headmaster of Beacon, said headmaster currently sitting behind his desk with his arms crossed. The instant the door opened, his and Winter's gazes locked. "Hello, Ms. Schnee, how may I be of assistance today? Meanwhile, thanks for stopping by. I'll call you as soon as the clothes are ready," Donut called happily as Nora, Coco, and Naruto stepped out of the shop. The unusual faunus child was now wearing a smaller black shirt with a pink heart in the middle and a pair of red shoes with pink highlights. He kept the same shorts, but Donut had modified them with a new front zipper and pockets. To top it all off, his tails had a matching black belt right where the red fur ended and the blonde began, with a small colored gem that matched each tail's respective tip. "Thanks again, Donut." "Oh, and tell Doc I said hi," Coco called back with a wave as she walked off. Nora and Naruto followed suit after the orange jet lifted her charge back onto her shoulders. Instead of heading to the bullhead to Beacon though, the leader of Team CFEY took the lead again. "Time for those new shades you owe me," was all she said when they asked where they were going. Nora just nodded. It was just a pair of sunglasses after all. 4 hours later, Beacon. Now I know why men hate shopping so much, Nora thought with a grimace as she struggled under the weight of numerous boxes and bags. Coco was walking ahead of her, wearing her new sunglasses and an equally new dark brown cowboy hat. She was now the one carrying Naruto on her shoulders while both of them were enjoying an ice cream cone. Not only did Coco make Nora pay for a new pair of aviator sunglasses, which cost her a decent chunk of her remaining lean, but also had her carry everything that the coffee-themed girl decided to purchase as well. She comforted herself with the fact they were finally close to dorms. "Well, that was a fun day, wasn't it, Squirt?" Coco asked, while looking up at the boy riding on her back. Lots of fun, Coco-nichan," Naruto said enthusiastically as he happily licked his vanilla and chocolate scoop. "This was the best day." Splat! Coco stopped when Naruto suddenly stopped talking and dropped his ice cream, his face rapidly changing from happy and joyous to complete shock. Following his gaze, her and Nora were greeted with the sight of Weiss and Winter standing before them. "Well, that was a fun day, wasn't it, Squirt?" Coco asked, while looking up at the boy riding on her back. Lots of fun, Coco-nichan," Naruto said enthusiastically as he happily licked his vanilla and chocolate scoop. "This was the best day." Splat! Coco stopped when Naruto suddenly stopped talking and dropped his ice cream, his face rapidly changing from happy and joyous to complete shock. Following his gaze, her and Nora were greeted with the sight of Weiss and Winter standing before them, and now, the area was completely silent as the two parties stared at each other. Winter and Naruto looked straight into the other's eyes without blinking, an unreadable expression on both their faces. Noticing the building tension, Nora set down the numerous shopping parcels in her arms and slowly started reaching for Manghild. Can someone please tell me what's going on right now?" Coco asked. "I could really use some context here." Instead of receiving an answer though, the leader of Team CFVY felt a sudden shift of weight as Naruto hopped off her shoulders and ran right into Winter's arms as he hugged her tightly. "Winter-chan. You're alright." "Oh, I missed you," he said happily, nuzzling his face into her chest as his tails wrapped themselves around her. The look on Weiss's face was absolutely priceless. She could do nothing but stare with bugged-out eyes as Winter wiggled her arms free and wrapped them around the small boy, a soft smile crossing her lips. "I miss you too, little one. How have you been? Seriously, someone tell me what's going on right now." Coco cut in with an annoyed, strict tone, tired of being ignored. Flashback. "Nice to meet you, Winter-chan." The boy trailed off suddenly before his eyes widened. Before Winter could ask him what was wrong, his mouth snapped open and a blast of electricity shot at her. "Agh!" Winter screamed out in pain as the attack grazed her arm, shredding through her coat sleeve and glove, roasting the now exposed flesh beneath. She had been caught entirely off guard and didn't have enough time to raise her aura. Once the initial shock wore off, she slowly got back on her feet and was getting into a defensive stance while drawing her sword. She stopped halfway when she heard a low groaning behind her. Following the sound, her eyes widened when they settled on a man dressed in black clothes, white armor, and faux grim mask obscuring his face. He was currently embedded in the train wall with a smoking scorch mark covering the majority of his chest. "Damn it, I let my guard down," Winter growled as she put together what was going on, her injured arm hanging limply by her side. Not even a second later, the door blew open and several more similarly dressed men and women came charging with swords, guns, and other such weapons being trained on her. Some of them had visible animalistic traits such as horns, claws, and tails. They were prepared to charge her before they saw the man embedded in the wall. "George!" a woman yelled before charging at Winter in a rage with a battle axe. "You Schnee bitch! I'll kill OF!" She was cut off mid-charge as a stone-encased tail smashed her into the floor. This made all the remaining white fan members turn their attention towards the slightly cowering child as his now glowing tails thrashed around him, leaving trail of fire, ice, ECT behind. "What the hell? Is that a kid?" one guy yelled as he backed away from the terrifying sight. "No way! It must be some abomination they cooked up as a weapon," another yelled back, getting the group to murmur in agreement. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill that bitch and abominagurk," a different man started to say, only to get cut off, literally, by Winter as she sliced open his chest with her saber. Moving with grace only attained by years of practice, the white-haired soldier dashed from one opponent to another at blinding speeds, slicing through armor and flesh with frightening ease despite being unable to use one arm. These goons were nothing more than cannon fodder, with most not even capable of shielding attacks with aura. In less than a minute, every single one of them were on the ground either unconscious, groaning in pain, or dead. Panting slightly, she double-checked for any remaining hostiles before turning her attention back to the boy. "Come on, it's not safe here," she said, getting a meek nod from him before scurrying over to her side as she raised a hand to her earpiece. "This is Officer Schnee. Does anyone read?" "KSSSSSHHT, I repeat, this is Officer Schnee. Does anyone read me?" "KSSSSSSHHT." Winter swore softly as all she got over the radio was static. "Stay behind me, and keep your eyes peeled." She told the boy she really needed to get his name soon, before cautiously walking towards the door opposite from which she entered. Finding the next car empty, she crossed all the way to the following car, making sure that she didn't go too fast for the boy following her. Peering through the door, her eyes narrowed as she saw the platform train car with at least 24 more members of the White Fang already on board as more hopped on from large trucks that ran alongside the train. Several were already offloading the dust crates around them, tossing them to others still in the trucks. A party about the same size as the one Winter had just dispatched of then arrived from the train car on the other side, led by a tall, muscular man with bulky armor that left his arms exposed, a full-face mask, and black tattoos running down one of his arms. He hefted a large chainsaw sword in his arms that was stained in large amounts of black oil and just a trace amount of blood. "Forward sections are all clear," he stated in a gruff voice while sitting down on one of the dust crates. With a grunt, he pulled out a small rag to wipe the blood and oil off his weapon, silently closing the door again. Winter turned to the boy standing behind her with a serious expression. Grabbing his shoulder with her good arm, she gently pushed him into a corner behind a large crate, and even made sure to tuck his tails behind him until he was completely hidden. "Stay here until I come back for you, okay?" The boy only nodded his head, his entire body shivering slightly as he clung to the crate. Standing back up, she turned around and was about to head through the door when she felt something tug on her coat. Looking back, she saw the child holding her coat tails. Before she could say anything, one of his tails wrapped around her injured arm and started glowing a soft blue. "Why?" Winter started to ask before her teeth started to chatter, as she felt a sudden wash of pure cold wash through her arm, completely numbing the pain running through it. When his tail retracted, her arm was slightly paler than normal and a faint blue aura could still be seen glowing around it. "I'm sorry," he said quietly as he looked at the blistered skin with a large amount of regret. Winter's face softened as she saw this, a gentle smile crossing her lips as she ruffled his hair with her good arm. "Apology accepted. Where the hell is Squad B? They shouldn't be taking this long," Chainsaw Sword Guy stated as he finished cleaning his weapon and looked towards the car that the squad had entered. His answer came when the door of said car was suddenly busted apart, and a pack of glowing white beowulfs with blue markings came charging out. Before any of the grunts had any time to react, the creatures were already upon them and swiftly began disposing of their numbers. "What the she? In Komiya," a gurgle. These were just a few of many cries as the grim duplicates tore through the men and women like rocks through wet paper. Only the muscular man and a handful of his party were capable of fending off the sudden assault, with the aforementioned guy slicing most of the assailants in half with a single slice of his sword. As the last Beowulf fell, Winter came charging out of the train car herself, cutting down the remaining grunts before turning her attention to the apparent leader with her swords held at the ready. "Oh goody, I get to kill a Schnee," he stated with a hint of excitement in his voice as he revved his blade. "Oh really? And here I thought I was going to neuter a mutt," Winter said back, using the classic piss off your opponent to make them sloppy strategy. "It was super effective," the man growled angrily and charged her with his sword set to max. The Schnee mentally groaned as she dodged her opponent's swings, already having his fighting style pegged after the first few moves. Berserker tank type, prefers to absorb damage until his opponent is tired out before finishing them off. Shit! Normally this wouldn't be a problem for her, but given that her arm was still injured and she had no idea how long she had till the numbing wore off, she couldn't afford a long drawn-out fight. Ducking under another wild swing, she delivered several slashes and stabs to his chest only for his aura to deflect each one. She was then forced to leap out of the way as another swing slashed through the area her head just was. Using her superior speed, she vanished from view and reappeared behind him while forming an ice dust-enhanced glyph. Stabbing her swords through it, two giant-sized ice copies popped out the other side and collided with the man's unguarded back. This sent the man flying across the platform with a cry, smashing into a pile of crates, one of which flew off the train, and landed in front of one of the trucks beside the train. Winter was knocked off her feet as the entire vehicle exploded, violently shaking the platform while simultaneously taking out the other truck. Groaning softly, Winter slowly sat up with a hiss as pain shot through her body. She expected her arm as feeling slowly returned to the limb, but now noticed a sharp pain coming from her head as blood flowed into her eyes. When her vision cleared though, she froze up as she saw her battered opponent towering over her, his sword poised to strike. Just so you know, it's not gonna be an open casket funeral. She could practically hear the smirk on his face. The world around her seemed to slow to a halt as the blade descended towards her neck. Winter knew that she wouldn't be able to get out of the way in time. On either side of her were stacks of dust crates, and the edge of the platform was mere inches behind her. Her swords were by the giant man's feet, along with a familiar boy who had his now glowing teeth bared. Wait, what? By the time Winter's brain processed what she saw, the boy sank his jaws deep into the man's calf, bits of blood-coated ice bursting out all over his leg. Aya Agag. What the? The white fanged member howled out as he dropped his weapon from surprise and agony while falling onto his ass. Snapping his attention to the source of the pain, he only paused for a second before grabbing the boy's throat with both hands and pulling him off. Traitorous Schnee pet! I'll snap your little NEGAH! His rage-filled threat was cut off by a pained scream as he was greeted with a face full of flames, courtesy of the boy's mouth. Losing his grip, the faunus child dropped to the ground and swiftly ran to Winter's side and stood over her protectively. What are you doing out here? I told you to stay hidden, Winter said with a hiss as she slowly stood up, doing her best to ignore the nausea and pain. As the boy turned to answer her, the white fanged member finally managed to recover enough from the double surprise attack and started limping towards them in a blind rage. Only to be knocked clean off the train when the child's purple and black glowing tail instinctually shot out and struck him across the chest. Winter blinked in surprise at the sudden and unexpected end of the fight before she quickly shook it off and focused her attention back on the boy. He had climbed onto one of the secured dust crates and was spitting out small globs of blood with a disgusted expression. After taking a quick glance around to make sure there were no more threats, Winter was about to both thank and scold the boy for his recklessness when the sound of metal breaking reached her ears. Before she could react, the safety straps holding the crate he was on snapped, allowing the cargo to slide free from the car due to the previous explosion knocking the platform askew. Rushing to the edge, the last she saw was him and the container of dust tumbling into a forest as the train rapidly left him behind. The white-haired Schnee's head then snapped up as she heard the sound of cawing, just in time to see a crow flying off in the same direction. End flashback. Winter discreetly grit her teeth as she sat inside Team JNPR's refurbished dorm with said Team RWBY Coco, and Naruto, who just finishing telling his own version of how they met, which was about as accurate as you could expect from a 7-year-old. She knew exactly what, more accurately who, the crow really was, proven when she checked the safety straps and found they had been cut clean apart. I hate you, Qrow. That man had a strong personal vendetta against Atlas. She did feel a large amount of satisfaction though when she learned from Weiss that Naruto had a strong dislike for the drunkard as well, and Winter-chan was like so fast. I could barely even see her as she beat up all the bad guys. She was like Haya. And swish sweewo, thumped, she was brought out of her thoughts as she watched the blonde try and imitate her fighting stances, only to lose his balance and fall over. The elder Schnee couldn't keep the smile off her face as Naruto got right back up and kept going like nothing happened. While her and almost everyone else was focused on the foxy child, Nora was going around the room packing up her stuff. Since she would be taking care of Naruto, Ozpin decided to move the two into their own rooms since the team dorm was already crowded as it was. It was actually a pretty big moment for her since it was almost like she was moving out on her own, even though the room was only just down the hall from her teammates. Now that I think about it, I should do something to commemorate this moment, Nora thought as she finished packing her clothes. A party? Nah, overdone. Amazing syrupy dinner? Maybe. No, Ren wouldn't let me have that many pancakes anyway. She pouted slightly at this. Needs to be something big, something awesome, a big blowout. Wait a minute, idea. Nora cried out suddenly, making everyone jump in surprise. In the blink of an eye, she scooped a confused Naruto up in her arms and was at the door. Got something to do. Be back later. Bye, she said rapidly before darting off. I don't know what she has planned, but I already have a headache from it, Ren said in exasperation as he rubbed his forehead. Should we not stop her then? Pyrrha asked, only to get a headshake in response. With how hyped up she was, all you would be doing is wasting your time. the pink stripe-haired teen said. The only thing we can do at this point is hope she doesn't cause too much trouble. We're all going to get detention again, aren't we? Yang asked with a dull expression. 3 hours later, front of Beacon. Yep, definitely detention, Yang answered her own question as she and everyone else looked upon the prestigious Huntsman Academy with stupefied faces. Somehow, Nora had managed to paint the entirety of Beacon orange with sloppy pink hearts. How in the hell did she even manage to pull this off without anyone noticing? Blake asked in a monotone voice, looking to the other students and teachers that were meandering about while gawking at the colorful mess. Better question, where did she get this much paint? John asked. Walking up to one of the walls, Weiss narrowed her eyes as she dragged a finger through the still wet paint and held it up to her face. It's not paint, it's mud, she stated with a grimace as she wiped it off on the scraggly blonde's sleeve. Okay, where did she get this much colored mud? John corrected. Naruto helped me make it, duh. Everyone but Winter jumped in surprise as Nora suddenly popped up next to them with Naruto on her shoulders. Both had small splotches of pink and orange mud on them with big smiles on their faces as they admired their handiwork. That explanation could be a lot more specific, Winter said blankly. I'll do better than explain. Watch and be amazed, Nora said with a grin while holding up a bottle of pink food coloring for them all to see. She then proceeded to hand it to Naruto, who quickly jugged the whole thing down. Nora then turned to a random, uncovered wall just as two of Naruto's tails glowed yellowish-brown and dark blue before his cheeks puffed out. Unfortunately, a certain white-haired heiress seemed to have forgotten about the incident that morning as she decided to cut in at that moment, and got right in front of the duo. Are you crazy? You can't just let a child drink food coloring, he'll get SISBLOSH. Weiss was in turn cut off by a sudden onslaught of bright pink mud blasting her into the wall at high velocity. She squealed loudly, wildly flailing her arms as she was continuously sprayed for several more seconds until the stream finally died down. In the meantime, Yang and Coco had fallen over laughing. Ruby and Pyrrha looked concerned, but small snickers and giggles were slipping past their lips. Winter simply had a small smirk on her face. Blake was pretending to read a book, but you could just see the Cheshire grin on her face. John was only concerned for Weiss's health, and Ren was palming his face. Oops, sorry Weiss-chan, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile as Weiss slowly stood up. Instead of speaking, the once snow-themed girl just leveled and annoyed glared at Nora and her teammates, as she spat out a mouthful of mud. It's fine, now if you excuse me I'm going to shower, she said while starting to march off, only to pause as Yang managed to get control of her laughing and said, hee hee. I would hurry if I were you, given that you're basically covered in puke. Ha ha ha. This caused everyone else to freeze up before they glanced at either Naruto, who was still atop Nora's shoulders wiping his mouth, or Weiss, who kept looking between herself and Naruto as a look of dawning horror crossed her pink face. Other side of Beacon. What a masterfully done piece of work. Wouldn't you agree, Prof. Doctor? Dr. Oblek? Professor Port asked as he and the coffee-addicted doctor/professor admired the graffitied school. Why, yes. Whomever has done this must have been very inspired, Dr. Oblek said while rapidly sipping from a cup of coffee. I only wish I could talk to the Gen. Crackle crack shatter. Both teachers fell silent as an ear-piercing scream rang out, causes both of their glasses, Oblek's cup, and several windows to shatter to tiny pieces. Don't you think today would be a lovely day to walk around Vale? Port asked as the two quickly retreated to the bullhead dock. Oh, I know this spectacular cafe sells some of the best lattes I've ever drank. End chapter. Oh make, Glynda finally breaks. And done, Glynda said with a sigh as she finished placing the last camera with a wave of her riding crop. Now all that needs to be done is to activate them, she told herself, pulling out her scroll as she walked outside. Pressing a few commands, a loading bar appeared that slowly started to fill. Might as well get something to eat while I'm waiting, the tall, blonde teacher thought as she closed her scroll and looked up only to freeze. The buildings surrounding her were covered in dripping orange and pink paint. Dozens of windows were shattered to pieces, the broken glass scattered on the ground. As she took this all in, Glynda's eyebrows started to twitch rapidly and a vein bulged on her forehead. A violent violet aura formed around her, as she shakily grabbed her riding crop with both hands. Creak! The odd weapon groaned loudly under the strain as it was bent nearly in half from the pressure of the woman's grip. A drop of orange mud dripped onto the blonde's shoulder as she started to visibly shake in rage. The aura around her suddenly tripled in size and ferocity, flaring around her in fury. Kreekia kcht. It finally could take no more. The riding crop finally gave with a muffled snap that echoed ominously. Headmaster's office. Kcht. Ozpin was mid-sip of his coffee while sorting through several holographic files when the sound reached his ears, making him stop with a shocked look. She broke, he muttered, to the escape pod. The headmaster screamed as he vanished in a blur of speed. Oh, make an extra long chapter to make up for the second super long flashback. And so, the whole tale between Naruto and Winter is revealed, or is it? Also, since everyone keeps asking this, I give you flavors of dust, burned, spicy, ice, minty, lightning, sweet and sour, makes the lips and stomach tingly, earth, savory with a hint of dirt, water, watery, wind, no flavor but has an interesting texture and fluffy sensation, explosion, super spicy with a hint of sweetness, steam, no flavor but gives the body a warm, airy feeling, gravity, tart, makes you feel fuller than you really are, hee. I would hurry if I were you, given that you're basically covered in puke. Ha ha. This caused everyone else to freeze up before they glanced at either Naruto, who was still atop Nora's shoulders wiping his mouth, or Weiss, who kept looking between herself and Naruto as a look of dawning horror crossed her pink face. And now, must get clean. Must get clean. Must get clean. This mantra could be heard echoing through the bathroom along with the sound of splashing water. The source of this was one Weiss Schnee as she was curled up in a fetal position inside a bathtub full of soapy water while an apologetic-looking Naruto and a neutral-faced Winter helped her bathe. The foxy boy had felt bad for making the white lady upset, so was helping her wash while Winter was just being a caring sister. In the background, RWBY, Yang, and Blake took in the somewhat adorable scene with comical sweat drops running down the back of their heads. I think we broke her, Yang stated, getting herself a pair of no-duh looks from her younger sister and ribbon-wearing partner that she ignored. I'm kinda jealous though, that is a really handy trick. The busted blonde continued, referencing to how the boy was using his tails to use several sponges and scrunchies to scrub several areas at once while Winter dealt with the hair. Speaking of the older Schnee, they did their best not to stare at the now fully exposed scar. It not only ran the entire length of her arm, but covered almost her entire hand, leaving only a few tiny patches of undamaged skin amongst the pink scar tissue. She hides the nerve damage well, Blake idly noted. It was difficult to spot, but she could just notice the very minute twitches and spasms the limb gave off whenever it moved. I'm just glad we didn't end up getting punished for the whole mess. I'm pretty sure Professor Goodwitch was ready to have an aneurysm when she saw what happened, she said in an attempt to change the subject. The three members of Team RWBY shivered in sync as they remembered the absolutely livid look on Glynda's face as she marched out of Beacon, that same terrifying aura all around her. Man, I feel sorry for Team JNPR though, RWBY said, giving a silent prayer for her four friends' souls. With Team JNPR, my hands are going to fall off, John groaned quietly as he, Ren, Pira, and Nora were forced to scrub clean the entirety of Beacon Academy by hand, using toothbrushes and 5 lean water pistols. Standing several yards behind them, Glynda watched as they worked with a solid glare as she made sure none of them slacked off, her riding crop at the ready. Truthfully, she wasn't going to make them clean the entire school, but she would make them work till they dropped before giving them a nice long 2-month detention sentence. Okay, so maybe I went just a little bit too far this time, Nora said with a sheepish grin as her teammates kept giving her sour looks. Back in the bathroom. I'm sure they'll be fine. Professor Goodwitch may be strict, but I doubt she'd do anything too horrible to them, Yang said with a shrug before she left the bathroom and plopped down onto her bed with a sigh of relaxation. Now if you'll excuse me, I've had enough insanity in 12 hours to last me a lifetime. I'm going to actually enjoy the rest of this free day with a nap. With that said, the buxom blonde was out like a light, and the sound of soft snoring quickly filling the air. Well, that was a... Duh, that is so adorable! RWBY had started to say, only to break out gushing as she saw a slightly calmed down Weiss hugging Naruto tightly to her chest. Easy, easy, deep breaths, Weiss. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Winter told her, as she gently stroked the trembling girl's back. The little fawness had a look of adorable confusion as the younger Schnee rested her chin on his head and did as her sister instructed. After a minute or so, Weiss's body finally stopped shaking as the panic attack started to subside. I'm good now, thank you sister, she said once she fully calmed down. She stood up and climbed out of the tub while still holding Naruto like an oversized plushie. With her wet feet lightly slapping against the floor, she walked over to where the towels were only to stop as she finally noticed the rest of her present company. What the hell are you two doing in here? Weiss squawked indignantly, making Ruby jump in surprise and Blake to just give a bland look. Neither had a chance to explain themselves though as, with a surprising amount of strength for someone of her stature, the heiress shoved the duo out of the bathroom and slammed the door shut. A few minutes later and Weiss re-emerged, now properly dressed. Winter and Naruto were right behind her, with the latter having a little trouble getting out the door thanks to his tail for puffing out into a single giant ball of fluff that got stuck halfway through. Help! Naruto cried dramatically as he tried and failed comically to pull himself free. Thankfully, Winter quickly rectified this with a quick tug, that accidentally sending him flying across the room and onto a sleeping Yang. This woke up the blonde long enough to look around groggily, find the cause, grunt in mild irritation, before pulling Naruto into a snuggle and going back to sleep. MPH? MMPH. The poor boy tried to cry out after a few seconds when he found himself being smothered by the older blonde's assets. Unfortunately, everyone else in the room ignored him and instead left to his impending doom. Meanwhile Winter headed for the door with Weiss now following her, only pausing at the doorway long enough to bluntly say, "We're going to Vale, for some sister time, we'll be back tonight," before closing the door behind her. Bye? Ruby said /asked with a sweat drop running down the back of her head as she stared at the doorway blankly for a few seconds before shrugging it off and turning back to her other roommates. Said sweat drop doubled in size as she saw Blake climb up onto her own bed and stretch in a cat-like manner before laying down on her back and burying her face into a book. What do I do now? She wondered to herself, scratching her head as she stood in the middle of the room awkwardly. Before she could think about it further though, her eyes widened in panic as she saw Naruto's somehow normal again tails start to flail around as he attempted to break out of Yang's grip. This in itself was bad as she'd seen the damage those seemingly harmless lengths of fur could do, but now there was the added issue of Yang and Blake's bunk bed. It was literally just Blake's bed balanced on top of Yang's with stacks of books in between the posts for added space. Just one false swing from those tails and, thump crash, what the whole thing would crumple like a house of cards. Thanks to her natural reflexes, Blake was able to leap off the collapsing bunk bed just as Ruby pulled Naruto free of Yang's grip and out of the way, leaving the long-haired blonde to be buried under the pile of books and bed frame. For a brief few moments, complete silence filled the room as Ruby, Blake, and Naruto stared at the mess before diving to the floor when the top bed was launched across the room, trashing Weiss and Ruby's beds in the process. Okay. Who's the wise guy who did that? Yan yelled, her normally lavender eyes now a bright scarlet, and her hair glowing brightly. Her answer came in the form of a high-pitched squeak as Naruto disappeared inside Ruby's cloak, baffling the girls slightly when the only proof he was even there was the slight quivering of the long red cloth at two small bunched-up parts. Yang! Calm down right now, you're scaring Naruto, Ruby said in a stern tone while shooting her sister a dirty look, stunning the other two occupants in the room even more. You can't just blow up like that when there's a child around. It was scary enough for her and her teammates when Yang was angry. It was probably completely terrifying for the Naruto. Yang's expression turned from anger to pure shock and her features returned to normal. Her sister, her socially awkward, easily excited, weapons dork, and nicer than a newborn puppy sister just told her off. There really is a first for everything, she thought, silently watching as Ruby's mood switched from scolding to caring as she knelt and slowly lifted her cape up to reveal Naruto clinging to the underside. Hey, come on little guy, it's okay, Ruby said comfortingly while gently pulling him free and setting him back on the floor. As soon as she let him go though, he darted right back under, making her sigh. I'm going to go get him something to eat, she said while pulling him back out, but this time kept him held in her arms as she walked out the door, shooting another glare at Yang before she left. Slam! Sheesh, what'd I do? Yang asked. She just got a little angry, she did so all the time. It didn't deserve that harsh a reaction, right? Blake face-palmed. Yang, if I ever have kids, I am never letting you babysit. Hey, 5 minutes later, cafeteria. So what would you like to eat? RWBY asked as she held Naruto high enough up to see the various dishes being served. Having gotten over Yang accidentally scaring him, the curious blonde redhead looked around the various tables excitedly while drooling. The walk to the cafeteria had been completely uneventful, other than the oddity that all the other students had given the duo a nice wide berth as they went through the hallways. That. And that. No, that. Wait, you maybe that? He started out excitedly, but after a few moments became indecisive as he would point to a random dish only to quickly change his mind. RWBY couldn't help but giggle at the adorable look of confusion and frustration Naruto had as he tried to choose. Her humor died down though when she noticed that he had stopped talking and was now looking intently at one of the tables. Following his gaze, she spotted Coco, who was still wearing her new hat, minus the ice cream stains, chatting with a certain bunny-eared brunette, and two boys she assumed were her other teammates. RWBY was just about to call out to them when the weight in her arms suddenly disappeared. Huh, where'd he go? She thought in a panic as she found Naruto to be missing, even swearing she saw a dotted outline blinking in the space he used to be in for a brief few seconds. Oh, I got to find him. Where'd he go? Where'd he eek. Anoim ha. Huh, not again. Velvet cried as she found herself bound in place with the fox faunus happily chewing on her ear for the second time that day. Coco was no help, naturally, as she tried to stop herself from laughing while her other teammates were just as useless. Fox, an orange-haired, deeply tanned guy wearing orange and black clothes and white unseeing eyes, and Yatsuhashi, a tall, muscular guy with bulky muscles and green clothes, could do nothing but sit there and watch the show as Coco had already informed them about the day's events and had specifically said not to interfere unless they wanted to pay for one of her shopping sprees. Velvet may be their friend, but neither of them were dumb enough to risk those kinds of consequences. Ha. Hey RWBY, how's it going? Coco asked as she finally managed to stop laughing and tried to catch her breath. Hey Coco, RWBY said reflexively as she hurried over to behind Velvet and tried to pull Naruto off. With no success though, as he held on with an iron grip and refused to let go, even going as far as to shove RWBY away with one of his tails with a warning growl. RWBY, you should really stop, I'm pretty sure he isn't going anywhere soon. Coco told the girl while making her take a seat. She knew it was never a wise idea to get between a predator and their prey. It just doesn't end well. By the way, RWBY, this is Fox, the silent tough guy, Yatsukashi, the kind giant tough guy, and Miss Chew Toy over here is our adorable mascot Velvet. Guys, this cutie right here is RWBY of Team RWBY and the one playing with Velvet is Naruto. As she went through the introduction, Coco pulled RWBY into a one-armed hug that intentionally pushed their chests against each other. A pleasure to meet you. Coco, nice to meet you. RWBY said nervously with an awkward wave as she tried to get out of the embarrassing hug, her introverted nature kicking in from the close contact. I'm going to go get some food, she said once she got loose before quickly retreating to the serving stations, missing Coco's wide grin. Oh, she just becomes so cute when she's embarrassed, almost as much as you Velvet. She is going to be so much fun to tease, she stated, devious plots of mild to severe embarrassment flitting through her mind as her smile grew a slightly wicked edge that Velvet was familiar with. May have mercy on her. When she returned to the table with 2 trays laden with food, she was greeted with the sight of Team JNPR now seated at the table, covered in splotches of orange and pink, looking like they just ran a 10K race with boulders strapped to their feet. Youth. What the? Who the hell let you 2 idiots in my house? Sheesh, Professor Goodwitch must have been really mad after this. Even Nora's tuckered out. RWBY thought as she looked at the girl who was normally a living sugar rush sluggishly stuffed bits of pancake into her mouth. On the plus side, at least Naruto's no longer bugging Velvet. Instead, he was sitting next to Pyrrha, finishing off her food as the redhead lay passed out on some of his tails. Setting the filled tray in front of Naruto, RWBY took her seat next to Coco back and slowly started eating. So, how was your day? Later that night, Nora and Naruto's new dorm. So tired, time for sleep. Nora, now in her pajamas, groaned out as she flopped on her new bed back first, pulled a blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. The room itself was just like her old room with JNPR, only with 2 beds and a box full of children's toys that Dr. Oblek had dropped off a few minutes ago. Feeling something shake her, she lazily raised one eyelid to see Naruto standing over her, back in boxers and one of her shirts, this time a pink one with a red heart in the middle of it. Despite her exhaustion, she could clearly see the anxiety on his face as he looked down at her. Can I sleep with you tonight? Please? He asked softly, his voice wavering slightly as he fidgeted with his hands. Having an idea what was bothering him, Nora nodded her head slowly while raising her blanket high enough for him to quickly crawl under and snuggle comfortably with her. Soon he was curled up against her stomach and chest with her chin resting atop his head while his tails loosely wrapped themselves around the both of them, already rapidly falling asleep in her arms. Good night, Naruto, she murmured into his ear as he nuzzled into her neck. Gu, Nai, Ka, Chan, Zzz. Meanwhile, Winter stood inside her private aircraft, staring at one of the computer monitors that showed a man whom appeared to be in his late 30s to early 40s with salt and pepper hair, pale skin, and an odd strip of metal attached to his forehead above one eyebrow. At first glance, it would appear that she was simply staring at a picture, but the fact the picture blinked every few seconds belied this theory. Are you certain that retrieval is impossible at this point? The man asked in a solid tone, his expression unwavering. Yes, General, the boy is under Ozpin's care and under near constant watch. Even if we were to somehow sneak him away, his absence would be noticed immediately and all we would have accomplished is making several enemies here, Winter said while pulling out her scroll and tapping it to the screen, causing several files and pictures of Naruto with Nora, RWBY, Coco, and the others popped up. A task that would be near impossible now anyway since his second-in-command has installed several new security systems. The man didn't say anything at first, opting to read over the various files shown with a deep frown on his face. Well, at least Ozpin is taking this seriously, he mumbled with a nod of approval as he looked over the schematics for the new security cameras before clearing his throat. A change in plans is in order then. Officer Schnee, your new assignment is to help guard the objective at all costs, understood? Yes, sir. Good. I will also be sending Project PNNY early to act as backup. I'm not taking any chances. This target is far too dangerous to allow it to fall into the enemy hands. Over and out. The screen shut off, leaving Winter completely alone. Trust me, Ironwood, she muttered softly while raising her scarred hand up to eye level as it started glowing a soft blue. That glow then traveled to the palm of her hand as a large shard of ice suddenly formed and started floating above it. I know exactly how important this mission is. End chapter. And plot twist. And I bet most of you thought this would only be a bland filler chapter. Now, some of you have been complaining that Naruto has been acting too meek and scared all the time and that he shouldn't be. Well, normally you'd be right given his natural brash personality, but you're forgetting one thing. This Naruto has spent about a year by himself traveling around at random, and with the lack of consistent meals, repetitive danger, and all-around weariness of being an orphan, this has put Naruto's fight or flight reflex on a hair trigger. When the threat is against him, he will reflexively try to hide or run, example with Yang this chapter, while if it's someone he knows as friendly in danger his natural caring side will urge him to help them, saving Winter, dealing with Carden. Also, if anyone could draw a good picture of either Naruto nomming on Velvet's ear or him and Nora snuggling together, I would love to make that the cover art for this story. Make The Misadventures of Chibi Naruto, Dust Sampling. Chibi Weiss and Chibi Naruto could be seen sitting at a large table with 3 open cases of dust spread out between loaded with ridiculous amounts of the volatile material. Okay then, Naruto, please eat a piece of burned dew, or red candy, and tell me how it tastes. See. Weiss instructed as she held a small notepad in one hand and a pen in the other at the ready. While curious what this was all about, Naruto shrugged it off as he grabbed a piece of said dust and happily popped into his mouth and started chewing. It's spicy, he said happily, even as his face turned bright red and flames shot out his nostrils, making Weiss nod. Spicy, as expected, she said to herself while jotting it down. Now, what else do you what happened to that dust? She asked in shock as she stared at the empty case to the left of her, a blinking dotted line emphasizing the missing pile. She'd only looked away for like 5 seconds. Naruto just sat in his chair with a totally innocent look as he twiddled his thumbs, a golden halo floating above his head. Like I'm going to buy that. Weiss thought with narrowed eyes. Okay then, now try some yellow candy and tell me how it tastes. She told him while pointing to a large piece of lightning dust. Glad to oblige, Naruto crunched up the piece in seconds. It's super sweet but also sour, he said with his lips puckered and his hair standing even straighter in the air. Anything else? Weiss asked, making sure not to take her eyes off him as she wrote. It makes my tummy all tingly. The white-haired chibi perked at this before glancing at her notes, as she wrote the information down. That is interesting. Next is the oh come on. I only looked away for 2 seconds. Weiss exclaimed while pointing at the second now empty case. Naruto just whistled casually as the heiress stared at him unblinkingly. Deciding to catch him in the act, Weiss slowly lowered her eyes towards her notepads with her pen set like she was about to write something only to snap her gaze back up at the last second. Aha! She trailed off when she saw Naruto still sitting there with the pile untouched. Growling softly to herself, she slowly turned around before snapping her head back only to be greeted with the same sight. Doing this again and again several times with identical results, Weiss eventually gave up and palmed her face tiredly. Let's just get back to work, this time I want you to try that. Oh come on! She roared as soon as she looked back up to see the third case now empty. That's it! I give up! She yelled while tearing her notes to pieces and storming off. As soon as the sound of a door slamming shut was made, the bottom of the briefcases seemed to fall away, revealing hidden holes where Chibi Nora, Chibi Yang, and Chibi Coco popped out with the missing piles of dust balancing on their heads and big grins on their faces. Well, a deal's a deal. Coco said as she and the other two piled the dust in front of Naruto, whom had stars sparkling in his eyes. 1 assist for a prank for 1 jumbo pile of candy. Having an idea what was bothering him, Nora nodded her head slowly while raising her blanket high enough for him to quickly crawl under and snuggle comfortably with her. Soon he was curled up against her stomach and chest with her chin resting atop his head while his tails loosely wrapped themselves around the both of them, already rapidly falling asleep in her arms. Good night, Naruto, she murmured into his ear as he nuzzled into her neck. Gu, Nai, Ka, Chan, Zzz. Good, I will also be sending Project PNNY early to act as backup. I'm not taking any chances. This target is far too dangerous to allow it to fall into the enemy hands. Over and out. The screen shut off, leaving Winter completely alone. Trust me, Ironwood, Winter muttered softly while raising her scarred hand up to eye level as it started glowing a soft blue. That glow then traveled to the palm of her hand as a large shard of ice suddenly formed and started floating above it. I know exactly how important this mission is, and now, Nora quietly groaned in boredom, idly petting Naruto's head as he sat on her lap fast asleep, as she and her team listened to Professor Port as he droned on about one of his grand adventures from his youth. It had been 2 weeks since she'd been made Naruto's official caretaker, and 3 days since classes had been resumed. During those weeks, the orange-jet and blonde redhead had spent much of that time bonding, mostly by pulling more pranks across the academy, though none of them were even close to as extreme as covering the entire school in colored mud vomit, which Weiss still turned green whenever mentioned. They were still irritating enough to drive Prof. Goodwitch up the wall. Especially when they made the horrible mistake of pranking her directly. Flashback, a week ago. Get back here, you delinquents! Glynda yelled as she chased the screaming duo of mischief makers. The reason for the busted blonde professors was blatantly obvious as she charged down the hallways of Beacon. All of her clothes were currently dyed a bright neon purple and her hair a deep scarlet. You'll never take us alive! Nora called back dramatically as she scooped Naruto up into her arms before jumping out an open window and going into a 3-story freefall. Unfortunately, before they even made it halfway down, an invisible force suddenly yanked them right back up. It pulled them through the window and deposited them at Glynda's feet. Mercy? And flashback. There was no mercy at all. Nora and Naruto agreed that day to never pull a prank on the strict professor ever again. Another thing that was agreed on was that Naruto would be looked after by the teachers while Nora was in combat class or on dangerous field trips. The only exception to this being Dr. Oblek after a certain accident the day before. Flashback 2 days ago. Naruto was sitting in Dr. Oblek's office with an odd expression on his face as the coffee-addicted teacher told him some of the various myths and legends of Remnant, slideshow included, and thus the third maiden said with a smile, "My name is Summer. I am on a journey and am waiting for my sister," Dr. Oblek said at a ridiculous speed while sipping from his thermos and flipping through various pictures. "Oh. What happened next? What happened next?" Naruto asked excitedly as he bounced in his seat. It is so refreshing to see the youth of this generation so interested in the world's diverse culture and history," the green-haired teacher said with a smile. He was about to continue his tale but was interrupted by his scrolls suddenly ringing on his desk. Setting his thermos/main weapon down, he picked up the small device and quickly looked at the number before sighing. "Excuse me for a moment, I need to take this," he said, oddly missing some of his usual enthusiasm as he walked over to the corner of the room and answered. "Hello, Mother. Bartholomew Oblek. Do you remember what was last week?" "I'll tell you what. My birthday." While the unusually calm teacher was being chewed out by his mother, he missed as Naruto climbed out of his seat and wandered over to the desk, his eyes locked on Dr. Oblek's steaming thermos. "I am sorry, Mother, but I have to get going. I'll make it up with you." "Barty! Don't you dare think about click." Bartholomew sighed in exasperation as he looked at the call-ended screen for a few moments before collapsing the device and stuffing it into his pocket. Taking a few deep breaths, the doctor seemed to pep back up and turned around, ready to continue his previous tale. "Now, where was I?" He immediately trailed off as a look of dawning horror crossed his face at the sight before him. "Gulp, gulp, gulp, pa. This is really yummy. Can I have some more?" Naruto asked after he finished downing the entirety of the thermos's contents in one go. Before Professor Oblek could respond, though, the boy suddenly froze up as his tail started twitching at a rapid pace. His pupils grew so large that his irises were practically gone as a giant grin crossed his lips. And flashback. It was utter chaos. Turns out that Professor Oblek preferred Vacuo Dark Brew, which has almost triple the amount of caffeine as regular coffee. It took Team RWBY, Team JNPR, and half the teachers of Beacon nearly 4 hours to finally capture the hopped-up child and keep him restrained until the high wore off. Oh, the mayhem he caused in that time! People were still trying to figure out how he managed to superglue Team CRDL to the ceiling without them realizing it. Another thing of note was how Naruto had adjusted to living at Beacon during those 2 weeks. During the first few days, he'd acted somewhat shy or nervous whenever around too many people, mostly when they were ones he didn't know. He would become jittery and jumpy, his eyes constantly darting around looking for danger. At first everyone had assumed he was just a little nervous around new people, but when it started getting worse and he even began mentioned having headaches, Team JNPR immediately took Naruto to professional help. Thankfully, after a thorough checkup with Professor Peach, they learned that exactly what the issue was. Flashback. Week and a half ago, Nora and Ren sat next to each other inside a moderate-sized office, the latter doing his best to keep the former calm as Professor Peach before them sifted through an extra-large tablet scroll. Professor Peach was a young woman in her late 20s with tan skin and short, light pink hair. Her clothes looked to be an odd combination between a scientist and nurse outfit, with a tight white jacket that went down to her mid-thigh with peach buttons, black shorts, thigh-high black boots, black gloves that almost reached her shoulders, and a pair of safety glasses. Appearance based on fan art I found online. Naruto himself could be seen just outside, peering through a glass window curiously as Pyrrha held him in her arms. Several minutes of awkward silence passed before the professor finished what she was doing and finally spoke. "Miss Valkyrie, please relax. I assure you that little Naruto is doing just fine." "Really?" Nora asked as her head perked up, smiling widely when she got a nod from the fruit-named teacher. "Ha! I told you there was nothing wrong with my kid," the Orangeette cheered, Ren not even blinking as she got right in his face. Her celebration was cut short, however, when the professor cleared her throat loudly. I never said there wasn't anything wrong, only that he is doing okay for now. In the blink of an eye, Nora was back in her seat. A worried expression spread across her face as she began firing questions faster than a minigun shoots bullets. Unfortunately, she was oblivious to the fact she was completely unintelligible to the other two occupants of the room until Ren covered her mouth with his hand. "What's the diagnosis, Professor?" he asked, ignoring the tongue that was poking his hand. "I assume both of you know what the fight or flight response is, correct?" Professor Peach asked, getting a pair of nods in response while she held out her scroll for them to see. On it was a 3D video of a brain with various parts of it lit up in shades of red, yellow, green, and blue that played in a continuous loop. "This here is a neural scan I had done on the boy during his exam that mapped out his current brain activity at the time. Now, see this section right here?" She circled a small section of the image with her finger that was almost constantly bright yellow with hints of red occasionally flaring up. "That is the part of the brain that controls that function. And I'm guessing it shouldn't look like that or something," Ren said, making the pink-haired professor nod. "You would be correct. Normally that part of the brain is mostly dormant until a person is in a situation their mind registers as dangerous and or scary. Yet, as you can see, little Naruto's here is constantly active for some reason," Professor Peach said. Tired of being muted, Nora finally wrenched Ren's hand off her lips with a grunt and shoving him away. "What causes that? Is it bad? Please tell me it isn't bad," she pleaded, her hands clasped together like she was praying. She continued to rant and beg for several minutes before Professor Peach cleared her throat again, regaining her attention. "As I was saying, the activity was extremely unusual, so I had the area thoroughly examined." She swiped her finger across the scroll, causing the brain video to be replaced with a picture of the top of Naruto's head, judging by the blonde hair, where a thin scar could be seen. "From what I can tell, the poor kid hit his head on something, and pretty hard at that. This in turn resulted in cerebral contusion and edema, bruising and swelling to his brain," she simplified after seeing the lost expression on Nora's face, making the teen gasp. She was about to start freaking out again when Professor Peach cut her off with a raised hand. "Luckily, it is very minor case this time, and as such is very simple to treat." And flashback. In the end, all that Naruto needed was some shots of medication that reduced the swelling and a few days of bed rest. When it was over, Naruto was almost like an entirely new boy. Where he was once energetic but somewhat withdrawn and nervous, the faunus child now pretty much acted like a mini Nora, much to the orange-haired girl's glee and the rest of Team JNPR's dawning horror. Ring Nora was broken from her thoughts as the final bell of the day tolled, finally making the portly professor stop talking as most of his students rushed for the door. The sudden commotion also ended up causing Naruto to stir, as his head slowly raised from its resting spot against her chest with a cute yawn. "Is it over yet, Ka-chan?" he asked tiredly while rubbing his eyes. "Yep, it sure is," Nora said happily, patting Naruto on the head before lifting him onto her shoulders while she stood up. Ever since that first night in their new room, Naruto had taken to calling her Ka-chan, mother, and it had yet to fail at bringing a smile to her face. "Now let's get going, otherwise you and Penny are going to miss your little date," she said in a teasing tone, earning a cheer from her oblivious passenger as they waved goodbye to Professor Port. After a brisk walk through the many hallways of Beacon, the duo separated from the rest of Team JNPR once they arrived at their dorm. Upon opening the door, though, Nora and Naruto were greeted with the sight of Winter sitting at a table situated in the middle of the room meticulously cleaning her weapon, and an orange-haired girl that wasn't Nora. The girl was wearing a simple grayish-white dress under gray female overalls with green stripes, a black and green collar around her throat with matching stockings, and a large pink bow atop her head that was slightly askew, while Winter simply gave them a passing glance and a quick greeting before focusing back on her swords. Her companion stood up and waved to them a little over-enthusiastically. "Salutations, friends, how was your day?" she asked. "The same as usual. Boring with a capital boring," Nora said, plopping down on her bed while Naruto hopped off her shoulders and gave the strange girl a hug before tugging her towards the door. "Come on, Penny-Abakin, you promised you'd take me out for ramen and ice cream after boring time," he said in an excited tone, before he ended up tumbling to the floor when the now-named Penny's arms suddenly popped off, revealing the glowing green machinery inside. Penny Polandina, also known as FA Unit Number 001 or Project PNNY, was a fully autonomous and self-sentient combat Gynid, proper term according to Modern Dictionary 2017, capable of using aura, and the very first of her kind. She had been sent to Beacon Academy as backup for one Officer Winter Schnee during her long-term mission of protecting the primary objective/target, aka Naruto. Originally, she wasn't supposed to be taken to Beacon till a few weeks before the Vital Festival, which was still months away, as that was when she was scheduled to be finished being built. However, due to the unexpected outcome of Winter's original mission of retrieving the blonde redhead child, her production had been put into overdrive and completed much early. Naturally, however, this ended up with the unfortunate extra that her builders had summed things up in their rush. Thankfully, Ruby's love of all things related to weapons translated over well with advanced robotics, and she had been helping with any issues that cropped up. Except for the arm that kept falling off. For some reason that one continued to stump the leader of Team RWBY. As for when Penny first met Naruto. Flashback, 6 days ago. Naruto stood at the bullhead docks with Nora. An adorable confused expression spread across his face as he stared at a fidgeting Penny standing next to Winter Nichin. The soldier had just finished introducing the robot girl to him, and now they were waiting to see how he reacted to her. Penny felt the most nervous she'd ever had in her whole 4 days of being active as the silence around her dragged on. Was she supposed to say something? Or maybe do something? Would they dislike her cause she wasn't actually a real girl? Oh, I must look like a complete idiot right now, she thought, wringing her hands as she gazed at the ground in front of her while occasionally looking up at the two people before her. Meanwhile, Naruto was now looking between the new lady and Nora, more specifically their hair, very closely before his 7-year-old mind came up with the best conclusion it could. "Oba-chan?" he asked with his head tilted cutely. And flashback. Having not felt like going through a long, drawn-out explanation that the young boy would most likely not understand, Nora and Winter just let Naruto think that Penny was Nora's sister, and thus his new aunt. It was a decision neither had regretted. The duo had almost immediately hit it off, with Naruto greatly enjoying his new Penny Abakan, constantly wanting her to hang out with him and Nora whenever she could. The robot girl herself loved how open and accepting he was of her, especially when her arm was accidentally pulled off for the first time. Instead of freaking out at the sight of wiring and circuitry, Naruto had simply been concerned for her health and making that he hadn't accidentally hurt her. The only real downside was how Coco, Yang, and even occasionally Nora herself would make small cracks about her and Naruto's relationship being more than just adopted nephew and aunt. Mini flashbacks. Oh, who would have known that our little boy would be such a ladies' man already? First Velvet and now this little cutie. I'm so proud, Coco said with a sniffle, pretending to wipe her eyes with a tissue as she hugged a baffled Naruto to her bosom, completely ignoring the bunny faunus's cry of indignation. Static. Guess he's into young women then, huh? Do I have to keep an eye on you while you're around my adorable little sis then? Yang asked jokingly, a Cheshire grin on her lips before a massively blushing Ruby started pummeling her in embarrassment. Mini flashback end. Each time, poor defenseless Penny was quickly reduced to a sputtering mess while Naruto was just left confused thanks to his innocence. Anyway, back to the present, Penny couldn't help the small giggle that escaped her lips as she helped Naruto back up to his feet with her good arm before taking back her missing limb and reattaching it. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, she said in her usual upbeat manner. I even invited Ruby to join us. She'll be meeting us at the bullhead docks. Truthfully, Penny had to invite Ruby since she wasn't allowed out by herself yet. What? She was technically barely 2 weeks old, so she kinda, sort of, maybe, needed a babysitter. Then what are we waiting for? Naruto said excitedly as he got behind Penny and started pushing her out the door at a surprising speed, leaving small gouges in the floor where the robot girl's feet were dragging against it. She barely had time to say a quick goodbye to her friends before they vanished out the doorway. Sigh, they grow up so fast, Nora said, somehow managing to pout and smile at the same time. Old-style Batman transition with Naruto's face. Ruby was humming to herself happily, her fingers idly thrumming against the hull as she waited for Naruto and Penny by one of the Academy's bullheads. She had headed here right after changing into her combat outfit / casual wear and had been waiting for the last 5 minutes, or so for her friends to show up. She passed that time fantasizing about all the weapon ideas she'd come up with since she started helping Penny with her maintenance issues. I know! A collapsible minigun that pops out of her chest. Nah, that would get in the way of her main systems. Oh! Missile launchers that fold into her arms. No, then she wouldn't be able to use her arms without risking them blowing up. So deep into her thought, the raven redhead never noticed as a helmeted head stuck itself out the side of the bullhead she was leaning against. Ruby nearly jumped out of her skin with a yelp as a static, distorted female voice yelled out right behind her. Swirling around on the ball of her heel, she squeaked softly when she found herself face to helmet with a slightly tall woman wearing a padded silver and gray pilot suit. Would you stop with the tapping already? It's driving me crazy in here. Sorry, Ruby said, zipping several feet away from the aircraft at high speed with her semblance. I didn't mean to upset you. I was just waiting for my friends, I swear, she said while waving her arms around wildly. The pilot stared at the freaking out and rambling girl for several moments before palming her covered face with a sigh. Why do I always get the weird ones? She grumbled to herself before loudly clearing her throat, making Ruby freeze mid-rant. Just don't do it anymore, got it? She stated, getting a rapid nod from the teen before she withdrew back into the bullhead. Ruby remained tensely nervous for another minute or so, waiting until she was certain that she wasn't in trouble or going to be yelled at by the scary pilot before allowing herself to relax. Hi Ruby-nichan, eek. Unfortunately for her, it was at that exact moment that Naruto decided to announce his and Penny's presence, which just so happened to be directly behind the cloak-wearing girl. That's not funny, don't do that! She yelled, half-heartedly glaring at the laughing boy for his little prank. What you gonna do about it? Naruto asked with his tongue stuck out at her playfully. Instead of responding, Ruby just gave a sickly sweet smile that caused Naruto to freeze. Faster than the blink of an eye, Ruby was suddenly behind the boy with her hands poised to strike under his armpits. Tickle monster! She declared triumphantly as peals of laughter filled the air. Ruby was relentless, not giving an inch of breathing room during her assault. Not even as she was swiftly cocooned by Naruto's tails until only her wiggling hands were visible. This continued for several minutes until, are you idiots planning to get on sometime this week, or what? I ain't got all day you know, the angry pilot shouted, getting all three of them to jump before scrambling into the bullhead. Finally, the pilot said with a sigh as she started up the vehicle. Maintenance, this is 479er heading out for standard scheduled drop-off, estimated return time 45 minutes. And would somebody get clean up out here already? There's still puke all over the tarmac from that blonde idiot yesterday. While 479er proceeded to choose somebody out on the radio, Penny and Ruby were debating on who was paying for the ramen and the ice cream. In the end, they had a game of rock, paper, scissors with Ruby bawling anime tears when she lost, meaning she'd pay for the latter. Not yet knowing of the bullet she just narrowly dodged with that loss. Finally, the pilot said with a sigh as she started up the vehicle. Maintenance, this is 479er heading out for standard scheduled drop-off, estimated return time 45 minutes. And would somebody get clean up out here already? There's still puke all over the tarmac from that blonde idiot yesterday. While 479er proceeded to choose somebody out on the radio, Penny and Ruby were debating on who was paying for the ramen and the ice cream. In the end, they had a game of rock, paper, scissors with Ruby bawling anime tears when she lost, meaning she'd pay for the latter. Not yet knowing of the bullet she just narrowly dodged with that loss. And now, at a humble little noodle shop called A Simple Walk, Ruby and Penny sat on their respective stool with dumbstruck looks as they stared at the boy sitting between them. Naruto had a look of pure joy on his face as he demolished a bowl of ramen twice as wide as he was in mere seconds before stacking the empty dish on top of one of the giant stacks beside him with one of his tails while asking for another. How is that even physically possible? Ruby asked, getting a shrug from her robotic companion as the owner, an elderly old man who was renowned for his ridiculous serving speed, wobbled out of the kitchen with the boy's order. Sweat poured from his brow and his arms shook tiredly. But a huge grin was on his face while Ruby could swear she saw lean signs in his eyes. Sorry to say, young man, but this'll have to be the last one. You've eaten everything else in the kitchen, he said, making Naruto pout slightly until the bowl was set in front of him, and he quickly scarfed its contents down. While the fox boy did so, the old man turned to Penny and handed her a credit card and really long piece of paper. Here's your card and receipt, ma'am. Thank you for your patronage. Penny took one look at the final price and her skin paled and comical tears waterfalled from her eyes. Winter is going to have an aneurysm when she finds out about this. As she looked at the massive sum of lien she just spent using the credit card Winter had given her to use. Why did I say he could have as much as he likes? Meanwhile RWBY, who was reading over the Glynda's shoulder, felt pity for the poor Orangette as she dragged her and a once again pouting Naruto away from the food stand. She also made sure to remember to not make the same mistake when they got ice cream next. She would have just cut and run at that point if it wasn't for two things. A. She wasn't a cheapskate liar, and had already promised that she would, and B. Naruto gave her his signature adorable sad baby fox look. Speaking of which, it only took them a few minutes to arrive at a quaint little ice cream shop called a Little Scoop of Heaven. It was a plain building with a greenish-blue paint job, simple glass doors, and a few windows with merchandising pictures of delicious desserts and promises of decent prices. Leading the way inside, RWBY set Naruto in one of the booths before going up to the clerk with a still depressed Penny to get their orders done. In her hurry to do so though, she missed as a short girl with half pink and half brown hair with a white jacket with pink inside sitting in a corner booth with a mischievous smirk as her eyes changed color every time she blinked. Hello and welcome to a Little Scoop of Heaven. How may we be of service for you today? The clerk, a faunus woman with brown hair, dark skin, and a pair of tanuki ears sticking out the top of her head. Hello, we'll take one large banana split, one triple scoop cookie dough, and hey Penny, what do you want? RWBY asked, getting a shrug in response that made her face palm at forgetting that Penny never had ice cream before. An interesting fact about Penny. Thanks to having a fully functional synthetic stomach, she could actually eat and drink despite being a robot. It was even capable of processing and converting food to keep her powered, except spinach for some reason. While nowhere near as efficient as her regular way of refueling, she was designed that way to help her fit in better with regular people. Oh, alright then, a double rainbow sherbet. RWBY ordered unsurely. Alright then, that'll be 20 lien, ma'am. The worker said, accepting the small plastic currency RWBY handed her before quickly preparing the order. Here you go, have a wonderful day. Thanks, you as well, RWBY said with a smile as she passed Penny her cone before grabbing her cookie dough and Naruto's banana split. Turning towards the booth she'd left the boy, she and Penny froze up at the sight before them. Naruto was still at the booth thankfully, but he wasn't by himself anymore. The girl with dual-colored hair from before was now sitting across from him with an expression of innocent puzzlement that was identical to the one Naruto currently had. In fact, she was imitating everything he did perfectly. When he tilted his head to the side, so did she. He reached out with one hand with his finger extended. The girl met him halfway with hers. Naturally, the only thing she couldn't mimic were his tails, which were currently swishing back and forth behind him in a slow, happy manner. How does he do that so fast? RWBY asked with a slightly jealous edge. Almost any time Naruto was left alone for even the smallest amount of time, he would somehow end up making a new friend. Like just last week when Blake had to leave him by himself cause her time of the month started all of a sudden. When she got back from the bathroom, he was chatting away with a fourth-year team like he'd known them for years. Perhaps it is the tales, according to this magazine, that your sister left out. Girls love tales for some reason. Penny suggested, making RWBY blink in surprise. Really? What was the name of the magazine? Hot and Fuzzy 12, Autumn Edition. Penny, I recommend you forget everything you learned from that magazine as soon as possible, RWBY said with a faint blush, having also stumbled upon Yang's private reading material before, and realizing exactly what the innocent Gynoid had stumbled on. Note to self, strangle Yang for tainting mine and Penny's virgin eyes with her filth. At Beacon, Team RWBY dorm, achoo. Yang sneezed as she sat on her bed with her newest magazine Hot and Fuzzy 12, Winter Edition. Ah damn it, now there's snot all over Ms. November. The blonde swore as she fruitlessly tried to clean the page with the picture of an attractive young woman with white bunny ears wearing a very revealing Playboy bunny costume, missing the annoyed sigh from her partner as she climbed up onto her bed. And people say what I read is smutty, at least mine has plot with the porn, Blake thought, getting into a comfortable position with ninjas of love now resting open on her lap while she undid her bow, revealing the previously hidden cat ears atop her head. She'd stopped wearing the ribbon all the time inside the dorm after Naruto had accidentally revealed her little secret when it was her turn to give him a bath. She was just thankful that her team had taken it very well, even Weiss surprisingly. Phooey, well at least there's Mr. November still, Yan said, giving up on cleaning the page and just flipping to the next one where a tall Y man with partial hooves on his hands and feet. Now that's a stallion right there. And back. Hey Naruto, I got you this, RWBY said while placing the dessert in front of the faunus boy, getting a happy cheer from him as he started digging in. Who's your new friend? Oh. Thifish Neo, SHFF Rihi funny, Naruto said with his mouth full, earning a soft smack to the back of the head and stern look from the cloak-wearing girl that made him chuckle sheepishly. RWBY kept him pinned with her gaze for several more seconds, making him fidget uncomfortably, before switching back to a happy smile as she looked towards the girl. Well, it's nice to meet you, Neo. I'm RWBY and this is Penny, RWBY introduced, getting a nod from the dual-haired girl as she pulled out her scroll and typed on it real quick. The raven redhead was confused at what she was doing until Neo suddenly flipped the device over for her to see. Hello RWBY and Penny, it is nice to meet you as well, smiling face with smiling eyes. I hope you don't mind my playing around with Foxy here at all, was written across the screen in large bold letters. Yup, no problem, RWBY said after a slight pause, a little unsure how to respond to the apparently mute girl. Smiling face with smiling eyes, glad to hear. I just couldn't help but come over, he's just so adorable. Especially with these tails of his, Neo said while latching onto one of the fluffy appendages, the orange-tipped one, and began running her fingers through its fur, making Naruto freeze up before slumping back in his seat as a soft rumbling purr started echoing from his chest. I told you it was the tails, Penny said, making RWBY nod slowly in agreement. Should we warn her of what happens when you pet near the end? RWBY once again started to nod until, eep, whoosh boom, the duo were completely silent as they stared at the new smoking hole currently situated in the ceiling, then down at the embarrassed boy below it. Before they could do much more than note on Neo's sudden absence to the scene, both of them stiffened up as a pair of slender hands grabbed them by the shoulders. Slowly turning their heads, they were greeted with the sight of the serving lady from before standing behind them with a furious look. You two better have a very good explanation on what just happened here, she said in a sickly sweet tone that made them shiver. At that moment, only one thought was running through their minds. Of the crap baskets. Alleyway. Neo skipped down the dirty pathway with a large smirk on her face as she twirled a folded-up umbrella. It wasn't until she was a decent distance from her favorite ice cream parlor that she stopped and pulled out her scroll again. Clicking on her contacts, she quickly scrolled down the short list and selected the one that simple said Queen and began typing away. First contact successful. Target now considers me friendly. Tracker now active. Not even half a minute after sending the message, her scroll pinged and a response popped up on screen. Good, continue to get closer to him and learn all you can about his strengths and weaknesses. As she read, the grin on Neo's face widened as she blinked several times as her eyes went through a whole rainbow's worth of colors. Understood, winking face. Several hours later, Nora, Penny, and Naruto's dorm. Nora was pacing back and forth her room with a worried expression as she kept glancing up at the clock. Behind her, Winter was sitting at the same desk as before doing a final inspection of her weapon, but if you looked closely you could just see the slight hints of worry inside her eyes. Where are they? They should have been back hours ago, Nora said as she gripped her hair in worry. Oh, what if they got lost? Or maybe their bullhead crashed. Or RWBY decided to run away and keep Naruto all to herself. That is highly unlikely, Winter cut in, making Nora pause. Besides, even if something like that were to happen, Penny would be able to keep him safe. It is her job after all. Unfortunately, instead of calming her down, what the Schnee said only seemed to wind her up even more. Unless she finally confessed her undying love, and now she wants to keep him away from me long enough to get eloped. My Naru is too young to get married. Winter couldn't help but facepalm as Nora went into a long, crazy rant involving RWBY and Penny kidnapping Naruto to become his mommy and wife respectively. She'd just gotten to a part where they would somehow tame a pack of Beowulfs to act as sled dogs when the doors slid open and the aforementioned people stumbled in. While Naruto looked just fine, albeit a little bored, Ruby and Penny were covered in splotches of paint, wood shavings, and plaster while anime tears poured down their faces. Before any of them even had a chance to say anything though, Nora suddenly vanished from sight and reappeared in front of Naruto. What took you guys so long? I was worried sick. Did you try to steal my kid? The hyperactive Orangeette demanded while hugging the life out of the poor blonde redhead. All she got in response, however, were two completely blank looks before Ruby swiveled around on her ankle and marched right back out from whence she came while Penny meandered over to her bed. Yes, she had her own bed, and flopped down on it with a groan. She wasn't left alone long though, as soon the two eldest in the room towered over her with varying degrees of curiosity. What happened this time? Winter asked with a bottle of aspirin, having a really strong she'd be needing it. That feeling proved correct when instead of responding, Penny simple fished around inside her dress's pockets, and pulled out the receipt for a simple walk and a bill for the damages to a little scoop of heaven. Grabbing the little slips of paper from the guide, Winter quickly read over their contents. By the time she reached the bottom, her eyebrow was twitching as fast as a fully automatic rifle and the bottle in her other hand had exploded from the pressure. Her head turned in a slow mechanical manner, even making a soft ominous creaking, towards Naruto, who was now curled up on his bed napping. That little bastard is so lucky that he is so damn adorable, and that I have access to the family accounts again. When she decided to join the Atlassian military, her father had been completely against it, and tried to force her to give it up by making her choose between it and her position as the heiress. When she obviously chose the former, he'd completely cut her off. No money, no inheritance. Hell, she hadn't even been allowed near her own home except for official business. That all changed though after the Fauna's child labor debacle, specifically when her little brother, Whitley Schnee, was killed during one of the bombing of Schnee Manor. Jock decided that after that, he needed the Schnee family to look as strong as ever and as such had reluctantly forgiven Winter and allowed her to be an official member of the family again. The only thing Winter felt upon her brother's death, however, was shame from being related to the little prick. Why? 'Cause the arrogant brat had so truly believed nothing could harm him because of his family name, and as such marched right up to the suicide bomber to yell at him. The biggest pieces of him they could find were half an arm and one of his feet. Anyway, she'd only accepted the offer from that man because of Ironwood's insistence, as the resources were an essential boon towards both locating Naruto while he was on the move, and designing the tech they needed for their information gathering and traveling around the elemental nation. And now it would be used to pay for the largest damn food bill she'd ever seen and fixing up an ice cream parlor. While she despised her father, Winter did care about her family's once great company and held on to the hope that once Jock was forced to finally pass it down to one of his remaining children that it could be restored to its former glory. Something that wouldn't happen if she was allowing large amounts of lean to be spent on ramen. Low whistle. Naruto ate all of that. And I thought his taste of dust was insatiable. Nora stated jokingly, having snagged the receipt and bill from Winter while she was lost in thought. And you guys destroyed stuff? Man, why does all the fun stuff happen when I'm not there? She asked with a fake pout, or at least Winter hoped it was a fake. Before she could ponder on that possibly dark train of thought for long, a soft ringing noise started coming from the Schnee's jacket. Reaching inside, Winter pulled her scroll out and glanced at the caller ID, her eyes narrowing slightly when she saw who it was. Click. How the hell did you get this number, and why shouldn't I stab you for having it? The white-haired officer demanded with a scowl as she held the device up to her ear. I don't be like that, baby, you know you love me. Qrow's familiar drunken drawl said on the other side of the line. I swear to if you do not either give a valid reason for this call or hang up right now, I will personally freeze then cut off what makes you a man. Winter growled out, ignoring the shocked looks she was getting from Nora and Penny. Well, you certainly sound extra bitchy today, Ice Queen. Is it that time of the month already? Winter's teeth audibly creaked from her jaws clenching together as she tried, and failed, to keep her calm. Anyway, I was just calling you to say you need to get your tight little ass up to Ozzy's office right away, now. See there, Ice Queen. Click. I hate that man so damned much, Winter thought, her eyebrow twitching even more and several veins bulging out on her forehead as she collapsed the scroll. I must go, something has come up, she said in a cold tone before marching right out of the room, leaving a very confused and concerned pair of orangettes to their thoughts. You didn't try anything sneaky with Naruto while you were at Vale, did you? WWWW what? Or not? Ozpin's office, 10 minutes later. Winter still had her scowl across her face as she stepped out of the elevator, her eyes flickering between the three occupants of the room. Glynda was standing in her usual spot with her trademark teacher face. Qrow was leaning back in one of the chair flipping her off while drinking from his flask, and Ozpin was behind his desk going over holographic reports while occasionally sipping at his hot coffee. Upon noticing the newcomer, the bespectacled headmaster gave her a light smile while beckoning her closer. I am glad you were able to arrive so quickly, Ms. Schnee. There is some big news that you need to hear, he said, instantly piquing the irritated woman's interest. It had better be important. If it wasn't, she'd find some way to make Ozpin pay for giving that profane man her scroll number. Achoo! Winter's gaze flickered to Glynda in mild curiosity when the woman sneezed out of the blue. Bless you, and yes, it is indeed very important. As he spoke, Ozpin sifted through the various hollow files before him until he found the one he was looking for and enlarged it for everyone to see. The file in question was a 3D image of a paper scroll with several paragraphs of English and Japanese text side by side. Speed reading through it, Winter's eyes visibly widened. This is a signed and approved treaty between the village hidden in the leaves and the Four Kingdoms? That it is, Ozpin said with a poker face as he sipped from his cup. Negotiations finally went through a few days ago, and this here is the result. Winter nodded in understanding while finishing reading, finding nothing wrong with what was written. This is excellent news. However, I do not see why it was necessary to inform me of this in person. A simple message would have been just as informative. Because Ice Queen. Winter's eyebrows started twitching again as Qrow spoke. Like any other government that's recently agreed to something important, they want a sign of trust to go with it. They're sending an ambassador. The Schnee stated, getting an affirmative from the man in front of her. Who? A woman called Tsunade Senju, and her 2 apprentices. End chapter. And sorry about the late update, was delayed because my whole campus had to be evacuated due to the severe forest fires going on. So many of my stories will be off schedule for a little bit. Yes, I killed Whitley off. Because honestly with the way he acts I could so see him doing as stupid as walking right up to a White Fang member and acting like he could just boss them around just cause he was a Schnee. Neo makes an appearance, and I hope you all like how I had her act, being both evil but super bubbly and playful, kinda like an anti-Nora. For those wondering how and why Tsunade is the ambassador or who her second apprentice is, that will be revealed later in the story, but just to clarify, no, it is not Sakura. Omake. The Misadventures of Chibi Naruto, Wabbit Season. Chibi Velvet walked through the halls of Beacon at a casual pace with a couple books held in her arms. Classes for the day had just ended, and she was currently headed for her team's room to drop off her stuff. Normally Coco would have been with her, but she'd said she needed to go do something and ran off. Dun, insert Jaws theme. Velvet stopped mid-step as she looked around in confusion, trying to find the source of the ominous music that just started playing. Not seeing anything after several moments, she shrugged it off and continued on her way. Because of this, she missed as a pair of mischievous red eyes peeked out from around a corner. Dun. Despite walking far away from where it started, the music never got any quieter. In fact, it seemed to be getting louder. The bunny-eared girl started to grow nervous as the tune echoed around her, each note fraying her nerves a little bit at a time and making her feel like she was being stalked. Unnoticed by her, when Velvet passed a small potted plant, those same eyes and tails popped out covered in dirt. Dun! The music started speeding up suddenly right behind her, making Velvet jump in fright as she spun around. Hello? Who's there? She called meekly, her eyes flicking around the area in terror, as she wished she had her weapon. Instead of a response though, all of the lights suddenly turned off and metal covers slammed shut on the windows, bathing the room in complete darkness. Yeepee! Dun! Velvet's book fell to the ground with a clatter as she ran as fast as she could towards her dorm, unaffected by the lack of light thanks to her faunus heritage. Her terror and speed shot up even higher as she heard rapid footsteps and looked back to see a pair of glowing red eyes following right behind her. Dun! 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 Seeing a turn coming up, the rabbit girl waited till the last second before pivoting on the ball of her foot and shooting off in the new direction. Velvet didn't even pause for a moment as the sound of her pursuer crashing into the wall reached her ears. Dun! After taking several more turns and corners to throw off who or what was chasing her, Velvet's breath caught in her throat as she caught sight of her dorm finally and made a beeline right for it. Fumbling with her scroll slightly, she used it to quickly unlock her door before rushing inside and slamming it shut behind her. End music. I should be safe. Wheezin' here, she panted out, leaning against the door with her hands rested against her knees, not even noticing that the music had suddenly stopped. I need to, wheeze call for help. Taking a deep breath, Velvet pushed herself off the door and looked up, only to find herself face to face with those glowing red eyes. AMMPH. Ha. A few seconds later the lights turned back on, revealing a freaking out Velvet completely tied up by long fluffy red tails as Chibi Naruto happily nommed away at her ear. Meanwhile, the source of the laughter was shown to be none other than Chibi Coco by the light switch with a large boombox sitting on her shoulder. April Fools. Coco said with a good-hearted grin as she set the music player down and left. Finally realizing what was going on, Velvet slowly calmed down in her bindings. Ugh, how could I forget what day it was? Coco loves this holiday, she thought with a mental groan before blinking when she felt the chewing on her ear stop. Don't be sad, Velvet-nichan. I made sure to set something up for Coco-nichan as well, to be fair. Naruto told her with a smile before going back to his nomming. Well, at least I won't have to suffer by myself. I wonder what he did to her. Speed reading through it, Winter's eyes visibly widened. This is a signed and approved treaty between the village hidden in the leaves and the Four Kingdoms? That it is, Ozpin said with a poker face as he sipped from his cup. Negotiations finally went through a few days ago, and this here is the result. Winter nodded in understanding while finishing reading, finding nothing wrong with what was written. This is excellent news. However, I do not see why it was necessary to inform me of this in person. A simple message would have been just as informative. Because Ice Queen. Winter's eyebrows started twitching again as Qrow spoke. Like any other government that's recently agreed to something important, they want a sign of trust to go with it. They're sending an ambassador. The Schnee stated, getting an affirmative from the man in front of her. Who? A woman called Tsunade Senju, and her 2 apprentices. And now, Konoha, Hokage's office. A very old-looking man sat behind a large desk that was stacked with paperwork, a tired sigh escaping his lips as he meticulously went through each and every sheet. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the shinobi no kami, god of shinobi, the professor, and currently the reinstated 3rd Hokage, Fire Shadow, of Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden in the leaves. He looked to be completely absorbed with his work, but if you looked closer you could see his eyes repeatedly glance towards a framed picture sitting on his desk with massive amount of sadness. Said picture was of Hiruzen with a 4-year-old Naruto sitting on his lap, big smiles on both their faces as the elderly man helped the boy eat some of his favorite food, ramen. Minato, Kushina, I can never truly express how sorry I am for my failure. Hiruzen thought as he remembered all the mayhem these last 2 years had been, when the veil had first been discovered. It had been first discovered after news of several dozen teams of mist ninjas vanishing at sea, and he had sent some of his own to figure out what had happened. Upon discovering the anomaly, along with the various ninjas from the other 4 major villages and some minor villages, which resulted in a massive multi-front battle that ended with a draw and a neutral territory agreement. Then after several months of fruitless investigation, Hiruzen had a small expedition sent across. Only the leader, a man known as Ibiki, returned badly injured, and with him a tale of the horrors he had faced. Horrifying monsters made of darkness and eyes of pure evil, many of the men and women under his command suddenly spouting random animalistic features in a shower of blood and gore, and no one was able to use chakra at all, making their techniques useless. When this information was brought to the council, Hiruzen's old teammate and rival for the position of Hokage, Danzo put forth the idea that what happened across the veil was an elaborate nin/genjutsu, one being used to hide away a monstrous army that is being discreetly built up to invade and conquer all of the elemental nations. He then proposed they go on a full front attack to destroy these new enemies first. Hiruzen had argued against it, saying that they had nowhere near enough information to make a proper decision. However, that ended up playing right into Danzo's hand, as he had somehow secretly gotten the Fire Daimyo's approval for a declaration of war, and had used the third's objections as grounds to have him removed as Hokage and himself instated in. Many more months passed and Danzo's rule brought nothing but a chaotic mess that Hiruzen was still cleaning up after. He reinstated his root program, which caused many of the ninja of the village to retire early in protest of such a cruel project. Meanwhile, the ninja clans outright went on lockdown when they found many of their members had been drafted already without their knowledge or consent. Not only that, but Tsunade herself had been forced to return to the village under the threat of her and her apprentice Shizen becoming missing if they didn't comply. Quite possibly the worst thing that bastard had done, however, was when almost exactly 1 year ago Danzo had Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the dreaded Kyuubi no Kitsune and unknowing heir of the revered 4th Hokage, caged up like an animal and carted off to sea for the war with himself and over half of his root ANBU. The one-eyed man's plan was to use the mighty beast sealed within the innocent boy's stomach to utterly destroy his enemies in a single swift strike. A week later, the top half of Danzo's corpse floated back across the veil, a look of total shock permanently etched across his face. Not wanting to give up hope on his surrogate grandson, the instant he was reinstated again, Hiruzen put up a bounty for Naruto's safe return. Unfortunately, one of the members of the civilian council somehow got his hands on the paperwork and managed to alter the new bingo book page, something that he regretted when Hiruzen had that dumbass tracked down and punished. He was drawn from these dark thoughts when the door suddenly burst open and a busted blonde-haired woman with vibrant green eyes that were filled with annoyance and a diamond-shaped tattoo on her forehead stumbled in with a sake bottle in hand. "What do you want with me, you damn old coot? I was in the middle of packing my sake when you called," she grumbled out, plopping down in the nearest chair. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, the elderly Kage leaned back in his chair with a sigh while pulling out wooden pipe from within his robes. "I apologize for taking you away from such important work, Tsunade," he said sarcastically, quickly stuffing and lighting his pipe while the now-named Tsunade flipped him off. "But I'm pretty sure you know why I called you here. How are they doing?" At these words, the busted blonde's aggressive attitude died down slightly, becoming a blank stoicness as she took a heavy draught from her alcoholic beverage while quietly grumbling about wasting her time. "Well, just like the last dozen times you've asked me, for an 8-year-old little girl that has been recently orphaned, kidnapped, partly brainwashed, and essentially forced to be a mother, Karen is doing astonishingly well mentally and has fully recovered physically while Mito is the picture of health," she stated in a neutral tone, though the crushed chair arm in her hand belied her apparent calmness. Another one of Danzo's little projects was to ensure that, in the event of Naruto's untimely demise or crippling, there would be a suitable new host to hold the Kyuubi, preferably another Uzumaki. So, after many months of searching, his root members managed to find one Karen Uzumaki, a small red-headed child, hidden away in Kusagakure with her recently deceased mother. One kidnapping later, she was brought to Konoha and promptly subjected to the standard root induction procedure of brainwashing and emotion repression. Fortunately for Karen, though, they had only just started on the usual harsh mental conditioning when Danzo's death was confirmed and his supposed perfect force basically collapsed in on itself. Surprise, surprise, turned out creating an entire military force that was entirely reliant on one person to run it backfires pretty badly when said person died. Shizen had actually been the one who had found Karen, discovering her locked away in a laboratory like an animal when she and a team of ANBU were sifting through the remnants of the horrific project. If that wasn't bad enough, within that same lab had been a handful of incubation pods housing infants made from both Karen and Naruto's DNA. Although only one had still been functioning by the time they were found. Due to being part Uzumaki herself on her grandmother's side, Tsunade had naturally insisted on Karen being put in her care the moment she'd been informed of the redhead's existence. But not before she went down to the morgue and turned what was left of Danzo into a literal stain on the wall, her apocalyptic rage towards what that man had done completely overriding her fear of blood at the time. The bodacious blonde had also claimed custody of the still-functioning pod, both because she and Shizen were the only ones who could actually understand how the thing functioned and because Karen had developed a strong emotional attachment during her captivity. While this unfortunately meant they had to remain in Konoha for several months longer, Tsunade simply grit her teeth and sucked down her complaints until the baby, which she named Mito after her grandmother, was finally born 2 months ago. Then once she and Karen were finally ready for the road, Tsunade was up to get as far away from this village as possible when Hiruzen came to her with a mission as an ambassador to Remnant. One she almost turned down on the spot till he asked one key question. How much farther from a place could you get than an entirely different world? To put bluntly, the speed of lightning paled in how fast she'd accepted the mission after that. For what it is worth, I truly am sorry for everything that has happened, Hiruzen said as he took a long draw from his pipe. I know you are, you old coot, Tsunade said, releasing her death grip as she stood up and took another swig of her sake. Next time you call me for something, it had better be damn important, she stated before marching towards the door. There is one last thing, the blonde paused. Please, keep an eye out for Naruto while you're there. I would give anything to know if he is okay right now. Tsunade glanced back at her old sensei and saw the utterly defeated look on his face as he sat behind his desk. Relax, the brat's in Uzumaki. If he has any of their infernal luck, he's more than okay. And if he's anything like you describe, he's probably conning someone into buying him ramen. Meanwhile, NNPW, Naruto, Nora, Penny, and Winter's room. The small dorm was currently very crowded as Team RWBY, Pira, and Ren were all crammed inside along with the room's designated occupants. John would have also been there as well but was stuck in Professor Goodwich's new mandatory study class for low-grade students. Anyway, the reason for their gathering was a simple one. Naruto needed his tails thoroughly groomed and there was no way Nora was going to do so all by herself. So currently everyone but Pira had a tail in hand as they carefully combed through the fluffy limbs with heavy-duty comfort brushes. The reason the red-headed teen wasn't helping with the last tail was because she was assigned to hold Naruto still since his tails were so sensitive and wouldn't stop squirming from ticklishness and slight amounts of pain. Everything was going smoothly with everyone idly chatting with each other when, Isi-cho! Yoink YP! Penny suddenly sneezed out a large cloud of dust and fur, causing her to pull too harshly on her brush through a knot and making Naruto thrash around in discomfort. Thankfully, before his tails could get loose from his flailing, Pira managed to calm him back down by gently rubbing his head and whispering soft nothings into his ear. You can sneeze? Ruby asked, her eyes twinkling slightly as she got right in Penny's face. It's a subroutine that was added in case too much foreign material built up in her air filters, Winter explained before the gynae could speak, not even looking up from her work, as she expertly smoothed the tangled fur in her grasp with slow, even strokes. Hence the large amount of dust and debris. Oh, of course. So that her heating, cooling, defensive, communication and fragrance systems don't get backed up, Ruby exclaimed, getting a nod from Winter and Penny while everyone else but Naruto looked at the trio weirdly. I'll probably regret asking this, but what the hell is the fragrance system? Yang asked somewhat reluctantly. Ruby opened her mouth to answer but was swiftly cut off when a heavily blushing Penny slapped a hand over her mouth. Nothing. It's nothing at all, she said quickly, using her other hand to reinforce her arm when the raven redhead tried to pry it off. Sadly for the mechanical girl, Ruby didn't get the hint and after giving up trying to return her ability to speak, she simply reached over to Penny and pushed a hidden button just beneath her hairline that was disguised as a mole. PFFFFFFFT. Complete silence filled the room except for Naruto's soft half-purrs as Pira continued to subconsciously rub his scalp. Penny's face was so red it was practically glowing. Wait, scratch. That now she really did start glowing as everyone in the room started sniffing the air. Roses? You have a button that causes rose-smelling farts? Blake asked in a completely blank tone as Yang and Nora tried and failed to smother their giggles. So caught up with her embarrassment, Penny forgot to apply the pressure keeping her hands in place, and Ruby finally managed to pull them off with an exaggerated gasp. It used to be cotton candy scented, but we had to change the cartridge after I pushed the button too many times, she said, causing her robotic friend to sputter indignantly. So that's why our room smelt so sweet last week, Yang said with a chuckle as she patted Penny on the back. Don't be so embarrassed. I have to admit I'm kinda jealous. Seeing the odd looks she was getting for the statement, Yang stuck her tongue out childishly. Oh come on, like you all wouldn't want such a rosy ass, she punned while slapping the orange-head's rear end, making Penny to yelp in surprise while also earning herself a chorus of groans and boos from the others. Screw you guys, that was hilarious. As delightful as this current conversation is, I do believe there is still work to be finished, Winter said while she finished carefully brushing the tail in her grasp with a fine-tooth comb, managing to get everyone back on task. After slipping back on the appropriate gem belt, the elder Schnee released the fluffy appendage before getting up and walking over to Qrow with an expectant look. Nodding in understanding, Qrow swiftly passed Naruto over to her and grabbed the untouched tail and a brush. I heard Professor Peach fellow the other day. Do you think that mean we're not going to the Forever Fall Forest tomorrow? The invincible girl asked as she started bushing near the base of the tail. Nah, they'll probably just assign a different teacher for the trip, less lean-wasted that way, Ren stated while pulling Nora back into her spot while she tried to stealthily give Blake a wet willy. Speaking of that trip though, Nora, you still need to find a babysitter for Naruto. They weren't allowed to take him as there was a chance of Grim attacking and none of the teachers would be available to watch him as they were either busy with classes or preparing for the ambassador's arrival, as for some reason they were staying at Beacon. Winter couldn't do it as she was also assigned to help set up for the ambassador, while also setting up several discreet monitoring devices, and Penny still needed a sitter herself so she was out. No I don't, she said with a grin as she also finished brushing. I hired one before we started. She'll be here tomorrow at 10. As she spoke, the mischievous teen snuck her hand over to Whisa's legs and pinched her thigh. Ow! What the shink! Weiss was cut off mid-cry as the sudden jolt caused her to pull the comb she was using too roughly and set off the tail, which just happened to be the ice one. In less than a second the heiress was almost completely encased in ice with the exception being the upper half of her head. Hee. Hey Weiss, how's it chilling? Yang asked rhetorically before breaking out into laughter, completely ignoring the murderous glare her sister's partner was sending both her and Nora. The cold imprisonment didn't last long though, as Winter Simple reached over and flicked her frozen sister with a mini-gravity glyph over her finger. This sent a pulse of dark purple energy through the ice before it completely disintegrated into powder, leaving a shivering but otherwise unhurt Weiss sitting amongst a newly made pile of snow. What is the name of the sitter? Winter asked calmly, already planning on the thorough background check on the person. It's Neapolitan, but she prefers to go by Neo. End chapter. Kanano make first impressions. Outskirt town, late at night 7 months before arrival to Beacon. Qrow sighed in annoyance as he stumbled through a mostly deserted town at a slow pace. He'd been assigned by Ozpin to track down this supposed Grim Bringer child that had been going around from town to town bringing chaos and destruction. The headmaster of Beacon was worried that these events could possibly be the actions of another of Salem's wicked creations and wanted the drunkard scythe user to get confirmation and, if required or possible, eliminate it. However, this wasn't what Qrow was grumbling about. I can't believe this place doesn't have a single bar or liquor store at all. The red-eyed man groaned as he held his empty flask upside down sadly. He'd ran out of his favorite whiskey just as he'd gotten to town, and had planned to restock while here only to make his horrible discovery. Already he could feel himself starting to sober up and knew the eventual hangover was only a few hours away. He was snapped from his thoughts when his eyes spotted a slight movement in the corner of his vision. Stopping mid-stride, he made it look like he was casually looking around when in reality his gaze focused in on the source of the movement. Inside a darkened alley, a pair of glowing red eyes peered at him from within a large dumpster. A Grim? Why hasn't it attacked me yet? He wondered while discreetly reaching for his weapon currently strapped to his back. Instead of waiting to find out, Qrow vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing on the other side of the garbage container with his weapon in sword form. For a brief moment it appeared that nothing had happened. That was until a soft squeal filled the air as the dumpster split straight down the middle and both halves fell to the ground with a crash. Peering back at his handiwork expecting to see the dissolving corpse of a Grim, Qrow's eyes widened in surprise when he instead saw a shocked faunus child tucked inside one half with a thin gash across his chest. He had bits of garbage clinging to his clothes and a piece of slightly moldy bread sticking out of his mouth while 4 short and 5 long tails stood on end. Before the hunter could recover from the fact he'd almost bisected a kid, The boy pulled the food out of his mouth and spat out a literal torrent of water that blasted Qrow clear across the street and into the building behind him. Ow! Qrow said blandly as he pulled himself out of a pile of wood and furniture, dusting off the wood chips that had stuck to him while heading for the hole he'd made with his body. Just before he went back outside, though, he spotted a tall glass bottle rolling across the floor and picked it up curiously, his eyes turning into stars upon reading the label. 120 proof Desert Blaze whiskey. There truly is a God. Quickly checking that the coast was clear, Qrow swiftly transferred the expensive liquor into his flask before walking off with an innocent whistle. Arriving back at where he was shot away, he carelessly tossed the empty container over his shoulder while looking for any signs of the boy. That kid was definitely who I was looking for, matches the general description at least, he thought while pulling out a small picture from his jacket. It was rather blurry, a touch grainy, and really dark, but you could just make out a humanish silhouette with a large bundled mass behind it and visible red eyes. But he was definitely not one of Salem's. There wasn't a hint of malice in his eyes, only hunger, surprise, desperation, and loneliness. Just because he had been caught by surprise didn't mean he missed a single detail. It was his job as an information gatherer to get every ounce of intel as fast as possible after all. Pulling out his scroll, Qrow quickly selected one of his contact and hit the call button. Hey Ozzy, it's Qrow. Yeah, I found him. Yes, I said him. No, it's definitely not her doing, he's something else. Yeah, he definitely can, experienced it firsthand. I know this complicates things. Not sure, he got me with a surprise hit before running off. Don't worry so much, I'll be able to find him again, Qrow said while glancing at the ground where a few drops of blood sat. He's leaving a trail right to him. I'll call back when I catch up. Click. Little did Qrow know, the next 7 months would be the most irritating and sober time of his life since he attended Beacon as a student. Hey Weiss, how's it, chilling? Jan asked rhetorically before breaking out into laughter, completely ignoring the murderous glare her sister's partner was sending both her and Nora. The cold imprisonment didn't last long though, as Winter Simple reached over and flicked her frozen sister with a mini-gravity glyph over her finger. This sent a pulse of dark purple energy through the ice before it completely disintegrated into powder, leaving a shivering but otherwise unhurt Weiss sitting amongst a newly made pile of snow. What is the name of the sitter? Winter asked calmly, already planning on the thorough background check on the person. It's Neapolitan, but she prefers to go by Neo. And now an NPW dorm. The H-hungry kitty walked AC across the room to reach the bowl of milk. Naruto was sitting on Winter's lap with a look of concentration on his face as he struggled to read a sentence from the book in her arms titled Children's Tales for Beginner Readers. Good job, little one, you're getting better, Winter said, patting the boy's head while giving him a piece of water dust that he took with a grin. Across the room, Weiss gazed at the scene with a nostalgic smile as she idly handed RWBY, who was currently rummaging around in Penny's torso to fix a leak in her stomach, a plasma dust welding torch. Her sister had done the exact same thing with her when she had first started learning to read, only instead of dust she had been rewarded with caramel-dipped apple slices. Nora was nowhere to be seen at the moment as she was currently out waiting at the bullhead dock for Neo to show up and babysit Naruto and Penny, something Winter was still not at ease with. She had done a thorough background check on the ice cream-themed girl using specialized tech on her ship to hack into Vale's civilian records and found, essentially nothing. No known relatives, no school registration, no criminal record, not even an employment history. All she could find was her name, age, and current residence. The total lack of information put the Schnee heavily on edge, but she also knew that without evidence, or due cause, she could not voice any complaint. So, she instead set up a multitude of hidden cameras throughout the room and discreetly placed both a tracker at the base of Naruto's tails and more cameras in each of his tail belt gems, all of which was linked directly to her personal scroll, because she took her protection assignments very seriously. And this is our dorm. Speaking of the devil, the door suddenly opened up to reveal a widely smiling Nora and a curious-looking Neo carrying a large shoulder bag as they stepped into the room. It's a little small, but we make D. And Neo-chan. The hyper-orange jet was cut off mid-sentence when a red and yellow blur shot past her and latched onto the bemused mute. I'm so glad you could come. Now we can hang out and play and pull pranks and... Naruto rambled on as he wrapped her up in his signature tail hug, causing Neo to giggle silently as she wiggled her arms free and pulled out her scroll. Smiling face with smiling eyes, I guess he missed me, she said to the adoptive mother, getting a nod in agreement. That he did. Nora said back while going around and gathering her school supplies. Well, we must be going. You have my scroll number if you need anything, the vault in the closet with dust if Naruto needs a snack. Penny has the combination, she explained quickly while pointing to the metal box covered in burns and bite marks, then to Penny, who was thanking RWBY as the cloaked girl closed everything back up. The safe was a must-have for keeping any form of dust nearby while taking care of Naruto, given his uncanny ability to sniff out the valuable crystal and unnatural strength for a child. Just don't give him too much, that stuff isn't exactly cheap. Neo responded with a thumbs up before plopping down on Naruto's bed after said blonde redhead let her go in favor of giving Nora a goodbye hug. Come back soon, Ka-chan, he mumbled while pressing his face into her stomach. Of course, Naruto, Nora said, wrapping Naruto up in her arms and hugging him tightly to her bosom. I'll be back before dinner, promise. Now don't forget to say goodbye to Aunt RWBY and Aunt Weiss, she told him, getting a short okay from the boy as he hurried over to the trio on the other side of the room with the youngest talking on her scroll with what looked like an older male version of young all of them unaware of the chaos that was about to be set into motion. 5 minutes earlier, RWBY, Weiss, and Penny. Thanks again, RWBY. I truly appreciate your assistance in my maintenance, Penny said as the panels for her torso seamlessly closed. It's no problem at all, Penny, RWBY told the Gynid as she used a rag to wipe the grease and lubricant off her hands. I mean, how could it be a problem? Not only do I get to work with some of the most amazing mechanical ingenuity ever, but this has given me so many ideas on how to improve Cressy as well. I could make her more compact, more powerful, maybe adjust the internal shifting mechanism for faster mode changing and better power efficiency. By the end, RWBY had devolved into full-blown weapon fangirl mode, her eyes practically stars and crescent rows held tightly in her arms as she sat down next to her partner and continued to list various ways to improve the already impressive weapon. Weiss was just about to knock her out of it with a slap to the head when the weapon lover's scroll went off. Snapping out of her fantasies, RWBY quickly pulled out the device and activated it to reveal the image of a blonde man with blue eyes and the tag Dad under it alongside the incoming call alert. This was Tyang Xiaolong, father of RWBY and Yang. Surprised, she hit the answer button and smiled when the same man popped up on video with a grin of his own. Hey Dad, what's up? Nothing much, RWBY, just checking in to make sure my little cookie monster is doing okay, Tyang said, chuckling slightly as RWBY blushed in embarrassment. Dad, how many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me that? She cried out as Weiss tried to hold in her laughter while Penny just peered over shoulder curiously. I'm not a little girl anymore. Ha! Sorry, sweetie, couldn't help myself. But seriously, how are you? Are you settling into Beacon all right? He asked, shaking off her embarrassment as best she could. RWBY sighed good-heartedly before responding. Yeah, everything's going fine here, though a little crazier than I had imagined, she said while sending a pointed glance towards Naruto as he was hugging Nora. I'm not surprised by that one bit. That academy has always been one big craziness magnet even during my time there, Tyang said with another chuckle. Like during my 3rd year, I had to fight this one chick who had a knife hidden in her bra. Really? RWBY asked honestly, completely missing the little stumble the man had mid-sentence along with Penny. Weiss, on the other hand, didn't, and once her mind managed to put 2 and 2 together, face-palmed with a mild blush across her cheeks. Maybe I should try that, RWBY thought aloud as she looked down at her chest, missing the relieved look on Taeyang's face. I wouldn't recommend it, Carleen kept cutting herself by accident. So what sort of insanity have you had to deal with so far? The elder blonde asked, clearly trying to change the subject. Before RWBY could respond though, Naruto climbed onto the bed she was on, and started hugging her. By RWBY, he said, snuggling his cheek next to hers while a very confused Tyang watched. RWBY, who is that boy? The man asked calmly with just a mild touch of concern and suspicion. And why did he just call you his aunt? Oh right, Dad, this is Naruto. Naruto, this is... Grandpa Tyang. RWBY introduced in an attempt to make Naruto comfortable with her father, not realizing she just made quite possibly the worst decision in her life. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tyang became completely still and a look of horror crossed his face. Hi Gigi. Bye Gigi, Naruto said happily to the petrified man before going over to Weiss, who was face-palming again, to hug her goodbye just as the image on the screen started cracking before the feed cut out altogether. Daddy? RWBY asked with confused worry as she stared at the static on her screen. Xiao residence. Tyang stood in the middle of his living room, the horrified expression still locked on his face as he held the broken remains of his scroll in both hands while his dogs Vi, a dopey-faced black and white corgi, stood by him sniffing the pieces of glass on the floor curiously. Grandpa? Aunt? He muttered to himself as his brains sluggishly processed what he'd heard. Unfortunately, with the limited and very easily misunderstood information RWBY had given him added with the fact that the boy looked striking like himself and young, led him to an extremely mistaken conclusion. Oh my! My little sunflower's a mother, but how? There is no way I would have not noticed one of my children being. Tyang trailed off as an old memory popped up in his head. Flashback for years ago. Tyang was relaxing on the couch, a beer in one hand and the other busy petting Vi as man and dog watched a cheesy chick flick on the TV after a long day of teaching brats. At least that was what they were doing before a 13-year-old Yang stumbled in with an 11-year-old RWBY's help. The younger blonde was groaning weakly as she held her bloated stomach in clear discomfort. Sighing at the sight, the single father got up from his comfortable position and stood over the two girls with a tired sigh. What did you two do this time? Ugh, well Dad, Yang started, RWBY passed a big test today so I thought we could go out for a little celebration ice cream, which turned out was just an excuse for you to try out their 55 flavor bowl challenge. RWBY cut in with a huff. Hey, I won, didn't I? Yang countered with a grin which quickly turned back to a grimace as she clutched her aching gut. Now we get one free ice cream cone a day for 6. Oh, I'm gonna blow. I'm not cleaning that up. Tyang and RWBY said at the same time as Yang ran through the house to the bathroom, leaving a sloppy trail of stomach acid and melted ice cream in her bath. And flashback. Normally, Tyang would be rational enough to remember that not only was Yang clearly telling the truth, but was back to normal the next day. However, due to his surprise, general fatherly instinct, and no small bit of his active imagination that both his children inherited, these small details were overlooked in favor of the true facts. Instead of seeing his daughter dealing with an upset stomach from too much ice cream as the result of childhood tomfoolery, he saw a young mother dealing with morning sickness and pregnancy cravings. And to be expected with any overprotective father, his emotions of shock and denial turned to anger and bloodlust as he marched over to a large cabinet in the corner and practically ripped the door off of it. No bastard's gonna get away with knocking my sweet little girl up. Tyang growled as he pulled a Celtec KSG that had the symbol for male crossed out on the side. Chichich, don't worry Yang, Daddy's coming. Beacon, Glynda's classroom. Yang was sitting next to Blake with a bored look as they waited for the rest of their class to show up when she suddenly felt a strong shiver run down her spine. Why do I suddenly have the urge to strangle RWBY? She wondered, ignoring the odd looks she was getting from her partner as she settled back into her seat. Dorm and NPW. RWBY still retained her expression of confusion and worry as an exasperated Weiss dragged the cloaked girl out the door with Nora reluctantly following behind them reluctantly. Meanwhile, Naruto was in Winter's arms giving her a goodbye hug before she went off to prepare for the arrival of the ambassador and her entourage. Remember to behave yourself, little one, and remember the manners I've been teaching you. The elder Schnee told the boy as she set him back down, smiling as she got a mock salute in response. You got it, Winter-nichin, he said with a wide, innocent grin that Winter didn't buy for a second. It certainly didn't help when his tails suddenly twirled together into a single fluffy mass behind him in a clear imitation of crossing one's fingers. This actually got her to giggle slightly as she ruffled his hair before standing back up and heading out the door, pausing only long enough to send Neo one last suspicious glance. As soon as the slab of wood clicked shut, Neo gained a mischievous smirk on her face as she pulled out her scroll and quickly typed up a message for Penny to read. Want to see something absolutely adorable? Sure? Penny answered unsurely, getting the ice cream-themed girl's smile to widen further as she reached into her shoulder bag and pulled out a bundle of red fabric. Turning towards the only boy in the room, who was still focused on the door where everyone else left, Neo started to slowly tiptoe across the room. Naruto was completely unaware of this until he noticed the odd shadow covering him. Glancing up, he was only able to catch a glance of Neo's Cheshire grin before she pounced on him with the bundle unfurling mid-leap. Crash YP. Thump munch silent scream various struggling noises. 5 minutes later, Naruto pouted as he sat on his bed glaring cutely at Penny and Neo as the duo gushed over him and his new outfit. A red fox onesie complete with a hood with fake ears, padded hands and feet stylized like paws, and a hole in the bottom where his tails were squeezed through. "Oh, you were right, he looks so cute," Penny said happily, before blinking in surprise when Neo's scroll popped up in front of her face with only 2 words typed. "Your turn, smiling face with smiling eyes." That was the only warning she got before Neo pounced on her, with Nora. "So, what's up with John?" the hyper-ginger-haired girl asked Ren and Nora as the trio harvested the red sap of the eternally red leaf trees of the forever fall forest into large glass jars. Well, her teammates were at least. Nora was more focused on chugging as much of the sweet syrupy nectar as she could when no one was looking. Carden got a hold of a big secret of John's and is using it to blackmail him into doing what he says, Nora said with a scowl. The night before last, John had admitted to her that he had lied his way into Beacon using a fake transcript after she had tried to help him personally with his training. While initially upset, the redhead had quickly calmed down and continued to offer her support only to get turned down when she accidentally bruised John's pride. Then, just as she had left the balcony they had been on, she had just managed to overhear Carden announce himself to her partner and reveal that he had eavesdropped on their entire conversation. He then proceeded to essentially force John to become his servant under the threat of having his fraud revealed, and thus leading to the blonde's immediate expulsion if not outright arrest. Even worse was that despite knowing all of this, Nora couldn't do anything about it, since if she did inform the teachers of the blackmail it would only result in getting both John and Carden expelled. Not to mention she could be expelled as well for assisting and abetting. "Well, maybe you should have thought of that when you stopped me from breaking his legs," Nora said with complete sincerity. She had legit tried to break Carden's legs the other week when the bully had intentionally tripped Naruto while the boy was going down a flight of stairs as revenge for freezing him. On the good side, Naruto's tails acted like a cushion and prevented serious injury, though on the bad side, for Nora, she'd only managed to give Carden a few minor fractures before Nora and Glynda managed to restrain her with their combined might. It was thanks to those very same fractures that Carden managed to get off with only the minor punishment of 3 days detention, though he practically crafts himself whenever Nora gets within 100 feet of his current position. Speaking of which, do those idiots really think we don't know that they're watching us? Nora asked blandly as she briefly glanced at a small hill where teams CRDL and John currently were. If it wasn't for the fact they were as stealthy as a stampede of Borbatusks, Carden's not so quietly telling the others of his plan to get revenge on the orange jet for the cast still on his leg definitely gave them away. Judging from their relaxed stances and confident tone of voices, I would say that they very much do, Ren said while sealing the lid on another jar of sap and putting it with the other full ones stacked neatly to his left. If they're bothering you so much, then do something about it. They clearly don't have good intentions for you, and we all heard what they have planned, so you could easily claim self-defense. I'm not so sure you need to. It looks like John is taking care of it. Bang, 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 boom. Never mind. Nora finished with a sigh as Nora bombarded the area with her rocket launcher. By some miracle John, who was just a second ago had finally grown enough of a spine to stand up to Carden, was completely unharmed as he stared in complete shock at the bully, and his team splayed out on the destroyed ground covered in soot and groaning in agony. "And there's more where that came from," Nora yelled, emphasizing her point by switching Manghao to hammer mode and tossing it right into the face of an incoming Ursa with enough force to obliterate its entire upper body. "I need new underwear," John thought with a whimper while quickly moving to hide behind Nora, never taking his eyes off of Nora as she went to retrieve her weapon. She stopped midway though when her scrolls suddenly going off. Pulling said device out, she found that she had a new message from Neo and swiftly opened it, only to burst out laughing as soon as she saw what it was. It was a photo of Naruto, still wearing his fox onesie with a pout, sitting on a blushing Penny's lap. Why was she blushing? Because of the orange hamster onesie she was currently wearing. And to top it all off, Neo sat behind them both wearing a purple cat onesie with a mischievous grin still on her face. I need new underwear, John thought with a whimper while quickly moving to hide behind Pyrrha, never taking his eyes off of Nora as she went to retrieve her weapon. She stopped midway though when her scrolls suddenly going off. Pulling said device out, she found that she had a new message from Neo and swiftly opened it, only to burst out laughing as soon as she saw what it was. It was a photo of Naruto, still wearing his fox onesie with a pout, sitting on a blushing Penny's lap. Why was she blushing? Because of the orange hamster onesie she was currently wearing. And to top it all off, Neo sat behind them both wearing a purple cat onesie with a mischievous grin still on her face. And now, Elemental Nations, an incredibly muscular bare-chested man with dark skin, short blonde hair, and large golden vambraces on his forearms was laying on his back in a large, mostly empty circular room with mostly glass walls, bench pressing an absolutely ridiculous amount of weight with ease. He wasn't even sweating or breathing heavy as he finished 3 reps of 30. He didn't even stop when a woman with a similar skin tone and silverfish gray hair walked in with a serious look on her face and a scroll in her hand. Asama, one of the ANBU sent with Yujito-san on her mission, returned just an hour ago critically injured with terrible news. Now that, however, did cause him to stop, throwing the bench bar across the room with enough force to send it through the wall, and the several other walls behind it. Stood up and walked over to and sat down on a couch in front of the windows and behind a simple wooden desk. What happened to the Nibi Jinchuriki, Mabli? Was she caught by Konoha? I was certain she would be able to deal with their ambassador. No, Asama, they apparently never even encountered Lady Tsunade. According to the ANBU, they were intercepted at the Vale by a pair of mercenaries wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Mabui told him while unrolling the scroll across his desk, revealing the messy and bloody writing sprawled across it. Akatsuki? Kyuso, Konoha must have hired them for added protection. Said in anger, as he punched his hand. So, will I have to start looking for a new host of the Nibi, or should I be expecting a ransom demand on my desk in the coming weeks? Neither at the moment, Lord Reikage, according to the report, which is right in front of you by the way. After being badly injured by one of the attackers wielding a triple-bladed scythe, Yujito-san was accidentally knocked across the veil by another of the ANBU trying to save her from capture. Her status is currently unknown. Bowed his head slightly for a minute before looking back at Mabui. Put her on the MIA list. If we receive no word within a week, move her to the Kia list and begin looking for a suitable new host for the Nibi. As you wish, Asama. Remnant. On a long strip of beach, the bodies of over a dozen ancient-looking Grimm were swiftly being reduced to ash by a blaze of blue fire. In the midst of it all, a large cat easily 5 feet tall and about 9 feet long with bright blue and black fur and a flame-like and heterochromatic green and yellow eyes and 2 long tails sat with a sad look on its face. Its gaze was settled on the body of a young blonde woman wearing a Kumo headband that laid on the ground. A horrid, half-healed gash ran along her waist, her blood staining the sand as her lifeless eyes gazed towards the sky until the cat carefully closed them with its paw. I'm so sorry, kitten, I couldn't save you when you needed me the most. The cat said in a soft, sad feminine voice as its tails rose up behind it and caught a flame. The only thing I can do now is make sure these horrid beasts do not defile your body further. She said while using the fire on her tails to incinerate the body within seconds, the ashes blowing away with the winds. Goodbye, kitten. I shall always remember you, she said somberly before standing up and turning towards the inland. Now, however, I need to find out what bratty little Karamakun is doing in this world as well, she said before inhaling deeply. RWBY. Beacon Academy, NNPW dorm. Naruto was laughing joyfully as Neo made a bunch of silly faces while balancing upside on her umbrella on top of Penny's head. All 3 of them wearing their onesies still when the unusual fauna sudden went stiff and his tail first started to bristle. Confused and worried over the odd behavior, Penny rushed over to his side, not even noticing as Neo skillfully leapt off her head and landed beside her. Naruto, are you okay? What's wrong? She asked worriedly, her panic steadily increasing when he didn't respond. She was just about to try and shake him out of his odd trance-like state when he was suddenly enveloped in a bright crimson aura, causing the Glynda and Ice Cream Girl to jump back in shock. Still apparently completely oblivious to his surroundings, Naruto's head slowly turned towards the side with a blank look as the aura around his body took on the form of a snarling fox bound in golden chains. "Sister is coming," he said in an empty, emotionless voice before the aura dispersed just as quickly as it appeared, and Naruto suddenly passed out. "I need call Winter, you should contact Nora," Penny said after checking that he was okay while Neo simply nodded in agreement as she stared at Naruto with a look of absolute intrigue. Veil docks, Ozpin, Glynda, Qrow and Winter stood side by side at the end of the pier with stoic expressions on their faces as a large wooden sailboat bearing the symbol of Konoha docked along with its bullhead escorts. The only noticeable reaction on any of them was a slight scrunching of noses as the stale metallic odor of blood reached their nostrils. While the sailors on board lowered the gangplank and dismounted, the headmaster, combat instructor of Beacon, intelligence gatherer, and military specialists waited patiently until the people they were expecting stepped off. Tsunade was in the lead, still wearing her usual outfit with the addition of a pair of thick leather gloves, though she seemed to have aged 10 years as her hair had several gray streaks in it, and her eyes had heavy crow's feet. Shizen stood just beside her with her long black hair done up in a bun along with 2 tanuki ears, wore a long bluish-black kimono with white trim, and was holding a small pig wearing a pearl necklace. And finally, Karen walked between the two, her bespectacled red eyes looking around nervously as a pair of red fox ears twitching amongst her crimson hair nervously, as she held a bundled-up Mito close to her chest protectively. In stark contrast with her mother, little Mito was looking all over the place with her vibrant red eyes excitedly while her own blonde fox ears twitched, a bright smile on her whiskered cheeks as she babbled away in baby talk. "So this is Vale," Tsunade commented as she looked over the large city with a bored look before shrugging. "Meh, seen worse," she said while drinking heavily from her sake jug much to the four's bafflement, while Shizen just sighed in exasperation. "Tsunade-sama, you promised not to drink until after we got settled in," the raven-haired woman said tiredly. "No, I said I would take that suggestion under consideration, and I considered it a stupid idea," Tsunade retorted before turning towards Ozpin. "Hey, are you this Ozpin guy we're supposed to meet up with?" she asked in a blunt tone. "Yes, that would be me." "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ms. Senju," the headmaster said in a respectful tone as he bowed slightly. Yeah, greetings and all that, you scruffy," Tsunade pointed to Qrow. "You smell of alcohol. Mind showing me the good bars around here once we're done putting our shit away?" she asked bluntly, making Glynda and Winter look at her in shock while Qrow just grinned widely. "It'll be my pleasure, lady, as long as you're up for a little drinking contest. You look like someone who can hold their liquor well, and I haven't had a good challenge in ages," he said back, earning an identical grin from the blonde. "Consider it a date." "Oh dear, Shizen, Glynda, and Winter thought at the same time with horrified expressions as they watched the two interact. "There's 2 of them now." "Well then, let's get moving," Tsunade said as she walked over to where several large crates were tied together, each one easy as big as she was, and easily hefted them all up with one hand. "Holy sweet merciful dust," Winter muttered with wide eyes. She had seen a lot of weird and unusual stuff in her life, with the majority being in the last year or so, but an elderly woman lifting what had to be at least 2 tons with apparent ease was definitely in the top 3. "Don't forget us, Tsunade-sama," a voice called as 2 men dressed in chunin outfits rushed out to join them. The first had dark skin, long black hair set into a ponytail, a dolphin tail attached to his rear end and a thin scar going across his face just above his nose, while the other had pale skin, messy white hair, and cocky smirk. "Seriously, I've told both you and that old monkey 100 times, I do not need bodyguards. I am quite capable of taking care of myself," Tsunade said while waving her free hand at them in a shooing motion. "And as I have told you just as many times, Tsunade-sama, while that is true, it is still our duty, and one we will not fail just because you are as stubborn as a mule," the dolphin-tailed man said before turning to Ozpin's group. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ozpin-sama. My name is Iruka and this is my partner Mizuki." Iruka had started to introduce himself and his companion with a bow only to end up falling over when his tail made him lose his balance. Luckily for him, though, Glynda halted his fall with a small application of her telekinesis and a quick wave of her riding crop. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Irika. I see you're still adjusting to your new addition, Ozpin said after a slight pause on how to word it. Ha! You should have seen him on the first day, Mizuki said while patting his partner on the back. He couldn't even take a single step without falling over. He told them while laughing good-naturedly. I could imagine. If you'd like, I could find someone to give you some pointers? Ozpin offered before taking a sip from his cup, which was most certainly not in his hand just a second ago. I would appreciate that very much, Irika said with a weak grin. Enough with the chit-chat already. Let's go, Tsunade said impatiently while stamping her foot, spiderwebbing the asphalt beneath her. I should have just led that stupid field trip after all. I bet Oblek is having a nice relaxing time while I deal with this headache, Glynda thought as she rubbed her forehead as the group loaded up into the special bullhead that would take them to Beacon. All except Winter, who stopped to answer her scroll when it started ringing. Forever Fall Forest. So, would anyone care to explain exactly what happened here? Prof. Dr. Oblek asked with a raised eyebrow as he looked at the scene before him. Team Ciardiel was unconscious in the middle of a smoking crater, and several trees had been bowled over along with the dissipating remains of an Ursa with a certain pink and silver hammer. His question was directed towards the ever-stoic member of Team JNPR, as Nora was still stuck in a fit of giggles from the picture Neo had sent her, and Pyrrha was stuck where she was since John was still using her as a human meat shield against the hyper-orange jet. Instead of answering verbally, Ren simply pulled out his scroll and played out a video of what happened, revealing that he had in fact discreetly recorded the whole event from the moment he first suggested that Nora take care of the team of bullies. Well then, guess that clears that up then. Looks like a simple case of self-defense to me. Carry on, but please refrain from causing any more damage to the forest if you could, the Hyperman said before zipping off to check on the other students just as Nora got another message on her scroll. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yang had just finished filling up her jar. She was all by herself since Blake wanted some time to herself, and RWBY had figured that this trip could be some good bonding time between her and Weiss as partners. The blonde didn't mind at all as she fully understood their reasons, though she was a little bored. The bombshell blonde was just about to go meet up with them all when a folded-up piece of paper smacked into her face. Her eyebrow twitching, Yang peeled the parchment off in a dramatically slow fashion while glaring at her surroundings. All right, who's the wise guy who threw this at me? She demanded while looking for the perpetrator. After not seeing anyone for several moments though, she turned her attention to the innocent little parchment in her hand. Half tempted to just incinerate it right then and there, she instead decided to sate her curiosity, and quickly unfolded it. The moment her eyes saw what its contents were, however, they widened to near impossible size as her breath hitched in her chest. Her legs gave out underneath her, and her hands shook violently. She refused to look away with a mixture of disbelief and hope across her face. Meet me at Junior's tonight at midnight, come alone, don't tell anyone. Along with the neatly written cursive writing was a small picture showing a certain black-haired, red-eyed woman, albeit in her teen years, in a simple black dress with a bored look on her face being held by a happy teenage tuxedo-wearing Tyang. And Mom? End chapter. And the big stuff truly begins. What will happen with Matatabi loose and Remnant? Why did the Akatsuki attack so early? How will everyone react to Naruto's reaction to her call? How long will it take until Tsunade and Qrow finally drive Shizen, Glynda, and Winter crazy? How will the two groups react once Naruto is revealed? What will Nora's reaction be when she finds out she is a grandma? And what will happen with Yang when she finally meets her long-lost mother? All these questions and more will be answered as long as you keep reading. RWBY Season Part 2, The Scratching Post. C. Coco was chuckling merrily as she strutted down the halls of Beacon with a wide grin on her lips. It had only been a few minutes since she and Naruto had finished pranking Velvet, and now she was heading towards the mess hall for a well-deserved victory snack. That was 2 weeks of planning well spent, very well spent, she thought as she remembered her teammates' reaction fondly. Due to her inattention, however, she was completely oblivious to the thin, almost invisible string that was stretched across corridor she was walking in until she felt the light tug of her top-of-the-line designer boot breaking it. Before she could even blink in surprise, Coco found herself blasted with a bunch of white and green powder while a bucket of mysterious lumpy pink goop was dumped on her head. When the dust settled, Coco just stood there with a completely emotionless expression that was only broken by the slight twitching of her eyebrow, looking like a ghost. Reaching up slowly, she swiped some of the goop off her head and held it in front of her. Seriously? Throwing flour and tuna on me? Real mature people, she called into the empty hallway before turning around and marching back to her room. And just missing as one of the doors slowly creaked open, revealing dozens of pairs of small slit eyes tracking after her. Ugh, this stuff is going to take forever to wash off. Hopefully it doesn't stain anything. The chocolate-themed teen grumbled to herself as she patted her arms and legs off while idly scratching at the exposed parts of her body every few seconds. Geez, this stuff is irritating. It's making me so itch. Why? Oh, damn it. She groaned once she figured out what the flour really was, itching powder. Realizing she needed to get the stuff off as soon as possible, Coco was about to make a sprint for her room when her ears picked up an odd noise coming from behind her. Meow. Mro. Mew. Her head slowly turning around, Coco gained a look of total confusion and gaga-ness when she was greeted with the sight of dozens upon dozens of cats slowly piling into the hallway behind her. Feeling something brush against her leg, she looked down to see a small ginger kitten, maybe 2 or 3 months old, rubbing up against her while purring. Hey little guy, I would love to stay and play with you, but Mama Coco has a date with the shower, she said, gently nudging the kitten away with her foot, while her fingers twitched rapidly as the need to scratch grew more and more with every passing second. Turning back around, her face paled as she was greeted with even more cats blocking her path and steadily getting closer. Nice kitties? Was all she managed to say before they pounced upon her. 30 minutes later, Team CFVY dorm. Velvet sighed with a smile as she rubbed a sleeping Naruto's head. Turned out he was really tired from setting up both her and Coco's pranks and had conked out shortly after the shopping addict had left. So now, the bunny girl was sitting on her bed with the fox boy napping with his head on her lap as she watched a news report on her scroll. Apparently, all of the cats in Vale had mysteriously disappeared last night, along with all the itching powder of local joke shops and catnip from the pet stores. Bang, speaking of which, Velvet watched in surprise as an absolutely exhausted Coco limped into the room while madly scratching at every inch of her body. She was soon followed by an absolute army of cats, and Blake that were constantly clambering onto her and showering her attention. Don't ask, must shower. Coco said before Velvet could say anything. Goodbye, kitten, I shall always remember you, she said somberly before standing up and turning towards the inland. Now, however, I need to find out what bratty little Karamakun is doing in this world as well, she said before inhaling deeply. Sister is coming, he said in an empty, emotionless voice before the aura dispersed just as quickly as it appeared, and Naruto suddenly passed out. I need call Winter, you should contact Nora, Penny said after checking that he was okay while Neo simply nodded in agreement as she stared at Naruto with a look of absolute intrigue. I should have just led that stupid field trip after all. I bet Oblek is having a nice relaxing time while I deal with this headache, Glynda thought as she rubbed her forehead as the group loaded up into the special bullhead that would take them to Beacon. All except Winter, who stopped to answer her scroll when it started ringing. Meet me at Junior's tonight at midnight, come alone, don't tell anyone. Along with the neatly written cursive writing was a small picture showing a certain black-haired, red-eyed woman, albeit in her teen years, in a simple black dress with a bored look on her face being held by a happy teenage tuxedo-wearing Tyang. And Mom? And now an NPW dorm. Bang, where's my Naruto? Nora yelled as she burst through the door to her room with an extremely concerned look on her face and her breath coming in rapid gasps as she rapidly looked around. Her teammates and Team RWBY right behind her. Ka-chan! Naruto called out happily, waving as a sniffling Professor Peach looked him over with various tools. Winter and Penny were right beside the sickly teacher, doing their best to keep the boy in place. Glynda was leaning against the nearest wall, her usual stoic expression cracked slightly as she stared at the child with concern. Finally, Neo was sitting on Nora's bed fiddling with her scroll while glancing up every few seconds to see how Naruto was doing. Rushing across the room, Nora crouched at the side of the bed and hugged Naruto tightly. Oh, I was so worried about you. Are you okay? How are you feeling? Of course I'm fine, Ka-chan, why wouldn't I be? The whiskered child asked with a tilted head, getting the worrying mother to finally calm down a bit as her worry turned to confusion. Before she could voice it, however, Winter spoke up. He appears to not remember anything about the event. We're not sure why, she said in a clipped tone. Not even showing him the video of the event from Penny's optic cameras could jog anything. The Schnee held out her scroll with said video playing on it as added emphasis. I look so cool. Don't I, Ka-chan? Naruto asked Nora excitedly, snuggling into her chest as his tails wagged happily behind him. Yeah, Nora said slowly before clapping her hands over Naruto's ears and pushing him deeper into her bosom. What the hell is happening to my little boy? She asked the sick professor worriedly. I'm not sure, he seems to be a chew. Perfectly fine. It could be a nachu. An unforeseen side effect of his dust-based diet, but I'd need to chew. Take him to my lab to find out for sure, Professor Peach said between sneezes, idly wiping her nose with a tissue before tossing it into the overflowing trash bin. Or it could be a reaction to our recent arrivals. Winter and Glynda unknowingly thought at the same time, images of a certain infant flashing across their thoughts. The timing of the incident, and the extreme similarities being far much to be just a coincidence. We'll do that tomorrow, Ms. Peach. You're clearly in no state to run the equipment right now. Besides, Glynda said before pausing, I do believe it is time to properly inform Ms. Valkyrie of our new guests. Then if you'll excuse me, I'll make my chew. Leave, Professor Peach said with one last sneeze as she packed up her stuff, hurrying out the door suspiciously fast. What are you talking about? The foreign transfer students? Nora asked in confusion. Yes, you see, in another part of Beacon. Not a bad place, bit gaudy but otherwise alright. Tsunade said from a small kitchenette, casually tearing one of the crates she had been carrying open to reveal dozens of sake bottles that she promptly started shoving into the cupboards. I'm glad it is to your liking. My staff had to rush a bit to convert this from an old classroom to a suitable living area. Ozpin calmly sipped from his cup by the doorway as he watched the elderly blonde work with Qrow and Karen helping her. Meanwhile, Shizen was in the living room area dealing with the little present Mito had left in her diaper, and the two bodyguards slowly moved the multitude of other crates around. Though I'm sorry to say it may be a bit cramped, we were only expecting 3 of you. It's fine, Ozpin-san. We were a bit of a last-minute addition after all, Irika said before wincing as his tail accidentally slapped into one of the wooden boxes. Mizuki and I will be fine sleeping on the floor for now. We've had to spend the night in worse places while on mission. Alright then, but rest assured that we will have more proper accommodation set up so. Way out! Ozpin was cut off when a loud feminine outcry of rage rang through the entire school. This was followed shortly by 2 blasts. One small then one large. Wah! Oh, shhhhhshhh, they're their little one, it's okay. Your Oba-chan is right here, Shizen said softly, rocking the crying baby gently in arms until she settled down. She then handed Mito back over to Karen before turning to Ozpin. What was that? Probably just one of the students realizing they forgot to study for tests or something. Don't worry, it happens pretty often around here. Or at least now it does, Ozpin added mentally while taking another sip from his glass. Eyebrow raised slightly at the casual dismissal, Shizen decided not to question it for the moment. Alright then, would you mind showing me where I could get dinner for everyone, Ozpin-sama? All we have packed is sake. She sighed while looking to her master as she opened another crate filled with nothing but booze. Of course, Ms. Kato, the mess hall is just this way. An NPW dorm, 5 minutes before. Way out! You let those people come here? Are you crazy? Nora screamed. Naruto pushed behind her protectively while she pointed manghiled at Glynda and Winter as she slowly backed for the doorway. Ms. Valkyrie, please calm down and let US Bang speak, the buxom blonde professor said, using her semblance to stop the heart-imprinted explosive mere inches from her face. Say what? That you just let the ones who branded Naruto as property and put a bounty on his head waltz right in. 'Cause that is all I'm hearing, the angry Orangeette yelled while firing 3 more rounds that Glynda also halted. It is only temporary, A few weeks at most until a proper embassy can be set up in Vale. I don't care if it's only for 5 minutes. I don't want them within 10 miles of my boy. Either they go, or we go. She really sees him as her own child, doesn't she? Ruby murmured in slight awe, peeking out from her hiding spot behind Winter's bed alongside Weiss, Ren, Pyrrha, Weiss, and Blake. John and Neo had made themselves scarce the moment Nora went for her weapon, while Yang had upright vanished when everybody wasn't looking. Of course she does, it's Nora we're talking about, Ren said plainly, getting the others to nod in agreement before ducking as a stray shot flew over their heads and out the window. How much ammo does she have left? Weiss asked. 2 more shots, then we'll really have to worry, Ren stated, getting Pyrrha to gulp nervously while Ruby, Weiss, and Blake looked at him in confusion. Why would bang bang click? Weiss started to ask again, only to get cut off as Nora fired her last shots when Glynda tried to approach her. Hearing the click of an empty chamber, Nora frowned before switching her weapon to hammer mode and charging her semblance through it, causing pink electricity to dance across its surface. With a war cry, she tossed the hammer with all her might, almost managing to finally overwhelm Glynda's telekinesis from the sheer force when the electrical arcs caused the airborne rounds to detonate with a deafening boom. That's why. Ren coughed out. When the smoke cleared, a soot-covered and very annoyed-looking Professor Goodwich could be seen holding Nora in the air by the collar as the orange jet desperately struggled to get free. At least, she was until Glynda whacked her across the head with her riding crop. If you are quite finished, Ms. Valkyrie, we will continue this conversation civilly. What is there to discuss? I already gave you my options, Nora said with a huff. Young lady, you are acting like a child. How do you honestly expect to be entrusted with the care and safety of a child if you cannot act your age? Winter asked rhetorically, sighing when all she got in response was a stuck-out tongue and pulled-down eyelid. Speaking of which, Ruby suddenly cut in, cringing slightly when the 3 women turned their attention on her. Where is Naruto? She asked meekly, causing everyone to freeze before snapping their heads towards the now vacant spot the boy had been occupying, then to the busted door that was swaying ominously. Naruto, halls of Beacon. Ow. Ouchie. Oi. Ow. Ow. Naruto cried out as he skipped along the hallway like a stone over a lake. Unlike Nora, he hadn't been expecting the explosion that happened, so hadn't properly braced himself, and was thus blown back by the sudden concussive force. Time for some target practice. The impromptu trip halted just as suddenly as it started as the boy flew into a surprised Coco's stomach just as the fashionista huntress had stepped into an elevator and hit the button, sending them both careening to the ground as the door closed right as Nora and Glynda burst into the hallway. When they arrived at their next destination, they both laid on the ground for several moments in silence before Coco finally spoke. What the hell just happened? Instead of getting an answer though, all the teen heard was a soft sniffling whimper coming from the weight on her stomach. Sitting up, the chocolate-themed girl couldn't help but hiss in sympathy as she saw Naruto curled up in a ball, his eyes tearing up as he hugged 8 of his tails. The 9th tail, the gravity tail specifically, was laid out haphazardly behind him, either broken or dislocated if the 2 unnaturally sharp bends in it were to mean anything. Oh, that has to hurt. Especially if it's as sensitive as Velvet's ears, Coco thought while slowly moving Naruto with extreme care, wincing each time he yelped or cried more, until she had him in her arms with his injured tail resting on her shoulders. Let's get you to the medical wing. Hopefully someone is there still, she said, muttering the last part to herself as she stepped out of the elevator. The walk was a long and tedious one, since Coco had to be careful not to jostle Naruto too much. So instead of the normal 5 minutes it took to get across the campus, it took almost half an hour for the beret girl just to get 3/4 of the way there, with every minute dragging by at a snail's pace. Just as she was passing by the mess hall though, a particular voice called out to her, causing Coco to freeze mid-step. And just where would you happen to be going with young Naruto, Ms. Adele? Spinning on the ball of her foot, Coco sweated lightly as she found herself under the calm yet piercing gaze of the headmaster of Beacon, not even noticing the unknown faunus woman standing next to him with a cart laden with food gapping at Naruto. Hey Professor Ozpin, we're just heading to the medical wing. Little guy hurt one of his tails pretty badly and needs it looked at, she said quickly, not wanting to be in the middle of a potentially very bad misunderstanding. Then it would seem you're in luck. Coco blinked in surprise at the unexpected response. My associate here was just telling me about her extensive medical knowledge and could most likely be of some assistance. Isn't that right, Ms. Kato? Ozpin asked the woman next to him, finally knocking her out of her daze. Huh? Oh. Yes, of course, she said awkwardly, quickly stepping away from the food cart and approaching the duo. My name is Shizun, it's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a small bow before getting to work. Coco, and the squirt is Naruto. Naturally reluctant to just let some chick she literally just met 30 seconds ago close to the squirt in her arms, Coco had to visibly restrain her urge to jump back as the woman gingerly felt around the crooked appendage. Be careful around the tip, those tend to be a bit EK. Whoosh crunch, volatile. She finished weakly while the two women stared at the squashed-up ball of metal, plastic, and would that used to be a chair? No kidding. Meanwhile Ozpin was watching all this going on without a single visible reaction as he continued to drink from his favorite mug. He would have likely remained this way as well if it wasn't for his scrolls suddenly going off in his pocket. Pulling the device out and hitting the answer button, not even flinching as the ensuing chaos on the other end spilled through. Professor! I need your help. This is an emergency. Naruto's missing and we can't find him anywhere, Nora yelled, her face full of worry and fear as various crashes, ripping noises, and indignant yells could be heard behind her. MHM. Casually strolling over to Coco and Shizun, Ozpin promptly handed the scroll to the former, and said in a completely straight voice. I believe it's for you. Meanwhile, Junior's club. Yang strutted through the automatic doors, not even pausing as she decked a pair of lanky suit-wearing goons straight across the room when they tried to stop her from entering, making a beeline for the bar section as soon as she caught sight of it. She didn't even flinch as the loud music that had been playing all around her came to a screeching halt, and several more grunts started to pull their weapons. They stopped, however, when the bartender at said bar frantically signaled them down while staying as far as he possibly could from the only customer he currently had, a certain raven-haired sword-wielder. Upon reaching the bar, Yang took a seat next to woman, quietly accepting the strawberry sunrise that slid to a stop in front of her as she did. A tense silence settled over the pair as they calmly sipped at their drinks, seeming to just take in each other's presence passively. On the inside, however, Yang was a turmoil of emotions and thoughts as she struggled to collect herself. She had so many things she wanted to know, hundreds of questions she wanted to ask but couldn't decide on which. She had been honestly so focused on finding her woman she was sitting next to in the first place that she was only now realizing she hadn't actually thought on what to do afterwards. In the end, she finally decided on the most basic yet all-encompassing question she could think of. Why? Raven didn't speak at first, opting to drain the last few mouthfuls of liquor from her glass in one swig before responding. Why what? Eyebrow twitching at the dismissive tone in the woman's voice, Yang grit her teeth slightly. Why did you leave Dad? Why did you abandon me? Why couldn't I find you anywhere? Why does Uncle Qrow refuse to talk about you? And why are you here now? Humph, straight to the point. Good, I've always hated useless chit-chat. Raven flagged over the bartender with her glass held high, getting him to rush over, refill her glass, then get right back to his spot on the opposite side of the bar. To answer most of your questions, I had responsibilities to handle. Ones entrusted to me and my brother as the soon-to-be leaders of our tribe. Qrow betrayed those responsibilities when he turned his back on us, and you never would have survived if I took you with me. What? Yan was completely blown away by the answer she had gotten, the sheer casualness and certainty of that statement leaving her baffled. In response to her confusion, Raven flicked her hand out in front of her, causing a small black portal with red edges to appear before her. Within said portal, Yang could make out various images playing out like a very distorted movie, with all of them being of her. My semblance works in two ways. The first is it allows me to teleport to those who I have bonded with instantly, and the second is it allows me to briefly glimpse into both mine and those people's futures with the predictions almost always being right, until recently that is. Swiping her hand, the portal dissipated, and Raven drained half her glass. The day after you were born, I checked what would happen if I brought you with me. In every single scenario, you died before the age of 3. Not once did Raven's voice waver, strain, or give away any sign that she was upset with the possibility of her daughter's demise. She was acting like she was talking about the weather or something. As for why I'm here, I'm certain you know the answer to that question already. Yan nodded slowly, having put it together shortly before she arrived. Naruto. Why? She asked while discreetly preparing to activate Ember Celica. Raven may have given birth to her, but at the moment Yang saw Naruto more as family than this woman. Simple, to preserve what remains of my tribe. And yet again she was thrown for a loop. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. The long messy hair, the red eyes, the rounded cheeks. Take away the tails and whiskers and what do you have left? Mentally picturing everything that was described, Yang froze up. You get it now, don't you? He's a Branwen, just like me and you. Professor. I need your help. This is an emergency. Naruto's missing and we can't find him anywhere, Nora yelled, her face full of worry and fear as various crashes, ripping noises, and indignant yells could be heard behind her. MHM. Casually strolling over to Coco and Shizen, Ozpin promptly handed the scroll to the former, and said in a completely straight voice. I believe it's for you. You get it now, don't you? He's a Branwen, just like me and you. And now, where the hell is Shizen and that Ozpin guy? Tsunade asked irritably from the couch as she took a sip from a sake saucer. It's been almost an hour since they went to get food, she said while watching some reporter chick on the TV talking about yet another dust store getting robbed blind of the precious mineral. I'm sure they'll be back soon, Tsunade-sama. They're probably just having trouble getting all the food here without spilling it, Karen said from her seat next to her, as she gently rocked Mito to sleep in her arms. Yeah, that's most likely it, Tsunade said as she idly patted her apprentice on the head right between her fox ears with her gloved hand, making Karen's head loll slightly as she snuggled into the elderly blonde's side slightly. Damn, I'm really getting soft. If you want Tsunade-sama, Mizuki and I can go look for her and see what the hold-up is. Irika offered from the dining table where he, his partner, and Qrow were playing a game of poker to pass the time. I wouldn't recommend that. Neither of you know your way around the place yet, and it's pretty large so you would probably get lost. Not to mention Ozpin said that they haven't informed the students of us being here yet, and they'll probably be suspicious of two unknown men wandering around looking for someone, Qrow said bluntly, making both men nod in acceptance before turning back to their game. For all of 2 seconds until the door beeped indicating it had been unlocked, and it opened enough for Shizen's head to peek in. Speak of the devil, what took you so long, Shizen? Tsunade demanded, her eyebrow and guard raised when she noticed the nervous expression on her older apprentice's face. My apologies, Tsunade-sama. I ran into a bit of a delay while at the cafeteria, the raven-haired woman said, making her master even more uneasy. And what, pray tell, would that be? Well, you see, I kinda ended up with a patient, Shizen said with an awkward smile, making Tsunade groan tiredly with a facepalm. Seriously, Shizen, why is it every time I leave you alone you end up finding some poor fool that needs medical help? The busted blonde asked exasperatedly. So what is it this time? A broken arm? Dislocated hip? Some idiot cut off a finger again? It'll be easier if I just show you, Shizen said while opening the door the rest of the way and walked in. Tsunade's eyebrow vanished into her hairline as she saw the large bundle of red fluff held in her apprentice's arms, with her other one quickly joining it as said fluff stretched behind her several feet before ending against the rear end of. Oh, you have got to be shitting me, Tsunade thought as an odd combination of a deadpan and total shock spread across her face as Coco waltzed in with Naruto in her arms while talking on a scroll in cell phone mode. I get it, I'll keep him in my sight the whole time till you get here, Nora. Not even for a moment. Seriously, I've told you 3 times, 3rd floor, 1st wing, room 324, look, we're here already, I gotta go. Even though his eyes were red instead of blue, those whisker marks on his cheeks were a dead giveaway. The fact he also just happened to have 9 long blood-red foxtails sticking out his ass only solidified that fact given what was sealed in his stomach. What are the ing odds? Seriously, she's barely here a few hours and already the very brat she was supposed to be on the lookout for is practically delivered to her on a silver platter. Shaking these thoughts off for the moment, Tsunade went into medical mode as she and Karen moved out of the way for the 2 women. Coco settled herself onto one end of the couch as she set Naruto down so that his head stayed on her lap, where she proceeded to stroke the whimpering child's back soothingly while Shizen laid out his tales. Meanwhile, Ozpin wheeled in a tray of food that nobody paid any mind to, and Karen quietly moved to a corner of the room with Mito. "Alright, what's wrong with this Gaki?" Tsunade asked as she went across the room and carried over a large white bag with the kanji for medical stitched on the side in red. "Tail is dislocated in 3 places." As she spoke, Shizen shifted the uninjured fluffy appendages out of the way to show the kinked tail. That sounds pleasant," Tsunade said sarcastically as she crouched to eye level with the limb, and very gently ran a hand over it. "Be extremely cautious around the end, Tsunade-sama. It's dangerous," Shizen told her with a slight pause as she tried to think of a way to put it, making the blonde look at her with a raised eyebrow again. Looking towards the darkly glowing tip, she reached down and cautiously prodded it, making it pulse a soft purple while the cushioning around it suddenly caved in slightly. "Noted, get the bite guard ready while I give him some anesthetic," she said, handing the bag to Shizen after she got out a small pre-prepared syringe and jabbed it into the base of the tail. Shizen rifled around inside the large medic bag for several moments before pulling out a 1/4-inch thick metal rod wrapped in leather. Having already figured out what she was going to do with it, Coco coaxed Naruto's mouth open as the woman walked up to them. "I'm not going to lie, Naruto, this is going to hurt a bit. But I promise that when it's over we'll go out and get some ramen," she said into his ear, remembering the story RWBY told her on how much Naruto loved the noodle dish. "AHD Kanfi?" Naruto asked weakly through the leather with a hopeful look, making Coco giggle softly as she nodded. "And candy, lots of candy," she said, giggling even more as Naruto smiled around the bar in his mouth before putting on a brave face that was absolutely adorable. While they were waiting for the anesthetic to take effect, none of them noticed the expression of dark glee on Mizuki's face as he stood up and went to the bathroom. "Kukuku, looks like I'll be getting that bonus earlier than I thought," he thought, remembering the side mission he had been discreetly given by one of the more extremist members of the Civilian Council. Confirm if one Naruto Uzumaki was truly deceased, and if he wasn't, make it so that he was, and I have just the tool to kill that little monstrosity, he thought while pulling out a small vial filled with a sickly green liquid and a kunai. "I just have to wait for my chance." "Okay, you two, I'm going to count to 3 before me and Shizen pop the bones back in place at the same time to get this over with quickly." "Ready?" Tsunade asked, getting a reluctant nod in response from Naruto, whose 8 other tails were now tied together and held down by Qrow, Ozpin, and an uneasy-looking Irika. "Good, here we go. 1. Crack, 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 MMMPH. Crunch." Coco couldn't help but wince in sympathetic pain as the trio of sickening clicks of the bones realigning filled the air along with Naruto's muffled yell as he thrashed in her arms. However, this quickly turned to surprise as the metal bite guard in his mouth barely lasted 5 seconds before snapping into pieces. "Damn, Gaki's got quite the jaw there." She wasn't the only one as Tsunade gave a low whistle, picking up one of the fallen pieces while Shizen quickly and expertly bandaged the now straightened tail up. "That bar was pure titanium, even I have a little trouble breaking it that fast," she said in an impressed tone while Coco's, Qrow's, and Irika's eyes bulged. "It would make sense though," Ozpin said, calmly sipping a cup of cocoa he got somewhere after he and the others let the rest of Naruto's tails go. When everyone gave him confused looks, he shrugged and said, "His favorite snack is dust after all." Coco had to give him that one. Dust was made of crystal after all, and Naruto could chew through a solid chunk of the stuff with complete ease. "Seriously? That Gaki eats those highly volatile magic rocks as a snack?" Tsunade asked, getting a nod in response. "Okay, as a medical professional I have to ask, whose dumbass idea was it to feed those to him in the first place?" "A very stupid old man who got what he deserved," Qrow stated coldly. "Raven took care of that personally." Flashback, 7 months ago, Riverside Fishing Village. Inside a small shop near the port of the village, a man in his early 40s was hard at work gutting and cleaning the fish he'd caught today with a confused and angry expression on his face. "How the hell did that freak not die? I fed it pure ice dust for sake." It had been over a week since he tricked some random Fox Faunus kid into eating ice dust, and it still baffled him that he had lived. It had been the perfect opportunity for him to rid the world of one more of those filthy animals when it had hitched a ride on the ferry downstream. It was clearly an orphan, so he didn't have to worry about its parents, and they were in the middle of the river and late at night, so disposing of the body would have been a snap. Even if someone had caught him, he would have the perfect excuse since it ate the dust willingly. The hardest part was the acting all nice and kind to it in order to get it to trust him. That was the plan at least, so imagine his surprise when instead of dying via internally freezing into a block of ice, the freak just gulped the ice dust down and asked if he could have some more. The man was broken from his thoughts as a soft jingling of bells alerted him that someone had entered his store. Turning to the door, he couldn't help but smile widely as he saw a beautiful raven-haired woman with piercing red eyes and a large bosom walking towards him with a sensual sway of her hips. So busy with his ogling, he didn't even notice the weapon strapped to her side or the disdain written all over her face. Raven's nose crinkled in mild disgust as she felt the old man undress her with his eyes, but otherwise didn't react as she approached him. "A fine hello to you, madam. Welcome to Samuel's Fish and Shrimp. How can I help you this lovely day?" the old man asked in a suave voice once Raven reached the counter that she had to visibly resist rolling her eyes at. "I'm looking for the owner of this store, Samuel Whetstone," she said bluntly, making the man's smile widen. "Well, you're looking at him," the now named Samuel said. "What do you need me for?" "I've been told you've had a run-in with a peculiar boy recently. About 6 years old, fox faunus with 9 red tails," she described, making the man stiffen. "I might have. Why do you ask?" he asked in a forced casual tone that Raven easily saw through. Definitely a racist, she thought calmly, already having a plan to make this work in her favor. Putting up a perfect face of disgust and anger, she said in a faux angry tone, "The little street rat stole something of mine and I intend to collect it from the little abomination with interest. I'll be very thankful for any help you could give," she said in a sultry tone while placing a stack of lean on the counter. The act worked perfectly, as a wicked grin slowly formed on Samuel's face while he nodded in agreement. "Ah yes, I believe I will be able to help you then." He took the ferry inland towards outskirt village, he said while sliding the pile of money to his side. Nodding in thanks, Raven started to turn around as if to leave, only to snap back and grab the man by the throat faster than he could blink. "You know, there was also something else I heard about you," she said coldly as Samuel flailed in her grasp. "Apparently you like to give out candy to children, so I figured I'd return the favor for them." While she spoke, Raven reached into the pouch on her hip and pulled out a clear bottle filled with a familiar light blue powder. Pulling the cork out with her teeth, the red-eyed woman remained completely expressionless as she shoved the now open end in Samuel's mouth and forced the contents down his throat. As soon as the last grain was gone, she released her grasp on both the man and bottle before turning around and walked away. She completely ignored Samuel's gargling screams as he clawed at his throat, and his skin rapidly turned to a deep shade of blue. Raven didn't even flinch as his entire body exploded in a gory shower of frozen flesh, leaving a giant blood-covered chunk of ice in the place he'd been. And flashback. There were very, very few times in the last several years that Qrow approved of something his sister did, and that was admittedly one of them. "If you say so, I'm going to get some more sake," Tsunade said with a shrug while heading to the kitchen area. "Stop hiding in the corner with Mito and say hello, Karen." "Why yes, Tsunade-sama." Coco blinked in surprise as she finally noticed the said glasses-wearing red-headed faunus, as she shyly walked up to her and Naruto with her baby and bowed slightly. "And nice to meet you, my name is Karen." "Nice to meet you, Karen, the name's Coco and this is Naruto," Coco said with a smile as she hugged Naruto, who had just finished spitting the last bit of metal out of his mouth, before pointing to the bundle in the girl's arms. "And I'm assuming that's Mito?" When Karen nodded, the chocolate-themed girl made a come-here motion with her free hand. "May I see?" Karen looked uncertain about this. Karen looked to Shizun, who nodded her head encouragingly before slowly walking closer and adjusting the blanket. As soon as Mito's drowsy face became visible though, Coco completely froze up and her eyes widened as much as they could, flickering from her to Naruto and back several times. Naruto, on the other hand, leaned forwards with a look of fascination as he watched the baby rub her eyes with a cute yawn. Glancing around blearily, Mito's gaze soon settled on Naruto, where she visibly paused with a confused expression on her face. Without realizing it, both slowly leaned their heads to one side in perfect sync, then the other, before returning back to normal. Leaning closer until his nose was barely a centimeter from hers, Naruto stared into her red eyes and Mito into his for several tense moments. Then, ever so slowly, the larger whiskered blonde raised a hand and stroked the little blonde's cheek, making her giggle happily and latch onto a finger with her small hands. This in turn caused Naruto to smile in return as he continued to pet the baby's cheek while Karen unconsciously moved closer. Amazing, they only just met, and they already instinctually trust each other. Shizen thought with a smile as she watched the heartwarming scene while finishing up the last wrapping. Said scene came to an end though just as Coco was coming to her senses when there was a sudden loud banging on the door. Startled by the loud noise, Naruto accidentally pulled Karen and Mito close as his tails curled around them all protectively, leaving nothing but a shaking ball of fur and bandages. It visibly settled down though, if only a little, as a familiar voice yelled through said door. "Coco! Open this door before I bust it down!" Now, snapping out of her daze, Coco quickly shot up from her spot and rushed to the door. Naturally not thinking to straight at the moment, she simply opened the door like normal and paid the price as before she could make a sound. The fashionista huntress was bowled over by a very panicked Nora. Eyes zipping across the room at a manic pace, they instantly zeroed in on the bundle of fluff and Nora zoomed over. "Naruto! Are you okay?" she asked worriedly as she hugged the ball and stared at it as one of the tails shifted to allow a pair of certain glowing red eyes to peek out. "Kaa-chan!" Naruto cried happily as his tails started to unfurl and he hugged the orange jet, which she happily returned. "Oh, I was so worried about you. Are you okay? How's your tail?" she asked while pulling out of the hug and looking the boy over with a critical eye. "I'm fine, Kaa-chan. The nice ladies made me all better." As he was talking, Naruto pointed over to Shizen and Tsunade who waved in response, then pulled a still partially wrapped up Karen and Mito to his side. "And I even made new friends like you wanted me to, just like Coco." Nora's mind blanked out as she saw little Mito as the baby gazed up at her with innocent eyes and a wide toothless smile as she babbled in baby talk. However, she was quickly brought back to reality as a confused Naruto poked her cheek repeatedly. "Are you alright, Kaa-chan?" he asked with a tilted head that Mito copied. "Oh, yeah, sorry, just a little surprised," Nora said with a shake of her head while trying to get a closer look at the infant, only to fail as Karen quickly backed away. "It's nice to meet you all, but we should really get going, it's pretty late and I need to put Naruto to bed," she said quickly while scooping up said boy and quickly rushing back out the door. "Well, I have to agree with Ms. Valkyrie, it has gotten pretty late, and I have an institution to run," Ozpin said as he headed for the door, pausing to glance at Coco's groaning form as he passed. "And could one of you help Ms. Adele?" Meanwhile, Vale, Yan was riding her motorcycle Bumblebee back towards the Bullhead docks, her body running on autopilot as she mulled over what her mother had told her. Not only did she discover that her mother was essentially the leader of a tribe of bandits that she was related to, but said tribe had been almost entirely wiped out last year, leaving her, Raven, Qrow, and Naruto were the only remaining members of. Oh yeah, let's not forget that she was apparently also related to Naruto, with him being a distant cousin on her mother's side. While part of her doubted the truth of this due to Naruto being from the other side of the veil, the sheer similarities that they shared appearance-wise just seemed to be too much for a coincidence. Finally, there was the fact that Yang had just fulfilled her life's greatest goal, finding out why her mother had left her. And now that she was left with one big question: what now? Sure, she had always planned to be a thrill-seeking adventurer that traveled the world, but even then that had been influenced in no small part as an excuse to look high and low for Raven. Without that added motivation, the idea suddenly seemed to be extremely dull and pointless to her now. To put simply, Yang was going through one hell of an identity crisis. She was however snapped from these thoughts as she finally arrived at the docks and was moving to load up her bike when she saw something in the corner of her eye that made her pause. Wait a second, wasn't that? Slowly turning her head, the bodacious blonde's eyebrows vanished into hairline at what she saw. Dad? Well, I have to agree with Ms. Valkyrie, it has gotten pretty late, and I have an institution to run, Ozpin said as he headed for the door, pausing to glance at Coco's groaning form as he passed. And could one of you help Ms. Adele? To put simply, Yang was going through one hell of an identity crisis. She was however snapped from these thoughts as she finally arrived at the docks and was moving to load up her bike when she saw something in the corner of her eye that made her pause. Wait a second, wasn't that? Slowly turning her head, the bodacious blonde's eyebrows vanished into hairline at what she saw. Dad? And now, Dad, what the heck are you doing here? Yang Xiaolong was confused. No, confused was an understatement. She was completely lost on why her father was standing several feet in front of her with a surprised expression on his face as he stared back at her. It also didn't help that the family dog's Vi was standing at his side, looking at her with what she could swear was pity. Not only that, but instead of his usual outfit, Tyang was dressed up in a pair of black jeans, black combat boots, a black leather jacket with gray undershirt, and a pair of sunglasses that were currently resting on the edge of his hairline. And to top it all off, her father had Big Bertha, a top-of-the-line high-powered shotgun he used to intimidate would-be boyfriends to see how tough they were. Like Crimson. She thought with an internal chuckle/huff, remembering her first and only ex. He come to her place to pick her up for a school dance, had taken one look at the gun and pissed himself before running away as fast as possible. She had been mad at her dad for weeks after that, but had also broken up with the boy the next day since Tyang hadn't even gotten to threatening him yet when he chickened out. Shaking off his shock, Tyang gained a stern look as he holstered the shotgun on his back and marched up to his daughter. You know exactly why I'm here. Who did it? He demanded while grabbing the girl's shoulders. Did what exactly? Yang asked back, her confusion only growing as she tried to figure out what her father was talking about. Yang Xiaolong, don't you act coy with me, young lady. I found out about the boy when I called RWBY to check up on her this morning, he said, making Yang freeze up. Oh crap, I forgot to tell him about Naruto. The puntastic blonde mental cried. Her father was a pretty chill guy, but he hated when people left him out of the loop, especially with something that majorly affected her and or RWBY. With all the insanity that had been going on, however, it had totally slipped her mind to tell him. Okay, think maybe I can divert his anger by demanding why he hadn't told me about the veil. He can't stay mad with me . You better tell me right now who got you pregnant, or so help me I will find out another way and ground you until you're my age. Huh? Was Yang's eloquent response to her father's statement. Did he just say what she thought he just said? The sheer unexpectedness of it left her completely in shock and unresponsive, which unfortunately for her Tyang mistook for stubborn refusal. The hard way it is then, Tyang said with a frown while hoisting his unmoving daughter over his shoulder and marching onto the bullhead with Svi in tow. At least he was until the familiar sound of a gun hammer clicking made him stop. Listen up, dirtbag. You have precisely 3 seconds to put the girl down before I put an damn round between your eyes. The pilot of the bullhead, a certain foul-mouthed short-tempered woman who goes by 479er, said as she held the biggest damn pistol Tyang had ever seen against his head. Instead of being alarmed, however, the man simply reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. Relax, she's my daughter, he said while opening the small bit of leather to show both his ID and a picture of him with a slightly younger Yang and RWBY. 479 remained silent, while she looked them over with a critical eye, and a scanner built into her helmet. This continued for a minute or so before she slowly backed down with a nod. All right then, sir, you're clear. But just so you know, I've just notified the staff of your arrival, she said curtly while returning to her seat. It's no problem, Tyang said, taking his own seat after plopping Yang down. As the bullhead lifted into the air, he stared out one of the windows, his face still holding its look of complete seriousness. Hopefully RWBY will be a bit more cooperative, then I can proceed to show the son of a bitch responsible for this what happens when you mess with my little girl. Meanwhile, an NPW dorm, RWBY shivered as she felt a chill run down her spine. Why do I suddenly have a strong feeling of impending doom? She asked aloud, getting everyone in the room to look at her. Weiss, who was standing next to her, gave the raven redhead a dull look. I don't know, RWBY, maybe it has something to do with the fact we destroyed mass amounts of academy and personal property, again, she stated blandly, making everyone else in the room but Glynda and Winter look sheepish. In their desperate search for Naruto, they had basically tore through every room they could find, storage closets, other dorms, etc. Like a hurricane, they had left a trail of complete and utter destruction behind them until Nora finally found out where Naruto was after she called Ozpin. Thankfully Glynda fixed most of it already with her telekinesis. But there were still at least a few thousand lean worth of electronics, wiring, and machinery that now needed to be replaced. Now they were just waiting for Nora to return with her all-but-adopted son, since she had run off the instant she had heard he had a broken tail. Seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if we set a world record for most amount of property damage. Wise said while flopping, sitting down beside Winter on the older Schnee's bed. Heiresses do not flop. Actually, that particular record is currently held by her uncle and father. Glynda said with a scowl as she pointed to RWBY, who perked up. Really, wah? They set up a makeshift brewery in one of the unused dorms during their 4th year, and it exploded when Qrow tried to use dust to speed up the distilling process. Glynda said before RWBY could finish asking. The explosion itself hadn't been too bad, but it had been enough to take one of the primary support beams of the dorm building, thus causing nearly the entire structure to collapse. The only good news was Qrow and Tyang were the only ones hurt, as everyone else was in class. I guess the old saying is true then, the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. Blake said as she turned a page in her book, making RWBY blush in embarrassment. Before she could say anything in response, however, the door slammed open to reveal Nora standing there with Naruto in her arms. Hey Nora, how's he doing? Qrow screamed out in surprise as she got up to help her teammate, only to suddenly get scooped off her feet and tossed onto the hyper-orange-ed's shoulder. She wasn't the only one though, as Nora practically teleported over to Ren and RWBY and tossed them on top of the redhead before zipping back out the doorway. No tomato talk. Lots dodo. Bye. I'm going to bed, we said, not even bothering to question what just happened as she stood back up and left with Blake in tow. Me too, John mumbled. Halls of Beacon. Nora, what are you doing? Ren asked calmly while doing his absolute best to ignore the fact he was smushed between two extremely pretty girls. Not now. We're almost there. Coming through. Nora yelled back, scaring the hell out of a poor janitor as she shot past. Almost where? RWBY yelled from the top of the pile, clinging on for dear life as Nora made a sharp turn that almost flung her off, only to get no answer. Meanwhile Qrow was focusing on trying to breathe, not an easy task with a shoulder in your stomach and a lot of weight on your back pushing you down on it. Thankfully, she didn't have to deal with it for too long, as after a few more turns, a quick sprint outside to another building, and a flight of stairs, Nora carelessly tossed the trio to the ground before gently setting Naruto down on a bench. RWBY was the first to recover from the disorientation, mostly because she was used to moving at much faster speeds thanks to her semblance, and slowly pushed herself up and blinked in surprise and confusion. Why are we in one of the training rooms? She asked with a tilted head as she saw the various types of exercising equipment, and when she looked down found that she was standing in the middle of a small sparring ring. That is a good question, Ren said as he and Qrow stood up, both sending the orange yet pointed looks. Why are we here, Nora? Why else, Ren? I want you two to teach Naruto how to use aura and how to protect himself, she said while pointing at him and Qrow. Okay, I get why you'd want us to do that. But couldn't you have just said so instead of basically kidnapping us? Qrow asked, before sighing when Nora just gave a nonchalant shrug in response. What about me? Why did I get brought along? RWBY asked, pointing a finger at herself with a tilted head. You're good with machines, right? Nora asked back, making the cloaked girl nod her head. Good, because I need you too. The orangeette leaned close and started whispering in RWBY's ear, making the girl's eyes widen as far as physically possible, and a wide grin to cross her lips. I could do that, I just need to use the student forge. It should only take me a week or two to finish them, she said with a nod. Too slow, let's make it 3 days, Nora said, making RWBY stare at her. Wah, but that's impossible, there's no way I can CHT, what's that? RWBY asked as she looked at the large soda can that Nora was suddenly holding in her hands. Oh, this? Nora asked innocently as she wiggled the now open can, causing Ren to freeze as soon as he saw the label. It's called Creature, one of the most potent energy drinks in all of Remnant, she said before wrapping an arm around RWBY's shoulders and pulling her uncomfortably close. And the best part is, it apparently tastes just like chocolate chips. I don't like where this is go IAPSKJH. RWBY was cut off as Nora grabbed her lower jaw and started pouring the drink down her throat. She struggled for all of 5 seconds before the flavor hit her brain, causing her to freeze. It did taste like chocolate chips. As soon as she finished processing this, RWBY grabbed the can with both hands before ripping it out of Nora's grasp and quickly chugging down the contents as fast as she could. Not even a minute later, she lowered the empty container with a sigh that was swiftly followed by a loud burp. She then held the can upside down with a pout as nothing more came out. Still standing beside her with a smirk, Nora turned to the other 3 people in the room and raised 3 fingers. 2 fingers. 1 finger. As soon as the last finger went down, RWBY went completely still, her hands falling limp to her sides and pupils dilating so large that her silver irises were almost gone. When this happened, Nora immediately ran over to Naruto and pulled him behind a weight rack while Ren did the same with Pira. The moment after that, total chaos was unleashed. Unknown location. This is most intriguing. A sultry female voice said as a slender hand lifted up a scroll that was playing the video of Naruto's episode. And this is completely authentic? The owner of the voice, a beautiful black-haired woman with bright amber eyes and a dark smirk on her face, asked as she looked up to see Neo sitting before her. Have I given you any reason to doubt me? Neo asked back with a coy smile. No, you haven't. Well then, looks like a change of plans are in order then, the woman said as her smirk widened before looking to the left where an orange-haired man wearing a bowler hat and an expensive-looking white suit stood. Triple the men you are going to bring to the heist for the docks next week. And why, pray tell, would I do that? The man asked in a bored drawl. For a very simple reason, Torchwick, the woman said as her left eye seemed to catch fire. It's no longer going to be a heist anymore. It's going to be a trap. As soon as the last finger went down, RWBY went completely still, her hands falling limp to her sides and pupils dilating so large that her silver irises were almost gone. When this happened, Nora immediately ran over to Naruto and pulled him behind a weight rack while Ren did the same with Pira. The moment after that, total chaos was unleashed. For a very simple reason, Torchwick, the woman said as her left eye seemed to catch fire. It's no longer going to be a heist anymore. It's going to be a trap. And now, what the hell happened here? Tyang asked with a raised eyebrow as he exited the bullhead with Yang still draped over his shoulder and Zvi by his side. That's a good question. 479er said, irritation bleeding into her voice as she stepped out of the ship and took in the scene as well. Almost every single bullhead in the docking bay had been completely dismantled, their parts strewn about the area with reckless abandon, with the only exception being Winter's personal aircraft. Not only that, but lines of fire and scorched ground were randomly scrawled amongst the mechanical carnage. All in all, the place looked more like a black market chop shop than a bullhead dock. Grabbing a piece of an engine exhaust duct that was lying nearby, 479 walked over to one of the piles of machine parts. Son of a ing bitch. I'm getting tired of all this shit. I swear if I ever find the bastards responsible for this damn mess, the pilot went into a long and very disturbingly detailed rant as she started reassembling the aircrafts. She has a mouth worse than Qrow and a buzzed raven combined. Tyang thought with a nervous sweat drop as he and his dog quietly backed away from the raving woman. I don't even know what half of those words mean, nor do I want to. The older blonde stopped mid-thought as he spotted something odd by beside one of the dying fire trails that he was passing. Crouching, he reached out and grasped what he'd seen before standing back up and looking it over curiously. Rose petals? They were burned pretty badly and shriveled by the heat, but they were definitely the remains of the flower of love. Why would these be here? Tyang asked himself while glancing over the bay again, his eyes drifting across the entire area before settling back on 479, when she gave a scream of outrage. Are you kidding me? Where the hell are the primary rotator joints? And the damn micro dust power coils? The pilot demanded as she dug through one large pile of parts after another in a rage, swearing that he could see a black aura slowly rising from the woman's body. Tyang was about to continue his strategic retreat when the metaphoric lightbulb suddenly lit up in his head. Wait a second. Expertly dismantled machinery, scorched rose petals, missing parts. Ah shit, the man palmed his face as a heavy sigh escaped his lips. RWBY's on a sugar high. Meanwhile, Beacon training room. We are going to be in so much trouble, Ren muttered dully as he stared at the smoking hole in the wall that used to be the doorway. In the distance, he could hear unintelligible yells and shouts of surprise alongside various crashes and loud banging. Again. Oh, relax, Rennie. It won't be that bad, Nora said, draping her arm over her best friend's shoulders and pulling him close with one arm while the other her scroll with the camera running. Now shush, I don't want to miss anything. Despite the situation, Ren couldn't help but smirk slightly at the Orangette's actions before turning his attention to the sparring mat. On said mat, Pira and Naruto were sitting cross-legged in front of each other, with the red-headed huntress in training holding the young boy's hands. Both had their eyes were locked on each other, as a red glow gently pulsed around their bodies in sync. At first glance, the aura surrounding the both of them seemed identical, but on closer inspection the glow around Pira was a pure scarlet, whereas Naruto's was an odd blending of dark orange and deep vermilion. What the pair was doing was a beginner-level exercise where a teacher, Pira in this case, would connect their aura with the student's, Naruto, and then use this connection to make both go through periodic surges. This in turn would allow the student to gradually develop an intimate understanding for both using and manipulating their own aura. It was a tried-and-true method that most starting academies and tutors used after their students had their aura unlocked. The only downside was that after a person reached a certain age, generally around 13 to 15, the technique couldn't be used on them as their bodies would automatically reject the foreign aura. Hence why their team leader John had to struggle with figuring it out all by himself. However, as he gazed at the pair, Ren couldn't help but notice something off. Is Pira alright? Well, now that you mention it, Nora said with a thoughtful hum before closing her scroll and walking up to the two. She is looking a bit pale, and sweaty, and shaky. That was an understatement. The sweat was practically pouring off the girl's head, her eyes were empty and unfocused, and her arms were trembling badly. Why does she look so tired? It's only been 5 minutes. Switching her attention to Naruto, Nora's concern grew as she saw the blankness within his eyes as well. However, just as she was about to try and get either of their attention, the hyper girl paused as the aura around Naruto started flaring up erratically. Oh, that can't be go. Nora was cut off mid-sentence as the faunus child's aura exploded outwards, sending her flying backwards in a flash of light. Acting fast, Ren leapt to the side and caught his partner/best friend mid-air, the force sending them both skidding back several inches. Thanks, Ren, Nora grunted as she sat up in the quiet teen's arms, before feeling her jaw hit the floor as she took in the sight in front of them. Whoa! In the spot where Pira and Naruto had been, a dome of violently spiraling orange and red aura now sat. Nora was enraptured by what she saw, not even noticing as the lights all around them fritzed out and exploded. She could feel the power emitting from that half-sphere as it washed over her like a tidal wave. However, just as quickly as the little light show started, it ended as the dome started to wobble inconsistently before bursting like a soap bubble. The excess aura rapidly spread outwards and dissipated, leaving behind an awestruck, collapsed, heavily breathing redhead and a confused-looking blonde redhead. Naturally, as soon as she recovered from her shock, Nora practically teleported to Naruto, scooped him up into her arms, and began looking him over from head to toe while repeatedly asking if he was alright. At the same time, Ren went over to their exhausted-looking teammate and helped her up onto her feet. You alright? I am actually not sure. Pira panted out as she leaned against the quiet boy's shoulder for support. His aura, it's so powerful, so overwhelming. I've never felt anything like it before. No kidding, Ren muttered as he shot a glance at Naruto as the boy snuggled into Nora's embrace. Just when I thought all the surprises are over, the little guy goes and proves me wrong. Well, he certainly takes after his mother then, doesn't he? Pira asked with a weak smile. That he does, Ren agreed with a good-natured sigh before turning towards the exit. Nora, let's go. Pira looks like she's going to pass out any second. We'll tell Glynda what happened after we get her to dorms. Oh, good idea. Let's go to my room then, it's closer and it's Naruto's bedtime anyway. Nora said, her point being emphasized when Naruto yawned deeply and his head drooped into the crook of her neck. Not waiting for an answer, the young Orangette shot out the destroyed doorway with her precious cargo, leaving Ren and Pira behind with exasperated expressions. Where does she get all that energy? Pyrrha asked as they slowly followed after the girl. Syrup. Lots and lots of syrup. Naturally, nothing else was said between the duo, mostly cause Pyrrha had finally passed out, and Ren had to put all his focus on hauling the surprisingly heavy girl all the way back to dorms. Because of this, he missed a pair of eyes watching from the shadows with a mad gleam as he walked. That's it, brats, lead me to my prey. Back with Tyang. Sheesh, this is worse than when RWBY had her first cup of coffee when she was 10. Yang thought as she led her father to her dorm, having recovered partially from her shock at the man's unexpected arrival and follow-up declaration, just enough to walk and think on her own. Scorch marks covered the floor, walls, and even some parts of the ceiling, with small patches of fire still alight here and there. Every form of technology they'd come across, whether it be the locking mechanisms on the doors, the elevators, or a simple lamp, had been taken apart just like the bullheads at the bay. Finally, small chunks of cookies, puddles of milk, and strawberry stems were littered all over the place. We might actually get suspended this time. The busted blonde thought with a grimace as she stepped over an unconscious janitor. Of course, that's nothing compared to what I have to deal with now, she thought while looking back at her father with a sigh. He no longer had Big Bertha ready to fire at any second, instead having it strapped to his back where he could quickly draw it out if needed. After she had snapped out of her shock, she had tried to clear up the huge misunderstanding with some success. While Tyang still firmly believed that Naruto was her kid, Yang had managed to convince him to give her a chance to prove otherwise. She wanted to head straight for Ozpin's office to do just that, but right now she had to find her sister and stop her before she did something truly crazy, like dismantling the school itself or building a giant ray gun again. Don't ask. When they finally arrived at the right hallway though, it was to yet another very peculiar, aka hilarious, sight. Break already, you damned hunk of wood. One Blake Belladonna yelled as she furiously sliced at her dorm's front door with her weapon, Gamble Shroud, and its sheath with wild abandon while Weiss stood next to her using her glyphs to boost the raven-haired girl's blows. The reason for this was clear, the scroll scanner on the door having been dismantled like everything else, thus preventing the duo from opening it normally. What wasn't clear was why the former was stark naked and dripping wet while the latter was only wearing her underwear and a shredded nightgown that covered Jack. Not only that, but several items from their room were scattered across the floor, such as books, toothbrushes, and even one of the nightstands. Hey guys, didn't know I'd be seeing a full moon tonight, let alone two. What's the occasion? Yang asked with a chuckle, unable to resist cracking a joke. However, her humor quickly turned to nervousness as her and her sister's partners turned towards her with faces of rage and embarrassment. Abandoning their assault on the door, the exposed duo marched up to the bodacious blonde and got right up in her face. You want to know the occasion? Weiss asked rhetorically as she grabbed Yang's collar, pulled her down to eye level. Well, you see, our beloved captain, your sister, just came rocketing through our room like a deranged missile while I was changing, and I was showering, tore up our room looking for sweets and electronics, drank my entire supply of sweet tea, stole all my fire dust, took apart my 6-cough scroll, ruined another of my nightgowns, then dragged us out here and left. The two screamed simultaneously before letting Yang go, slapping her across either cheek, then returning to trying to tear the door down, leaving the blonde to stumble back as her hands shot up to her throbbing cheeks and ringing ears. By the time Yang managed to collect herself and get back up, Weiss and Blake had finally succeeded and had quickly rushed inside. Rubbing her reddening cheeks gingerly, Yang winced slightly as they throbbed in pain. Ow, I'll admit, walked right into that one. She grumbled while mentally berating herself for not activating her aura in time, having been too baffled by her teammates' actions to react in time. You know, I could have used a little help there, Dad. Not getting a response, she turned around to see what was wrong, only to sweat drop when she saw the older blonde all the way on the other end of the hall, his eyes clamped tightly shut, and his hands held out in a prayer position. Please don't kill me, Summer. Please don't kill me, Summer. Beside his leg, Zvi was huddled into a ball with his paws covering his eyes. Palming her face at her father's actions, Yang walked over and shook Zvi to give him the all-clear before reaching over to Tyang and grabbing him by the collar, and dragging him along as she went into her room where a now dressed and still pissed Blake and Weiss stood. Their anger swiftly changed to confusion, and slight fear for Blake, when they saw the man and dog accompanying the busted blonde. Blake, Weiss, say hello to my dad, Tyang, and our dog Zvi, Yang said while looking around the room. Not seeing her little sister anywhere, she promptly turned around and headed back out. Zvi, find RWBY. Woof. Zvi barked affirmatively before taking the lead as he sniffed the air. Wait for us. Weiss called out as she and Blake hurried to catch up. We'd like to have some words with RWBY, Blake said ominously while wringing her weapon's ribbon in her hands. A minute or so after they left, the door opposite to Team RWBY's dorm opened and John's head peeked out and groggily looked around. What the heck happened out here? He wondered aloud as he took in the destruction. He had just fallen asleep when the sound of Weiss and some other girl yelling at someone woke him up. After a few moments of not seeing anyone or anything happen though, the scraggly blonde shrugged and was about to head back to bed when he saw a book sitting a few inches from his door. Picking it up, his expression suddenly perked up as a smile crossed his lips as he read the title, A Man with Two Souls. Sweet. I love this book, he said, flipping the book open as he closed the door. Not even a second after he did so, did Nora and Ren rounded the corner at the far end of the hall with their respective passengers and entered into the former's dorm after she jimmied the lock with a small shock. Where are Winter and Penny? Ren asked with a raised eyebrow as he set Pyrrha down on the nearest bed. Down in Winter's ship most likely. Penny is supposed to be getting a new software update, and someone needed to be there to make sure it uploads properly. They'll most likely be gone the whole night, Nora said as she gently pried a now sleeping Naruto's tails off of herself. Ah, so that's the real you wanted to bring Pyrrha here, Ren said as it dawned on him. You don't want to leave Naruto all by himself. Well duh, there's no way I'm leaving my little boy by himself while those people are here, especially after I saw her with them, Nora muttered while setting Naruto down next to Pyrrha, whom he immediately latched onto. Her? Ren asked, having barely heard what the Orangeette has said. I'll explain once we get to Professor Ozpin's office, Nora said after tucking the two sleepers in and giving Naruto a on the forehead. Grabbing her friend's arm, she all but dragged out the door. But I think I found the cause for Naruto's episode. Beacon Academy Forge and Workshop. Tyang, Yang, Blake, Weiss, and Zvi had dumbstruck expressions on their faces as they stared at what was before them. How is this physically possible? Blake asked. I don't know, but it's going to give me nightmares for weeks, Weiss said with a shiver. Tyang said nothing, opting to just stand where he was just outside the workshop and watch as his youngest daughter mix a vat of molten metal in the forge, hammer out a slab of heated metal at the anvil, operate a belt sander, program a laser engraver, use the soldering iron, sort through a massive pile of random junk, snacking on an equally large pile of sweet foods and drinks, and several other things. At the same time. In other words, instead of finding one RWBY, they had found at least at a dozen or so. Whatever RWBY took must have one hell of a kick, she's never moved even remotely this fast before. Yang muttered as her eyes flicked from one cloaked girl to another. Man, we're going to need to do some serious shoe shopping after this. Your sister is moving fast enough to be in 20 places at once, and you're worried about shoe shopping? Weiss asked blankly. Well yeah, do you know how much friction-resistant combat boots cost? Yang asked back, effectively shutting the white-haired teen up. Besides, I'm sure RWBY will be fine, at least until she crashes. What is she even building anyway? Blake asked while trying to get a closer look at the middlemost RWBY as the girl assembled the parts that her speed duplicates made before stuffing the finished items into a box. However, before she could take more than 2 steps, the ribbon-wearing girl was yanked back by Tyang. Whoa there, do you have a death wish or something? He asked as he let her go, causing Blake, Yang, and Weiss to look at him with a raised eyebrow. No, I'm just getting a closer look, the cat fauna said, her eyebrow rising even higher when Tyang shook his head in exasperation. What's the problem with that? Just watch, the older blonde said as he pulled a buckshot round out of his ammo belt and tossed it into the room. Blake opened her mouth to ask what he was doing. Screech, before snapping it back shut as the round was suddenly torn to shreds in midair. What the hell was that? Yang asked as she watched the remains of the round swirl around the room. That, my little dragon, would be centrifugal force. As soon as he said this, the metaphoric light bulb went off in Blake and Weiss's heads and they palmed their faces. And what now? Yang, on the other hand, do you ever pay attention in class? Weiss asked, before a tick mark formed on her forehead when Yang gave a SOSO gesture with her hand. Deciding to cut in before the Schnee heiress had an aneurysm, Blake cleared her throat. Ruby's moving through the room so fast that her sheer momentum allows her to bulldoze through almost everything in her path without noticing. Just look at the floor. Oh? Like a straw in a hurricane. Yang said as she followed her partner's advice and finally noticed the shallow trenches that had been dug into the marble tiling, before her eyes suddenly went wide. Wait, wouldn't that mean that when Ruby starts crashing, that she'll start, scree crack, MMPH Xiaoqi, literally crashing? Yang finished with a wince as a red blur suddenly smashed into the wall, and all the Ruby duplicates popped out of existence. This left just the singular cloak-wearing girl embedded several inches into vertical surface. Yang and Tyang were by Ruby's side in the blink of an eye, carefully pulling her free and checking if she was all right. Thankfully, other than mild friction burns on her now bare feet, the only remnants of her boots and socks being the smoking upper calf section, she was fine. Proven further when her eyes flew open and she shot up with a wide smile. Daddy? She cried happily while throwing her arms around the blond man. What are you doing here? Did you miss him? Oh wait, I gotta show you something really cool. Zipping back across the room at a high, but clearly slower than earlier, speed towards where she had been assembling stuff and grabbing the box. Zooming back at an even slowly speed and looking a bit winded now, she plopped the box down in front of both blondes and pulled open the flaps. Tada! Eyes widening at what they saw, Yang reacted first by reaching inside and pulling out a pair of familiar-looking yellow and black bracelets. Comparing them to the pair currently around her wrists, she found that, other than being several sizes smaller, the new pair were completely identical. Ruby, are these mini Embercelica? Yep, Ruby said with grin, having seemingly calmed down to normal, though her breathing was moderately haggard. Reaching into the box as well, she showed off a red and black metal contraption. I also made a mini crescent rose. Activating the device in her hands, it quickly unfolded to show an exact miniature replica of her iconic weapon. In fact, I made one of all our friends' weapons. You what? Weiss demanded as she, Blake, and Zvi joined the trio, the white-haired teen taking the lead as she dug around inside the box and sure enough found the copies of her and Winter's weapons. Part of me wants to ask why she made these, but the other part says that it'll bring me nothing but a headache, Blake thought while comparing her weapon's duplicate to the original, and quickly noticing an odd difference. Placing a finger against the side of the copy's blade, she gently pressed down on it, causing the blade to bend from the pressure before springing back up when she stopped. The blade's made of rubber? She accidentally thought aloud, getting the other's attention. Well duh, do you think I would give Naruto actual weapons? Ruby asked, wobbling a little as sweat started pouring from her forehead. Oh well, I guess that makes weight. These are for Naruto? Yang cut herself off mid-sentence as what her sister said fully registered, her head jerking back up towards Ruby alongside everyone else in the room. Yep. Nora asked me to make them so that she could find out which type of weapon Naruto would be best suited for when he's older, the cloaked girl said as she stumbled around almost drunkenly until her father grabbed her shoulders to hold her steady. She wanted it done in 3 days, but I managed it in 3 hours. Well, that definitely sounds like something Nora would do, Weiss said with Blake and Yang nodding in agreement. Though she probably wanted them to be fully functional. Huh? She asked, only to blink in surprise when Ruby shook her head in negative. Nah, she was very clear, had to be entirely child-safe. She even gave me the idea for the firing mechanisms, Ruby said while cocking the mini crescent rose and aiming it at the wall she'd ran into. Pulling the trigger, there was a soft popping sound before a small splotch of red paint splattered the inside of the indent, right where her head had been. Okay, that's actually pretty cool, Yang admitted. Thanks. Now if you'll excuse me, now seems like a wonderful time for a zzzzzzzzz. Ruby couldn't finish her sentence as her sugar and caffeine high came to a complete crash, and she conked out in Tyang's arms. Said man adjusted his hold so that his daughter was held in the more comfortable bridal carry before turning his attention to his other daughter and her 2 friends. Okay, now that is all over with, we can get back to the reason I'm here. Unless there's something else that conveniently pops up. Boom! Everyone froze as a large explosion could be heard in the distance. Before everyone but the older blonde rushed outside to see what happened. Sighing for the only knows how many time that day, Tyang looked down to the dog still at his side and said, "You know, I could practically feel that coming just as the words left my mouth. Woof, don't patronize me. Oh That's Naruto and Nora's room." End chapter. Omake, Wabbit Season Part 3, Ctrl-Alt-I-C. Weiss was sitting at the desk in her team's dorm, doing a quick double-check of some assignments that were due tomorrow. She had to maintain her perfect 4.0 grade point average after all. She had just finished proofreading the last page of a report on the 13 key vulnerable points on a bearing rail when she heard the door open and looked back to see a tired-looking C. Blake walk in. "Do I even want to know?" C. Weiss asked with a raised eyebrow as she glanced at the various spots of white and green powder on her teammates' clothes and face. "No, C." Blake stated as she went straight to the bathroom and washing her face off. Deciding to take her word for it, the Schnee heiress simply nodded before going back to her assignments. After she finished scrubbing the catnip lace-stitching powder off her face and using a lint roller to get the spots off her clothes, C. Blake headed over to her and Yang's bunk bed. Pop! However, just as she was passing by C. Weiss, an eraser sitting on the desk suddenly burst open, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that completely blinded the two girls. "Cough W what the hell?" C. Weiss's voice yelled out between fits of coughing. "What's going cough on? That's what I'd like to know." C. Blake yelled back. "I swear, if this is another one of Yang's stupid jokes I'm going to EK. Thud. Weiss. Weiss, are you alright? Yeah, I fell out of my chair. Okay, hold still. I'm going to try and find the window OAA. Thump. Ow. What the hell, Blake? Oh, I'm sorry, Weiss, but I can't see SHIT. Fair enough, then at least let go of my blouse. I'm not even touching your blouse. Yes, you are. I can feel you pulling on it. No, I'm not, my arms are nowhere near you. I. Let go of my stocking. Now look who's throwing around false accusations. If you haven't noticed, my hands are a bit busy. That's it. You want to go? Then let's go. Crash, bang, thud, smack. EW. Did you just spit in my hair? I was about to ask you the same thing. Oh, please. Like I'd degrade myself to such a childish act. Would it kill you to stop acting all high and mighty? Bang, smack, slap, chomp. Ow. Really, Blake? Biting? All's fair in love and war. Alright then. Try see how you like a purple nurple. A purple WHAH. You bitch. All's fair in love and war. This continued for several minutes, with a variety of both creative and not so creative insults were flung around. It wasn't until the smoke had died down enough for the pair to see again that they finally stopped. The two girls' previously overwhelming anger was almost instantly replaced with shock as they got a good look at each other. This wasn't from seeing the slight bruises and small scratches they had inflicted during their spat, nor was it guilt or shame from how they had acted. It was due to the fact that their appearances had somehow been swapped around. See, Blake was now wearing a stark white dress, battle skirt, heels, and jacket with light blue undertones, red highlights on the coat, and the Schnee symbol blazoned on the back. On the other hand, C. Weiss was now in a black coat-tail jacket with a white undershirt, white shorts, black and purple stockings, and black boots. Hell, even their hair color and styles had been switched, with the Faunus girl having her hair now dyed blinding white and done up in sided ponytail, and the Schnee heiress's dyed pitch black and having a large, black ribbon atop her head. So lost in the shock of their new looks, neither of them noticed the pair of playful red eyes peeking in from the window for a few moments before ducking out of sight. Boom! Everyone froze as a large explosion could be heard in the distance. Before everyone but the older blonde rushed outside to see what happened. Sighing for the only knows how many time that day, Tyang looked down to the dog still at his side and said, "You know, I could practically feel that coming just as the words left my mouth. Woof. Don't patronize me. Oh, That's Naruto and Nora's room. And now, Ozpin's office, 15 minutes before explosion. Creak. Glynda, relax?" Ozpin said coolly as he sorted through a stack of paperwork, not even glancing at his number 2 as she tried to strangle her weapon while watching several hollow screens of static, or chaos. Sir, there are fires on every floor, over half the security equipment I'd installed is destroyed, there was a massive aura surge in the training rooms, and somehow Ms. Rose managed to fill all the water tanks with milk. Glynda stated, her eyebrow twitching heavily as a dangerous purple aura started forming around her. And you expect me to relax? Unfazed by this, externally at least, the gray-haired man took a sip from his cup before nodding. Yes, I do. We both knew that this year would be hectic, to say the least. We just didn't expect it to be this kind of hectic. The blonde teacher didn't say anything in response to that, but her aura simmered down slightly, and her weapons slowly straightened out. After a minute or so of silence, though, a grumble of irritation made its way past her lips as she started walking for the elevator. However, before Glynda made it even halfway across the office, a familiar ringing sound reached her ears. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out her scroll and hit the answer button, her eyes widening slightly when she saw who was calling. Hello? Hello? How the hell do you use this ing thing? Hello? Tsunade yelled angrily as her face appeared on the screen. Ms. Senju, there is no need to yell, I can hear you fine. Glynda stated calmly, despite her still twitching brow. Excuse me. I just spent the last 40 minutes trying to figure this damn machine out when I could have been drinking. I can yell however much I very well damn please. The graying blonde shouted. Tsunade-sama, Shizen's voice said in exasperation, getting the busted blonde to settle down with a grumble. Yeah, anyway, while I originally wanted to ask what in the nine hells has been going on for the last few hours, we got bigger issues to deal with now. And what, pray tell, would that be? Ozpin asked as he suddenly appeared by Glynda's side, getting the witch-themed woman to give the ever-so-slightest jumps of surprise. I've never been one for fancy wordplay, so I'll just be blunt. I think one of my guards has gone rouge. Tsunade said, making air quotes with one hand when she said guards. While Glynda stiffened at this statement, Ozpin didn't even so much as blink, opting to take another sip of his drink. That is a pretty serious accusation, madam. What exactly makes you believe this? Well, part of it is the fact he's been missing for 2 hours now, but mostly it's because of this empty vial I found in the bathroom with traces of Iron no Okiramono inside. Tsunade said while wagging said vial in front of the screen. Gift of Eternity. I'm sorry to say I'm unfamiliar with that substance. Ozpin said with a quirked eyebrow. Right, different world, Tsunade muttered with a facepalm. It's poison, extremely potent poison specially designed to kill a very specific people, and if you're half as smart as I think you are, I'm pretty sure you've already figured out X-a-dash. Boom. Both teachers stumbled slightly as an explosion suddenly rocked the building, the surprise causing Glynda's scroll to slip from her grasp and hit the ground, fracturing the screen and ending the call. Not that Ozpin or Glynda cared as they were already gone. Hallways of Beacon, 1 minute before explosion. Nora and Ren stalked down the dimly lit and messed up walkways at a fast pace, the former holding a look of determination, while the latter appearing both curious and concerned. Both had their weapons on hand now, having stopped to pick them up along the way. Nora seriously, what do you mean you know what caused Naruto's episode? Ren asked, tired of not knowing what was going on. I already told you, Ren. I'll explain once we get to Ozpin's OFFI. Boom. Nora was cut off mid-sentence as the shockwave blasted through the windows and knocked them clean off their feet. After a few moments, the pair groaned as they slowly pushed themselves back up to their feet, mostly unharmed thanks to their aura. Ow, what was that? Nora asked overly loud, thanks to the ringing in her ears, while dusting off the glass shards that were all over her clothes. How should I know? Ren asked back just as loud, only to be ignored as Nora rushed to the nearest window, and felt her blood run cold as she saw the pillar of smoke rising above where her and Naruto's dorm was. Naruto, dash? Unknown P.O.V. There is so much that I wanted to pass on to you. I wish I could be with you longer. I love you. A red-headed woman with violet eyes said with a sad, bloody smile as she and blonde-haired man stood over me. A single massive claw was pierced through both their bodies, stopping just short of me thanks to their combined efforts to hold it back, a single drop of blood falling onto my bare stomach. Inside a dimly lit and crumbling sewer-like place, I smashed my fur-covered and clawed fists against a large gate, roaring in victory as they shattered under the force of the blow. I then crushed the blonde man on the other side before he could recover from his shock. Why does nobody like me? I wondered. I sat under a tree at the edge of a park, tears in my eyes as I watched all the other kids having fun with their parents, who would stop every few minutes to send me warning glares full of hatred and spite. Why? Ha! Cough ha ha! Cough ha! I panted in pure exhaustion as I slowly dragged myself out of the ocean and onto an isolated beach. Every inch of my body hurt, but mostly my rear where the salt water soaked into the still open wounds. Grah! I swear when I get free from these infernal bindings, I will tear you to shreds. Then I will destroy this precious son of yours from the inside out. A giant nine-tailed fox howled in rage as it struggled against a series of giant golden chains that were holding it down amongst golden clouds. Never going to happen, QB, I said firmly while willing the chains to tighten around the mighty beast until it was completely immobile. I will never let you harm a single hair on my Sochi's head. Tabang. NNPW dorm, 10 minutes before explosion. Ugh, my head. Pira groaned softly as her eyes cracked open, a hand slowly rising to massage her temple as it throbbed mildly in pain. Thankfully for her, though, it quickly faded away as her sleep-addled brain started up. What a strange dream. The whole thing had been confusing, jumping from one situation to another at the drop of a hat. Even odder was that she could remember every single detail with perfect clarity, unlike with most dreams which would usually become fuzzy and incoherent upon her waking up. Before the red-headed huntress in training could delve deeper into the strangeness of it all, though, she finally noticed the weight on her side. Lifting her head slightly, she smiled tiredly as she saw Naruto snuggled up against her waist, snoring softly as his tails lay splayed out across the bed they were on haphazardly. I must have passed out on the way to Nora's dorm, she thought with a quick look around at the rest of her surroundings, confirming her assumption. But why am I so exhausted still? She asked herself while trying to sit up, only for her body to adamantly protest the action. This mystery was quickly solved, however, when she managed to catch sight of a nearby alarm clock displaying the time. 10:26 p.m.? It's only been 15 minutes since we left the training room? Pira wondered with a cocked eyebrow. There was no way she only slept for 15 minutes with how tired she was. She should have been in La La Land for at least a few hours. Skreek, damn it! Unless something woke her up. Pira immediately went on high alert as the doorknob jiggled and creaked, while an unknown male voice swore quietly. Easily realizing that someone was trying to break into the room, and that it was not someone she knew, the redhead shot up from the bed, ignoring the screaming protests from her body and waking up Naruto in the process. Ziziziziwaza? Piralbakan? The boy mumbled groggily as he sat up and rubbed his eyes cutely. What are yoimim? He was cut off mid-sentence as Pira placed a hand over his mouth and made a shushing motion with her other. Naruto, get in the closet and stay quiet. Do not come out unless I tell you to. Understand? She whispered in a deathly serious tone, scaring the child a little as he quickly nodded. Then go. Naruto didn't need to be told twice. The moment Pira released her hold, he scrambled off the bed and vanishing into the closet, the only part of him still visible being the stark white bandaging around his injured tail. This left Pira to be able to turn her full attention back towards the door, as she stood up slightly unsteadily. I hope Penny isn't too upset at me for this, she thought while grabbing one of the Guinad's spare swords that were neatly stacked up on a nearby shelf. Activating the weapon, it gave a soft hum while unfolding, and a power button symbol lit up with a bright green on the handle. It wasn't a moment too soon either, as with an ear-shredding painful shriek of metal grinding on metal, the point of a blade stabbed through the locking mechanism to the door before it slowly swung open. This allowed Pira to finally get a look at the intruder, a lanky man with grayish-white hair and a slightly surprised look on his face that swiftly turned to a nasty grin. Hello there, sweet cheeks. You wouldn't happen to have seen a certain little nine-tailed freak of nature around here, would you? Mizuki asked mockingly as he casually stepped inside, twirling the kunai in his hand while looking over the wobbling girl with cockiness and a hint of lust. I saw that little monster come in here a little while ago, and I've just been dying to see him. As soon as he finished speaking, the intruder jumped back to avoid being turned into human sashimi as Pira started furiously swiping at him with Penny's sword. Naruto is not a monster, and you will not lay a single finger on him. Oh really? And who's going to stop me? You? Mizuki asked with a chuckle, stopping his dodging and blocking an overhead blow with his kunai. Don't make me laugh. You're nothing more than an overly pampered brat. You can't even stop yourself from shaking in fear, he said before going on the offensive. Well, he's got that last bit half right, Pyrrha thought as she struggled to block his attacks. Her entire body was trembling, though not from fear but sheer exhaustion. Her exposure with Naruto's aura had worn down her own to almost nothing while simultaneously sapping her of her strength and stamina. This left her just barely able to stay matched with her opponent, and a lot more cautious than usual since she wouldn't be able to rely on her aura to protect her from a direct hit. Even so, that didn't mean she was going down easily, something she proved as she deflected a jab towards her torso and responded with a rising diagonal slash that tore through the man's vest and lightly scratched the skin underneath. Then shit! Mizuki exclaimed in pain, staggering back a few steps as a hand instinctually shot up to his injured chest. Attempting to take advantage of the man's disbalance, Pyrrha dashed forwards with a stab. Unfortunately for her, Mizuki recovered faster than she thought her would and just managed to sidestep her attack, before promptly punching her harshly in her exposed flank. The blow shattered through what aura she had left and sank into her now completely unprotected waist, causing her to gasp in pain and shock before falling to her knees. That's right, bitch, just where you belong, Mizuki said cruelly as he watched the redhead struggle to regain her breath. She tried to stand back up, only for him to punch her once again, this time directly in the face, causing her to collapse entirely. Kicking her sword away, Mizuki sat onto Pyrrha's prone form and grabbed a fistful of her hair before roughly lifting her up to eye level. Now here's how this is going to go. You can either tell me where that little freak is right now or I cut the answer out of you one piece at a time, he said coldly while holding his knife against her neck. You! Pyrrha panted out with a glare, a large bruise already forming on the left side of her face. All right then, hard way it is, Mizuki said with a sadistic grin while moving the kunai away from her throat and digging it into her shoulder slightly. Don't say I didn't war crack ARRG. The white-haired man was caught off guard when Pyrrha suddenly slammed her forehead against his nose, completely ignoring the blade sinking into her flesh in the process. Then, while Mizuki was still reeling from the surprise blow, she sank her teeth as deeply as she could into the crook of his neck while punching every inch of his body she could reach. This continued until she ran out of steam and the man was finally able to dislodge her with a trio of punches to her gut. Hitting the ground again, she felt some kind of cloth get roughly jammed into her mouth before a muffled yelp slipped past her lips as the knife in her shoulder was roughly yanked out. That's it, Mizuki growled, making sure to keep her fully pinned this time as blood oozed from his mouth, nose, and neck. If that's how you want to be, then I guess I'll have to try something more extreme. Before Pyrrha could even begin to wonder what he meant by that, she felt her right hand get roughly pulled away and pinned to the floor next to her. You're clearly right-handed based on how you fought, so it'd be an awful shame if something were to happen to it, wouldn't it? Mizuki asked in mock concern as he lined up the edge of his kunai's blade with the knuckle of her pinky. Eyes widening in horrifying realization, Pyrrha squirmed around as much as she could in a vain attempt to get free, before giving a muffled scream as the weapon sliced through her flesh once more. Her thrashing increased tenfold and tears poured from her eyes as the pain became unbearable. After what felt like eternity, in reality only a few seconds, the pain lessened ever so slightly and the redhead stopped screaming. Instead, quiet sobs racked through her as she was forced to watch Mizuki loom over her again, with her severed pinky being held tauntingly above her face. So, do you feel like talking now, or is the ring finger next? He asked while using the finger to pull out the gag in her mouth. Jigo, hell, ring finger it is then, Mizuki said while shoving the gag back in her mouth and lowering the kunai back to her hand. Pyrrha just glared at the man as best she could while bracing herself for the pain that was about to come. Splush ga! Only to be saved at the last second by a stream of pressurized water that suddenly blasted Mizuki off of her chest and into the wall. Knowing only one thing, or more specifically one person, which could be responsible for that, the exhausted and hurt teen weakly turned her head to see Naruto clambering out of his hiding place, and stood overprotectively. And Naruto. IT told you to stay hidden, she muttered after she managed to spit out the gag. Bad man hurt you, Naruto said with a growl, the whisker marks on his face growing bolder and larger, and his eyes glowing brighter than she'd ever seen as he glared at a recovering Mizuki. I won't let bad man hurt you anymore. Ha! So the little monster finally decided to show himself. Mizuki coughed out with a grin before reaching behind himself and pulling out a kunai easily twice as big as the one he was using earlier. This one had a thin leather sheath that once he pulled it off revealed the sickly green fluid that coated every inch of the blade. I got something special set up just for you, brat. Naruto simply growled at the man in response as his tails pointed at the white-haired man, before all but one suddenly coiled up around himself and Pira, surrounding the duo with a dome of fur. Seeing this, Mizuki chuckled then outright laughed as he started walking up to the barrier. Really? I mean really? You think this will keep you safe? I get you're a kid and all, but you must be really stupid if you think this will work. Mizuki trailed off mid-sentence, his large kunai held up ready to strike, when he finally noticed that the last tail had started glowing an extremely bright orange at the tip. Oh, son of a bi, boom, present. As the smoke and dust settled, the remains of NNPW dorm was laid out for the world to see. The walls, ceiling, and the furniture were blown to pieces, and the floor was heavily scorched and missing a few chunks. The bathroom and closet were surprisingly mostly intact, albeit they and the hallway were riddled with shrapnel and debris. And in the middle of all this destruction, Naruto's tail domes sat, entirely unharmed thanks to the layers of compacted earth and ice that now covered them, though the bandages on the gravity tail were now shredded to bits. With a loud cracking and sound, said layers broke apart as the fluffy limbs separated, revealing an equally unharmed Naruto who was licking Pira's injuries. Naruto, what are, why you doing? Pira asked with a cracking voice, flinching harshly. The boy's tongue run over the bleeding mess where her pinky used to be. Helping your boo-boos, Naruto mumbled, his face crinkled up in disgust from the taste of blood while he continued to lick. While she was touched at his attempt to help, Pira knew that all that he was going to do was get himself sick. However, just when she started to pull her hand free of his grasp, she froze up as the pain started to fade away and was replaced with an intense itching sensation, before both stopped altogether. Jerking her head up in surprise, the huntress in training's jaw dropped as she gapped the now completely healed stump on her hand. Feeling a weight on her chest, she shifted her attention back towards Naruto, as he clambered over her and started licking the gash in her shoulder. I would say I'm starting to hallucinate from blood loss and exhaustion, but honestly, at this point that would probably be more realistic than reality at this point. Pira thought with a tired chuckle as she watched the stab wound start to rapidly heal, before her head dropped back down, the adrenaline fueling her having been entirely spent, and her body went completely limp on her. Crackle. Unfortunately, fate being the ever-sneaky bitch it is, decided it had one last surprise in store for the duo. Pira could do nothing but watch in numb terror, as some debris nearby suddenly started to move until a horrifyingly familiar knife burst out wielded by a badly burned hand. As the owner of said arm began to gradually pull himself free, revealing more and more disfigured skin as he did, Pira desperately tried to move only for her body to not respond at all. Her body had reached its absolute limit, and basically shut down on her, preventing her from doing anything other than keeping her eyes open as shock fully settled in. Then, when she was just about ready to give up hope and tell Naruto to get out of there, she felt the whiskered child curl up on top of her waist whilst his tails around their bodies. There was only a small gap near one of her eyes thanks to his explosion dust tail having shrunken down to its natural size, and it was through this gap that Pira finally got the answer to how Naruto was so good at hiding when scared. Before her very eyes, the exposed parts of the tails rapidly changed color and texture, becoming flatter, rougher looking, and darker until they were indistinguishable to the surrounding rubble. If it wasn't for the fact she was literally incapable of doing so, Pira would have gasped in shock as this happened. Instead, all that came out was an unintelligible gurgle thanks to her voice quitting on her as well. Gah! You little heirs! You will pay for this! Mizuki screamed as he finally managed to get himself free, revealing his now mostly bald head, destroyed clothes, and horribly burned face permanently contorted into a snarl of pain and fury. Limping around the devastated dorm room, he walked up to a random pile of debris and furiously stabbed into it. I know you two are still here! He screamed again while moving to another pile and stabbing it repeatedly. And when I find you, I'm going to gut you bastards like fish. This time he tore off what remained of the door to the closet and hacked through the clothing that had somehow survived the blast, mostly Penny's outfits. Better yet, I'll skin those disgusting little tails of yours. One hair at a time. Qrow felt terror rapidly building inside of her as the deranged man started to get closer to their position, throwing aside a section of wall to look under it. Maybe turn them into a lovely coat for my girl. Qrow's heart felt ready to burst out of her chest as the man began to loom over her and Naruto's hidden forms, an insane look in his eye as he stabbed through the rubble barely 3 feet away. On her chest, she could feel Naruto start to shift around slightly before the smell of burning ozone reached her nostrils. Speaking of, can't forget to cut off the rest of that red-headed bitch's fingers. Mizuki yelled as he raised his blade to impale the rubble in front of him. Starting with her other pinky. Right as the blade was about to fall, and most likely kill them both in one fell swoop though, a single female voice asked. What did you just say? Standing just outside the demolished room was one Nora Valkyrie, manchild held in her hands in its hammer form and an absolutely pissed expression on her face. Pink electricity was crackling all over her body, shooting off in small arcs that lightly scorched the already damaged floor. Behind her was Ren with Storm Flower trained on the man's head, and John, who looked rather ridiculous wielding his sword and shield in his pajamas. Well, look who it is, the beast Ka-chan. Mizuki mocked with an insane laugh as he held up the scorched digit still in his free hand, making the trio start trembling in rage. You heard me, I cut that little slut's pinky right off. Made her scream nice and good while I did it. And after I'm done with her and that freak, you're next. To add insult to injury, he tossed the finger at their feet. Why? What are you going to do about it? I'm going to break your everything. Nora screamed as she shot straight at Mizuki, startling the man as she seemed to vanish from sight and reappear in front of him, her hammer already mid-swing. At the exact same time, Naruto's tail split apart to reveal the equally pissed-looking child spit out a bolt of pure electricity flew from his mouth. For one ever so brief moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl as the lightning flowed through the air, making its way to the most conductive object nearby, which just happened to be Nora's beloved hammer. The moment it made contact, the charge ran down the large metal object and into Nora's body. This in turn sent her semblance into overdrive as it immediately redirected that power straight to her muscles, increasing her striking power 30-fold. Qrow squelch, which meant that the entirety of Mizuki's torso, waist, and most of his arms were promptly blown to pieces upon impact. His head remained airborne for all of 1 second, just long enough for Nora to see the dumb surprise spread across his face at what just happened before falling down with a sickening splat on what was left of his hips, making his legs crumple from the sudden weight. Oh, thank God, it's finally over. Qrow thought with overwhelming relief, even as her vision slowly started to fade into black. She could just hear as her teammates rushed to her side and called out to her, but their words sounded like they were so far away. She could feel as her head was turned so that she was facing upwards, and the last thing she saw was Naruto's glowing ruby eyes staring into hers worriedly before the blissful embrace of unconsciousness took her. End chapter. Adaptations. Healing saliva. After hearing a pair of people talking about backing off to lick their wounds, Naruto mistakenly believed this to be what you do when hurt, and over time of doing this to any cuts or bruises he got his saliva developed an extensive healing property. Adaptive camouflage. While living on the streets and wild, Naruto's natural reaction to hide soon led to his tails developing the ability to blend into the environment. However, they do not take on the truly physical properties of their disguise, thus direct contact can expose his hiding spot. Oh, thank God, it's finally over. Qrow thought with overwhelming relief, even as her vision slowly started to fade into black. She could just hear as her teammates rushed to her side and called out to her, but their words sounded like they were so far away. She could feel as her head was turned so that she was facing upwards, and the last thing she saw was Naruto's glowing ruby eyes staring into hers worriedly before the blissful embrace of unconsciousness took her. And now, Xiao, Rella, your FR, and is Finn, the opera. Went, feckly. Better be lady or else, pancake you. Hey you, me then her yourself, she's starting to come to. It was these words alongside a barrage of dull aching pain throughout her body that won Nikos found herself gradually awaking to, slowly opening her eyes. A weak groan escaped her lips and her eyelids scrunched up from the blinding amount of light that seared into her unprepared pupils. Blinking several times rapidly as her eyes adjusting to the lighting, the red-headed warrior was confused as she found herself staring at a pristine white ceiling of the med wing instead of the wooden roof she was accustomed to in her team's dorm. However, before she could ponder about this oddity for long, her vision was filled with the faces of her two male teammates. Pira! Oh, I'm glad that you're awake. We were so worried about you, John said with a smile as he knelt by the bed the redhead was laying on. Huh! John? Pira murmured with a slight slur as she tilted her head towards her blonde team leader/crush, wincing as the action caused several parts of her face to throb painfully. What's going on? Where am I? You don't remember? Ren asked, getting Pira to look towards him in confusion. Remember? Remember what? The redhead trailed off mid-sentence as the memories of last night came flooding into her mind like an avalanche, causing her eyes to widen in horror before she shot up from her bed. Oh, Naruto, whoa! Easy there, Pira, calm down, John said as he and Ren tried to hold the panicking girl down. But Naruto is fine, he's right over there. The leader of Team JNPR cut Pira off, causing her to stop and follow the direction he was pointing, and saw Nora sitting in a nearby chair with Naruto peacefully asleep on her lap. They weren't the only ones there though, as to one side was the members of Team RWBY with the R of the group also asleep in an unknown blonde man's arms, and on the other was Winter, Penny, Professor Peach, Professor Glynda, and another unknown blonde, only this one was an elderly woman. I'd suggest you stop moving around so much. I just finished patching your Qrow up and I'd rather not have to do it again, the mystery lady said as she walked up to the bed and effortlessly pushed Pira back down onto the bed. I believe Ms. Senju meant we treated you, Professor Peach added calmly, getting an eye roll from Tsunade in response. But I do agree that you shouldn't be moving around so much, Ms. Nikos. Now please try and relax a little. Stressing yourself out in your current condition is not a good idea. Nodding her head in understanding, Pira took a few deep breaths and let the tenseness in her body slowly ease away. How long was I out? A little over a day and a half, though to be honest you're lucky to be awake at all, Tsunade stated bluntly. That stab to your shoulder nicked the axillary artery. Add that to your finger getting chopped off and you would have bled to death long before we even got to treating you if it wasn't for the little spit trick of the Funswees. Even then, it was a damn close call. As the woman was speaking, Pira's gaze drifted to where her right arm laid, wrapped entirely in immaculate white gauze from fingertip to the middle of her forearm. Lifting it up slightly, she held back a wince as a dull pain spread through the appendage. Were you able to fix this? She asked hesitantly. Well, yes and no, Professor Peach said with a sigh, causing the redhead to look at her in confusion. While we were able to recover your finger in the aftermath of this horrible event, it was in less than ideal condition. Oh, don't beat around the bush. Damn thing was burnt to a crisp. Tsunade cut in, earning a dry look from the pink-haired professor that she ignored. Walking out of sight briefly, the older busted blonde came back with a small metal box with a glass top, allowing her to see her roasted pinky inside, and a pair of scissors in either hand. Here, figured you'd want it back anyway, she said, placing the box in the palm of Pira's good hand before grasping the other gently and began cutting through the gauze. However, while that one was too messed up to use, we did end up finding a suitable replacement. Replacement? Pira wondered, opening her mouth to voice her confusion aloud, only to stop cold as she saw her hand become unveiled. Most of it looked just as it normally would, albeit a bit pinker and slightly swollen, with the exception starting around the pinky knuckle. The area around the joint was a deep puffy red, with small incision marks here and there that were barely noticeable. The big eye-opener, though, was the instant transition from that to pristine pale porcelain-colored skin as it extended past the knuckle and onto the pinky. How? You can thank the Akite Iru Ninjo and aka Zukin-chan over there, Tsunade said, idly pointing towards Penny and RWBY, who smiled sheepishly, the latter having been roused by the somewhat loud conversation. As she looked over the hand thoroughly, they were the ones to come up with the idea of using some of the former's spare parts for this. Ms. Senju, I do not believe it is wise to remove the bandaging so soon. It's only been a few hours since the surgery. You're increasing the odds of infection by nearly 90%, Professor Peach said in concern, only to be waved off by Tsunade as she began peeling off one of her gloves, revealing a pure white palm that shimmered as the light reflected off it. Relax, Peach-san, I know what I'm doing, the elder blonde said as she grabbed Pira's wrist with her still gloved hand, snapping the girl out of her shock daze, and wrapped her palm around the girl's. Immediately upon contact, Pira couldn't help but shiver as a warm slimy ooze was lathered over her hand. After a few seconds that shiver returned twice as strong felt pins and needles everywhere the liquid touched. You're a faunus? Blake asked with a surprised look as Tsunade finished covering Pira's entire hand and let it go as she slipped her glove back on. No kidding, what gave me away? Tsunade asked back sarcastically, getting the disguised cat faunus to look away awkwardly. Now shut up and watch the magic happen. Fascinating, Professor Peach murmured as she and Pira watched the swelling on the latter's hands slowly die down, and the skin regained its light peach complexion. What kind of faunus are you that allows you to secret such a useful substance? Believe it or not, slug, Tsunade said, chuckling at the surprised looks she got in response. If you could do that the whole time, why did you wait till now? RWBY asked with a raised hand. Because, unlike with the Funsui's magic saliva, I have to wait for a wound to set before being able to use my mucus to treat it. Otherwise, the wound wouldn't heal right. While she talked, Tsunade grabbed a clean washcloth from a nearby counter and started wiping the excess slime off. Oh, okay, RWBY murmured with a nod of understanding before pausing. Wait, did you say mucus? Why, yes, I did. Tsunade chuckled again as she saw the raven redhead's face turn green alongside most of the teens in the room. Deciding to screw around a little, she smirked mischievously and tossed the mucus-covered rag towards the girl while adding, "And yes, it's just like the kind that comes out your nose." Ew! RWBY shrieked as the rag flew towards her. Acting on reflex, she grabbed the nearest possible thing she could and held it out protectively. Unfortunately for Yang, that thing just happened to be her, and before she even realized what was going on, she was greeted with a face full of cloth and slime. Gross! The busted blonde yelled, pulling the gooey cloth off and tossed it directly into the trash. While trying to wipe the remaining goo off, she sent a red-eyed glare directly at a laughing Tsunade. This had better not mess up my hair. Oh, relax, Gaki. I was just kidding about the snot thing. It may be mucus, but it is much different kind than what you're thinking of, Tsunade said as her laughter died down, but never losing her smirk. Besides, thanks to its restorative properties, that mucus happens to make an excellent skin cream and hair conditioner. I mean, just look at myself. I'm 45 years old yet with just a little work I still pass off as being 28. She said while striking a half-hearted pose. Okay, I'm so calling bull on that, Yang said as everyone looked the woman over from head to toe. Subtract the small amount of gray in her hair and crow's feet around her eyes, which could easily be from a stressful lifestyle, and Tsunade did in fact look to be in her late 20s to early 30s. However, it was two particular details that cemented the younger blonde's belief. There is no way you're that old with that chest, Yang said while walking up to Tsunade and jabbed one of her fellow blonde's boobs with her finger, causing the soft lobe of flesh to jiggle. What's wrong? Jealous that your rack isn't the biggest around anymore? Tsunade asked with a smirk, crossing her arms under her chest to emphasize her breasts tauntingly. If you don't believe me, just ask Goodwitch-san. With her serious attitude, I wouldn't be surprised if she has my entire profile memorized already. At these words, everyone else in the room turned to said blonde professor, who simply sighed before pulling out a shiny new scroll out of her pocket and opening a file with Tsunade's picture. After zooming in on the section for personal information, she flipped the scroll around for them all to see. Well, holy shit. Yang couldn't help but say as she saw that Tsunade was indeed in her mid-40s, barely even reacting as her father smacked the back of her head for swearing. Man, most women would kill for that stuff. No kidding, I can already imagine how much I could make if I sold this on the open market. All the sake I could buy and gambling I could do, Tsunade said with a giddy laugh, while everyone else in the room swore they heard the soft cha-ching of a cash register in the background. After reveling in these thoughts for a few more minutes, she shook her head a few times and turned her attention back to Glynda and Peach. My work here is done, I'm going back to my room and calling it a night, she said, not waiting for a response before she headed for the door. Hold on you. We still need to talk. Nora whisper yelled as she carefully handed Naruto to Penny and chased after the woman. Not to sound rude, but who was that? Pyrrha asked, the question having slipped her mind until that moment. Tsunade Senju, the ambassador of Konohagakure. Glynda stated, leaving the redhead stunned once more. She's also a renowned medical genius, thankfully, Professor Peach said as she took Tsunade's spot and began looking over Pyrrha's hand with intrigue. I was still ill when you were attacked, so she and her apprentice were the only ones nearby who could stabilize you. I guess I owe her my life then. Pyrrha said, only to blink in surprise when Winter scoffed loudly. More like she owed you. It was her man that put you in that condition after all. The snow-themed woman said, seeing the shock, confusion, and alarm rapidly forming on Pyrrha's face, and rapid beeping of her heart monitor. Professor Peach elaborated. One of Ms. Senju's guards, the man who attacked you, appears to be a double agent who had snuck into her envoy. After the assault, we went through his belongings and found a large amount of Elementian currency and a contract for having Naruto killed. Pyrrha finished with a deep frown as the professor nodded. Does this mean the treaty is off? No, with all the evidence we found pointing to this Mizuki character being a Rouge operative, the Council of Vale agreed to let the matter slide. Glynda said stiffly, which is just a nice way of saying they're sweeping it under the rug the best they can. Blake said in her usual monotone as she stood up from her seat and handed Pyrrha her scroll with a news clip on screen. Late at night on September 23rd, Pyrrha the invincible girl Nikos was attacked and horribly injured at Beacon Academy by an as of this time unnamed male assailant. A lovely brown-haired woman said as a picture of Pyrrha's bandaged form appeared beside her. The motive for the attack is uncertain but is currently believed to be because of a mysterious young faunus child that has been drawing attention all over Vale. At this point, several pictures of Naruto were played. After a thorough investigation, it was revealed this child, whose name is Naruto Valkyrie, is a cousin of Ms. Nikos' teammate, Nora Valkyrie, and had been recently orphaned in a grim attack. Or was it? The woman asked ominously. Shortly after an explosion that was believed to be the assailant's work, a student was able to catch the following footage. Be advised, it contains highly graphic content. The screen changed to show a shaky clip of the remains of an NPW dorm, right at the time that Naruto was treating Pyrrha's shoulder, though because the angle of the shot, the distance away, and his tails constantly getting in the way, it simply looked like he was checking if she was alright. Pyrrha couldn't help but shake a bit as she watched Mizuki once again pull himself out of the rubble and for herself and Naruto to vanish from sight. She continued to tremble as the entire clip played, watching as the burned man ranted and raved while looking for her and Naruto's hidden forms. The video continued, all the way to point where Nora and Ren showed up, and she saw Mizuki once again get massacred by Nora and Naruto's combined efforts. Then, for the first time, she got to witness as the rest of her friends, several teachers, and the headmaster showed up and began to tend on her unconscious form while Nora comforted a trembling Naruto. As you all saw, this deranged man was clearly focused on the child, and appeared to hold some form of personal grudge against him. The woman said once the video ended. Authorities later confirmed that this man was the founder, and only known member of a new anti-faunus group and had been the true cause of young Naruto's orphaning. With this knowledge it is then easy to deduce that his goal was to finish the job by ending the poor boy's life, and anyone else's who got in the way. In the end though, we can all be thankful that this man is no longer a danger, and that according to medical professionals that Ms. Nikos will make a full recovery. However, there are still many questions left unanswered, such as the young child's interesting abilities. Stay tuned to find out more. I'm Diane Simmons of Channel 5 News signing out. Better get your story straight soon, 'cause I'm pretty sure the reporters will be hounding you like they have been us once you're out of here, Blake said dully as she took her scroll back, while Pyrrha groaned at the thought. Meanwhile, why are you following me? I thought you wanted me to be as far away from you as possible. Tsunade said with a raised brow as she stared down at the orangette following her with a distrustful glare. I do, but I also want answers that only you can give me, Nora said, her gaze not letting up for a second. Stopping in front of the door to her room, Tsunade turned her full attention to the teen and asked. What do you want to know? Why does your country want Naruto dead? Nora asked back coldly. Ah, that, well, to fair, not everyone in Konoha wants him dead, though the ones that do are not small in numbers. Tsunade admitted. As for those who do want him dead, want it so for one very simple yet stupid reason: fear. Fear? Nora parroted in disbelief. You're saying people are honestly afraid of a child? Is it really so hard to believe? Most kids his age can barely go to the bathroom by themselves, yet that little Funsway is able to bite through solid metal with ease, enjoys eating highly volatile minerals as a snack, can use the elements themselves like toys, and that's barely scratching the surface. Tsunade stated while Nora frowned, unable to deny her point. Okay, fine, they're afraid of him. Doesn't mean they have the right to try and kill him. I agree with you, but people have a tendency to be rather idiotic when it comes to things that scare them. Tsunade said with a resigned shrug. For example, from what I understand, many faunists that join that white fan group I'd been hearing about to get rid of humans, is because they're afraid of being oppressed. They believe that everything will be better if humanity was gone because of this fear. But do you know what would most likely happen if they succeeded? They'd live peacefully? Nora answered unsurely. No, they'd end up with basically the exact same situation they have now after a decade or so. Only it would be faunus against faunus. Tsunade said, her voice filled with certainty. What? Was all Nora could say in response before the busty blonde elaborated. The only reason that the faunus are as united as they are right now is because they have a common feared/hated enemy, humans. Once humans are out of the picture though, those feelings would begin to disperse over time and along with it, the faunus unity as a species. Then, before you know it, some idiot or idiots will get the idea that they are better than others because of some stupid reason, like perhaps that they're a predator faunus or a mammal faunus, and then they'd end up oppressing others for being inferior to them, thus starting the whole thing over again. Nora said as what Tsunade was saying clicked in her mind. Exactly, in the end wiping out humanity wouldn't really fix anything. But most faunus can't see that because they're too afraid to think that far. Tsunade said with a nod. In the same way, the people that want Yogaki dead can only see what they fear, someone with a large amount of power that could be dangerous to them, and not as the innocent child he is. Nora growled softly as her frown deepened as she found herself once again unable to argue against the graying blonde's point. It's still not right. She mumbled quietly while looking down. Like I said, people are idiots. As long as they can get rid of what scares them, they don't care if it's right or wrong, Tsunade said while turning around and reaching for the doorknob, glad the girl was satisfied with half the truth. She did not even want to imagine the headache it would give her if she had to try and explain the true reason Konoha's people were terrified of Naruto, for the beast that he contained. Hold on, I still have another question. Ugh! Tsunade groaned as Nora grabbed her arm. Fine. But this better be the last one. Nodding, Nora looked Tsunade straight in the eye and asked, Why do you have Naruto's sister? Say what now? Tsunade asked dumbly while Nora's gaze narrowed. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. The baby? Nora stated firmly as her grip tightened. A look of understanding spread across Tsunade's face at those two words, before she promptly burst into a fit laughter much to the teen's confusion and annoyance. What's so funny? I'm being serious. Sorry, it's just, Mito is not Yogaki's sister. Tsunade said once she managed to get her laughter back under control. Bullshit. They look just almost identical to each other. Nora yelled angrily. I never said they weren't related, just that those two aren't siblings. Tsunade said while she held up her hands up in mock surrender. So what, she's his cousin? His niece? Nora demanded, only to not receive an answer as Tsunade turned around again and opened the door to her room. Hey, answer me, she yelled but was ignored as Tsunade stuck her head into the other room. Karen, get over here. The busty blonde called out before stepping away from the door as the young red-headed girl Nora had seen briefly last time nervously walked out with Mito in her arms like usual. What do you need Tsunade-sama? Karen asked with a slight stutter. I just need Mito for a moment. Need to introduce her to someone important. Tsunade told her, getting Karen to glance at Nora, who had a very confused expression on her face. Okay, Tsunade-sama, she said after a brief moment of hesitation, reluctantly handing the infant to the blonde. Thank you, now you go to bed little lady, it's late and you need your sleep. Tsunade said, nudging the girl back into the room as she expertly cradled Mito with one arm. Once Karen was back inside, the elderly woman closed the door and returned her attention to the orange jet. You consider yourself the Funswee's Ka-san, correct? I don't consider it, I am his mother. Nora stated, wondering where the woman was going with this, before blinking in surprise as the woman smirked. Great, Tsunade said while holding Mito out to the orange jet. Then allow me to formally introduce you to your granddaughter. BBB, but I'm too young to be a grandma. I don't consider it, I am his mother. Nora stated, wondering where the woman was going with this, before blinking in surprise as the woman smirked. Great, Tsunade said while holding Mito out to the orange jet. Then allow me to formally introduce you to your granddaughter. BBB, but I'm too young to be a grandma. And now, the next day, Glynda's classroom. I honestly wish I was more surprised by this. Weiss said in a dull tone as she, the rest of Team RWBY, the JPR of Team JNPR, Winter, and Penny all stared at a blank-faced Nora with Naruto sitting on her lap holding Mito in his arms while Karen and Shizen sat on either side of the trio. You're not the only one, Ren said tiredly as he and John sat next to each other with bagged eyes. After finding out her apparent status as a grandparent, Nora had booked it to her team's dorm and spent almost the entire night ranting and freaking out before devolving into her current catatonic state. Does anyone else think this is the most adorable yet disturbing thing they'd ever seen? Yang asked as Naruto and Mito rubbed their cheeks together while laughing, getting almost everyone in the room to nod in response. Ironwood is going to have an aneurysm when I tell him about this, Winter thought, her eyebrow twitching slightly as she thought of that impending headache. Alright, that's enough Naruto, give the baby back to her mother. Ah, okay Winter-nay, Naruto said with a cute pout as he handed Mito back to Karen. He quickly perked up with curiosity though when RWBY walked up to him with a familiar cardboard box in her hands. Don't be sad, we're gonna have a lot of fun, she said with a grin before opening the box and rifling around inside. Classes had been cancelled until the damage from RWBY's super sugar rush, which she was thankfully excused of entirely by Ozpin much to Glynda's chagrin, and Naruto's explosive surprise were repaired. So, taking advantage of their extra free time, the group decided to go along with Nora's idea of testing Naruto with different weapons. Plus, none of them wanted to be outside where the reporters and journalists were just waiting for a chance to strike. Here we go, let's try this one first, RWBY said with a smile while pulling out the mini version of her weapon. Of course you'd start with that one, Yang said, giving RWBY a mock disappointed look, to which she got a stuck-out tongue in response as the raven redhead set the box down and handed Naruto the replica. Yo, what is this Oba-chan? Naruto asked, looking over the red and black block in his hands curiously. That is Chibi Rose, RWBY said proudly before getting down on her knees so she was eye level with the boy and grabbing his hands. Here, you hold it like this, no like this, there you go. Now keep a firm hold and, should we really be teaching him this stuff? Pira asked reluctantly as she watched RWBY instruct Naruto how to hold her weapon. He's just a child with more targets on his back than I have lean in my wallet, Winter replied bluntly. I know, but this still feels wrong, Pira muttered with an uneasy face, pausing briefly when an amazed Naruto activated Chibi Rose's scythe form. Your maternal instincts are telling you to protect him. That's only natural, the older she said, placing a hand on the redhead's shoulder supportingly. However, he needs to protect himself as well. You've seen the extremes that some would go just to get to him. Yeah, you could say you experienced it firsthand, eh? Yang punned with a cheesy grin as she wiggled her pinky. Chirp 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 chirp, oh come on, that was pure comedy gold. The busted blonde grumbled while sending Blake a dirty look as the cat faunus played the sound of crickets chirping on her scroll. No, it wasn't. Almost everyone else said bland sink, making Yang cross her arms with a huff. Crude humor aside, my point is that we won't always be available every second of every day to guard him. I don't like this any more than you do, but it is sadly a necessary precaution we need to take. Winter finished her explanation calmly. Fine, Pira said with a sigh of defeat as she seemed to deflate into her chair, subconsciously fiddling with her right hand. I don't see what you're so worried about. These things are basically toys, Yang said while picking up the faux Ember Celica gauntlets from the box and firing them at a nearby wall with a soft point, splattering it with yellow paint. Really kick-ass toys, sure, But still toys, what's the worst that can happen? Oh, you did not just sa.hlkj. Weiss started to groan, only to end up gagging as a red paintball sailed straight into her mouth when Naruto accidentally pulled the trigger. The snow-themed girl's hand shot to her throat, her face quickly starting to turn blue as she choked on the paint-filled projectile. Thankfully, before Weiss could suffer from a humiliating death via paintball, Penny quickly came to her rescue as the Guinad wrapped her arms around the heiress's waist and did the Heimlich maneuver. After a few thrusts, the white-haired girl gave out a loud coughing gasp before the small red ball popped out at high speed, splat, and straight into Blake's face. Her lips stretching out into a razor-thin frown, the bow-wearing teen's hands slowly wiped the spit and paint off her face as she sent Yang a dull glare. What? I blame you. And thus, the jinx began. While all this was happening though, Shizen remained quiet with an awkward smile on her face. This was understandable since where she came from it was common to start training children as young as 5 to be ninja. Test 1, Chibi Rose, insert gag reel music. Alright Naruto, swing at the target like this. RWBY said while slicing a holographic dummy in half with crescent rows. Like this Oba-chan? Naruto asked while mimicking the motion, only to end up losing his grip on Chibi Rose, causing it to go flying across the room towards the others. While most of them ducked on reflex, Winter just stood there calmly and caught the mini scythe midair with ease. Hee, maybe we should try target practice instead. RWBY muttered sheepishly as Winter tossed the full weapon to her. 1 minute later. Point drat, point dang it, point darn it, this is hard. Naruto whined as he aimed Chibi Rose's gun form at a holographic target on the wall with several red paint smears surrounding it. Don't feel bad, it took me a long time to get the aim right when I started as well. RWBY said while ruffling the boy's hair. No kidding, you kept missing each shot by miles and somehow managed to shoot Dad in the foot. Yang said with a loud chuckle. Man, he was so pissed when the doc ended up removing his pinky toe. Yang! RWBY yelled indignantly as her face turned bright red in embarrassment. You promised never to talk about that. Sorry Rubes, but my fingers were Qrow ... ga. Son of a bitch. Yang was cut off mid-sentence when she was shot 3 times by Naruto, once in the stomach, once in the chest, and once in the eye. Bad Oba-chan. No being a meanie to RWBY Abakan. Naruto yelled with an adorable glare, as Yang rolled on the floor swearing up a storm with her hands clasped over her eye. Test 2 Mini-naster, Murder-naster copy, your legs are too close together, keep your back straight, shoulders need to be squared. Naruto's eyes were nothing but swirls as he stood in an uncomfortable-looking pose while Weiss circled around him, correcting every little mistake. Wow, she is a really bad teacher. Yang said dully. Indeed, Winter said with a sigh. Her little sister's need for perfection may make her a model student, but it left a lot to be desired when it came to instructing others. Case in point, it had been almost an hour, and the Schnee heiress hadn't even gotten past showing Naruto the starting stance. I'm putting a stop to this, Blake said calmly while hefting a really long cane in her arms. Where did you get that? John asked with a raised eyebrow, only to be ignored as the faunus in disguise hooked the end of the cane around Weiss's neck while she was distracted with her ranting and pulled her away from Naruto. Test 3, Gamble's Shadow, Gamble's Shroud copy. I have no words for this, Winter said emotionlessly, though her rapidly twitching eyebrow belied her calm words. No words at all. Everyone was tangled into a giant ball in the center of the room, held together by thin black ribbons and Naruto's tails. You know, now that I think about it, maybe having him try to use a corded weapon with multiple giant tails sticking out his backside wasn't the wisest of ideas, RWBY's muffled voice said as her legs kicked uselessly in the air. No, really? What gave you that idea? Weiss asked sarcastically as she struggled against her bindings, not noticing that her constant wiggling around was having a profound effect on the blonde teen boy beneath her that she was unknowingly grinding against. So this is what heaven feels like, was John's last thought before he passed out with a bloody nose and steam erupting from his ears. Test 4 Ember Sisters, Ember Celica copy. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. With each number Yang yelled, Naruto would respond by punching the boxing mitts she was wearing with either his left or right hand. They went on like this for a full 5 minutes, with the older blonde frequently switching up how she called the numbers to prevent Naruto from getting accustomed to a specific pattern before signaling to stop. "Good job, Squirt, you got a pretty good swing for your age," Yan said, getting Naruto to beam from the praise while she pulled the protective gloves off and took out her scroll. "Now let's try something a little more fun." Pressing a command on her scroll, several green hollow targets appeared and started spinning around Naruto. "This is really simple. Just try to punch as many of those as you can until I tell you to stop." "Got it? Got it, Oba-chan," Naruto said with a salute before doing as the busty blonde said. "This seems to be going well," Ren said as the group watched the whiskered boy throw wild and sloppy punches through the moving targets, causing them to turn red with a soft ping. Something should go wrong any second now. Giving the slothful boy an odd look, Winter couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" "It's one of Nora's laws," Qrow stated with a sigh. "Since something went wrong with every other, then that means something will definitely go wrong here." "Oh please, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard," Weiss started to say, only to be cut off when one of the Ember Sister gauntlets suddenly collided with her crotch. "Sorry, Oba-chan," Naruto yelled with a sheepish grin while Yang rolled on the floor laughing. Test 5, Crochet Mini, Crochet Morris copy. Nope. Almost everyone in the room said at the same time as John started to stand up, making the blonde sigh in defeat and flop back down. Test 6, Micro Milo and Akko copy. Yeah. Hut. Ha! Naruto exclaimed while slicing through several moving hollow dummies with basic swings. "You're going good, Naruto, keep it up," Qrow said with a mixture of pride and uneasiness on her face, still not entirely sold on all this. Squirming a bit in the chair she was in, she still couldn't stand for prolonged periods since she had multiple torn and strained muscles in her legs and lower back. She upped the difficulty level from introductory to novice with her scroll. Barely a second later, a dozen more holograms appeared armed with bow staffs. Not thinking much of this, Naruto attacked one of these new dummies, only to end up blinking in surprise when it managed to block his swing. Before he could regather his wits, the boy was smacked across the face by another hollow dummy, and sent stumbling back several steps. Qrow's concern shot up briefly, but she quickly calmed down as Naruto shook off the blow without any sign of injury and dove right back into the fight. Interesting, he's already starting to reflexively protecting himself with his aura. "You've been teaching him well," Winter said to Ren with an impressed look, who'd been teaching Naruto while Qrow was out of commission. The quiet boy nodded his head in thanks for the praise but made sure to keep his eyes firmly on Naruto, as he managed to defeat two of the hollow dummies at once with a lucky swing. "He's a good student, once you figure out how to get him to sit still long enough to be taught. Just like Nora. Speaking of blocking, looks like Ruby and Penny are almost done setting up," Blake said as the group turned towards the said girls, who were currently on the far side of the room assembling what looked like a small cannon. The Raven Redhead was making a few last adjustments to the trigger, while the Orange Jet loaded up a large plastic container filled with quarter-sized red balls into the ammo slot. After a minute or so of fiddling, Ruby smiled widely and cocked the weapon. "We're locked and loaded. Ready to go whenever you are." "Thank you, your timing is perfect," Qrow said, standing up a bit wobbly as Naruto sliced the last hologram in two. "Great job, Naruto, now to try blocking." Placing a hand on his shoulder, she led him to the opposite side of the training floor and guided him into a basic crouching shield position. "I want you to hold this position as best you can while Ruby fires at you. They're just paintballs, but they're bigger and hit a lot harder than the ones you were shooting, so they will sting a bit if they hit you. So if at any time you want to stop, then don't hesitate to say so, okay?" "Okay, Qrow-san," Naruto said, briefly breaking out of the stance to give her a hug that she returned before going back to her seat and signaling to Ruby to go. "Alright, here we go," Ruby exclaimed as she pulled the trigger, launching several rounds straight at Naruto. Then all hell broke loose. Instead of splattering against the shield like expected, the red balls bounced off and started ricocheting all over the room. By the time this fact managed to register in anyone's mind, though, one of the balls had struck Ruby across the back of the head, making her face slam against the front of the cannon and knocking her out cold. Unfortunately, her hand was still grasped around the trigger as she slumped over, so the cannon continued to fire. Within seconds the entire room was filled with bouncing balls of doom. "Hit the dirt!" Shizen yelled as she, Winter, Karen, and Blake ducked under the seats for cover while Naruto yanked Pira towards him with one of his tails as the rest formed a protective dome around the pair. The rest were too slow to react and ended up getting repeatedly pelted from all sides before managing to duck as well. What the hell's going on? Yang demanded as she rubbed one of the many welts now adorning her face. Good question, Winter said before drawing her sword and slicing through all the shots that headed towards her in the blink of an eye. This went on for quite a while until the gun ran out of ammo and all the balls finally stopped. Waiting an extra minute just to be safe, everyone slowly started to peek out from cover and saw the damage. And music. Hundreds of balls covered the floor, almost every exposed surface was riddled with dent marks, and all the windows in the room were smashed to pieces. Penny stood over Ruby's prone form, her face badly dented up as she gently shook the girl awake. Great! Looks like we destroyed yet another part of the school, Blake muttered. At this rate, Beacon will be nothing but a pile of rubble by the end of the year. But how? Last time I checked, paintballs don't bounce, Ren muttered, grimacing as he slowly stood up. Simple, these aren't paint, Winter said while picking up one of the sliced-up balls, showing the solid red insides. They're rubber. What? How? Ruby asked in a surprised tone as she sat up, a small trickle of blood running down her nostrils. I believe that is my fault, Penny said with a sheepish smile, or the best she could manage with her damaged face, while holding up the empty ammo container, revealing the symbol for Atlas on the side. When you sent me to buy more training rounds, I got Atlassian Standard instead of Valiant Standard by accident. Of course you did, Ruby muttered with a sigh before grabbing the Gynid's arm and dragging her along. Come on, Penny, let's go fix up your face. Yeah, I think now is a good time to call it a day, Pira said as she and Naruto walked up to them, with the former leaning ever so slightly on the ladder until John went to her side and helped her stand. I think Nora agrees, Ren said as he watched the somehow completely unharmed Orangeette pull Naruto back into her lap when he got close and snuggle with him tightly. No arguments here, Weiss groaned as she pressed a piece of wrapped ice she made with dust against the numerous bruises covering her body. I don't think my body can take much more of this. I really need to see a medic. Did someone say they needed a medic? Everyone in the room, even Winter, jumped slightly as an unknown voice rang through the room, before turning around toward the source. Standing by the now open doorway was a man with plain brown hair and lightly tanned skin, wearing a dark purple outfit that looked like a mixture of a tuxedo and a medic's uniform. In his arms was a fancily wrapped package, and on his back was AM-41 surface-to-surface rocket medium anti-vehicle/assault weapon. Whoa, what happened in here? The man asked with a raised brow as he looked over the destroyed room before suddenly smirking and saying in a gravelly voice. Looks like someone had a lot of fun. Meanwhile, abandoned warehouse. Everything is set for tomorrow, all the pieces in place. All that's left is for you to get the boy down to the docks tomorrow night, preferably with as few people as possible, the fire-eyed woman said, her hands steepled together, as she and Neo stared at each other from across her desk. Once you're there, wait for my signal, then make it seem like you've been taken out. That way, if anything goes wrong, your cover will still be intact at least. Understood? Perfectly, Neo said with a confident smirk. Good, then get going, you're on the clock, the woman said, getting the ice cream-themed girl to nod before her form seemingly shattered like glass and vanished from sight. Once she was gone, a green-haired girl who looked to be in her late teens stepped into the room with a frown. Are you sure we can trust her for this, Cinder? You worry too much, Emerald. Neo knows what she's doing and she's competent enough to get it done, the now-named Cinder said calmly. But she getting too close to the target. We both saw her hesitate just now, Emerald said. It had been barely noticeable, and it was only thanks to her many years as a thief that she noticed it, but the greenette had just managed to see the slight pause in Neo's movements. I know, which is why her act at the docks will be all too realistic, Cinder said with a dark smirk. Standing by the now open doorway was a man with plain brown hair and lightly tanned skin, wearing a dark purple outfit that looked like a mixture of a tuxedo and a medic's uniform. In his arms was a fancily wrapped package, and on his back was AM-41 surface-to-surface rocket medium anti-vehicle/assault weapon. Whoa, what happened in here? The man asked with a raised brow as he looked over the destroyed room before suddenly smirking and saying in a gravelly voice. Looks like someone had a lot of fun. But she getting too close to the target. We both saw her hesitate just now. Emerald said. It had been barely noticeable, and it was only thanks to her many years as a thief that she noticed it, but the greenette had just managed to see the slight pause in Neo's movements. I know, which is why her act at the docks will be all too realistic, Cinder said with a dark smirk. And now, man, I heard that things had been a bit crazy around here, but I never expected this, the purple man said as he fully entered the room. I would have come here much sooner if I did. Looks like a Rio blast. Excuse me, but just who are you and what are you doing here? Whis demanded as the purple-dressed man walked into the destroyed training room. Oh, sorry, how rude of me. My name is Frank Dufresne, but my friends call me Doc, and you may call me O'Malley. The now named Doc/O'Malley said, his expression flipping between a sheepish grin to a cocky smirk and back again as his voice changed before he held up the box in his arms. And we're here to deliver this package to one Nora Valkyrie. I was told she was in this area. Ah, those must be the new clothes for Naruto that Nora ordered, Ren said before gesturing to the still catatonic girl beside him. This is her, but as you can see she's a little out of it at the moment. Oh my, what happened to her? Doc asked in concern as he watched the girl mutter inaudibly while snuggling with a confused but happy Naruto. Parenthood, Ren said bluntly. Ah, well then, give this to her when she's feeling a bit better, Doc said while handing the package to the slothful member of JNPR and heading back the way he came. Now, as much as I'd love to stick around to chat, I have more deliveries to make. Have a nice day and enjoy the new bastard. I should have realized he'd think that, Ren said with a facepalm. I'd ask about the fact he was acting like two different people, but that was actually the least weird thing to happen this month, Blake said dully, getting slow nods of agreement all around before she fast walked to the exit. I'm leaving before something else happens. Same here, Whis muttered as she limped away with her sister's help, and it wasn't long before everyone else went their own way as well. Shizen and Karen took Mito back to their room along with John and Pyrrha, so the latter could get a checkup to check for any signs of rejection with her prosthetic finger. Yan went off to work on rebuilding her motorcycle Bumblebee, which had been an unfortunate victim of Ruby's sugar-high insanity. And finally, Ruby, Penny, Nora, Ren, and Naruto all headed back to Team RWBY's room. The former because that was where all of Penny's spare parts were being held for the time being, and the latter because they really didn't have anywhere else to go. Currently, said child was playing around with the new clothes he'd gotten with Ren while Ruby carefully peeled away the artificial skin covering Penny's face, revealing the semi-soft pink polymer underneath. Oh geez, that's worse than I thought, Ruby muttered with a grimace, nudging some of the distorted rubber-like material carefully. I'll have to remold it all. Did you already turn off your pain receptors, Penny? Of course, Ruby, why do you ask? The Gynid asked with a tilted head as the raven redhead slipped on a pair of heat-resistance gloves and started digging around inside her toolbox. Because I'll have to use this to fix your face, Ruby said while pulling out a low-power blowtorch and igniting it. Now could you go stationary please? I'd rather not accidentally cause more damage while I'm fixing you. Understood, Ruby, entering stationary mode, Penny stated before she went completely immobile, and a tiny hole opened in her throat. Non-oral communication activated. Can you hear me? Nice and clear, Penny. Now let's get this over with, the weapon lover said, adjusting the blowtorch a bit before carefully brushing the flame against the fake muscle. As the rubbery substance slowly heated, it gradually softened and expanded, smoothing out the dents in the process. Today was a complete disaster, wasn't it? I wouldn't say that, Penny said. Sure, there were a few accidents, but we did learn several things in the process, such as what weapon types are incompatible for Naruto. That's true, but we also wrecked a part of Beacon, again, Ruby said, shivering slightly when she thought of the scoldings she would no doubt be receiving soon from Glynda. And even when Naruto was doing okay, I felt like there was something off. How so? Penny asked curiously. That's the thing, I'm not sure, Ruby said with a shrug as she turned off her blowtorch, having dealt with all the distortions. Setting the tool down, the raven redhead peeled off her gloves before pressing her now bare hands against the pink polymer, causing it to compress back down to its normal shape. It's just that he seemed unbalanced and kinda rigid for some reason. This was the first day, so perhaps that is just his inexperience that you were seeing, the Gynid said, only for RWBY to shake her head. I thought it might be that at first too, but then I saw him using Ember Sisters. Naruto was sloppy, sure, but he seemed to be just fine with them until Yang had him do the moving target exercise, RWBY said as she moved her hands out of the way and checked her handiwork, smoothing out the odd bump and giving the material a few test prods to make sure it was still elastic. Once she was satisfied, RWBY grabbed the artificial skin and started applying it back into place. Then it could have something to do with his faunus biology, Penny suggested, her voice reverting back to normal mid-sentence when RWBY finished what she was doing, and the robotic girl cancelled stationary mode, her face now back to normal. Really, how? RWBY asked curiously. Well, his tails are extremely large for a child of his size and weight, so it would be incredibly likely that they would hinder his movement and/or balance, Penny stated, a file of all the information she had on Naruto popping into her vision. But Naruto's never had a problem with them before. I mean, look at them, RWBY said, her gaze shifting over to the topic of their conversation as he held up several shirts and pants up with said tails. Does that look like they're causing him any trouble? Fair point. If anything, they have been incredibly beneficial to him, Penny conceded, getting what the cookie-loving girl was saying, and he really comes up with creative ways to use them. Heck, I'm pretty sure he uses those things more than his own hands. RWBY trailed off when the metaphoric light bulb lit up in her mind. Of course, why didn't I see that earlier? See what? Penny asked as RWBY zipped over to a desk with several sheets of paper, a pencil, and a ruler. Think about it, Penny. Naruto uses his tails for almost everything he does, including defending himself, RWBY explained while making several careful lines on the paper. He's so used to using them with whatever task he's doing that it's his natural reaction now. That's why he seemed so uncomfortable when we were teaching him, because he was going against his self-trained instincts. Oh, I get it now, Penny said, realization dawning on her as well. We were so focused on what we wanted him to learn, that we never considered what he already knew and preferred to do. Precisely. So what are you doing? Penny asked curiously as she watched the weapon nerd draw. Weapon idea, can't talk, must focus, RWBY said curtly, her hands blurring across the parchment, drawing, erasing, and redrawing lines at a very rapid pace. Within minutes, those lines began to coalesce into an image of a segmented gauntlet-like device. It was similar to Yang's Ember Celica but without any gripping mechanism inside, made of various segments that were interconnected by straps, and armed with a trio of serrated blades on the front end. Once she was done with this picture, RWBY set it to the side and started on another, only this one being much more complex with detailed depictions of the weapon's inner workings. Wow, this is amazing, RWBY, Penny said, picking up the finished drawing. I didn't know you could draw so well. Only when it comes to weapon schematics, anything else just comes out goofy looking, RWBY admitted with a shrug, her eyebrows furrowing as she put the final details for what appeared to be a retracting mechanism for the blades. Now I don't like pulling a Weiss, but could you please stop distracting me? Oh right, sorry, the Guinan said sheepishly before leaving the raven redhead to her work and going to the other side of the room, where Naruto and Rin were now playing chutes and ladders. Just as Penny was about to ask if she could join them though, she noticed Nora's scroll on the floor with the message indicator blinking. Picking up the small device, she flicked it open and checked the messages curiously. Excuse me, Rin, Neo is wondering if Nora and Naruto are still up for spending the day at the arcade with her tomorrow. Ah, I almost forgot about that, Rin said while moving his piece a few spaces on the board. You should tell her that they can't make it. I've seen Nora like this once before and it'll probably be a day or so before she snaps out of it. What? I want to play with Neo-chan though, Naruto whined sadly. Well, you can't go alone, so unless you can find someone else to take you then you're not going, Rin stated, getting Naruto to pout adorably. However, before he could get to upset, RWBY glanced up from her work and said, I'll go with him, I need to go buy some materials for this anyway. This statement caused the whiskered blonde to cheer and pounce on the short huntress in training with one of his iconic full-body tail hugs. Thank you, RWBY. You're the best, he said excitedly, snuggling against her chest as she smiled at him softly, and patted his head gently after wiggling her arm free. It's no problem, Naruto. Besides, what kind of aunt would I be if I didn't spoil you from time to time? RWBY asked jokingly with a giggle that proved contagious for Naruto. RWBY, Don't you already have a mountain of random parts and such that you scavenge during your sugar high? Ren asked, cutting into the moment with a raised brow. Professor Goodwitch confiscated most of it afterwards, and what little she left me was used to build the training cannon, RWBY said, getting the slothful teen to nod his head in understanding while Penny messaged Neo back. Ping, she says that alright with her as long as you don't make her carry anything. The robotic girl said after the ice cream-themed girl responded. Ping, and she apparently knows a scrap shop that usually has some good stock for decent prices if you're interested. Oh, that sounds great, RWBY said with a grin, since while scrap shops didn't have the quality guarantee of a proper metal or part distributor, their prices were generally much more reasonable, especially for someone with only a few months of allowance money to their name. Besides, since she did the smelting and constructing herself, the weapon girl was confident that she would be able to judge what would and wouldn't be worth buying. Tell her that I'm game. Who's game for what now? One young Xiaolong asked as she and Zwei walked in the doorway, both covered from head to toe in grease. I'm taking Naruto to Vale tomorrow to hang out with Neo. You wanna join us? RWBY asked back as Naruto let her go in favor of playing around with the small corgi, only for the busted blonde to shake her head. Nah, I still got a lot of work on my baby to do, sorry Rubes. Yang said while walking towards the bathroom but paused when she reached the door. Oh, by the way, Dad left for Patch about an hour ago. Turns out he forgot to call in a sub for his classes and he had to hurry back before he got into any more trouble. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Dad alright, RWBY said with an overdramatic sigh before going back to her schematic making. Since you're going to take a shower, do you mind taking Naruto with you? He hasn't had one today, and it's almost his bedtime. Alright, come on Squirt, it's bath time, Yan said, scooping up both Naruto and Zwei up in her arms and carrying them into the bathroom with her. Speaking of bedtime, me and Nora are gonna call it a day, Ren said, glancing at the clock on the wall as he got the orange jet up to her feet and started guiding her to their dorm across the hall. I think I'll also rest for a while as well. Is it alright if I use your bed once again, RWBY? Penny asked, having spent the last few nights in Team RWBY's dorm since her room was destroyed. Yeah, sure thing, Penny, RWBY said with a wave of her hand, not looking away from her work. Just try to stay on your side of the bed this time. Yang is starting to get unbearable with her teasing. Oh, don't be like that, RWBY. We all know how much you two love your snuggle time. Yang's voice called out from the bathroom, causing the raven redhead to groan with a slight blush spreading across her face. And thanks for reminding me about that. I forgot to tell Dad about that. Better send him a message. Don't you dare! RWBY screamed, barreling into the bathroom and tackling Yang in the shower just in time to stop the busted blonde from hitting the send button on her scroll. As they wrestled for the device, Naruto and Zwei glanced at each other with confused looks before shrugging and jumping into the fray, thinking that the two sisters were playing some kind of game. 20 minutes later, Blake and a bandaged-up Weiss would arrive to the very peculiar sight of Naruto sitting on top of an exhausted Yang, RWBY, and Zwei in the middle of the bathtub, a victorious grin on his face, and Yang's scroll in his hands. I'm too tired for this right now, I'm going to bed. Same here. The next day, Vale, Neapolitan had a smirk on her lips as she sat on a bench at the bullhead docks, waiting for Naruto and RWBY to arrive. Her original plan had admittedly been a bit of a gamble since it relied on her, Nora, and Naruto accidentally getting lost with the use of her semblance, thus resulting with them going to the shipyard instead of the arcade. Then she learned that RWBY would be going in the energetic Orangette's place, and intended to do a bit of shopping for some weapon project of hers. She'd have to squeeze the exact details out of her while they were hanging out. This, however, also ended up giving the ice cream-themed girl the perfect opportunity. She did in fact know of a scrap shop in Vale that sold decent quality materials for a reasonable price and was a place she frequented to buy replacement parts for her umbrella whenever needed. And it just so happened that the fastest way to it from the arcade would be to cut straight through the pier, and as such the shipyard. Now not only did she have an almost foolproof plan, but in the off case that something went awry with the trap, then there would be little chance that she'd be linked to it since, as far as anyone else was concerned, it would be because RWBY changed their plans that they'd be there at all. Not one to turn down a win-win situation like this being handed to her on a silver platter, Neo quickly got everything set up while notifying Cinder of the slight change in plans. Snapping out of her thoughts as she saw the two people she was waiting for approaching, the tricolor-haired girl offered a friendly smile. Neo-chan! Naruto yelled excitedly, glomping the silent girl as soon as he got close. Hey Neo, it's good to see you again, RWBY said as she walked up at a more sedate pace. How've you been doing? Neo rolled her eyes good-naturedly and made a SOSO motion while ruffling Naruto's hair before motioning towards the raven redhead in a questioning way. Not so lucky, I'm afraid. You would not believe half the crazy stuff that's been going on recently, RWBY said with an exasperated smile, while grabbing Naruto and setting him on her shoulders, thus missing the knowing smirk that briefly crossed Neo's lips. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to just playing some games and hanging out. Then let's not delay anymore, Neo said with her scroll before leading the pair out of the bullhead bay and into the open street. The arcade is just down the street from here. And sure enough, they arrived at a large building covered in neon signs and posters covering the walls, the most prominent being the name of the arcade itself, Litwick's Family Fun Center Arcade. Dozens of people ranging from young children with their parents to teens hanging out with friends were constantly going in and out of the building, all of them laughing and talking with wide smiles. Wow! This place looks awesome, Naruto said excitedly while bouncing around on RWBY's shoulders. This definitely beats the local arcade back home, RWBY said, not doing much better as she was practically vibrating in place from her own excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get gaming, Neo said with a wide Cheshire grin before the trio rushed inside. The next few hours were a blur of loud noises, fun, and animated violence. Naruto had a blast, constantly jumping from one game to another, with either RWBY or Neo helping him to learn the controls. He did alright in most of the games for a beginner, though it was soon discovered that when it came to luck-based games like item droppers or ticket spinners he was practically unstoppable. RWBY ended up showing off her marksman skills by owning all the first-person and simulation shooting games with ease. However, her building cockiness was swiftly crushed when she challenged both Naruto and Neo to DDR, Dance Dance Revolution, and was handily defeated as the former could hit every key with ease thanks to his tails and the latter kept discreetly tripping her up with her semblance. Neo on the other hand had been happy to just stay at the side and watch the two wear themselves out, but after seeing Naruto's amazing luck snuck him over to the slot machines where he won her several jackpots in a row. Naruto and RWBY also ended up meeting and befriending quite the interesting array of people as time passed. There was an enthusiastic fellow with dyed green hair named Sean that hung out around the action games who stopped Naruto from playing a game called Happy Wheels, much to RWBY's relief. When they tried out laser tag, they ended up getting caught up in an apparent feud match between two brothers Tommy and Danny who got way too into the game. In a mining simulator game they watched a blue-haired young man competing against a portly dwarf-like fellow with red hair over who could find the most diamonds. At the adventure games section they ran into a pair of young men named Joseph and David who were dressed up like a orange cat and a squid respectively for some reason, while in the horror games section was a man with dyed pink hair who started insisting his name was Wilfred Warfsteak after putting on a fake pink mustache. Finally, in the prize and snack hall a slightly chubby blonde scientist dressed in a messy lab coat had to keep dragging his apparent apprentice, a young woman with black hair and purple gunk covering her arms and eye, away from the grape slushy machine that she kept muttering was so pretty and singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to. Once the trio had all the fun there was to be had though, the trio gathered up all their winnings and exchanged them for prizes, or cash in Neo's case, before leaving and Neo started leading them to the scrap shop. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun, RWBY said happily, a large tote bag slung over her shoulder stuffed full with prizes. Yeah, it was. Yawn great, Naruto said, rubbing his eyes tiredly while leaning against Neo for support. Best day ever. Seeing the boy's obvious drowsiness, RWBY frowned slightly before nudging Neo's shoulder to get her attention. Are you sure this store isn't far? Naruto is pretty tuckered out. Don't worry. We'll be there in a little under 5 minutes, too if we cut through the main docks. The ice cream-themed girl told her while pointing to said docks as they came into sight. Alright if you say so, RWBY said with a nod, once again missing the wicked grin on Neo's face as she led her and Naruto towards the shipyard. Neo could not believe how well this job was going for her right now. Not only was her plan to lure the target to the dock going off without a hitch, but her little trip to the arcade had ended up being quite enriching for her. Now all that was left to do was get into position, wait for the signal, then put on the most convincing defeated performance she could. However, as she walked down the stacks of storage containers, the silent girl's gaze was slowly drawn down to the boy leaning against her. As she stared at him, she felt an odd emotion flow through her, one she was unfamiliar with feeling: guilt. She didn't understand why she felt it. She'd only known Naruto for a short while and had known from the beginning that this was going to be the most likely outcome. There was no way she was getting attached to him. Even the thought of it was just ludicrous. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Neo turned her focus towards her surroundings. She couldn't afford to be distracted by such things right now. They were almost in position, and she needed to keep an eye out for her sig. Thwip squelch. Neo stumbled back slightly as she felt something strike her in the waist, before gasping silently as she felt a sudden searing pain flood through her body. Reaching for the affected area by instinct, the ice cream-themed girl blinked in surprise as her hand clasped around an obsidian arrow that was firmly embedded into her lower torso on the opposite side that Naruto was leaning on. Knowing only one person who used such a weapon, a sneer crossed her lips as she glared at the direction the arrow came, barely even registering as RWBY and Naruto called out her name in shock and worry. "You bitch," she mouthed before collapsing. Neo stumbled back slightly as she felt something strike her in the waist, before gasping silently as she felt a sudden searing pain flood through her body. Reaching for the affected area by instinct, the ice cream-themed girl blinked in surprise as her hand clasped around an obsidian arrow that was firmly embedded into her lower torso on the opposite side that Naruto was leaning on. Knowing only one person who used such a weapon, a sneer crossed her lips as she glared at the direction the arrow came, barely even registering as RWBY and Naruto called out her name in shock and worry. "You bitch," she mouthed before collapsing. "And now, Neo-chan?" "Neo!" Naruto and RWBY shouted in shock as their friend was struck down, the former catching the ice cream-themed girl before she could hit the ground with one of his tails. RWBY moved to help, but she only made it 3 steps before suddenly skipping back as another arrow zipped right past her face. Remembering the danger they were still in, the Raven Redhead drew crescent rows in sniper mode and fired blindly in the direction the arrows had come from. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to help Neo, his 8 free tails reflexively forming a fluffy barrier between them and the incoming projectiles. "Are you okay, Neo-chan?" Neo rolled her eyes at the stupid question, unable to help herself even as she started coughing up blood. Of course she wasn't okay. She had a arrow in her gut. Despite that though, she lied to the boy and nodded her head a little while trying to sit up, only to fall back down as pain seared through her body. Knowing that a wound like this wouldn't hurt this much normally, Neo reached down and pulled the arrow free with a silent hiss before frowning when she saw the green tint on the barbed arrowhead. Poison, just as she thought. How perfect. Before she could contemplate the severity of how screwed she was anymore, Neo was jarred from her thoughts as RWBY ran up to them. "We need to get out of here now," the scythe wielder said while pulling Neos up to her feet and slinging the injured girl's arm over her shoulders. The reason for the girl's urgency was clear as dozens of armed men and women wearing grim masks started coming into view from behind the storage containers the arrows had been coming from, all of them armed with various guns and explosives. RWBY knew that there was no way she could take on that many people at once while protecting both Naruto and Neo, so their only option was to retreat. However, any hopes of escape were immediately squashed as even more White Fan members revealed themselves at every possible exit. Trapped, the trio could do nothing as more and more of the Faunus extremists surrounded them from all angles. "Oh crap," RWBY said with a pale face, her head swiveling as she desperately looked for a way out of their current situation, only to find none. "Olba-chan, what do we do?" Naruto asked nervously as the masked Faunus continued to get closer and closer. I don't know," RWBY muttered, her brain running through 100 different yet insanely crazy plans that were basically guaranteed to fail, such as using her semblance to charge through the enemy lines while carrying Naruto and Neo. All too soon though, the reality of the situation settled in and the cookie-loving girl let Neo fall off into Naruto's grasp so she could heft up Crescent rose up and activated its scythe mode. Twirling the large weapon once in her grasp, she got in front of the ice cream girl and nine-tailed boy protectively as the White Fan members trained their guns on her. "Guess this is it for me," RWBY thought while she cocked the gun portion of her war scythe. Looks like I'll be reuniting with you a lot sooner than I expected, Mom. Hope you have a plate of cookies ready for me. Fire! One of the masked faunas yelled before the entire area. Naruto, Neo, and RWBY were standing was engulfed with explosions and bullets. For several minutes the white fan members continued to shoot, filling the air with dust, smoke, and debris until their clips were finally empty. Did we get them? One of the grunts asked aloud, earning several "Are you an idiot" looks from his companions. Of course we did, another said confidently. There is no damned way that they avoided that. Unless they did something like that, a third grunt said while pointing to the area they had been bombarding as the smoke cleared away, revealing a heavily battered dome of ice and rock with the tip of crescent rose sticking out the front. Oh, you have to be shitting me. Meanwhile, inside said dome an equally stunned RWBY was standing with her scythe stuck mid-swing in the unexpected barrier. Once the surprise wore off, she shook her head and pulled her weapon free with a quick tug. Okay, didn't see that coming. Was that you, Naruto? She asked while turning towards the pair behind her, before blinking in surprise when she saw Neo pressing the tips of Naruto's ice and earth tails against the ground in the exact middle of the dome. Putting two and two together, RWBY was about to praise Neo for her quick thinking, only to end up rushing to the tricolored girl started to cough up blood again while clutching her side. Looking over the wound closely, the raven redhead couldn't help but hiss in sympathy at the damage that had been done. The wound was small, but bleeding profusely, with several small chunks of loose flesh thanks to the barbs on the arrow. That's not good, we need to get you to a hospital fast. Neo nodded her head in agreement. Her body was already going numb and her vision blurry from the combination of blood loss and poison. She didn't have long before it was too late, about 5 minutes, maybe 10 if she was lucky. Oba-chan? Is Neo-chan going to be alright? Naruto asked nervously, huddling against the silent girl's uninjured side for both his and her comfort. Huh? Oh, yeah, she'll be fine. RWBY said quickly to keep the boy calm, which failed epically as the dome shook from more gunfire and explosions, causing the iced earth to start cracking apart. Okay, think RWBY, you're surrounded by at least 100 bad guys armed with enough ordnance to wage a small war. The only thing protecting you is a crumbling wall of ice. Neo is quickly bleeding out, and you have to protect both her and Naruto. RWBY thought as she crudely bandaged up Neo's side with the prize bag fabric. Yep, we're screwed, unless, reaching into one of her pockets, the raven redhead pulled out a small green bottle about the size of her fist with a jagged capital C written on the label. Thank I decided to keep one of these for emergencies. RWBY thought before she uncapped the beverage and chugged it down in just a few gulps. Keep firing. They can't hide there forever. A faunus yelled, most of the white fan continuing to attack while roughly a third of them split off to start collecting the large Schnee dust containers. Crock-a-boom. However, just when the rocky ice dome looked to be on the brink of collapse, part of it suddenly exploded outwards with a loud bang. Pausing their assault briefly in surprise, the masked faunus watched as RWBY stepped out through the newly made hole, a wide grin on her face as her pupils dilated to the max. Time to play, she said before vanishing in a blur, before reappearing right in front of the terrace, with her scythe held high. What the fuga? Insert battle music. With absolutely no mercy, the hopped-up raven redhead started slashing her way through the masked faunus like hot knife through butter, striking down entire swathes of people with just a single swing. She zipped around like a rocket, blowing away anyone that got in her path without a care as she sliced, chopped, and bashed at every masked face that she could reach, leaving a trail of groaning bodies and flaming rose petals in her wake. Come on, it's just one human girl. Take her down. One of the grunts yelled as he finally recovered from his surprise, snapping his companions back to reality, as they charged at RWBY with their guns blazing and swords drawn. Unfortunately for them, RWBY was able to easily dodge most of the incoming rounds with ease while deflecting the rest by rapidly twirling crescent rows around her. Not only that, but the shooters had forgotten to take in account that the girl was right in the middle of their ranks, and by the time they realized their mistake, several dozen of their own had been killed or crippled by friendly fire. Taking advantage of the extra breathing room, RWBY reached into her ammo pouch and pulled out an unusual ammo clip with a glowing yellow strip where the dust stamp usually was. I was planning on testing this out tomorrow, but I guess now is as good a time as any, she said while unloading the old clip and putting the new one in. However, Instead of pulling the bolt back to cock the gun portion, the hyped-up girl pushed it forward then up, causing a yellow glow to travel up the weapon's handle. The moment the light reached the top, the bladed segments of the scythe gained a light golden sheen as arcs of lightning crackled between them. Oh, this is gonna GH. A woman fauna started to stay, only to end up screaming in pain along with her comrades when RWBY closed the distance between them in an instant, and smacked them all away with her electrified weapon. Pause battle music. Meanwhile, back at the broken dome, Naruto cautiously peeked out the hole that had been blasted in the side of the icy protection. Upon seeing all the white fan members were distracted, getting utterly wrecked by hyper RWBY like planned, he ducked back inside for a few seconds before re-emerging with Neo leaning on him for support. Moving as quickly as a child supporting a badly injured teen could, the pair hobbled away from the fight, stepping around the various bodies of RWBY's victims while occasionally stopping to knock out one or two that were starting to get back up. Once they got far enough away, Neo had Naruto use the shipping containers to hide as they headed towards the exit of the docks. As said exit came into view, the ice cream-themed girl felt a flash of hope. Perhaps she'll survive this cluster of a situation after all. Then she could get to planning her vengeance on Cinder for shooting her. Wait a second, where was that backstabbing bitch? Neo suddenly grabbed Naruto and jumped back right as a pair of obsidian blades stabbed into the space they had been occupying less than a second ago. Neo, did you really think such a pathetically obvious distraction like that would work on me? Cinder asked condescendingly as she stood over them with a smirk. And here I thought you were a smart girl. Neo glared at the woman scathingly while stabbing at her head with her parasol as a long cylindrical blade shot out the end. However, the moment the deadly weapon struck her, Cinder vanished from view and reappeared a few feet to the left. Perfect, her annoying stooges were around somewhere as well. Though I should give credit where credit is due, you were able to figure out that my arrow was poisoned and removing it yourself must have been agony, Cinder said while dodging two more stabs before catching a third with her bare hand. But sadly, all you've done is delay the inevitable. As the amber-eyed woman spoke, the portion of the blade in her hand started to glow red until she snapped it off from the rest of the weapon with a casual flick of her hand. Looking over the broken piece of metal in her grasp with a feigned look of boredom, she squeezed her hand around it for a few moments before opening it, allowing the now molten slag in her palm to fall to the earth. Bad lady. Go away! Naruto yelled as he lashed his tails out at Cinder, forcing her to back away slightly, yet she never lost her smirk. Leave Neo-chan alone. Ah, how cute is that? He's trying to protect you, the raven-haired woman said with a chuckle. Too bad he should be more worried about himself. Clatter. Hearing the sound of metal bumping against metal behind her and reacting on pure instinct, Neo shoved Naruto away while twisting around and catching the green sickles that would have cut straight through Naruto's neck, revealing Emerald and a silver-haired young man. Squelch! Unfortunately, that left her wide open to the glass blades that impaled themselves into her back. And the same thing could be said about you, Cinder said while pulling her weapons free, causing the tricolored girl to start to fall before the silver-haired teen sent her tumbling away with a harsh kick. Neo-chan! Naruto screamed as he got back to his feet and rushed over to Neo. Kneeling next to the girl's downed form, he shook her gently. Are you okay, Neo-chan? Neo-chan? Neo didn't respond. She just laid on the ground unmoving as blood slowly pooled around her. Neo-chan? Neo-chan? Naruto shook the girl even more to no avail. Give it up, boy, she's not going to get up, Cinder stated as she and her two subordinates started to approach him. Shut up! Leave us alone! Naruto yelled, shooting a column of flames from his mouth at them. Emerald and the silver-haired teen were forced to back away, but Cinder didn't even flinch as the fire washed over her without singing a hair. Come on, Neo-chan, wake up. We have to go. Wake up. Deny it all you want, but you know it's true. Go away! Naruto yelled, glaring at the amber-eyed woman as his tails shot at her, only to strike nothing but empty air as she faded from sight. The nine-tailed blonde didn't seem to care about that though as he went back to shaking Neo once more, tears pouring from his eyes. Wake up, Neo-chan, please wake up, please, please. Don't be sad, child, Cinder said as she appeared behind Naruto with one of her obsidian blades poised to strike. You'll be joining her shortly. Smirking, she brought her weapon down on the boy's head with a single clean motion, before blinking in shock when his hand shot up and caught it mid-stroke. "You hurt Neo-chan," Naruto stated, his voice coming out harsh and gravelly as his grip tightened, causing small cracks to form in the black glass. Recovering from her surprise, Cinder frowned slightly while failing to pull the blade free from the child's grasp. "This is your fault." What the hell is that?" the silver-haired teen asked as a dark blood-red bubbling aura slowly oozed out of the whiskered boy's stomach and began to engulf his form. "I don't know, but I don't like it," Cinder said before trying to stab at Naruto with her free blade, only for it to be caught by one of his tails. Gritting her teeth in annoyance, the raven-haired woman adjusted her grip on the glass weapons as they glowed a bright orange and smoke rose from the limbs holding them. However, instead of making him let go like she expected, Naruto's hold only tightened further even as the smell of his own burning flesh filled the air. "You hurt Neo-chan," he repeated, his body shaking slightly as the dark aura spread further. "Okay, this," Emerald said as her sickles turned into pistols and shot at Naruto, before growling in frustration when the boy's remaining tails automatically sprang up and blocked the rounds. "You hurt her, she won't wake up because of you," Naruto muttered as his nails grew out into claws that sunk into the glass sword. His whisker marks became bolder, his canines grew more pronounced, and the crimson aura completely engulfed his form. Snapping his head towards Cinder, he glared at her in pure rage with glowing violet eyes as he crushed her blades. "I told you to go away. Play animal I've become by 3 days' grace," or preferred battle music. With much greater speed than Cinder was expecting, Naruto pounced on her while smacking her subordinates across the storage yard with his tails. Falling to the ground with a grunt, the raven-haired woman was never more thankful for her aura as it protected her face from the berserk child's clawing and slashing. By the time she managed to regain her wits and tried to fight back though, she found herself unable to thanks to Naruto's tails pinning her arms to her sides. Said furry limbs had firmly wrapped themselves around her body, and were slowly constricting tighter every second like a boa. Realizing the danger she was in, Cinder used her power to engulf herself in fire in a desperate bid to roast Naruto off before he crushed her. To her shock though, the powerful flames, which were capable of melting solid steel in just a few seconds, didn't even make the boy sweat as they licked over his cloaked form. Not knowing what else to do, Cinder cranked up the heat as high as she could, causing the fire to turn from its usual orangish red to a near blinding white and the asphalt beneath her to start liquefying. Yet despite this, they still failed to harm the child currently trying to rip her face apart, and after a few more seconds they sputtered out entirely as the amber-eyed woman had to focus her attention towards keeping her aura up. However, just when it seemed like she was doomed to be squeezed to death, a pair of familiar green sickles suddenly shot out on either side of Naruto attached to chains and wrapped around his waist and neck. "Get off of her, you brat!" Emerald yelled as she and the silver-haired teen tugged the other ends of the chains back. Growling loudly, Naruto resisted as best he could, but eventually the pair's combined effort caused him to be pulled off of Cinder slightly. Feeling her bindings start to loosen, the flame wielder's struggling renewed and after a few moments was able to get her hands free enough to essentially drag herself out of the blonde's grasp. "No! Bad lady must pay!" Naruto yelled angrily while swiping his arms at his escaping target. "Pull harder, Mercury!" Emerald yelled, sweat pouring down her forehead while she and the now-named Mercury were gradually dragged along. "I'm pulling as hard as I can. At this rate he's going to rip my damn arms off." Mercury grunted, his feet creating shallow trenches in the ground as he tried to stop moving. "Oh, quit being dramatic and what the?" Emerald questioned when Naruto unexpectedly spun around and grabbed the chains holding him, the one she had with his hands and Mercury's with his teeth. "Is he seriously going to try?" Scree crunch. Emerald fell silent in shock as the nine-tailed faunus child effortlessly bit through the chain in his mouth while he yanked on the chain in his hands, causing her to be pulled straight to him. Before her brain even had time to process what just happened, the greenette had the wind knocked out of her as Naruto buried his fist into her stomach before following up with an uppercut that sent her flying into the air. The pain train didn't end there though, as the child then used the chain still in his grasp to pull her right back to him and promptly sent her hurtling straight into her partner with a brutal smack of her own weapon. Having dealt with them for the time being, Naruto immediately turned his attention back to Cinder, whom had managed to get back to her feet with a new and dramatically larger obsidian sword in hand. Grasping the bottom of the broken chain sickle still around his neck and pulling it free, he brandished it crudely at her with a snarl. "You are turning out to be much more difficult to deal with than I anticipated," Cinder admitted with a small frown. "Guess I'll actually have to take this seriously then," Naruto simply growled in response as the aura around him flared wildly before charging at her again. Having learned her lesson though, Cinder quickly backed away to keep her distance while swinging her new sword in a wide arc that smacked the boy across the head when he got too close. While it didn't hurt him at all, the force behind the blow was enough to make him stagger back slightly. "Since you don't seem to mind the heat, let's see how you handle the cold," Cinder said as she pointed her free hand at him that fired a blast of mist that froze everything it touched. Except for Naruto. The raven-haired woman's frown deepened when she saw the freezing mist washed over the child without any effect whatsoever. Just like with her flames. Before she could think of anything else to try, Naruto regained his bearings and pointed his tails at her with an irritated growl, while the tips glowed menacingly. Remembering what Neo had told her about those tails, Cinder dropped her sword and fired a massive condensed blast of fire right as he unleashed a hailstorm of elemental blasts at her. With RWBY, pause music. I hope Naruto and Neo got out already, RWBY thought as she smashed in the face of the 100th or so white-fanged member with her scythe. Seeing the electricity sputter out around the blades and the now blackened bar on the clip, she quickly ejected it before loading in a cartridge of gravity dust rounds. "I don't think I can keep this up for much longer." She was knocking these guys down like bowling pins, yet more just seemed to keep coming and she was starting to be overwhelmed. Not to mention she had no idea how long until she crashed when the energy drink wore off. Boom! What the heck? RWBY yelled, stumbling a bit as a huge explosion suddenly rocked the entire pier. Catching herself, the hooded girl snapped her gaze towards the source of the blast, only for her blood to run cold as she saw the large pillar of smoke rising from near the dock exit along with the sound of multiple smaller explosions. Naruto! The ground cratered underneath her, as she shot off like a bullet towards the smoke, sending men and women flying as she blasted through the crowd of white fangs surrounding her like they weren't even there. Instead of going around the various shipping containers that were between her and her destination though, RWBY leapt as high as she could and fired crescent rows backwards, using the powerful recoil of the dust-powered rounds to launch herself high into the air, easily clearing the metal boxes and then some. With her bird's-eye view, the hyper-girl was given a perfect view of Naruto duking it out with Cinder while keeping her two goons at bay with random blasts or swipes of his tails. This also meant she could see Neo laying motionless on the ground in a pool of her own blood several feet behind Naruto. Gasping in horror, RWBY emptied her clip, propelling herself towards the tricolored girl, gouging her side through several containers in a row to slow her fall enough to land safely next to her friend. Rushing to Neo's side, the raven redhead knelt beside her, and immediately placed her fingers against the ice cream-themed teen's neck. "Babum, oh thank RWBY sighed in relief as she felt an incredibly faint heartbeat. However, glancing over at Naruto as he and Cinder's group continued to trade attacks, the hooded girl found herself in quite the conundrum. Neo was in critical condition and needed medical attention ASAP, while three unknown people were attacking Naruto. RWBY could either rush Neo to the hospital and leave Naruto to face his attackers alone, or she could help Naruto fight and thus condemn Neo to die. Or at least, that would have been the situation she'd be in if it wasn't for the fact she was currently hopped up on creature. Taking a deep breath, RWBY's form started to vibrate rapidly before seemingly splitting into two different RWBYs. Without pause, RWBY 1 picked up Neo in her arms bridal style and ran for the exit while RWBY 2 pulled crescent rows out of the wall and loaded a clip with a glowing green strip, while locking the bolt like before. Resume battle music. Cinder grunted as she parried a stab aimed for her stomach and kicked Naruto away from her when he tried to grab her with his tails again. Emerald! Why aren't you using your semblance? I am. It's not working on him for some reason. Emerald yelled with a look of frustration while dodging out of the way of a gravity blast. She'd been casting illusion after illusion on the boy, each one meant to confuse and disorient him, yet they weren't even so much as distracting him. It's like he can see right ga. The greenet was cut off mid-sentence time by a massive red and black scythe cloaked in howling gales winds slamming in her gut. Gasping as the air was forced from her lungs, Emerald was given no time to recover as RWBY zipped around her at blinding speeds, striking her repeatedly from all directions in just a few seconds. Emerald only got reprieve once Mercury shot at RWBY with his robotic legs, which were revealed thanks to his burnt pants, causing her to back off. Falling to her knees, the greenette coughed heavily as her brain caught up to all the abuse her body had rapidly taken, before glaring at the hooded girl as she swiftly forced her partner onto the defensive. RWBY was basically a cyclone of death, moving at near untraceable speeds while swinging crescent rows with awe-inspiring efficiency. It was taking Mercury everything he had to dodge each of her attacks, as blocking was not an option thanks to the violent winds surrounding the blade. The sizable gouge in his left leg could attest to that. Looking for any form of opening he could exploit, the silver-haired teen found it when RWBY suddenly stopped mid-swing and looked around in confusion. Recognizing the surprised behavior from the many victims of Emerald's semblance, Mercury didn't hesitate to take advantage by rushing into the Raven Redhead's guard and delivering a devastating kick to her chest. Flying backwards from the blow, RWBY hooked her scythe into the ground to stop herself before frowning as she couldn't find her attacker. "So that's how you want to play it, huh? Alright then," she muttered while reaching into her ammo pouch. Instead of a different clip for her weapon though, she pulled out a pair of goggles and a fistful of small black pellets. "Let's play." Mercury was just about to kick the girl again when she tossed the pellets to the ground, releasing a thick cloud of thick black smoke that quickly blanketed the area. "Cough, really? Cough ing smoke pellets?" Mercury muttered as he squinted his eyes in a vain attempt to see through the smokescreen. "You're the one who decided to pull a vanishing act. I just leveled the playing field," RWBY said, her voice seemingly coming from all around him. "So you made it so we both can't see, real mature," Mercury said while firing a few times blindly to try and clear the smoke. However, on his third shot, Mercury suddenly found his leg caught between the two back prongs of crescent rows as RWBY appeared in front of him, now wearing the goggles. "Nope," she said with a smirk as she stared at him through the glowing red lenses, twisting her weapon slightly so Mercury couldn't pull his leg free. "Just you. Oh, you little bitch!" Mercury screamed as RWBY hefted him into the air before spinning him around fast enough to generate a small cyclone that dispersed the smoke. "Stop! Okay." Planting her feet down, RWBY redirected the momentum from her swing so that her scythe, and by proxy Mercury, arced over her head and slammed into the ground with enough to embed the silver-haired teen several inches into the asphalt. "Ow, and stay down," RWBY said before turning towards Emerald. "Now to deal with Gurgle. Oh, A pained expression crossed the Raven Redhead's face, and her form started flickering as she clutched her growling stomach. "Ha, looks like someone running out of steam," Emerald said with a vicious smirk while pointing her sickles at RWBY as they shifted into guns. "Hey, you're not exactly full up on the tank either, lady," RWBY retorted slightly breathlessly, ejecting her empty wind dust cartridge and loading in a normal clip. "Stay focused, RWBY. Naruto and Neo need you." With RWBY 1 and Neo, pause music. "Must keep going, almost there." RWBY groaned as she wobbly walked out the exit to the docks with Neo in her arms, her stomach growling loudly at her with every step. The downside of drinking creature, it extremely ramped up one's metabolism, especially for someone like RWBY who had a high metabolism naturally. And since the only thing that had been on RWBY's stomach was a bowl of cereal from breakfast and a few snacks from the arcade, she was running on nothing but fumes right now. That didn't matter to her right now though, as she had a job to do. She needed to find someone, anyone who could take Neo to the hospital, as she couldn't go much farther from her other half. However, as she glanced around, she was shocked to find the usually bustling streets of Vale seemingly abandoned. Crap! Everyone must have run off because of the gunfire and explosions, she thought with a frown before looking around in confusion. But then where are the police? Surely someone called this in already. Once again coming up with nothing, RWBY started to growl in frustration but stopped when she noticed something purple move in her peripherals. Jerking her head in that direction, relief shot through her body as she saw a familiar purple-dressed rocket launcher-carrying man walking down the street with a package in hand. "Doc!" the hooded girl exclaimed happily, getting the man to look towards her in surprise as she hobbled over to him. "You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Hey RWBY, what happened?" Doc demanded, dropping the package in his hand and meeting her halfway when he noticed the unconscious and bleeding girl in RWBY's arms. Can't explain now, I have to go, Naruto's in danger, please get her to a hospital. RWBY said quickly, handing Neo over to him as her form flickered. Of course, you can count on me. Doc said with a nod, carefully cradling the ice cream-themed girl in his arms before grabbing the rocket launcher on his back and holding it out towards the hooded girl. Here girl, my gut tells me that you'll be needing that more than us. You don't know the half of it. RWBY muttered, gladly accepting the weapon before both her and it blurred from sight. Alright then, let's go get you all patched up, Doc said as he carried Neo over to his ride, an odd-looking purple motorcycle. Back with Naruto and RWBY too, resume battle music. Cinder had a deep scowl on her face as she slashed at Naruto several times with a pair of obsidian swords, only for most of the attacks to be blocked or parried by his tails or Emerald's broken sickle piece, while the ones that actually hit did little more than daze him briefly. This makes no sense. How is he still protected? He's been expending aura nonstop this entire time, she thought while backing up to avoid the glowing black tail that shattered the ground she had been standing on. She could feel the air becoming heavy with the amount of aura Naruto was expelling from his body every second, and her attacks weren't exactly gentle. He should be completely exhausted right now or close to it, yet the only progress I've seemingly made so far is with some of those damn tails, Cinder thought, glaring slightly at the fluffy appendages, 5 of which had shrunken down to half their length. Jumping back several feet, Cinder slammed her fist into the ground, causing hundreds of large razor-sharp glass spikes to erupt from the ground all around her. While they did absolutely no harm to Naruto as he smashed through them, they slowed him down long enough for the Ravenet to pull out a scroll and scan him with its aura detection function. However, the instant the readout for the scan came up, Cinder's eyes widened and she donned a look of utter disbelief. That is impossible. There is no way. On her scroll, an image of Naruto was displayed with full green bar along with the number, 99.95%. How? He hasn't even used a full % of his aura? While Cinder was making this horrifying discovery, Emerald and RWBY were locked in an intense duel, with Scythe clashing against Sickle for supremacy. The Greenette had a scowl on her face as she was once again left unable to use of her semblance effectively because of RWBY's goggles, which had thermal infrared vision that she normally used to find and fix parts of Penny that were overheating, thus allowing her to see right through the illusions she cast. Not only that, but with all the blows she'd taken so far, she seriously doubted she even had enough aura left to use her semblance without compromising its protective properties. Even with all that though, she still held the upper hand at the moment as her hooded opponent had to split her focus on both the fight and maintaining the afterimage that was getting Neo to safety, while also ignoring the horrible cramping in her stomach. I swear if I ever hear anyone complain about having trouble multitasking, I'm gonna punch them, RWBY thought, just managing to avoid a slash to the face as her vision continuously switched from where she was now to where her other was several hundred yards away. Oh great, now I'm starting to think like Yang. What's wrong, little girl? Need a nappy? Emerald mocked as she kept pressing forward, stabbing with her intact sickle while using the gun form of her broken one to shoot in quick succession, while avoiding the Raven Redhead's somewhat sloppy counter-attacks. I should be asking you that, you're boring me to tears over here. RWBY bluffed while surprising Emerald slightly with several rapid swings that she only just managed to deflect. Should I stop and let you catch your breath, Granny? What did you just call me? Emerald roared, charging at Hooded Girl in a blind rage and unleashing a vicious barrage of attacks. Unprepared for the sudden assault, RWBY only managed to block a few of the strikes before her guard was broken, and she took several direct hits. How's this for Granny, you little bitch? Okay, that was a stupid move, RWBY thought once she regained her wits and backpedaled rapidly to avoid the Emerald's rage-fueled attacks, before ducking under a familiar damaged robotic leg that lashed out over her head from behind and struck Emerald in the chest. Gah! What the Mercury? The Greenette demanded, snapping out of her blind rage as she staggered back from the blow and sent said silver-haired teen. Don't get mad at me, she's the one that dodged. Mercury shouted while he and Emerald jumped back to avoid a spinning slice. That's it. You go high, I'll go low, whatever. Emerald muttered angrily as the pair charged at RWBY at the same time. However, they only made it a few feet before stopping in surprise when RWBY grinned at them, and tossed Crescent Rose into the air. Wondering just why she would do something like that, Their answer came in the form of a red blur that shot across the area and collided with the hooded girl. The moment it did, she suddenly went from standing up to crouch while pointing the business end of a very big rocket launcher at them. "Bye," she said in a chipper tone before firing a pair of rockets at Emerald and Mercury, blasting them across the shipping yard where they landed next to Cinder, snapping the raven-haired woman out of her shock. "And battle music. Get up you two, we are leaving now," she said while the two slowly got up, forming and launching several giant shards of obsidian. "But Cinder, what about? I said we are falling back, this mission is a failure." Cinder cut in firmly, making Emerald fall silent with a nod as the trio headed back towards the inner docks. "Hey! Get back here!" RWBY yelled as she fired another set of missiles at the trio that Cinder quickly intercepted midair with a salvo of fire blasts, while making an odd gesturing motion at RWBY. Eyes widening as she recognized that motion, the hooded girl jumped back as the ground beneath her glowed bright orange and erupted into a pillar of fire. "I know you! You're that lady that helped Torchwick get away!" the Raven Redhead exclaimed once she landed, dropping the now empty rocket launcher and catching Crescent Rose before it hit the ground. Glancing back at her when she said that, Cinder smirked slightly before casually waving her hand, causing a thick wall of obsidian to block off the pathway she and her subordinates went while a few dozen White Fang members streamed in from other entrances. "No!" Both RWBY and the masked faunus jumped in surprise and terror when Naruto released a deafening howl of rage. "Bad lady not get away!" Frozen in shock, they saw as the aura cloak around the whiskered blonde suddenly doubled in size before he charged after Cinder, tearing his way through both the terrorists and the glass wall in his path in seconds. "Naruto! Wait!" RWBY called out while chasing after Naruto, though she was quickly bogged down as the remaining White Fangs attacked her. "Are we seriously running away from a child and a brat?" Mercury asked as he, Emerald, and Cinder hurried down towards the piers where a bullhead was waiting to take them away. "Stop talking and keep moving," Cinder said with a scowl, creating another obsidian wall behind them as she heard her last one get torn apart. She did not need reminding on how it up this mission was or how she'd been completely outmatched by a child less than half her age. That fight should have been a cakewalk. Yet she had been stuck on the defensive almost the entire time, and now she was running away just to save her own ass. "Shatter bad lady. Damn it, doesn't this kid ever give up?" Mercury asked as Naruto smashed straight the newly created volcanic glass like a tank through wet paper. "I don't know, why don't you ask him?" Emerald suggested sarcastically. "Bad lady heard Neo-chan," Naruto growled out as he stopped charging and slowly stalked towards them, not even flinching as the trio unleashed a hail of bullets, glass, and fire that bounced off his cloak harmlessly. "Bad lady pay? Sorry, you'll just have to settle for an IOU," Cinder stated while waving her hand, causing hundreds of obsidian spikes to shoot out of the ground between them and the nine-tailed boy. However, instead of trying to break through them like he'd done many times over, Naruto actually stopped at the edge of the glass spears with a soft growl. "Well, would you look at that? Seems like someone finally got the hint," Mercury said with a grin, only for Cinder to shake her head. "No, he's up to something," she muttered, her gaze narrowing in suspicion while Naruto paced around for a few moments before doubling over with a grimace. "He looks like he's gonna be sick," Emerald said with a raised brow that only got higher as the whiskered blonde started to convulse. "Maybe he's overexerted. Grh." Emerald found herself cut off for the umpteenth time that day, this time by a blood-curdling howl from Naruto as half a dozen translucent bladed golden chains suddenly emerged from his chest. "Or he could be doing that," Mercury stated with widened eyes as he, Emerald, and Cinder stepped back. "Pay!" Naruto yelled before the chains shot at them at an astonishing speed, one each for the green and silver duo while the remaining four went straight for Cinder. But to the group's further shock, the golden links didn't go over the obsidian spikes nor did they go around. Instead, they phased straight through the black glass like it wasn't even there, leaving the trio with only a split few seconds to react. Emerald and Mercury were lucky as they managed to narrowly avoid the chains aiming for them by jumping to the sides. Cinder, not so much. Acting on pure reflex, she jumped backwards while expelling a stream of super intense flames from her hands to try and rebuff the incoming attack. Just like with the obsidian though, the transparent chains had no issue passing right through the fire. Having wasted what little time she had with that failed counterattack, The raven-haired woman could do nothing else but watch as the chains cleared the remaining distance and shot into her chest. However, to her shock and confusion, they didn't harm her like she expected and just phased through her like a ghost. At the same time though, Cinder swore she could feel the chains coiling around inside of her instead of passing clean through of her like it had everything else. That feeling was only confirmed as she saw bits of the chain peek out of various parts of her body. Not liking where this was going one bit, Cinder reached up and grabbed the chains leading out of her chest, surprising herself slightly that she could, before trying to pull them out. The instant she did though, a horrible chilling sensation flooded through the fiery woman as a red glow started to emerge from her skin, causing her to stop cold as her eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, bad Lady Pei," Naruto growled adamantly as the chains began to retract. Whilst the loose pair were gone within just a few seconds, the ones attached to Cinder became taut as they tried to pull her towards the angry blonde. Digging her heels into the ground, Cinder grasped the chain sticking out of her chest as tightly as she could and pulled back with all her might, though she was still dragged along until she managed to catch herself against the volcanic glass she'd created to stop her attacker. That's when things took a jump from crazy to completely insane. Despite Cinder's best efforts, the chains were slowly slipping from her grasp and returning to Naruto. Yet, instead of her actually moving with them, two separate clusters of chains gradually emerged from her chest, wrapped around a translucent dark crimson outline of Cinder, and a fractured orange outline of an unknown girl respectively. The Cinder outline was doing almost the exact same as the actual Ravenet, with the exception that only one hand was gripping the chains pulling it along. The other was clinging tightly to the orange outline, which had already fully separated from the real Cinder. Just as it seemed that Cinder was about to lose this unusual game of tug-of-war, Emerald and Mercury came to her rescue as they popped up on either side of her, the former trying to break the golden bindings with her sickle with no success as it passed through them uselessly before started helping the Ravenet pull. With their assistance, the fire user managed to stop the chain's progress, and even managed to start hauling it back, causing the Cinder outline to start sinking back into the real deal while Naruto was dragged towards the obsidian spikes. It was to this sight that RWBY was greeted with when she finally caught up with the four of them. But because of the glass partially obstructing her view, all she really saw was Naruto being pulled towards his death. "Oh, Naruto!" she yelled in worry while rushing over and wrapping her arms around his waist around the aura-shrouded child to help him without a second thought. Thanks to this, the balance was once again tipped again and Cinder's group found themselves starting to lose ground once again. "Damn it, we need to end this now," Cinder said, her eyes severely bloodshot and sweat pouring from her brow. "And how exactly do we do that?" Mercury demanded through grit teeth. "Break the chains? We can't even hit them." "Hang on, I have an idea," Emerald said, her face scrunched up in concentration and exertion as she lifted her sickle up with a light green glow surrounding it before slicing at the closest two chains once more, SKRECHT, and cut straight through them. As the chains snapped free though, they whipped out wildly due to the pressure they were under, and one ended up smacking the greenette straight across the face, specifically her eyes, causing her to fall over screaming in pain. "And oh!" Cinder yelled in anguish as her crimson copy lost its grip on the orange girl when the chains holding it were cut. Both grasped for her desperately but failed as they fell back from their own backwards momentum, while the unknown girl was yanked through the obsidian spikes by the chains and vanished into Naruto along with them as he and RWBY fell over as well. "Phew, that was a close one," RWBY said with a sigh, wiping the sweat off her brow as she slowly sat up before glancing at the boy on her lap. "Are you all right, Naruto?" said Blonde was clutching his head in clear discomfort, grunting and growling under his breath as he thrashed and spasmed. Her concern skyrocketing, RWBY gently lifted the boy up and cradled him in her arms, missing as his bubbling cloak of aura flared around them wildly. "Naruto, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Oba-chan, head hurting, make it, stop, ugh please," Naruto muttered while looking up at RWBY pleadingly, his eyes flickering from violet to crimson to amber, and back again. "Of course, don't worry, I'll get you to a doctor AGH," RWBY started to say as she got up before screaming in both shock and pain as Naruto was suddenly enveloped in fire, causing her to drop him and stagger back reflexively. Falling to the ground, Naruto curled up into a ball as the flames surrounding him tripled in size. At the same time, though, a powerful chill filled the air and the ground beneath him began freezing over. Naruto! RWBY yelled in worry once she recovered from her surprise, ignoring the multiple smoldering parts of her outfit as she tried to get to the boy's side, tried being the keyword. Before the hooded girl could reach him, she was rebuffed by powerful gale winds that started blowing around Naruto. Meanwhile, back across the spikes, Cinder had gotten back to her feet and was staring at her hands with denial written across her face. She waved them outwards, pointed at random things, gestured like she had been doing this whole time to summon her elemental attack, yet nothing happened other than her making herself look like an idiot. "No, this isn't possible, this can't be," she muttered, completely unaware of her surroundings until Mercury grabbed her by the shoulder. "Cinder, snap out of it," he said while struggling to hold a still screaming Emerald, snapping the woman out of her thoughts. In that moment, though, her denial turned into rage and she glared at Naruto's convulsing form as various different elements flared out around him. "How dare you," she muttered spitefully, drawing her glass swords and marching towards the child, effortlessly slicing through her own obsidian blockade as she went. "How dare you take my power? Cinder! What are you doing? We need to leave!" Mercury yelled incredulously, only to be ignored by the angry Ravenet. What did make her stop, though, was when Naruto suddenly went still while the elemental storm around him vanished, and an overwhelming feeling of pure malice that suddenly washed over her, freezing her in place. And she wasn't the only one, as RWBY and Mercury found themselves paralyzed by fear greater than any other than they ever felt before. The only one unaffected was Emerald, who continued to scream in pain while clutching her hands over her eyes. Unable to move, the three of them could do nothing but watch as Naruto twitched on the ground a few times before slowly pushing himself up. He didn't stand, though, but stayed hunched over on his hands and feet. His shrunken tails grew back out to their 8-foot length, and the crimson aura around him solidified into the shape of a fox around him. "And Naruto, are you all right?" RWBY asked, managing to push past her fear enough to slowly walk towards the child. Not getting a response, the scythe user kept getting closer until she was right beside him, and reached out towards him. Naruto! Faster than she could blink, RWBY was struck across the face with the force of a semi-truck, launching her across the yard and crashing into the side of a shipping container. Sliding back to the ground, the hooded girl stared at Naruto in absolute shock as blood dripped out of 4 slash marks across her cheek. Growling loudly, Naruto lowered his blood-stained hand back to the ground as he glared at RWBY with dark crimson and golden slit-pupiled eyes before looking at Cinder and inhaling deeply. Grah and chap dash. Bang, oh no you don't. What the? Nora? How did you? Oh sure, smash bang crack, no cliffhanger this time. Continue scene. Play Monster by Skillet, or preferred music. If Cinder were to choose one word to describe what happened next, it would be agonizing. With speeds greater than anyone she'd ever seen or faced, Naruto closed the distance between them and sank his fist into her gut. Then, before she could even feel that hit, he followed up with a punch to the face that sent her straight to the ground. Not satisfied with this, the berserk blonde grabbed the Ravenet by her ankle and proceeded to flail her around like a rag doll, repeatedly bashing her into the remaining spires of obsidian until they were all shattered. He then carelessly tossed her to the side like a piece of trash, and turned his attention to the only person still standing. "This, I'm out," Mercury yelled, dropping Emerald as he made a break for it. He only made it about 10 feet, however, before falling flat as something grabbed his leg. Looking back, his eyes widened when he saw a clawed hand of aura extending from Naruto's arm holding his ankle. "Oh shit." That was all he had time to say before the silver-haired teen was dragged straight to the nine-tailed child, who promptly opened an extra-large can of whoop-ass on him. "Ag-half-a-gug!" He screamed out as Naruto clawed, punched, and even bit at everything he could reach. While most of the damage was negated by his aura, the pure concussive force behind them were rattling his internal organs like drums, and his already badly diminished reserves were running out fast. Pause music. Thankfully for him, though, he was rescued by none other than RWBY herself when she grabbed Naruto from behind and pulled the crazed child off him. "Stop, Naruto! This isn't you!" the Raven Redhead yelled, holding the struggling blonde as tightly as she could in a Nelson hold that she learned from Yang, aka Yan Yu said hold on her repeatedly whenever they play wrestled as kids, and pinched his tails between her legs. "Calm down, please, Raph." Safe to say he didn't calm down. If anything, Naruto became even more riled up as he thrashed in Ruby's grasp. As she was keeping him occupied, Mercury and Cinder managed to somewhat recover from their beatdowns. Getting to her feet unsteadily, Cinder swayed slightly while coughing up a few globs of blood. Several shards of glass dug into her arms and back. Sending Naruto and Ruby one last hard glare, she limped away over to Mercury, and leaning on him for support. "Move, I doubt she'll be able to hold him for long." Mercury simply nodded in agreement before they hobbled away, pausing as they passed Emerald, who had finally stopped screaming and moved her hands, so they could see her completely unharmed eyes. "Emerald, what are you doing? Stop dawdling and get up," Cinder said in annoyance, causing the greenette to jump in surprise and look around wildly. "Cinder? Where are you? Why is everything so dark?" Emerald asked, her ruby eyes looking around the area with fear and confusion, not even pausing as they passed over her battered partner's forms. "Hello? Cinder? Say something." Quickly putting two and two together, Cinder and Mercury glanced at each other briefly, before continuing on without saying a word. "Goodbye, Emerald, you were a good pawn. Cinder? Cinder, where are you?" Emerald continued to call out, unaware of her abandonment. "What's going on? Cinder?" Back with Naruto and Ruby, the former was still going utterly ballistic within the latter's grasp. "Please calm down, Naruto. I'm not going to hurt you," Ruby pleaded breathlessly, her face turning red from exertion. Her begging fell on deaf ears though, as Naruto continued to struggle while growling angrily. A few moments later, his work bore fruit as Ruby's hold slipped up and one of her arms got too close to his mouth. "Chomp YEOWCH!" Ruby screeched out as Naruto sank his teeth into her forearm, causing her grip to loosen further. Not wasting a second, Naruto, struggling, managed to break free of the Raven Redhead's grasp and lashed out with a back kick that slammed her back against the storage container she hit before. Only this time the impact left her completely dazed. Resume music. Staring at her limp form as she fell back to the ground, Naruto snarled softly before turning away and sniffing the air. After a few seconds he apparently found something he didn't like as a loud growl echoed from his throat, and he walked away on all fours, stopping briefly to watch Emerald stumbling around blindly with a contemplating look before continuing along. "Finally, this cluster is almost over," Mercury muttered as he and Cinder arrived at the pier, where 24 members of the White Fang and Roman were standing protectively around 4 large supply ship-sized bullheads filled with dust and injured faunus. "You two look like shit. What happened out there, and where are Neo and the annoying green girl?" the fancily dressed thief asked as he walked up to the injured pair. "No time, we need to screech." Cinder was cut off by a loud metallic squeal that echoed throughout the shipyard, causing everyone to jump slightly. "What the hell is that?" Roman asked with a raised brow, only to get no answer as Cinder pushed past him. "Get these damn ships in the air, now!" Cinder yelled, getting the masked men and women to start loading up on the aircraft. Screech. The Ravenet glanced around as the screeching sound repeated, only this time much louder and closer, before visibly relaxing when the bullhead's engines kicked to life and the 4 vehicles to the air. "Okay, now can you SCREE? Oh shit, incoming!" Roman, as half of a broken shipping container suddenly flew into the air, flying right at them. Hearing the warning, the pilot swerved to the side to dodge the incoming impromptu projectile. Unfortunately, he wasn't entirely successfully, and the hunk of metal crashed into the side of the aircraft, snapping the left wing and engine off like a twig. "Oh, for S sake!" Mercury yelled in anger as the ship started spiraling out of control. "Bail!" Torchwick shouted as he, Cinder, Mercury, and 2 or 3 white-fanged grunts jumped out onto the tarmac just as the airship crashed into the ocean. Landing on the tarmac with a huff, Cinder didn't even look back as her escape craft sank into the freezing water with the remaining crew, dooming them to a water grave. Her focus was centered solely on the enraged 9-tailed child currently marching towards the pier through a newly made hole in the stacked shipping containers with the other half of the ruined shipping crate in tow. "What the hell? Isn't that the kid you were supposed to take out?" Roman asked as he got to his feet, but didn't get any response once again as Cinder never moved her eyes from the faunus currently stalking towards them, both fear and anger prevalent in her gaze. Once he got close, Naruto growled loudly and with a single smooth motion hurled the broken metal crate at another ship, this time scoring a direct hit that caused the aircraft to explode violently. "Alright, that's it, fill that brat full of lead," Roman yelled over the radio, causing the remaining 2 aircraft to turn around and reveal the pairs of large miniguns mounted to the front of them. Revving up in sync, hundreds of bullets were spewed from their barrels at Naruto, tearing up the surrounding area. Yet to Roman's shock, the whiskered blonde just kept coming, not even faltering as the deadly projectiles bounced off the aura cloak around him without any effect. Growl! Correction, they did have an effect, they pissed him off. Growling angrily, Naruto snapped his head towards the nearest airship, the cloak around his tails fluctuating before suddenly extending rapidly. In less than a second, the 9 translucent tails crossed the distance between them and with horrifying ease pierced clean through the vehicle's armor. "Dear Torchwick muttered as muffled screams and gunfire could be heard from within the aircraft while it swerved wildly to try and break free. However, it was to no avail as Naruto's aura tails dug deep into the ship's hull with an iron grip. If that wasn't freaky enough, an aurora of colors began traveling down the translucent appendages towards the enraged child. "Please don't tell me he's doing what I think he's doing," Mercury muttered nervously as the glow reached Naruto, channeling through his fox cloak to his head and into his gullet. "He's eating the dust on the ship," Cinder said, backing away until she hit the edge of the pier. "I told you not to tell me." With every second that passed, the whiskered blonde consumed more and more dust, completely ignoring as the other ship continued to unleash bullet hell on him. After a certain point though, something odd started to happen. A layer of multicolored dust crystals started to form again as around the boy's forearms and hands. Having a very, very bad feeling about that, Roman decided to add in his own little gift and pointed his cane at the boy as a crosshair popped up on the end. Pulling the trigger on his disguised weapon, the orange-haired man couldn't help but smirk as he fired several flares that exploded like grenades upon impact, engulfing Naruto in a ball of fire and ash. "Ha! How's that taste?" Torchwick asked mockingly, chuckling at his own joke. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and the smoke cleared to reveal Naruto glaring directly at him as he swallowed the last of the dust, his arms now fully encased in crystal. "Congratulations, you have successfully made him even angrier at us," Mercury said sarcastically before scrambling away as the whiskered blonde's aura tails pulled the bullhead out of the air and smashed it against the pier they were standing on, smashing the two unfortunate grunts. Snarling when he saw the rest of them running for cover, Naruto lifted up the now destroyed aircraft as he followed Roman's movements in particular. "I did not sign up for this shit," the cane user yelled as he narrowly avoided being turned into a criminal pancake. Looking around for any possible way to escape from his current situation, Torchwick paused briefly as he looked back at the crazy child chasing him, or more specifically the large shipping container currently dangling from a crane in said child's path. "Have to time this just right," the wanted criminal thought with a frown, carefully aiming his cane while dodging out of the way of another squashing attempt, timing his shot carefully, which was luckily very easy to do as Naruto moved somewhat slowly thanks to the weight of his makeshift bludgeon. He waited until the boy was just under the metal box before firing. Like he hoped, the berserk blonde completely disregarded the flare as it soared over his head, thus not noticing until it was too late as the projectile destroyed the crane. Naruto only had enough time to look up before finding himself squashed under the several-ton metal crate. Watching the crate with bated breath, Torchwick only relaxed once he saw the translucent limbs vanish, allowing the crushed bullhead they had held to fall to the ground. "Like my pa used to say, if all else fails, kiddo, squash 'em like a bug," the orange-haired man said, wiping the sweat off his brow with a sigh of relief before looking to the others. "Now time to get the hell out of Screech, here." Slowly turning back around, all the color drained from Roman's face as the shipping containers shifted slightly before the translucent tails burst through the metal walls and started glowing once again. "Squeal Greawa!" Everyone hit the dirt as the crate was torn to pieces and Naruto burst out with an enraged scream. Only now over half his body was encased with dust crystals which had formed in the exact shape of the cloak surrounding Naruto's body. Looking towards Roman, Naruto's left eye, the only visible part of his face left, narrowed while the crystal fox face snarled at him before appearing in front of the thief in the blink of an eye with his hand wrapped around the end of his cane. "Hi, bye," the criminal said with a wave of his hand before suddenly flying backwards thanks to the handle of his weapon shooting off on a rope, launching him off the pier and into the ocean. Visibly surprised by this, Naruto blinked a few times before shaking his head and looking around for someone else to attack. End music. Graia. However, out of the blue, the whiskered boy suddenly fell over with a scream in pain, clutching his head tightly as glowing cracks appeared in the crystal covering him. Not looking a gift horse in the mouth, Cinder and Mercury scurried off while signaling for the last remaining bullhead. At the same time, Ruby limped into view from the shipping containers, her face a mask of pain and determination. "Naruto!" she yelled when she saw Naruto writhing around on the ground, not even thinking twice as she hobbled over as fast as she could to the boy's side and pulling his head onto her lap. "Naruto! Speak to me, are you alright, Ruby Obasi-chan?" Naruto asked, looking up at Ruby with his sole visible eye as it changed colors again and more cracks formed in his dust layer. "Yes. That's right. It's me," Ruby said with a nod. "Headache hurts so much." Naruto whimpered, clutching his head tightly as tears fell down his visible eye. "Make it stop." I will, don't worry," the raven redhead said assuringly, rubbing the boy's crystal-covered head. "Just hold in there and I'll get you to help." "I can't. I can't, it hurts, Naruto trailed off as his eye settled on Violet once more. "Naruto? Naruto, can you hear? Hey!" Ruby yelled in surprise when she was shoved away by the faunus child's tails. With her out of the way, Naruto slowly got back to his feet, the dust clumps on him dissolving into light that collected into a glowing ball in front of his face along with the aura that made up his cloak. This sphere then condensed down to the size of a marble that Naruto promptly swallowed whole before turning towards the ocean. "Naruto?" Ruby said questioningly as she tried to walk over to him as his eyes and tail tips glowed blindingly bright, only to be shoved away again even harder. Then Naruto opened his mouth, and what happened next would be seared into Ruby's memory for the rest of her life. A beam of pure light shot from the child's mouth, zipping across the pier and out into the ocean, expanding drastically as it went and obliterating everything in its path, including almost a third of Atlassian Cargo's ship. The raw concussive force emanating from this blast made the whole dock to shake like an earthquake, knocking Ruby, Mercury, and Cinder over, almost causing the white-fanned bullhead to crash, and making several stacks of shipping crates to collapse. And it was only after all of this that Ruby finally heard the roar of the attack smash into her eardrums, forcing her to cover her ears with her hands. Because of this, though, she never heard the creaking metal above her as a piece of the shipping container Naruto ripped apart fell from above and clunked her head, making her collapse like a sack of potatoes. My head," Ruby groaned weakly, her eyes weakly flickering open. Looking around with blurry double vision, the raven redhead took in the destroyed pier with a look of confusion until her gaze settled on a mass of red and yellow several feet to her left. "And Naruto?" Squinting her eyes in focus, Ruby could just make out said child laying unconscious on the ground. However, he wasn't alone as Cinder was kneeling over him with one of her glass blades at his throat, a look of livid fury across her face. Eyes widening in alarm at this, Ruby tried to get up, only to find herself pinned under the very metal chunk that had knocked her out in the first place. Hearing her struggles, the Ravenet looked over at the trapped huntress in training briefly, before smirking at her victoriously as she tossed her weapon aside and picked Naruto up by the back of his shirt. "No. No. 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 No." Ruby thought in horror. Her struggling redoubled as Cinder walked off towards the now landed bullhead with Naruto. "Naruto! Let him go! Naruto!" The hooded girl's efforts were in vain. Her body had already been pushed past its breaking point, and had nothing left to give. All she could do was lay there and watch as her pseudo-adopted nephew was carried into that aircraft, and flown away. "Naruto! No! 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 No!" Ruby thought in horror. Her struggling redoubled as Cinder walked off towards the now landed bullhead with Naruto. "Naruto! Let him go! Naruto!" The hooded girl's efforts were in vain. Her body had already been pushed past its breaking point, and had nothing left to give. All she could do was lay there and watch as her pseudo-adopted nephew was carried into that aircraft, and flown away. Naruto! And now, several hours later, RWBY! One young Xiaolong yelled in worry as she burst into a hospital room with Weiss, Blake, Team JNPR, Penny, and Winter not far behind. The second she entered the once sterile recovery room, the busted blonde's eyes locked onto the raven redhead out cold on a plain bed. The poor girl had several parts of her body covered in bandages, even more turned purple from bruises, and 4 was attached to her right arm, and a heart monitor beat beside her at a slightly erratic but steady pace. She wasn't the only occupant of the room though, as Neo lay on another bed on the other side of the room, and in much worse condition if the oxygen mask and numerous medical machines attached to her meant anything. A doctor stood beside them along with the concerned Glynda and Ozpin, the trio appearing to have been in the middle of a conversation before the sudden interruption. Shoving past them without a care, Yan knelt beside her battered sister and grasped her hand gingerly, worry and fear brimming in her watering violet eyes. The rest of the group stayed back, not wanting to intrude despite their own concern for their friend/teammate. Instead, Penny and Pyrrha went over to Neo's side before they all turned their attention towards the 2 professors, with one overactive Orangette in particular going right up the headmaster of Beacon itself, and getting right in his face with a deathly serious expression. "Where is Naruto?" she demanded as arcs of electricity started to dance around her. "We don't know, Ms. Valkyrie," Ozpin admitted reluctantly, causing the angry Orangette's scowl to deepen and the swarm of lightning to intensify. "What do you mean you don't know?" Whomever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing and were able to cover their tracks well. The gray-haired man explained calmly despite the clear risk of feminine fury he was under, seeing as the girl had every right to know what was happening. Every single dust shop in Vale that was still in business had been very publicly hit simultaneously. Because of this, by the time anyone phoned in what was happening at the docks, there was simply nobody left to send. It wasn't until literally half the docks had been obliterated by a stunning ray of light that the dispatched groups had finished with their current cases or abandoned them for the clearly more pressing issue. "What do you mean, whoever?" "It's pretty obvious that the White Fan were the ones responsible," Blake said with a mixture of anger and sadness in her tone. All of them had seen the numerous grim masked faunas that were being brought in, either by gurney or body bag, even as they spoke. An exact count wasn't in yet as they were still hauling bodies out of the water and wreckage, but preliminary reports estimated at least 300 of the terrorists dead on the scene. Several dozen more were found critically injured and rushed in for treatment, but even then over half of them were unlikely to survive the night. The White Fan were involved, yes, but they were not calling the shots, Glynda stated bluntly, getting a few surprised looks. Ms. Rose was mostly hysterical from exhaustion and severe aura poisoning when we found her, but she was able to tell us about 3 human individuals who'd been directing the whole ordeal before the doctors sedated her. Ozpin explained while pulling out his scroll and showing 3 pictures, extremely grainy and blurry ones of Cinder and Mercury and a perfectly clear mugshot of Emerald. "We managed to apprehend one of them, but we haven't been able." Whoa. Hold up. What the hell is aura poisoning? Yang cut in, her eye flickering red briefly, finally looking away from RWBY in order to glare at the headmaster demandingly as she hugged her sister's arm in worry. "Relax, Ms. Xiaolong, it is not as bad as it sounds," Ozpin said with his hands raised up in a pacifying manner. "It's merely an uncommon condition where a person is overly exposed to someone else's aura that causes emotional, and, in very rare cases, memory overlap from the latter to the former. If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Nikos went through a case of it herself recently," said Redhead, tilted her head in confusion for a few moments before nodding her head as memories of the incident with Naruto's aura training flashed through her mind. "Yeah, that was weird, really weird. Now that we have that cleared up, maybe I can—" "Where is Ms. Valkyrie?" Ozpin asked, blinking in surprise when he noticed that Nora was no longer within the room. "Knowing her, going after the perp you have in custody to get the information she wants out of them, one way or another," Ren said confidently, since that is exactly what his friend would do. "I'd say you have about 3 minutes before she finds them, and 1 more for her to break them beyond repair." Eyes widening at this statement, Ozpin and Glynda quickly rushed out the door after the wayward Orangette. You were kidding about that last part, right? John asked Ren nervously as a tense silence filled the room. Looking the blonde straight in the eye, Ren shook his head negatively just as an ear-splitting scream filled the air. Remember these words closely, John. Hell hath no fury like a mother pissed thee off. Hospital prisoner ward. 1 minute earlier, Emerald lay motionless upon a hospital bed, or at least she thought it was a hospital bed based on the disinfect smell in the air, her hands and feet restrained by cold metal cuffs while she stared at nothingness with her unseeing red eyes. She'd been like this ever since she'd finally come to the horrifying realizations that she was truly blind, and that Cinder had abandoned her. Of course, being the devout little follower she was, the Greenette tried to rationalize her leader's actions, such as telling herself that Cinder was simply recovering her strength before coming to break her out. Emerald was snapped out of pointlessly lying to herself when the sound of the door breaking open reached her ears. Then, faster than she could blink, a hand grabbed the front of her shirt and pulled her up as far as her trapped limbs would allow. You know where Naruto is? Tell me now. An unknown female voice demanded. Oh goody, looks like they're gonna play old good cop, bad cop. Emerald thought dully, thinking that the person questioning her was some overcocky newbie policewoman wanting to prove themselves. I ain't telling you jack, lady. You don't scare me. Trust me, you will be. The cop said quietly before suddenly letting Emerald go, getting the Greenette to scoff. Oh no, what are you gonna do to me? Throw me in prison? Like that'll scare, hey, what are you doing? Emerald demanded as she felt a pair of hands wrap around her own. You must not know how serious I am about this, so here's a little idea of what's going to happen if you don't start talking. The cop said darkly. Police, like an empty threat, is gonna squelch ahhhhhh. A scream of shock and pain erupted from Emerald's throat as her hand was crushed in an instant. Nora stood over the screaming blind Emerald with a scowl, blood oozing between her fingers as she kept a firm grip on the Greenette's now smushed limb. Either you tell me where my son is right now or I'm going to break your everything until you do. FYYU. Don't say I didn't warn you. Squelch. By the time Glynda and Ozpin arrived at Emerald's room, it was in time to see a disturbingly stoic Nora walking out the destroyed security door using a rag to wipe the blood off her hands as she stepped around the KO'd security squad laying on the ground. She didn't even acknowledge the two professors when she passed them, simply brushing past them as she headed directly towards RWBY and Neo's room once more. Glynda started to go after her again, but was stopped when Ozpin put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Sighing, the bodacious blonde teacher instead peered inside the medical room, cringing slightly when she saw the state Emerald was in. The thief's entire right arm looked like it had been shoved into a car crusher, with bone, skin, and muscle sticking out of a contorted ball of flesh. The only reason she wasn't dead from blood loss was because of a makeshift tourniquet around her shoulder. The girl herself was gibbering randomly about mountains, underground hideouts, explosives, and begging for mercy. Staring at the pitiful mess whimpering on the bed, Glynda only had one thought in her head. Whoever took the boy is going to regret it immensely. Meanwhile, Mountain Glen Underground City, that ING kid is so going to pay for this. Cinder growled out, squirming slightly on a grungy blood-stained bed as a faunus doctor carefully pulled out a jagged shard of volcanic glass out of her side. Almost every inch of her body was covered in bandages, with the only visible parts being her face and back. Shortly after leaving the scene of the crime, Cinder's adrenaline had completely burned out, and she'd been truly hit by the true brunt of her injuries. Almost 50 of her bones had been broken and or fractured, including 8 of her ribs and 3 of her spine's vertebrae. Several of her internal organs had been badly bruised, and over 20 large shards of obsidian had been stabbed into her. It was only thanks to a very, very large dose of painkillers that she wasn't screaming around in absolute agony right now. Speaking of which, you made sure that brat was properly locked up, right? The Ravenette asked while looking towards the corner of the room, where a slightly less bandaged scowling Mercury walked into the room. Aura restraining cuffs on every part of him we could fit a pair, a literal ton of tungsten steel chains on top of those, heaviest duty bite guard and muzzle I could find, cell made of 20 inches of bulletproof everything, and 24 guards armed with the deadliest weapons we got on hand, Mercury stated while swiping a needle of morphine from the counter next to him, and injecting it into his hip. If he manages to get through all that shit, then I'll just save him the trouble and jump off the nearest cliff I can find. Remind me why we can't just kill him. He has the Fall Maiden's power now, the first male to ever be able to claim such. We cannot risk killing him until we know the full implications of this, Cinder said with a scowl. They were treading in completely unknown territory here. Killing him now might cause what was rightfully hers to return, but it was just as likely now that it could simply jump to another male host instead, or forbid simply disappear forever. As much as I hate to admit it, we need Arthur's help with this. Ugh, that asshole? I might just jump off that cliff now, Mercury muttered while rubbing his brow before turning back around and walking out the door. Speaking of assholes, I gotta go make sure Adam and his chainsaw sword buddy don't try to kill the little bastard again. Left alone in the makeshift medical clinic, Cinder could do nothing but contemplate the numerous ways she would exact her revenge. Squelch GH. Whoops, looks like the painkillers are wearing off. Mountain Glen, Upper City. A pair of white-fanned grunts stood outside a dilapidated building, a male goat faunus with a broken set of horns and a female cat faunus with droopy ears, their faces hidden by their grim masks but their body language just screaming boredom. Hey! The grunt on the left suddenly said after several minutes of utterly nothing happening, getting the right grunt to jump slightly and turn her attention to her companion. Yeah? You ever wonder why we're here? The left grunt asked, getting the right grunt to shrug with a sigh. It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? I mean, are we the product of some cosmic coincidence? Or is there really a God watching everything? You know, with a plan for us and stuff. I don't know, man, but it keeps me up at night. What? Left grunt asked with a confused and weirded out tone. I meant, why are we here in this abandoned city? Yeah? Right grunt said awkwardly. What was all that stuff about gods? Nothing. You want to talk about it? No. You sure? Yeah. Seriously though, why are we here? From what I can tell, this is just some stupid abandoned city that's full of grim. Well, now that you mention it. And not only that, but we're supposed to be fighting against humanity for our equality. Yet here we are doing suicide missions because a couple humans told us to. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. It's really weird that Adam of all people would take orders from a human. I know, right? It's like so out of character for him, Left Grunt said with a shake of his head before doing a quick check of the area, causing him to miss as Right Grunt was pulled into a conveniently placed bush by a blue and black tail. I mean, he hates humans more than anyone I know, so why would? Div? Looking around at the empty area in confusion, the now solo grunt raised his gun and looked around worriedly. Div? Div? This isn't funny, pal. Where the hell are you? The now solitary grunt called out as he slowly walked towards where his partner should be, snapping his gun up nervously when the nearby bush rustled ominously. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Div walked into view while adjusting her pants. Relax, Simon, I told you that I had to take a leak, Div said in a slightly irritated tone, getting the bull faunus to rub his head sheepishly. Sorry, must have not heard you while I was rambling. Whatever, let's just get back to our posts. Our replacements are gonna be here any minute, and I'd rather not get bitched at again for goofing off. Yeah, good point, Simon said while turning around and walking back to his spot, thus causing him to once again miss something important. In this case it was the mischievous smirk that crossed Div's lips as a soft glow of gold and light blue emitted from the eye slits of her mask. Whatever, let's just get back to our posts. Our replacements are gonna be here any minute, and I'd rather not get bitched at again for goofing off. Yeah, good point, Simon said while turning around and walking back to his spot, thus causing him to once again miss something important. In this case it was the mischievous smirk that crossed Div's lips as a soft glow of gold and light blue emitted from the eye slits of her mask. And now, total silence reigned inside a large bullhead as Team RWBY, Team JNPR, Penny, Winter, and Glynda sat in their seats without a word. They were all currently headed to a place known as MTN Glen, a failed expansion of Vale that was supposedly the White Fang's current hiding place if what Nora had literally squeezed out of Emerald 2 days ago was to be believed. Nora still had an air of complete emotionlessness around her that made everyone nervous, especially those who knew her well, as they could feel the raw, bubbling rage beneath the surface just waiting to burst free. Thankfully though, It seemed that despite her overwhelming desire to just go after her son and destroy everything that got in her way, Nora was smart enough to know that such action without assistance was suicidal. So she, with excruciating reluctance, decided to wait until she and her friends could get ready for such an endeavor and RWBY could recover from her fight. Speaking of the raven red-headed scythe wielder, RWBY was seated next to Yang, nervously fiddling with crescent rows while the blonde watched her from the corner of her eye disapprovingly. Yang had been very adamant that RWBY not come with them, saying that her sister was in no condition for such a mission. Unfortunately for the busty blonde though, the doctors said otherwise, as the worst injuries RWBY had being the bite on her arm and the 4 slash marks across her cheek, both of which were now nothing more than scars thanks to both her aura and Tsunade's healing mucus. Physically speaking, RWBY was almost back at peak condition, however her mental condition was a matter of concern. Ever since she'd awoke in the hospital, the girl had been unnervingly silent and withdrawn, only really speaking to tell them exactly what happened and to demand to go on the rescue mission. Most of her friends and her sister figured it was just her beating herself up for not being able to protect Naruto, and tried to comfort her as such, all except for Piral, who had an idea of what was really bothering the youngest huntress in training of the group. However, the redhead was unable to confirm her suspicions before they left, so she just let the matter rest for now. Alright everyone. We'll be at the LZ point in 2 minutes. You better get your asses ready, 479er yelled over the radio, getting everyone to jump from their seat and double-check their equipment before moving toward the back of the ship as the doors slowly opened. So, do we have a plan? Or are we just going in guns blazing and hope for the best? Weiss asked loudly over the roar of the wind while looking down at the forest beneath them. Neither, Ren said, getting a confused look from the white-themed girl before he elaborated. We're only here to deal with the lucky bastards that Nora misses. Oh, alright then. Weiss muttered with a nod, understanding exactly what the stoic boy meant, lucky bastards. She'd seen the aftermath of Nora's chat with Emerald after all. 15 seconds to LZ. 479er yelled as the forest gave way to the decaying ruins of a city, and the bullhead expertly lowered into an abandoned intersection. And we're here, now get going already before someone spots me. Alright, thanks for the lift, Niner. We owe you one. Yan yelled back as everyone quickly offloaded. Just make sure to get the little squirt back. That kid really livens up the place. 479er said as the ship closed up and started to take off. I'll stick to the outskirts of the city if you need me, but I only got enough fuel for 2 hours before I have to head back. After that you guys are on your own. I only need 30 minutes. Nora stated before smashing Manghold in its hammer form against the ground, shattering apart a large chunk of asphalt to reveal the large underground city hidden beneath. Crock-a-boom! However, just before she could jump inside, she and everyone else were surprised as a large explosion rang out from deep within the cavernous chamber, shaking the ground and creating several spiderwebbing fractures. What was that? Yan exclaimed as she and the rest of the group stumbled a bit from the unexpected shaking. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say either Naruto just busted himself out or someone else is busting in. In any case, we need to hurry, Winter said, quickly regaining her balance and starting to walk towards the hole Nora made. Crackle, she only made it a whole 3 steps though before freezing as she noticed the cracks rapidly spreading under her feet. Taking a quick look around, she saw that the same thing was happening with everyone else. Oh, son of a b! The older Schnee started to mutter before almost everyone screamed out in surprise as the ground gave out under them. The only ones who didn't scream were Winter herself, Penny since she detected the ground instability and was about to warn the others, Glynda because she's Glynda, and Nora since she had just jumped into the hole when the ground fell apart. As she and her friends descended upon the ruined hidden city, only one thought was in the Orangehead's mind. Hold on, Naruto, Mama's coming! Explosion Ground Zero. In one of the many abandoned streets of the underground city, a familiar masked ravenette stood in the dead center of a large smoldering crater. Behind her lay a trail of destroyed mechs, fresh rubble, and white fanned grunt bodies, while several more grunts stood in front of her shaking in fear as they aimed rocket launchers and cannons at her. Casually wiping off a smoldering rock off her shoulder, Raven turned to the terrorists and tilted her head. Was that actually supposed to hurt me? She asked blandly while drawing her sword, making several of the grunts step back in fear. What are you doing? A man with a slightly more ordinate mask, marking him as a lieutenant yelled at his men while pointing at her. It's just one human. Kill H. The lieutenant suddenly froze mid-sentence along with his entire company as Raven vanished from sight and reappeared behind them. Humph, pathetic, she muttered, twirling her blade within her grasp once, causing a small spray of blood to be flung off the blade before she sheathed it, and continued forward, leaving the men and women she passed to fall to the ground, their heads rolling off their necks. They are even weaker than you said they were, Cat. At first one would think Raven was crazy for talking to no one, but a few seconds after she made that comment, Diff appeared next to her with a relaxed expression. That's cannon fodder for you, Shikling, she said with a shrug before gesturing to a dilapidated prison in the distance. My brother's vessel is being held there. We must hurry though. You may have gotten rid of these guys' heavier artillery. That arrogant whelp Adam will almost certainly use this attack as a reason to kill the boy. Then ditch that meat suit already, Cat. It served its purpose and is just slowing us down, Raven said without stopping, getting the cat faunus to nod before suddenly collapsing as a large ball of blue and black aura shot out of her back. Said ball then proceeded to expand rapidly and solidify until it took on the form of a large blue two-tailed feline. I have a name and I'd appreciate if you'd call me it, Shikling, the massive cat said with a frown as she easily caught up to Raven, leaving poor Diff to wake up all alone and confused a few moments later with no idea what happened the last 2 days. Say it with me now, Matatabai. I'll stop calling you Cat when you stop calling me Shikling, the masked sword wielder stated while she hopped onto the massive cat's back. Now get your twin-tailed ass moving. I have a future son-in-law to rescue. Alright, I'm going. Matatabi said with a roll of her heterochromatic eyes as she shot through the abandoned city like a bullet. You know, maybe if you'd actually been stealthy with dealing with those guys like we planned, we wouldn't need to rush right now. And maybe if you could have warned me that they had heat-seeking auto-turrets and proximity-activated landmines, I could have done just that, Raven retorted, slicing down a few more grunts they passed along the way. Touché. Back with others. Why does this keep happening to me? Weiss asked exasperatedly as she lay across the ground, an irritated expression on her face as she glanced at the large groaning pile of people currently pinning her lower half to the ground. And when the hell could you fly? Her second question was directed towards Penny, who slowly floated to the ground with Ruby in her arms thanks to the pair of jet-like wings sticking out of her back. I've always been flight capable. There has simply been no reason to use this ability until now, Penny said while landing next to Glynda, who had landed just fine, her wings transforming into her swords that then folded up and receded into her back while she looked around in confusion. Where are Nora and Winter? They've gone off ahead to check out that area, Glynda stated while pointing towards what looked to be a recently repaired train station in the distance that had grunts swarming all around it in a panic. It would be in our best interest to hurry and catch up with them as well, before Ms. Valkyrie's waning patience reaches its zenith, if it hasn't already. No kidding, Blake said as she yawned, and the JPR of Team JNPR got back to their feet, much to Weiss's relief. That girl is a ticking time bomb about to go off, and when she does she'll probably level this whole city, literally. Oh come on Blake, stop exaggerating, there is no way she could actually do that, John said confidently, before turning to Penny with a nervous look. Right. The underlying structure of the city has lost an alarming amount of integrity due to the recent destruction of that load-bearing building, Penny said with glowing eyes, pointing to the other side of the city where parts of a building and the ceiling were still falling loose to the ground, allowing sunlight to stream in on the once hidden city. I predict an 83% likelihood that any further damage to even one of the remaining main support building will result in a full systematic collapse. Oh, the train station wouldn't happen to be one of those buildings, would it? The blonde asked even more nervously. No, it is not, Penny said with a shake of her head, making John sigh in relief as he and the rest of the group relaxed slightly. However, I am picking up several concentrations of high-quality explosion dust along the remaining support buildings that indicate the presence of multiple high-yield bombs and a large amount of grim moving in from the surrounding area. For all of 2 seconds. I think now would be a great time to start running, Jan said before everyone broke into a dead sprint towards the train station, Penny and Ruby taking the lead as the former grabbed the ladder and took to the air again. Meanwhile, at said train station a still heavily bandaged Cinderfall scowled angrily as hobbled across the area towards a bullhead as white fanged grunts ran around chaotically. How did they find us so fast? I took every precaution. Left 100 fake trails. Covered every track. It briefly crossed her mind that Emerald may have given her up but had immediately dismissed the thought. That girl practically worshipped the ground she walked on ever since she'd taken her in. There was no way in hell that Ozpin would ever be able to get anything from her, not this fast at least. Hearing the sounds of fighting and destruction getting closer, Cinder's pace quickened as much as her battered body could handle. And of course they attack right after I sent Mercury off to deliver those blood samples to Watts. It was like the universe was conspiring against her or something since, as much as she hated to admit it, she was all but helpless at the moment without her gray-haired subordinate. How did everything go so wrong? I am supposed to be strong. One of the strongest. And yet I've been reduced to constantly running away like a scared mouse. Cinder thought angrily as she finally reached the vehicle and signaled for the pilot to take off. I swear, one day I'll get them back for this. Olive dash, swish scree. Cinder was broken from her thoughts when something flew past her head, just narrowly missing taking it off, and tore its way through the interior of the ship until it smashed into the cockpit. Looking back at the object, Cinder only had enough time to see a large silver hammer with pink highlights sparking wildly before the front half of the ship was engulfed in an explosion, sending her flying, skipping across the ground like a stone until she collided with a half-destroyed wall. Cinder groaned weakly in pain as she slowly sat up despite her entire body protesting the action. Her somewhat blurry and doubled from the impact, she could just make out as a certain orange-haired huntress in training stalked towards her at a sedate pace. All the grunts in the area already knocked out or dead. Oh son of a bitch. Cinder thought with a grimace as she scooched away as quickly as she could. She knew who this girl was, thanks to Neo's reports, so she also had a pretty good idea why she was here. Hello Nora, I'd say it's nice to finally meet you, but I'm sure we both know that's not true. Don't bother with the sweet talk, Nora said in a cold tone, reflexively catching her hammer as it fell out of the air and shifting it to its grenade launcher form and pointing it directly at Cinder's head. You are going to tell me where my son is, or I am going to make what he did to you look like a nice day at the beach. Well, if those are my options, then I guess I don't have much choice, do I? Cinder asked calmly, barely able to keep her voice steady as Nora pressed the barrel of her weapon against her cheek, the hot metal only not singeing her cheek thanks to her aura. He's locked in a reformatted cell of the city's prison, just over there. Using every ounce of speed she could muster, Cinder shoved Manghile to the side and threw a fistful of dirt in Nora's face, causing the angry Orangette to stumble back slightly with a grunt. Briefly blinded, Nora was unable to react as Cinder planted a hand on her torso and released a concentrated blast of aura, sending her flying out of a destroyed window frame. I need to get out of here, that only bought me a minute at most. The injured woman thought as she forced her body to get up and run away, channeling her aura through her body to help numb the pain and keep her from collapsing. Her motivation for fleeing was good as back outside the train station, Nora slowly got back onto her feet and wiped the dirt off her face. She didn't even look away as she idly smushed a Beowulf that tried to jump her from the side. Nora! I know you're angry and rightfully so, but please calm down. Winter, who was currently stuck in the middle of a free-for-all between white-fanned grunts and various grim, yelled while stabbing the dagger half of her weapon through a man's throat, and using the sword half to slice a pair of Borbatusks in half. You are attracting unneeded company. If Nora heard her though, she didn't show it as she proceeded to stomp back towards the transportation building. However, she only just made it to her self-made doorway, aka the giant hole she'd put in the wall, when an escape jet, small jet-like aircraft that was barely big enough for a single person, suddenly shot out the roof and shot towards the upper city. Oh no you don't! Nora yelled while aiming Manghile at the ship as the front of the weapon opened up to show several extra chambers ready to fire. You are not getting away from me that easily, bitch! Nora! Stop! Don't shoot! Just as she was about to pull the trigger though, Nora's view was blocked as Penny and Ruby floated in front of her, Ruby holding her arms out in a blocking manner. Hoy! What the hell are you two doing? She's getting away! Nora yelled, shoving the pair aside as she realigned her shot. Wait, Nora! This whole city is rigged with explosives. If you fire recklessly like that, then you'll almost certainly bang, Penny started to say only to be cut off when Nora fired. releasing a half-dozen pink rocket grenades that shot towards the fleeing aircraft. Inside the escape jet, Cinder held a detonator in hand, her finger hovering above the activation button, waiting until her ship passed through one of the recently made gaps so she wouldn't be crushed along with everything else. Just a little bit higher, almost there, and, no dash boom shit. Gotcha. Nora muttered with a vicious grin as one of her grenades managed to hit the plane's side, causing it to spiral out of control. However, she quickly lost said smirk when the jet still made it to the upper city before crashing. To make things worse, she finally noticed as her other 5 grenades detonated across the roof of the cavern, which caused several chain reaction explosions that spread across the underground city, caused them to go off. Penny finished weakly as the rest of the group caught up in time to see the entire spectacle go down. In just a few seconds the whole city was lit up like a Christmas tree and entire sections of the city began to descend upon them. Well, we're boned, Yang stated dully. Gotcha. Nora muttered with a vicious grin as one of her grenades managed to hit the plane's side, causing it to spiral out of control. However, she quickly lost said smirk when the jet still made it to the upper city before crashing. To make things worse, she finally noticed as her other 5 grenades detonated across the roof of the cavern, which caused several chain reaction explosions that spread across the underground city, caused them to go off. Penny finished weakly as the rest of the group caught up in time to see the entire spectacle go down. In just a few seconds the whole city was lit up like a Christmas tree and entire sections of the city began to descend upon them. Well, we're boned, Yang stated dully. And now, about 5 minutes earlier, inside a moderately large dimly lit vault-like room, large vault door included, Naruto could be found hanging in the air thanks to the absolutely absurd amount of large blackish-gray chains wrapped around nearly an of his body, his eyes glowing with fear and anger. Each of his tails and limbs were stretched apart as far as possible, all but encased in the metal links along with multiple pairs of lightly glowing metal cuffs that prevented him from using his aura or dust powers. A collar with spike pointing inwards was wrapped tightly around his throat that kept him from moving his head. A ring gag in his mouth that had the sides tightened to just behind his teeth so he couldn't bite through it, and to top it all off a rusty dog muzzle. And as if that wasn't overkill enough, there were no less than 3 automated minigun turrets trained on him, ready to shoot him or anything that got near him at any second. SHNK thud thud thud. Correction, there used to be 3 turrets. Standing amongst the destroyed machinery was a young man with red hair and bull horns on his head, and a sword strapped to his side. The upper half of his face hidden behind a stylized grim mask, but based on the deep frown on his lips, it wouldn't take much to figure out that he was not in a good mood. This was Adam, devoted member of the new White Fang cause and avid hater of all humans. Walking past the now broken automated guns, this man slowly drew his red-bladed weapon and held it up to Naruto's throat, earning a distorted mixture of a growl and a whimper from the restrained boy. To think, those filthy Schnees would actually go so far as to weaponize a faunus for their own bidding, Adam said in a dark tone as he dragged his blade across the boy's neck, leaving an almost invisible scratch along the way. But I guess it was only a matter of time before even they had to admit that our kind is far superior to theirs. Lifting his blade back, the bullhorn man took a single step back as he resheathed his weapon, taking a deep breath as his muscles tensed. The fate as a human slave is burden no faunus will suffer if I can help it. Be grateful for a swift death shall be your release. With speed faster than most could even perceive, Adam drew his blade once more and sliced at Naruto's neck, intent on giving the boy a quick and mostly painless death. Clang! Fortunately for Naruto, that blow never landed thanks to the timely intervention of a certain black-haired red-eyed masked bandit. Sorry to interrupt but, well actually I'm not sorry, Raven admitted as she easily held back Adam's sword with her own for several moments before shoving the redhead back and swiftly slashing at his chest. To his credit, Adam was able to just avoid the swing despite his surprise at the new arrival, but not the pair of large flaming tails that sent him tumbling back several feet. You focus on getting the boy free, Shikling, Matatabi stated as she got between her companion and the already recovering redhead. I'll deal with this fool, alright? Just don't play around with him too much, Raven said, already working on removing Naruto's bindings, slightly irritated by the spit landing on her face from the whiskered blondes attempting to speak. No promises. the flaming cat said with a wide grin as she stalked towards Adam, who had fully regained his bearings and was now glaring at her with his sword at the ready. What do we have here, another Schnee pet? Adam asked sarcastically, venom dripping from his voice. You know, just because somebody doesn't like what you're doing, doesn't automatically make them allied to those uptight rich wads, Matatabi said with a scoff, briefly throwing Adam for a loop. I originally came here just to rescue my Otoro, but after dealing with your hypocritical ass for the last 2 days I decided to add ripping you to shreds to the to-do list. Adam gained a questioning look on his face at her statement, wondering what she meant by dealing with him for 2 days, cause last he checked this was the first time he had to deal with a literal giant blue cat. However, before he could try and demand an answer, the bull faunus found himself on the defensive as Matatabi pounced. Screeching filled the air as the cat's steel-like claws clashed with his sword and sheath. Adam blocked most of the attacks before nimbly dodging to the side and attempting to slash her side, only to end up aborting mid-swing in order to avoid the now flaming tails that narrowly missed his head and torso respectively. Come on now, little calf, show me those horns you're always flaunting. Matatabi taunted with a vicious grin, making the redhead grit his teeth in irritation as he tried to attack once more. Meanwhile, Raven was having her own fair bit of frustration as she worked at getting Naruto free of his confinement. Damn it, these things are much tougher than I thought. Probably meant to hold a maiden if what the cat told me is true, she thought with a scowl as she tried hacking through the chains with her sword, only to stop a few seconds later as the repeated blows started to blunt the blade even with her aura and dust infused into it. Guess we'll have to see how well they work then. Sheathing her sword, Raven peeled off her gloves and grabbed as many of the main metal bindings as she could with her bare hands. The reasoning for this was revealed a few moments later, as said chains slowly started to glow red-hot in her grasp. Once they were hot enough, the Ravenette twisted her grip and pulled to either side as hard as she could, her masked face turning slightly red from exertion as the heated metal gradually contorted and stretched before finally snapping apart. The moment this happened, the chains holding Naruto loosened enough for him to wiggle his arms and a few of his tails free. Using his newfound freedom wisely, the whiskered boy immediately ripped the spiked collar off his neck and the muzzle off his face with trembling arms before struggling with the gag in his mouth, eventually managing to pull it forward enough to bite through it with a loud crunch. Look, nasty, the small boy muttered as he spat out bits of plastic and metal with a green face. Once he recovered from that though, he immediately turned his attention back to the one currently helping him get free. I remember you were that nice lady who helped me on the boat. What are you doing here? What does it look like I'm doing, boy, making a turducken? Raven asked sarcastically before shoving one of the chains into his mouth. Now use that impressive jaw of yours for something useful and start chewing. Nodding his head, Naruto clamped his teeth down on the chain, causing it to creak loudly under the strain for several moments before giving in and breaking. Seeing as this was much faster than her own method, Raven repeated it with the support chains she could while personally dealing with the rest. Upon snapping through the last one, Raven couldn't help the teeny humored smirk that crept up on her lips as Naruto fell to the floor in a mix of fur and chains with a comical yelp. Kneeling to help him get untangled and cut off the aura restraining cuffs, which were thankfully much easier to deal with thanks to their normal steel composition, the Ravenette paused for a moment when she noticed something odd. This metal, it's pitted. Raven thought as she broke off a set of cuffs from Naruto's wrist, her eyes narrowing at the odd erosion marks that lined the inside of the otherwise brand new looking cuffs. However, before she could contemplate on this oddity for long, her attention was drawn back to the fight going on by a loud cry of pain. Gah! A battered Adam cursed as a completely unharmed Matatabi clamped her jaws tightly around his arm, with his aura being the only thing stopping her from tearing it off completely. Using her grasp on said limb, the fire cat shook the redhead around like a ragdoll before tossing him into the air and smashing him back to the ground with her tails. After watching him lay there motionless for several moments, she rolled her eyes with a disappointed sigh. Bah, that was incredibly boring, Matatabi muttered while she, just to add insult to injury, walked over to the man's downed form and kicking him out the door in the same manner a cat would bury their crap in a litter box. I was honestly expecting a better fight than that. Then how about you get a taste of this? Before the shrunken Biju could react, Adam reappeared in the room with his hair and sword glowing a deep crimson red. the latter of which he swung at blinding speed as the whole world seemed to briefly turn red and black. Once this odd effect began to fade away, Adam stood before Matatabi's unmoving form with an arrogant smirk on his face as he sheathed his weapon. "Humph, stupid beast, that's what you get for underestimating you?" Matatabi whispered in the faunus's ear from behind him as the fake Nibby faded into a flare of blue flames. "I told you I was watching you for days. What made you think I didn't know about your adorable little finishing move?" Skew crunch. Adam never got the chance to answer as the fire cat bit his head clean off, her teeth easily piercing through his weakened aura. Chewing a few times as she watched his headless body fall to the floor, Matatabi spat out the now unidentifiable lump of bone and tissue on top of it with a disdainful expression before igniting it all with her tails. "Okay, now I need to know, what the hell did he do to piss you off so much?" Raven asked with a raised brow at the burning corpse. That was way too personal to just be a simple grudge. He was a hypocrite, Matatabi stated with a growl. Many faunus and human families had decided to leave Vale to get away from all the insanity and danger that had been happening there recently along with several others, but ended up getting captured by a small contingent of the White Fang that were robbing travelers to get supplies. She had volunteered for the group since she knew Adam would be there, wanting to get intel on one of the heavy hitters holding Naruto hostage, where she'd been thoroughly disgusted with how calmly he'd had all the humans executed. Not only that, but after squeezing the remaining group for as many recruits as he could, he gave the rest a promise to let them leave unharmed, only to give the order to kill them all once the new recruits were out of sight for being traitors to the cause, even though many of them were just children. Now, while Matatabi was neutral towards humanity, or its various subspecies in general, the cat Biju admittedly had a soft spot for children since they were innocent and despised those who would harm them. That, and she absolutely hated hypocrites, and Adam made himself a big one that day. The only reason she hadn't torn him apart right then and there was because she couldn't risk blowing her cover. Thus she took her anger out on his poor underlings once he was gone and blaming the carnage on a surprise grim attack. On the plus side, she'd managed to at least save a few of the innocent faunus, specifically the children, as the adults had been the first to be struck down, since Adam had left almost immediately after giving the order. Said children were currently on their way to Menagerie via Bullhead thanks to Diff's friend Simon, who surprisingly had lots of piloting experience. "Alright then," Raven said, having already lost interest from that one statement as she finished freeing Naruto. "Come on, boy, it's time to leave." "Okay, nice lady, the nine-tailed boy started to say while he got up, only to trail off as his legs wobbled under his weight before suddenly giving out, making him collapse to the floor once more. "I can't move," he finished weakly as he lay flopped on the floor. "Damn it, forgot to consider that he'd have muscle fatigue from being hung up so long." Raven berated herself with grit teeth while carefully scooping Naruto up into her arms. "Hey, is the kid alright?" Matatabi asked, patting over and sniffing the boy in mild worry. "He'll be fine after some rest." Yeah, she cling, I know, hop on," Matatabi said, crouching a bit so that her companion could climb onto her back. Boom! However, just as Raven was about to mount up, the pair were nearly knocked off their feet as a massive explosion violently shook through the area. "Oh, don't tell me," Raven growled as she rushed outside with Matatabi in tow just in time to see the upper city beginning to fall. "What the hell, cat? You said you disabled those explosives." "I did. I removed the transmitter from the detonator just like you told me to," Matatabi stated in disbelief. "Then maybe you can explain that," the masked bandit exclaimed as she gestured to the several tons of rock currently on course to crush them. "Sure! Right after I save your ungrateful ass," the fire cat yelled back sarcastically while deforming into a mass of aura. "I hate you so much," Raven grumbled, not even flinching as the dense aura started rapidly swirling around her before being absorbed into her body. Once the little light show was over, the black-haired woman took her mask off to reveal her now heterochromatic golden blue eyes and bland expression. "The feeling is mutual," she muttered in Matatabi's voice with a frown before looking down at Naruto with a playful smile. "Hey kid, watch closely now. I'll be teaching you to do this soon enough." "Okay, Kaniko-nichan," he mumbled with a nod of his head, making Madaraven freeze. "What did you just?" she started to ask, only to be cut off by a large chunk of rock landing a few feet away, reminding her of the impending doom currently befalling them. Looking back towards the collapsing upper city, Madaraven sighed before inhaling as deeply as she could, streams of blue aura, equally blue flames, and a soft, golden energy flowing from her body and into her mouth. Meanwhile, I always figured I'd die because you finally got us into too deep of trouble, Nora. I just didn't think it would be so literal. Ren muttered dully as he and the rescue team watched MTN Glenn's descend upon them. Gulping nervously, Nora offered her oldest friend a weak grin. Hee, hoopsie. We gotta get out of here. Wise screamed in a panic. How? The only way out is up, and as you may have noticed, up is currently coming down. John screamed back in a very unmanly voice. Maybe we can blast our way through, fracture it up or something so we can maneuver our way out, Jan suggested while loading up her highest-powered shells. It's possible, but we need to do it now. Penny agreed, her blades gathering up in a cylindrical shape in front of her, and started to spin rapidly, and gather a charge of green energy. Seeing no other options, the rest of the group quickly prepped their own weapons. The only exceptions were Glynda, John, Weiss, and Winter, since their weapons had no gun forms for their weapons. So instead the blonde teacher used her semblance to lift up several boulders while the Schnee sisters focused all their energy into a pair of glyphs. Sadly, all John could do was stand there and try not to crap himself, having absolutely nothing in terms of ranged attacks. Loading a small pitch-black clip into Crescent Rose, Ruby swallowed nervously while taking aim at the several tons of falling cement, steel, and rock. Okay. Let's do what's that? Literally just before the group could fire, a bright blue glow began emanating from another part of the underground city. Maybe there's a flash rave nearby, Yang suggested, joking, getting everyone to look towards her with a dull expression. What? If I'm gonna die, then I'm at least going out with a good low. Fwababum! Holy shit! Yang, Blake, and John yelled at the top of their lungs as a massive stream of blue fire shot into the air, knocking the group clean off their feet in the process from the shockwave. Like a hot knife through butter, the fire cut straight through the metal and rocket came in direct contact with, vaporizing nearly a third of the city in an instant. Meanwhile, the other two-thirds was blown to pieces from the sheer concussive force and heat of the blast. Then just as quickly as it appeared, the torrent of sapphire flames dissipated into nothing, leaving nothing in its wake but dust, ash, and rubble. What the was that? Jan asked slowly as she got up a bit shakily, staring with almost impossibly wide eyes at the devastation. Not what Yang, who? Ruby said as she got up, her gaze focused on the origin of the blast, snapping everyone out of their stupor before bolting towards it as fast as she could. Eyes widening as she realized what the hooded girl meant, Nora was quick to follow after her. Naruto! Hold on, Mama's coming, guys! Wait, you-wo! Jan yelped as she was cut off by a giant smoldering boulder landing just a few feet in front of her. Looking up, the busted blonde paled as she and the others finally noticed the multiple car and house-sized chunks of burning city that had somehow survived the blast and were still headed straight for them. Oh crap, incoming! Acting instinctually, the group broke apart, scattering in various directions to avoid the half-molten debris. A few of them tried to follow after Ruby and Nora but were barely able to make any progress as they dodged or destroyed the falling rock and steel, the only exception being Penny, who was zipping around between the divided group with her wings, helping where she could. Penny! Don't worry about us and go after those two. Make sure that they don't do something stupid again. Well, that was what she was doing until Winter yelled at her. Yes, ma'am, the Guinan said with a salute before rocketing off. You do know she's no better than they are most of the time, right? Glynda asked the older she dully, making her sigh in exasperation. Yeah, but at this point, I really don't see how they could make this situation any worse. Oh, how wrong she was. You do know she's no better than they are most of the time, right? Glynda asked the older she dully, making her sigh in exasperation. Yeah, but at this point, I really don't see how they could make this situation any worse. Oh, how wrong she was. And now, so, why are we just waiting out here again? Matatabi asked as she sat outside the destroyed police station with an unmasked Raven leaning against her side and Naruto slept between her front paws, snoring softly with the occasional giggle, while she groomed his tails with her tongue. I thought we were in a big hurry to get out of here. Not anymore. Raven stated as she cleaned the blood off her weapon with a calm look on her face. Care to explain why she cling? Matatabi asked with a raised brow, a slight amount of irritation in her voice. Instead of answering verbally, Raven simply caused a plate-sized portal to appear in front of Matatabi's face that showed Yang just as the blonde punched a chunk of falling debris into dust. Ah, so we are waiting on your kit to arrive. Yes, if we leave now, she may misunderstand my intent and that could cost me what little trust she has in me, Raven explained with a small frown. She needed her daughter's trust in order to enact her plan, so if that meant giving up what was a golden opportunity to take Naruto and train him like she wished, then she could do so, for now. Now pay attention, we have company. Matatabi didn't even have to ask what the woman meant as a certain scythe-wielding Little Red Riding Hood-themed teen girl skid to a stop in front of them with a baffled expression. Yang? Ruby asked as she stared straight at Raven's face with wide eyes. Unable to help herself, Raven let out a short bark of laughter as she pushed off of her companion's side and rubbed her hand across her jaw. Not quite, little girl, but I can understand your confusion. The family resemblance is quite strong after all, is it not? Family? Ruby repeated questioningly, before gasping in realization. Wait a second, you're Yang's mother? Indeed. Raven stated as she casually strolled towards the girl, causing Ruby to snap out of her stupor and hold her side out threateningly. What are you doing here? Why do you have Naruto? And where can I get an awesome cat like that? Ruby demanded, adding the last question as an afterthought as she internally gushed over the massive fire cat. And I already like her more than you. Matatabi said with a grin while Raven rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Mustn't gush over awesome giant talking cat. Mustn't gush over awesome giant talking cat. Ruby mentally chanted as she forced down her excitement. No matter how much she wanted to just run over and snuggle with Matatabi, she needed to stay composed and deal with this situation seriously, especially since these two currently had Naruto with them. Answer my questions now. I'm here for the same reason as you are, little girl, Raven said as she pointed to Naruto's sleeping form. To rescue our kidnapped cousin? Hey, who are you calling? Wait, cousin? Ruby cut herself off with a confused tilt of her head once she realized what Raven said. What are you talking about? Oh, has Young not told you yet? Raven asked back, causing Ruby to blink in surprise at the question. I figured she would have told you already after we spoke, but I guess not. Yang talked to you? Ruby repeated, disbelieving. Indeed, a little over a week ago in fact, but that is not important right now, Raven said before drawing her sword, making Ruby tense up once again. Losing all form of humor on her face, Raven pointed the blade straight at the hooded girl. What is important is the boy needs a proper guardian until he is able to care for himself, something you failed at. Gasping at the statement, Ruby glared at Raven angrily as her knuckles turned white from how tightly she held Crescent Rose. What? How dare you? Was it not you who were with him when he got taken? Was it not your weakness that allowed for the white fan to capture him? Raven cut in, making Ruby's jaw snap shut with an audible click as her anger faded away. You failed the family, plain and simple. Ruby wanted to deny what the woman said, but every time she opened her mouth, no sound would come out. That was because, as much as she hated to admit it, she agreed with Yang's mother on that. She did fail Naruto. Despite your failure though, I will admit you did impressively against those overwhelming odds. Almost enough to be worthy of being indirectly related to the Brahmin tribe, Raven said, causing Ruby to snap out of her thoughts. So I will give you a second chance. Eyes widening as Raven vanished in a static blur, Ruby barely managed to spin around in time to block the sword that threatened to sever her head from her neck. Unfortunately, she wasn't fast enough to stop the fist that buried itself in her gut, knocking the wind from her lungs and sent her tumbling back in a heap. Fight me, Raven stated bluntly as she lowered her weapon, watching calmly as Ruby quickly got back to her feet. Impress me again, then all is forgiven. Fail, however, and I will make sure your career as a huntress ends today. Ruby opened her mouth to retort, but was once again cut off, only this time by a screaming Nora that came charging into the area straight at Raven with her hammer held high. However, the instant the orangeette got close, the black-haired woman caught the hammer by the neck mid-swing. Before Nora even had a chance to recover, Raven then used her own momentum against her, spinning around and hurling her through a stone wall, which then collapsed on top of her. Cat, keep that one occupied. Don't let her interrupt again, Raven said, making Matatabi roll her eyes while gently picking Naruto up by the scruff like a kitten. Would a please kill you? The fire cat asked rhetorically, naturally not getting a response, before turning her attention towards Nora just as the orangeette blasted herself free of her rubble confinement. Hey there, I believe you are here for the little one here? Naruto! Nora exclaimed upon seeing Naruto's limp form dangling from Matatabi's jaws before glaring at the fire cat angrily. What did you do to him? Oh, relax, little vixen, your kid is fine. He's just a little tuckered out from all the excitement, Matatabi said while setting the boy down on her back where he instinctually clung on with his tails. Though admittedly, I am pretty bored myself. So how about we liven things up a bit, and play a little game? A game? Nora repeated with "Are you stupid" look on her face. You want me to play a game with you? Yep, and if you win I'll give you your kit back. Now catch me if you can, the fire cat said in a sing-song tone while darting off into the destroyed city. Hoy! Get back here, you mangy alley cat! Nora screamed as she gave chase, leaving RWBY and Raven by themselves. Watching them leave in the corner of her eye, the estranged mother of Yang mentally grumbled in annoyance before returning her full attention towards deflecting a flurry of blows from RWBY's scythe. Not bad, she has potential. Now let's see how much of it she's tapped. Deflecting one last slice to her sternum, Raven rapidly sheathed her blade before drawing it again, only now with a fire dust blade that unleashed a gout of fire that forced RWBY to quickly back off. And just like that, the tide of battle changed as the Raven Redhead found herself struggling to defend against an onslaught of fire-enhanced strikes as Raven kept pushing her advantage. After a full minute of this, Raven finally got bored and hooked her sword in the back prongs of RWBY's scythe and with a quick twist of her wrist pinned it to the ground. I told you to impress me, she said dully while closing the distance between them until their noses were nearly touching. You're holding back, I can see it in your movements. Raven chopped RWBY across the throat with her hand, causing the girl to stumble back with a choke, before punting her across their little impromptu sparring arena. Do not waste my time anymore. Come at me with everything you have or I will kill you where you stand and be done with this. Not if I have anything to say about it. Hearing the exclamation from above, Raven looked up in mild surprise before backflipping out of the way as a large green laser shot through the space she'd been standing and sliced a perfectly clean foot-wide trench in the earth. Wonderful, more interruptions. Raven mumbled in annoyance as she stared at the source of the attack, which was none other than an airborne Penny with her sword set up in cannon mode, who was already charging another shot. Dodging out of the way of the second shot that obliterated what remained of the prison, the ex-bandit leader frowned deeply as she sheathed her sword again. I do not have time for this. However, just as she started to draw it again, a distant rumble sounded, causing the woman to glance up at the sky and smirk. Get away from RWBY, you crackled GAHHH. Penny started to yell as she charged up a third shot, only to end up screaming in pain as a bolt of lightning struck her back out of the blue. Penny! RWBY cried out in worry as the Gynate came crashing back to solid ground, her body spasming rapidly while both of her wings were blasted clean off. Rushing to Penny's side, the Raven Redhead lifted the Orangeette's head and shook her gently. Penny, are you alright? SS Surge overloaded PRI Primary Data Processor. Critical system re-repair required, the Gynate said, her voice constantly skipping, cracking, and repeating every few words. Downloading into BB backup and memory core, to reduce fewer Damaya. Penny trailed off as her body went limp, before her opened up to reveal a pulsing green heart-shaped device about the size of a golf ball with RWBY's insignia on the middle of it. Grabbing the object, RWBY looked it over with worry for a few seconds before relaxing a bit when she saw no damage on it. Think I might decided to install this, RWBY thought as she put the core inside a small protective case she had in her pocket and hooked a small wire to the bottom of it. Penny, are you okay? Can you hear me? Loud and clear, RWBY. I'm alright. Penny's voice crackled over a speaker built in the side of the container, while a small camera on the front focused on RWBY, making the hooded girl sigh in relief. However, I'm starting to regret going with the smaller data cells. I'm feeling a little claustrophobic in here. Your friend brought that upon herself. Discharging that much energy in this kind of weather is never a wise idea. Raven said, making RWBY look upwards and notice the large black clouds above the city that were rumbling ominously. Where did those come from? It was clear skies just a few minutes ago. RWBY wondered in confusion. However, before the girl could ponder on this for long, she was snapped back to reality as her senses screamed at her to move. Jumping to the side with Penny's body in tow, she was just in time to avoid Raven's now shocked dust-enhanced blade as it sliced through the air they'd just been occupying. Don't let your guard down, girl. Our fight is not finished yet, the Revenant said with a bored expression as she swung again, forcing RWBY to drop the robot in her arms in favor of her scythe to deflect the attack. Fine, you want me to impress you. Using her semblance to get some distance, RWBY pulled out a wind dust clips and loaded it, causing her scythe's blade to be engulfed in fierce scales. Then how about this? Vanishing in a static blur, 3 hazy afterimages of the girl appeared around Raven with a visible blur of motion going between them whilst a miniature vortex formed around them all. A second later and Raven was also moving, her whole body twisting, contorting, and bending at near insane angles to avoid the dozens of attacks that struck from each side. Not bad, girl. You're actually giving me a decent warm-up now, Raven said as she smirked slightly before suddenly standing up straight and seemingly effortlessly catching the end of RWBY's scythe with her free hand and used it to pull the real RWBY forward with a surprised expression. But not good enough. Before the hooded girl had a chance to react, the Ravenet tilted her head back slightly and smashed her forehead straight into her opponent's. Gah! Ow! 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 RWBY shrieked, stumbling back from the impact as her afterimages and self-created vortex faded away. Shaking off the impact as best she could, the Raven redhead yelped while bending as far back as she could to avoid the slice aimed at her head. Then, thinking fast, RWBY pulled the trigger on Crescent Rose, firing the single round she'd kept in the chamber just in case, and using the recoil to spin herself in place to both retaliate and recover. Briefly surprised by the move, Raven hopped back to avoid the counter-attack. However, she was just a little slow, and the very tip of the scythe just managed to graze the front of her chest. Stopping a few yards away, Raven slowly reached up and ran a finger along the half-foot-long tear in her outfit as her smirk. Better, she said with a nod, before sheathing her sword and glancing at the direction RWBY had come from as the sound of multiple voices echoed over. And it would appear our time is up. Congratulations, girl. You'll live to see another day after all. Not bothering to wait for a response, Raven opened up a large black and red portal with a swipe of her sword and vanished just as Yang popped into sight along with the rest of the gang. RWBY! Are you and Penny alright? We heard screaming. The blonde yelled worriedly, her pace quickening when she saw her sister's ruffled form and Penny's abandoned body. Yeah, I'm fine, RWBY said after a slight pause to catch her breath. Penny got struck by lightning though. The body's fried, but I managed to download her onto a backup drive we made just in case. Ugh, the general is not going to be pleased to hear that, Winter grumbled with a facepalm. Penny had not been cheap to create, and she could already see the bills forming for having the girl's body repaired after this. Are you sure Penny is alright? Her AI isn't exactly a simple program after all. I am fine, Winter, a little cramped but alright, Penny's muffled voice called out from the hooded girl's pocket. Though I have to say that you really need to clean your pockets, RWBY. I'm pretty sure this donut has mold growing on it. Whoops. Sorry, Penny, RWBY said sheepishly as she pulled a half-eaten packaged donut out of her pocket that had patches of green all over it, making Weiss gag slightly at the sight, and tossed it over her shoulder. Totally forgot that was in there, my bad. Disgusting pockets aside, what happened? Where's Naruto and Nora? Winter asked, cutting off the idly chit-chat. Oh, a giant fire cat took Naruto and ran off that away after challenging Nora to a game of Catch Me If You Can while I was busy dealing with someone else that ran off just as you guys got here, RWBY said with a completely straight face while pointing a thumb to her left. I really wish I could say I didn't believe what you just said, Weiss said dully as the group turned towards the direction RWBY had pointed and started moving again. Don't we all? Glynda muttered, rubbing her forehead as it throbbed from the ridiculousness she'd had to deal with these last few months. With Nora. When I get my hands on you, cat, I am going to find out just how many lives you actually got. Nora yelled angrily as she chased after Matatabi over a massive pile of collapsed buildings. We'll see, little vixen, we'll see, but first you have to catch me. the fire cat said in a sing-song tone while casually hopping out of the orange-ed's reach when she got too close, causing the girl to bulldoze through a half-destroyed wall. Missed me, now you gotta me. Her eyebrow twitching wildly, Nora grit her teeth and shook off the debris from her collision before going after the cat again. This had been going on for a few minutes now, with her getting within a hair's breadth away from catching Matatabi, only for the massive feline to somehow slip out of the way at the last second and cause her to crash into or trip over something. Normally she would have just blasted the annoying feline to pulp after the first time, but couldn't since Naruto was still riding onto the fire cat's back. However, sick of playing this stupid game of cat and mouse, Nora dug around in her pockets and somehow pulled out a large bottle of syrup with a vicious smirk. "Hey cat!" she called out once she got close again, causing Matatabi to look towards her with her normal smirk. Pop thwack splat MROW, before meowing in surprise when Nora squeezed the container in her grasp, causing the lid to shoot off like a cannon right into the cat's nose, swiftly followed by a wave of syrup that completely covered her face. Completely blinded by the sticky substance, the fire cat skid to a halt and shook her head wildly to try and get it off. "Aha! Got you!" In her surprise though, Matatabi briefly forgot about her little game and was thus completely unprepared as Nora collided into her side with the force of a freight train. "Now give me by my NARITO!" Yet at the same time sadly, Nora was so focused on finally being able to catch the elusive feline, she didn't pay enough attention towards her surroundings and in turn was utterly oblivious to the fact they were right next to a sheer cliff until she and Matatabi flew right off it. Huh! Waza hapania iek. Even worse, as the pair fell down the hill, Naruto, who had been asleep this whole time still thanks to Matatabi keeping his ears covered with her tail, was jostled awake and ended up flying off the fire cat's back when his grip slackened. "Naruto!" Nora cried out as the multi-tailed blonde landed several dozen feet away and rolled off into one part of the city while she and Matatabi tumbled towards another. Ing damn it. Now thoroughly pissed at having her little boy this close only for him to slip away, Nora turned all that rage towards a certain fire cat as the pair rolled to a stop on an outcropping about halfway down the cliff. Still blinded by the syrup all over her face, Matatabi wiped it off with her paws irritably, before freezing as she found herself staring at a red-faced, heavily breathing, hammer-wielding Orangeette glaring down at her murderously. "And now hold on, before you do anything rash. I'm a pound A. Back with the rescue team. I'm a pound A. Welp, sounds like Nora caught up to the cat. That or she decided to be a lesbian," Yang said as the group ran in the direction of the shout, snickering loudly at her joke while most of the group groaned in annoyance. "Yang, now is really not the time," Ruby said as she glanced up at the cloudy sky which was rapidly darkening. "We need to find Naruto before the sun sets, or we'll be walking around blind down here." Meanwhile, with Naruto, after tumbling several dozen yards down the cliff wildly, Naruto managed to regain enough of his wits to curl up with his tails wrapped around himself firmly in a ball. However, whilst this stopped him from getting hurt as much, it also prevented him from seeing a thing, muffled his hearing, and made him more than a little nauseous as he rapidly gained speed. In no time at all, he'd reached the bottom of the cliff and with his momentum rocketed along for almost half a mile before finally slowing down to a halt. For a few minutes the ball of fluff just sat there unmoving as Naruto stayed hidden, but eventually the boy's curiosity and restlessness got the better of him as one of the tails shifted to give him a small gap to peek out from. Seeing that the coast was all clear, the whiskered blonde allowed his tails to unfurl as he stood up a bit wobbly. Long around the area, Naruto gulped nervously as he found himself completely alone in what appeared to be an old marketplace. "Hello?" he called out meekly while slowly walking through the decaying ruins, his tails curling around him protectively as it started to get really dark. "Ka-chan? Penny Abakan? Ruby Abakan? Anybody?" Clatter. Naruto's head snapped to the side as he heard something. Not seeing anything at first, the blonde slowly shuffled in the direction the sound came from, his eyes darting around nervously as he looked for any sign of danger. Clatter cough that hurts cough. Hearing a voice groaning in pain amongst the coughing fit, Naruto's pace quickened as his caring nature urged him to help. However, upon rounding one last corner and finding the source of the noise, the boy stopped with a surprised and angry expression. Laying on the ground several feet in front of him amongst the half-crushed wreckage of her escaped craft was none other than Cinder, and saying she looked like shit would probably be a compliment at this point. Along with her already existing injuries, the right side of her face was covered in deep scratches, her right eye's sclera was dark red with blood, cuts and burns adorned her entire chest, and her left arm was now nothing more than a smoldering stump. And if that wasn't enough, one of her legs was currently being crushed under a dog-sized hunk of cement, whilst the other was riddled with shrapnel. Noticing the boy in the corner of her good eye, the criminal turned her head towards him with a mixture of hate and fear. Wonderful cough, should have known cough you would be the one to find me. Naruto didn't say a word, opting to instead continue slowly approach the crippled woman with an unreadable expression on his face as his eye color flickered between red, golden, and purple. As he drew closer, the fear on Cinder's face grew and she tried to drag herself away, only to be painfully reminded of her leg's current status. And no. Stay away from me. Stay back, dammit. Stay back. Unable to move, the injured Ravenette instead grabbed onto a piece of rebar with her good hand and swung it wildly at the whiskered blonde. Unfortunately for her though, she only managed a handful of rather pathetic swings before Naruto caught the length of metal with one of his tails and ripped it from her grasp. You, bad lady, hurt Neo-chan, the boy said slowly, tossing the impromptu weapon aside while he climbed on top of Cinder, his whole body shaking slightly and his eyes focusing more on purple and gold now with only the occasion slipped back to red. DDUWW want an apology? I'm sorry, okay, I'm really sorry. Cinder yelled, her eyes wide in terror as one of Naruto's tails curled around her arm and waist. This actually caused Naruto to pause, his eyes sticking with his natural red color, as he tilted his head with a puzzled expression, like he was confused at what was going on. However, this only lasted a few moments before his eyes went back to flickering and his anger returned. No. No apology. Bad lady pay. The multi-tailed blonde growled while grabbing Cinder by the throat, his voice suddenly gaining an odd blending effect as he spoke, as if others were speaking at the same time. No, wait. I'm sorry, please, mercy. The woman choked out while weakly squirming in the boy's grasp. Why should I? Cinder froze as a soft feminine voice escaped Naruto's lips while his eyes finally settled on a glowing golden color. At the same time, a soft orange aura began to emanate from the boy's form before condensing into the familiar fragmented and chained form of a young woman who glared down at the pinned Ravenette with her one eye, her lips moving in sync with Naruto's. Why should I show you mercy? You never did. Cinder didn't have an answer, though even if she did it wouldn't have done her much good as Naruto's grip tightened further, completely stopping her from speaking. You stole my life for power, attacked this boy just because he could be a threat to you, and intended to kill thousands of innocent people. As this girl spoke through Naruto, the tail around Cinder's waist undid itself, and all 9 spread out behind him like a peacock's feathers, each one starting to glow vibrantly. These crimes cannot be forgiven. Not liking where this was going, Cinder tried to lash out with her now free arm, only to be shocked when the aura-formed girl caught it with her translucent hand and pinned it back to the ground. So now, all the crippled woman could do was watch in fear as each tail grew brighter and brighter before moving forward so the tip of each tail was pointed directly at Cinder's chest, the lights seemingly merging together into a single pure white glow. You wanted power so badly, Cinder, now you will get to feel power you never even dreamed of. The aura girl screamed before everything was engulfed in a blinding light. With Nora and Matatabi, a few minutes earlier, ha! Ha, stupid cat! Nora panted tiredly as she was carried like a kitten by a ruffled-up Matatabi to the top of the cliff. Don't be mad at me for losing the kit, little vixen, you're the one who knocked us off a cliff. The fire cat said with a huff. I just wanted to have a little fun, but no, somebody had to act all immature and throw food. Well, maybe if someone hadn't been running off with MY Kid on their back, that might not have happened, Nora retorted sourly as she caught her breath, before turning her head to the side when she heard someone calling her name. Nora! Ren called out worriedly upon seeing his friend being held by the jaws of the biggest damn cat he'd ever seen, immediately training his weapons on it along with everyone else. Hey Rennie, about time you got here. Decide to take the scenic route or something? The girl asked with a tired smile, waving her hand in a calm down motion. Relax, the kitty isn't an enemy, no matter how much I wish she was. Love you too, Vixen, Matatabi said sarcastically with a good-natured roll of her eyes as she padded over to the still cautious group and set the exhausted girl down in front of them. Now while I'd love to stay and chat, I gotta take my leave. Got places to go, people to see, yada yada yada. With that said, the cat turned to leave, only to stop with an annoyed meow when she felt something tug on one of her tails. Glancing back, her eyebrow twitched upon seeing none other than Nora herself latched onto the fluffy limb. Oh no, you don't, furball, you aren't going anywhere until we find Naruto. The Orangeette said firmly. Fine, but only because I'm a bit worried about the kid myself. Matatabi stated with a shrug as Nora let her tail go. Nora, are you really trusting the giant talking cat we literally just met? Ren asked with a deadpan expression that only grew when his friend nodded. Yep. I swear, when this is over I am going on vacation, a very long vacation. Glynda said while rubbing her forehead. Agreed. Winter muttered, doing the exact same thing. Come on guys, we gotta get going. I want to find Naruto before something happens to him. Nora said as she and Matatabi headed towards an incline that led in the direction Naruto had fallen down the cliff. However, they only made it a few yards before stopping as the ground started shaking. It would seem we're too late for that, Blake stated nervously. Nora opened her mouth to retort, but was cut off by a pillar of light shooting into the sky, piercing straight through the forming storm above. Staring at this sight in awe, the group were even more shocked as massive columns of pure white crystal erupted all around the beam, followed by smaller clumps that rapidly spread outwards. Speaking of which, Qso, stay close to me, Matatabi yelled while getting in front of Nora when she noticed the new formations swiftly approaching their position. Acting fast, the feline waved her tails and summoned forth a vortex of blue fire that surrounded the whole group. At the same time, Winter slammed her scarred and now brightly glowing fist into the ground, causing a super dense dome of ice to form inside the fiery tornado. Just in time, as not even a second later the wave of crystals hit, the rapidly growing minerals slamming into the barriers, punching through the flames and leaving multiple deep fractures in the ice, before simply spreading over both like a flood. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Curious Kitsune 654 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.